It was a quiet Tuesday night when my phone lit up on the counter. A message from Mom. "Don't call or come over. We're done. And don't even think about the will, sweetie." I froze. The air felt heavier, the tea in my cup went cold. No explanation, no warning, just a clean cut like she'd rehearsed it. I typed 2 words back. "Got it." Then took a slow sip of my tea, tasting the bitterness spreading across my tongue. By midnight, my phone was blowing up with missed calls and messages, and that's when everything began to crumble. People always said my family looked picture-perfect: Dad in his crisp shirts, Mom's pearls catching the Sunday light, my brother Brandon laughing loud enough to fill the whole diner. From the outside, we were the American dream family of Tulsa. But every dream looks perfect until you see the cracks under the paint. Dad Stephen Hayes built his empire one greasy kitchen at a time. The man could turn a broken-down diner into a full restaurant by sheer willpower and pride. He was the kind of father who believed respect was earned by obedience, not love. "The restaurants are our legacy," he used to say, pointing a fork at me over dinner. "You'll learn the business, Susan." I never wanted the business. I wanted light color and space, not the smell of frying oil. I wanted to design to build something that felt alive. When I told him I'd been accepted into an art school in Chicago, he laughed like I just told him a joke. "If you walk away from this family's work," he said, "you walk away from our support." He meant it. I paid my own tuition, juggling 2 jobs and student loans, while Brandon got a brand new car at 16 for helping out at the diner. Mom never stepped in. She'd pour another glass of wine, smile tight, and whisper, "He's just hard on you because he sees your potential." But I knew better. She saw what I saw. Brandon was the golden boy, the one they'd already crowned heir. Years passed. I built my design firm from a 1-bedroom apartment. Word spread fast. By 30, I was redesigning boutique hotels and luxury restaurants across Oklahoma. But at every family dinner, it was still about Brandon, his new project, his big ideas, my work. "Cute, Dad," would say, barely looking up. When Mom got sick 5 years ago, I didn't hesitate. I paid for her treatments, her travel, every bill. When Brandon's new business venture failed, I wired $30,000 to clear his debts. When Dad's restaurant needed new equipment, I covered it. They always said, "Thank you, the polite, empty kind." Then came the next favor. Looking back, I think I kept doing it because I hoped one day they'd see me not as the outsider, not as the backup plan, but as family. Turns out family wasn't the problem. Their definition of it was. And the night my mother sent that text, I finally understood how deep that truth went. It started with a family meeting that felt more like a courtroom. Dad called it a discussion about the future. I should have known that meant Brandon's future, not mine. They gathered around the long dining table, the one lined with framed photos of Brandon holding trophies and ribbon cuttings from Dad's restaurants. I stood at the end, laptop open, ready to present my proposal, a sustainable design firm that could partner with hotels and restaurants across the state. Eco-friendly materials, long-term savings, a real plan, not a dream. I spoke for maybe 5 minutes before Dad interrupted. "You think hotels care about recycled wood?" he said, voice flat but sharp enough to slice. "They want cheap, not fancy experiments." Brandon chuckled without looking up from his phone. "Yeah, why don't you stick to decorating houses, sis?" Mom stood by the counter, pretending to rearrange napkins, avoiding my eyes. My hands trembled under the table. "It's not decoration," I said quietly. "It's design. It saves money, and it's the future." Dad leaned back, arms crossed. "We're not throwing money away on your pipe dream. Brandon's opening a new location that's our priority." Something inside me cracked. Years of sacrifice, the bills I'd paid, the nights I stayed awake worrying about Mom's treatments, all of it meant nothing. "Mom," I said, turning to her, "you've seen my work. You know this could work." She hesitated, eyes darting toward Dad. "It just sounds risky, Susan. You know how the restaurant business is." Her words landed harder than his insults. Risky. That was the same thing he'd said when I wanted to go to college. Then out of nowhere, Tara, Brandon's wife, spoke. Her voice was soft, but it cut through the tension. "I think it's innovative," she said. "Sustainability is a big deal now." Brandon shot her a look that could have frozen fire. She shrank back into silence. Dad waved a hand, dismissive. "Enough. Meeting over." As I packed up my laptop, I caught Tara's eyes. She mouthed something that stopped me cold. "I need to tell you something." Later that night, she found me in the driveway. Her voice shook. "Brandon's been taking money from the restaurants, thousands. He's hiding it." My heart pounded. "Are you sure?" She nodded. "I found the records. He's been lying to your parents for years." Before I could respond, Dad's voice carried from inside. "We need to finalize the will. Brandon's the only one keeping this family together." Mom murmured something too soft to hear. Then Dad again, firm and final. "Susan's off doing her own thing. She doesn't care about us." And right there in the dark of my parents' driveway, I realized how wrong I'd been. The betrayal wasn't coming. It had already happened. The next morning, my phone buzzed before sunrise. A new message from Mom. "Don't call or come over. We're done. And don't even think about the will, sweetie." I read it twice, then a third time. The words blurred like they were underwater. For years, I'd been the one wiring money for medical bills, Brandon's debts, and restaurant equipment. And now, with one message, I'd been erased. I sat on the edge of my bed, the city still half asleep outside my window. My chest felt hollow, not broken, just emptied. The kind of silence that comes after you've already run out of tears. I typed back 2 words. "Got it." No period. No explanation. Just 2 words. Then I set the phone down and walked to the kitchen. The tea kettle hissed softly. I poured the tea, the steam curling against the dim morning light. I lifted the cup, took a slow sip, and for the first time in years, the quiet didn't scare me. It felt like control. I opened my laptop. My banking app blinked awake. One by one, I canceled everything. Mom's hospital payments gone. Restaurant supply bills canceled. Brandon's loans stopped cold. Each click echoed in the apartment like a door closing. I wasn't crying. I wasn't shaking. I just felt lighter. For the first time, my money wasn't feeding their silence. It was buying my freedom. By noon, my phone started ringing. Mom first, then Dad, then Brandon. I didn't answer. I couldn't. Not because I was angry, because I finally understood how much power I'd given them. The screen lit up again. Another call, then another. By evening, there were 20 missed calls, 5 voicemails, and a string of texts. "You're tearing the family apart. How could you do this to your mother? You'll regret this, Susan." I didn't reply. I just turned the phone face down. When the clock hit midnight, it started again, a storm of notifications, buzzing and flashing like fireworks. And as I sat there, tea cooling beside me, I realized something simple and brutal. They didn't want me. They wanted the help. The version of me that never said no, that paid the bills and kept the lights on. That version of me was gone. I looked out the window, the city glowing gold in the distance. Somewhere a car alarm wailed, then fell quiet. "I'm done," I whispered, not to them but to myself. And for the first time, I actually believed it. By morning, the storm hadn't passed, it had only changed shape. 37 missed calls, 11 voicemails, dozens of texts stacked like threats waiting to be opened. I made breakfast like nothing happened. The smell of toast filled my apartment while the phone kept lighting up beside the sink. I didn't pick it up until one voicemail from Dad appeared with the word urgent. I hit play. His voice came through sharp, commanding. "You need to fix this, Susan. The restaurants can't survive without your help. You owe us that much." Oh, the word hit me like an insult. I'd covered hundreds of thousands over the years, my savings, my work, my time, and now it was a debt. Another voicemail. Brandon this time. "You think you can just walk away? You're selfish. You're leaving Mom in tears." Then Mom's voice, soft, trembling. "Please, Susan, don't do this to me. After everything we've been through." I pressed my palms against the counter, the cool marble grounding me. They weren't reaching out for forgiveness. They were reaching out for control. By noon, Tara called. Her voice was low, urgent. "They know I told you about the money," she said. "Brandon's furious. He's trying to spin it like you made it up." "Don't worry," I told her. "I'm done explaining myself." That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat by the window phone, glowing beside me, unread messages piling up. I should have blocked them. Instead, I watched them come in, each one a reminder of how desperate they were without my support. By the end of the week, I agreed to meet them, not to reconcile, just to end it properly. The cafe was one of the few places in Tulsa where no one knew our family. The air smelled like roasted beans and rain. They were already there when I walked in, Dad arms crossed. Mom pale but composed. Brandon fidgeting with his phone. Tara wasn't there. Dad didn't waste a second. You've caused a disaster, Susan. The bills are overdue. Vendors are threatening to sue. I set my bag on the chair, my voice calm. That's not my problem anymore. Brandon leaned forward, sneering. You think you're better than us now, don't you? Just because you play with paint and fancy furniture? I met his stare. Design, Brandon. The word you're looking for is design. He laughed, shaking his head. You've always been dramatic. You love attention, I cut him off. You stole from the restaurants. The words stopped him cold. Dad's brow furrowed. What are you talking about? Tara told me everything I said. The hidden accounts, the money that vanished. Brandon's jaw tightened. She's lying. She found the records. I replied, my tone flat. And you know it. Dad turned to him, eyes narrowing. Is that true? Brandon stood abruptly. You believe her over me. She's been jealous since high school enough. I said quietly. This isn't about jealousy. It's about respect and honesty. Two things I never got from this family. Mom's voice trembled. Susan, don't do this. We can talk. I looked at her. We're past talking, Mom. You made that clear when you sent the text. The color drained from her face. I didn't mean it like that. You wrote, don't call or come over, we're done. And don't even think about the will, sweetie. I quoted every word, my voice steady. You meant it exactly like that. The cafe had gone quiet. Even the barista paused mid-motion. Dad cleared his throat. You've always been too sensitive. I smiled faintly. And you've always mistaken cruelty for discipline. For the first time, I saw a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. I reached into my bag, pulled out a neatly folded folder, and placed it on the table. I sold my sustainable design project, I said. A national firm bought it for $1 million. They all stared at me. I built that without your help, I continued. No loans, no family money. Just me. Brandon's mouth twisted. Good for you. Want a medal? No, I said. I just want you to understand that I don't need this family anymore, and you don't get to call me when things fall apart. Dad's jaw clenched. You think that money makes you powerful? I leaned forward slightly. No. Walking away does. The silence that followed was heavier than any scream. Mom finally spoke, tears welling in her eyes. We're still your family. Family doesn't use you like an ATM, I said softly. Family doesn't write you off when you stop paying. Brandon slammed his fist on the table. You're pathetic. You think you can just cut us out? I met his anger with calm. Funny. That's exactly what you did to me. He opened his mouth again, but I stood before he could speak. I'm not your safety net anymore, I said. Not your backup plan, not your excuse. Dad's voice rose. You'll regret this, Susan. I turned one hand on the chair. Maybe. But at least I'll regret it on my own terms. As I walked toward the door, I heard Mom whisper behind me, Please, Susan, don't do this. But I didn't look back. The door chimed softly as it closed behind me. The air outside was cool, the sun low on the horizon, painting the street gold. My phone buzzed again in my pocket, but I ignored it. When I reached my car, I finally let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Through the cafe window, I could still see them, 3 silhouettes arguing among themselves, their voices muted by glass. I wasn't part of that noise anymore. I took out my phone, scrolled through the messages, and pressed delete all. The screen went blank. Quiet, clean. I started the engine, the radio humming softly. For the first time, I wasn't driving away from them. I was driving toward myself. A year later, I heard the news through mutual friends, not from them. The Hayes restaurants were gone. The family legacy Dad guarded like a crown had crumbled under debt and lawsuits. Vendors sued after discovering Brandon's hidden accounts. Dad tried to fight it, but the numbers didn't lie. Brandon's name appeared in the local paper next to words like fraud and embezzlement. Tara left him quietly moving to Dallas with their daughter. Mom and Dad sold their house and moved into a smaller place outside Tulsa. I didn't feel joy when I heard it. Just a strange, heavy calm, the kind that comes after a storm has taken everything down and left the air clean. My firm had grown. I opened a second office in New York, traveling between cities, designing hotels that carried my name on brass plaques. Every now and then, I'd find myself in a lobby I'd created, warm lights, clean lines, quiet music, and I'd think, this is what home feels like when you build it yourself. One afternoon, sitting by the window of a cafe in Manhattan, I ordered the same kind of tea I'd had that night. The steam curled into the sunlight just like before. A notification blinked on my phone, an unknown number from Tulsa. I let it ring out, the sound fading beneath the soft jazz playing overhead. I smiled, lifted my cup, and took a slow sip. The tea was still bitter, but now I understood why it wasn't the drink. It was the lesson. Peace didn't come from fixing them. It came from letting them fall. People ask me sometimes if I miss them. The truth, I miss the version of them I kept hoping existed, the one that might have loved me without conditions, without a price tag attached. But that version never lived outside my imagination. Now, when I think of family, I think of peace, the kind that doesn't demand or drain. I think of mornings where no one calls to ask for help, and the quiet means safety, not punishment. Family isn't blood, it's respect. And silence, when it's chosen, can be the loudest form of freedom. If you've ever had to draw a line between love and survival, tell me in the comments. I want to hear your story. And hit subscribe, because the next story might remind you that walking away isn't weakness, it's winning.
Call came just after lunch, while I was still at my desk. "Savannah, did you hire movers?" my neighbor asked, her voice edged with confusion. "Because there's a truck outside your place, and your parents are carrying boxes inside." I froze, pen suspended over paperwork. Movers? I hadn't hired anyone. My chest tightened as dread crept in. "My name is Madeline Pierce, 30 years old. And if you think you've seen betrayal before, wait until you see how it feels when your own family treats your life like it's theirs to rearrange." I sped home, heart pounding with each mile. And when I pulled into my driveway, my world tilted. A moving truck idled out front. My sister's car was parked crooked by the curb. And through my open front door, I saw strangers carrying boxes across the hardwood floors I had saved for years to afford. I stormed inside. Mom was in the kitchen, directing traffic like a general. Dad lugged furniture up the stairs. And my sister? She stood there with her smug husband, pointing at rooms like she was giving a tour. "What the hell is this?" I demanded. They froze. For one blessed second, guilt flickered across my mother's face. Then she smoothed it over with a smile. "Sweetheart, calm down. Your sister's family needs space. You don't need this whole house to yourself." My stomach lurched. "This is my house. Bought with my money. You had no right." Dad's voice rumbled from the stairs. "Don't be selfish, Madeline. Family shares." Shares? The word stung like acid. They weren't sharing, they were stealing. I looked at the boxes with my sister's name scrawled across them, littering my living room like landmines. And I realized this wasn't a mistake. It was an invasion. My voice came out sharper than I intended. "Get those boxes out. Now." But Mom just waved her hand like I was being dramatic. "Don't overreact, Madeline. Your sister's family is struggling. You've got this big place all to yourself. You'll adjust." Adjust? To strangers in my kitchen? To my bedroom suddenly repurposed for her kids? I clenched my fists, heat rising in my chest. "This isn't charity," I snapped. "This is trespassing. You broke into my house." Dad stomped down the stairs, his face flushed with annoyance. "We used the spare key. You gave it to us for emergencies." "This is an emergency." I laughed, but it came out bitter. "An emergency is a fire, Dad. A burglary. Not your golden child needing free rent." My sister finally spoke, arms crossed, chin high. "We deserve this, Maddie. You don't even appreciate what you have. You're single, no kids, no responsibilities. Why not let someone who actually needs this house live here?" The movers shifted uncomfortably, glancing at me like they'd walked into a war zone. I turned to them, my voice steady. "Stop unloading. This isn't authorized." One of them hesitated. "Ma'am, your mom hired us." "She's not the owner." I cut in, pointing to myself. "I am. And if you keep unloading, you're complicit in theft. That was enough. They set the boxes down and shuffled toward the truck. My sister's husband muttered curses under his breath, but I didn't care. I pulled out my phone and started recording. The red light blinked, capturing my parents, my sister, her boxes, proof. Mom's voice cracked. "Maddie, turn that off. This is family business." "No," I said coldly. "This is legal business now." And for the first time, I saw panic flicker in her eyes. My sister lunged toward me, trying to snatch the phone out of my hand. "Delete that, Maddie. You're not going to make us look bad." I stepped back, raising the phone higher. "You don't need me to make you look bad. You're doing that just fine on your own." Dad's voice boomed, sharp and commanding. "Put the phone down, Madeline. You're not dragging this family name through the mud because of a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" I barked out a laugh, shaky but fierce. "You broke into my house. You hired movers without asking. You tried to shove me out of my own life. How is that a misunderstanding?" The mover shuffled by with the last of the boxes they had already carried in, murmuring apologies as they slipped out the front door. One of them whispered, "Good luck," before climbing into the truck. Even they knew how ugly this had become. My sister crossed her arms, her voice dripping with entitlement. "You're seriously going to kick us out? After everything Mom and Dad have done for you?" I lowered my phone just enough to meet her eyes. "What exactly have they done for me? Forgotten my birthdays? Laughed at my choices? Sold my things behind my back? Tell me, sister, what debt do I owe you?" For once, she didn't have an answer. Mom's tone turned icy. "We're only trying to help your sister. Don't you dare turn this into some sort of betrayal." "Don't I dare?" I said, my voice trembling with rage. "This is betrayal. And you've made it very clear where I stand in this family. At the bottom. Always replaceable. Always disposable. Not anymore." Their silence was deafening. And for the first time I knew they finally realized I wasn't going to fold. I walked straight past them, heart hammering but my hands steady. At the front door, I turned the deadbolt with a sharp click and faced them. "You're not welcome here. Not anymore." Mom gasped as if I had slapped her. "Madeline, you don't mean that. We're your parents." I lifted my phone, scrolling to the video I'd just taken, the movers, the boxes, my family caught red-handed in my living room. "This goes to my lawyer tonight. And if you ever step foot in this house again without my permission, I'll make sure the police see it too." Dad's face turned red, his voice booming. "You wouldn't dare call the police on your own family." I held his stare. "Try me." My sister scoffed, her arms crossed. "You think anyone will believe you over Mom and Dad? Everyone knows you're dramatic." I smiled coldly. "Everyone will believe the deed with my name on it. Everyone will believe video footage. Everyone will believe texts and emails where you've already admitted you're moving in. I'm not the dramatic one here. I'm the prepared one." For the first time, my sister's confidence cracked. Her husband muttered something about leaving, tugging at her sleeve. Dad looked like he wanted to explode, but Mom's face was what stilled me. Pale, tight, scared. "Please," she whispered, "don't do this. Families share. Families sacrifice." "Funny," I said quietly. "That only seems to apply when I'm the one losing everything." I opened the door wide and pointed outside. "Get out." They hesitated, frozen, waiting for me to back down. But I didn't blink. Not once. Finally, they picked up the boxes and walked out into the night. I shut the door behind them. This time, the lock clicked like music. The house was silent again, but my pulse still thundered in my ears. I walked through each room, staring at the half-unpacked boxes with my sister's name scrawled across them. Evidence. Proof. Every cardboard piece screamed entitlement, and instead of rage, I felt something colder now, resolve. That night, I sat at my desk and drafted a message. Not to my family. To my lawyer. I attached the footage from the security cameras, the video I'd recorded, and photos of the movers' contracts left crumpled on the counter. My lawyer's reply came within the hour. "Good. This establishes trespassing and attempted unlawful occupancy. Don't worry, we'll handle it." The next morning, I posted one photo on social media. Just one. The shot of my front door with boxes stacked outside, captioned simply, "When family forgets boundaries." The effect was immediate. Messages poured in, friends, co-workers, even distant relatives who hadn't spoken to me in years. Everyone wanted to know what happened. Some offered sympathy, others shared their own horror stories. But one thing was clear. My family's carefully curated image of being close-knit and perfect was unraveling. By noon, my sister called again. I let it ring. Then Mom. Then Dad. Finally, a text lit up my screen from Dad. "Take that post down. You're humiliating us. People are talking." I smirked at the words. For years, I had been the one humiliated, dismissed, erased. Now, they were the ones choking on shame. I didn't delete the post. I pinned it to the top of my profile. And for the first time, I realized my revenge didn't need shouting or violence. It only needed exposure. Their actions spoke louder than anything I could ever say. By the end of the week, the cracks in their reputation were everywhere. At work, my sister's boss confronted her about the photo, asking why her family was in the middle of a trespassing scandal. My mother's charity circle went silent. No more invitations, no more luncheons. And Dad's old golf buddies? They were suddenly too busy to return his calls. The golden family image they'd polished for years was gone. Meanwhile, I sat on the back deck of my house, the lake breeze cool against my face, sipping coffee while watching their downfall unravel through the notifications on my phone. Every time someone liked the post or commented, their humiliation grew heavier, and mine lifted lighter. At 8:14 p.m. that Friday, my phone buzzed again. This time it wasn't anger. It was desperation. "Mom. Madeline, please take it down. We'll talk. We'll make it right. Dad. Enough is enough. You've proved your point. Stop this before it ruins us." My sister. "Delete it, Maddie. You don't know what you're doing." I laughed quietly, shaking my head. Of course I knew. I knew exactly what I was doing. I was giving them a taste of the isolation, the disregard, the humiliation I'd swallowed my whole life. I typed one reply, just to my sister. 9 years you treated me like I didn't matter. One post and suddenly you do? Think about that. I didn't wait for her response. That night, I locked the doors, dimmed the lights, and let silence embrace me. For the first time, it wasn't lonely. It was mine. And I knew the real lesson was only just beginning. Saturday morning, I woke to the sound of pounding at my front gate. Through the camera feed on my phone, I saw them, Mom, Dad, my sister, her husband, all standing there like exiles at the gates of a kingdom they thought they owned. Mom's voice cracked as she shouted, "Madeline, please. We can talk this out. Don't do this to us." Her mascara was streaked, her pearls missing. She looked nothing like the polished matriarch she paraded to the world. Dad, normally booming with authority, sounded smaller than I'd ever heard him. "Maddie, you've made your point. Enough. You don't understand what people are saying about us. You're tearing the family apart." I nearly laughed at that. Tearing the family apart? They had been tearing me apart for years, piece by piece, while pretending it was love. Then my sister stepped forward, eyes red and furious. "Delete the post. Let us move in. Or I swear, you'll regret this." I leaned close to the microphone on my intercom, my voice calm, sharp, deliberate. "Regret? You pawned my trust for years. You tried to steal my home. You humiliated me every chance you got. And now, because the world finally sees it, I should regret you?" She froze, her lips trembling. I tapped my screen and the gate locks buzzed, not to let them in, but to trigger the alarm. The shrill sound blared through the quiet neighborhood, sending them scrambling back toward their car, faces pale, eyes wide. I didn't have to open the door. I didn't have to scream. All I had to do was show them they no longer had power here. For the first time, I was untouchable. By Monday, the storm had broken. The post was everywhere, shared, reshared, dissected. Neighbors whispered, co-workers gossiped, even old relatives who'd ignored me for years suddenly had opinions. But the truth was undeniable. My family had tried to steal my home. The humiliation they once reserved for me was finally their own. I sat on my porch that evening, watching the sun sink low over the water. For the first time in years, the quiet didn't feel heavy. It felt earned. My phone buzzed again, one last voicemail from Mom. Her voice was hoarse, broken. "Madeline, please. We've lost friends, respect, everything. Just take it down. We can't survive this." I let the message play twice, then deleted it. Because this wasn't about revenge anymore. It was about balance. For years, I was the forgotten one. The doormat. The scapegoat. They had stolen my birthdays, my self-worth, my voice. But not anymore. Now they would learn that some doors, once closed, don't open again. I walked back inside, locked the door, and poured myself a glass of wine. The lake shimmered through the glass walls of my living room, peaceful and untouchable. As I sank into the couch, I whispered to myself, "This house isn't just mine, it's proof. Proof that I'm not disposable. Proof that their control is over." And when I finally powered off my phone, letting the silence take its place, I knew one thing for certain. They wanted me to regret drawing a line. But the only regret in this story would forever be theirs.
My husband secretly stuffed a handbag into my suitcase, so I swapped it right back into his female secretary's luggage. By the time we passed security, he lost his mind on the spot. There are things in a woman's life that initially seem as small as a misaligned zipper, a misplaced item, or a sentence slipping through a cracked door. Yet, if you look closely, it is the loose thread that unravels an entire curtain of lies kept hidden for years. I discovered that handbag the night before we flew to Miami. I was packing my suitcase for a business trip with my husband. His name is Michael, 7 years older than me, and the owner of a construction materials company in Chicago. My name is Emma, 33 years old. I used to work as an accountant, but after we got married, Michael told me to stay home. "Clears throat," he said. "A woman with a successful husband has no need to struggle out there. Taking care of the house, the meals, and family relations was enough." Back then, I believed him. I believed with a very feminine naivety that a man saying those words simply wanted to protect me. Only much later did I understand that some men want their wives to stay home, not out of love, but to keep them completely outside of everything, knowing nothing, asking nothing, and lacking the power to interfere in their real world. I have always had a meticulous packing habit. Light clothes on one side, dark clothes on the other, cosmetics wrapped separately, and important documents in a waterproof pouch. Before every trip, I check my suitcase at least twice. Michael used to smirk and say I acted like I was going to war, wasting an entire afternoon on a single piece of luggage. I never argued. Women who have lived in a long marriage learn one thing. Not every sentence from a husband requires a response, because if you reply, you are always the first to get exhausted. That night, while unzipping the side compartment of my suitcase, my hand brushed against a strange object, a dark gray handbag. It was not mine. I stood frozen for a few seconds. The bag was made of incredibly soft leather, with shiny zippers, sporting a compact but elegant design. I did not recognize the brand, but looking at the stitching alone, I knew it was not cheap. I had always used an old navy blue canvas tote with frayed straps and a slightly faded bottom. Michael had criticized it once, saying a CEO's wife carrying a bag like that looked like she was going to the grocery store. I only smiled because I hated buying expensive things with someone else's money, just to hear them bring it up later like a favor. Out in the living room, Michael was on the phone. His voice was very low, but the house was so quiet that a few words still reached my ears. "Yeah, tickets are booked. We will figure it out when we get there. She will not know. She will not know." Those 4 words dropped into my head. Very light but freezing cold. I opened the gray bag. Inside was an unsealed brown paper envelope. I pulled the contents out and saw several printed wire transfer receipts, photocopied contracts, and a stack of secretly taken photos of a woman, a side profile from behind, stepping out of an elevator, standing in a parking garage, sitting in a coffee shop. I knew this woman. Her name was Chloe, Michael's executive assistant. She was 31 and single. Every time she appeared at the company, she dressed sharply, hair neatly tied back, lips painted just red enough. Her voice was always soft, but her eyes never settled for standing behind anyone. I had met Chloe a few times at company holiday parties. She would call me Emma in a very sweet tone, but that sweetness did not resemble respect. It resembled someone smiling at an object she believed would sooner or later belong to her. I looked closely at the contracts. They bore Michael's signature and Chloe's signature in the section for the file manager. A project name caught my eye: the Florida Project. The same project Michael told me last year had lost over $1.5 million because the market crashed, clients canceled orders, and suppliers squeezed their prices. He had come home drunk that night, sitting in the living room, clutching his head, complaining about how hard business was and how I, staying at home, could never understand. I had cooked him soup, put a cold towel on his forehead, and blamed myself for being utterly useless to my husband. Now, looking at those wire transfer lines, I finally understood that the money had not vanished. It simply took a detour through different names. I put everything back exactly where I found it. The envelope into the bag into the side compartment, zipping it up as if no hand had ever touched it. Strangely, I did not cry. Not because it did not hurt, but because when certain wounds are inflicted too many times, they stop making you scream. They just make you go silent. I took a picture of the bag on my phone and sent it to my best friend Sarah with a single message asking her to check how much the bag cost. She replied immediately asking what was wrong. I stared at her words for a long time and did not reply. The next morning I woke up at 5. Michael had left earlier saying he needed to stop by the office to grab some files. His shirt carried the faint scent of a strange perfume, a sharp and sweet scent, not the kind I wore. The driver picked me up downstairs. As soon as he saw me, he politely mentioned that we were picking up Chloe at the office before heading to O'Hare International Airport. I nodded. When the car pulled up to the company building, Chloe was already waiting. She wore a pale yellow blazer and white pants, pulling a small silver carry-on. As she got in the car, she turned around and smiled. "Good morning, Emma." I smiled back. "Good morning, Chloe." From the office to the airport, Chloe was on her phone constantly, talking exclusively about contracts, meeting schedules, clients, and conference rooms. She spoke quickly, concisely, and confidently. She sounded more like a boss than an assistant. Sitting in the back seat, watching the city of Chicago roll backward through the glass window, I suddenly found it funny. It turned out that in my husband's life, the person who acted most like a CEO's wife was not me. At the airport, Michael had already gone ahead through the TSA pre-check line. I told Chloe to go ahead while I bought some mints and would follow right behind her. Chloe did not suspect a thing and pulled her silver carry-on toward the security checkpoint. I stayed back by the luggage carts. At that moment, the area was crowded. Airport announcements, the sound of luggage wheels on tile floors, crying children, and rushing adults all blended into a layer of noise that perfectly masked a small action. I opened my suitcase, took out the gray bag, and unzipped the side compartment of Chloe's silver carry-on, which did not require a passcode. I shoved the gray bag inside. 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds. I zipped it up, pushed the silver carry-on forward, and went to check my own larger suitcase. Afterward, I strolled leisurely toward the security gate. Chloe had already passed through the body scanner and was waving from the other side, urging me to hurry up because it was almost boarding time. I smiled, placing my jacket, phone, and tote bag into the plastic bin. I walked through the metal detector. No alarms, nothing unusual. That was until Chloe's silver carry-on rolled out of the X-ray machine. Just as she reached out to grab it, a TSA officer stopped her. "Ma'am, please wait a moment. We need to inspect this bag." Chloe's face changed slightly. "What is wrong, sir?" "It is just my business trip belongings." "Please cooperate," the officer replied. Right at that moment, Michael walked over from the pre-check area. He was wearing a dark gray suit, his hair perfectly styled, a luxury watch gleaming on his wrist. Seeing the commotion at the security gate, he frowned and stepped forward, asking what was going on. Chloe immediately looked at him, her voice trembling slightly. Michael, they say there is an issue with my carry-on. Michael turned to the TSA officer, stating that she was his employee and her bag only contained work documents. But before he could finish his sentence, the officer opened the side compartment and pulled out the dark gray handbag. I saw Michael's face perfectly at that moment. His smile stiffened, his eyes contracted, his lips parted and then clamped shut. His hand instinctively reached for his inner jacket pocket, as if looking for something to save himself, but there was nothing. The officer asked who the bag belonged to. Chloe shook her head rapidly, denying any knowledge of it. The officer opened the bag. The brown envelope was pulled out and the photos scattered right in front of everyone. Photos of Chloe, contracts, bank statements. The air around us seemed to skip a beat. A few people standing behind us started whispering, and someone even raised a phone to record. Michael looked at me. I stood next to the inspection bins, holding my phone that I had just retrieved, wearing the perfect, bewildered expression of a wife who had no idea what was happening. He swallowed hard and spoke with great difficulty. That bag is mine. I meant to give it to my wife. I stepped forward, looking at the bag, looking at Chloe, and then looking at Michael. Yours? I asked. My voice was soft. So soft that even I was not sure if it held genuine innocence or pure sarcasm. Michael stared at me, his lips trembling, unable to form a single word. I chuckled softly. Ah, it must just be a misunderstanding. Then I spoke very calmly as if the weather was beautiful today. The flight was on time, and my husband had merely dropped a gift into his female secretary's luggage by mistake. But I knew I had figured it out. There are battles that require no screaming. By merely shifting the location of one handbag, all the lies step right into the light. Boarding went smoothly. The flight took off just past 8 in the morning. I sat by the window holding a book, but my eyes were not actually reading a single line. Michael sat one aisle over from me. Chloe sat right next to him. Originally, that seat belonged to another passenger, but Chloe smoothly told the flight attendant she needed to discuss business with her boss and managed to swap seats. I did not object. There are times when the more someone wants to put on a show, the further back you should step to give them the stage they need. Since passing security, Michael's face had not returned to normal. He tried to maintain a calm exterior, but his jaw kept clenching, his fingers constantly tapping the armrest. Chloe sat with her back straight, staring ahead, lips pursed, occasionally throwing a very quick glance my way before looking away. I understood that feeling. When someone is caught with something that should not be in their suitcase, their biggest fear is not that strangers know, but that the person who is supposed to be clueless is acting far too calm. Once the plane reached cruising altitude, Michael unbuckled his seatbelt and walked over to my row. He leaned down and politely asked the man sitting next to me to switch seats so he could sit with his wife. His tone was polite but left no room for refusal. The man looked at me. I gave a slight nod. He stood up, grabbed his bag, and moved to Michael's empty seat. Michael sat down next to me. After a long silence, he spoke in a low voice, telling me not to overthink what happened at the airport. I kept my eyes on my book. I am not thinking anything. That bag was meant for you, he said. I just misplaced it. I turned a page and asked very softly, You intended to gift me a bag containing photos of Chloe and project documents? Michael froze. I did not look at him, but I clear as throat knew his face was changing colors. This man was so used to explaining things his way, so used to subordinates nodding at his every command, partners giving him respect, his mother defending him, and his wife staying silent. But today, a single question from me threw him entirely off balance. He lowered his voice even further, claiming they were company documents, and he wanted me to understand his work better. As for Chloe's pictures, he said they were internal HR files that human resources must have mixed up. I turned to look at him. 5 years of marriage, and this was not the first time I had heard him lie. But in the past, I usually fooled myself into believing he might have a valid excuse that men doing business had complex social obligations and that an understanding wife should save face for her husband. Right now, I only found it hilarious. Internal HR files taken in parking garages, hotels and coffee shops, and taken from behind. Michael remained silent. I closed my book, my voice still steady. Michael, you have been explaining a lot since the airport, but the strange thing is I have not actually asked you a single question yet. He stared at me for a long time. In his eyes, there was scrutiny, frustration, and a slight trace of panic. Finally, he said he was just afraid I would misunderstand because she is his employee, and there is absolutely nothing outside of work between them. I nodded. That is good then. Those 4 words were so light, they almost felt like nothing, but I saw Michael's hand grip his knee tightly. He could not stand my calmness. A guilty person usually wants the other party to get angry, because anger gives them an opportunity to soothe, argue back, shift the blame, and spin the narrative. But when the other person is completely calm, they do not know where to strike. Michael sat there for a few more minutes before standing up and returning to his original seat. Chloe leaned her head to ask him something, but he just shook his head. I turned back to watch the clouds outside the window. They were blindingly white, soft, and cold. It turned out that some things look beautiful from a distance, but only when you fly directly into them do you realize they are nothing but fragile vapor. I took out my phone, turned on airplane mode, and opened my notes app. For years, I had kept a habit of documenting important events, not to keep score against anyone, but to remind myself that my feelings always had a valid reason. I titled the new note luggage list. The first line I wrote, "Authentic dark gray bag appears in my suitcase before the Miami flight." Second line, inside is a brown paper envelope, secretly taken photos of Chloe, wire transfer receipts, contracts for the Florida project. Third line, Michael claims he misplaced it, but my suitcase is navy blue with a small sticker on the handle. Chloe's suitcase is silver. Impossible to confuse. Fourth line, Michael claims the photos are internal HR files, but they were taken in private locations with no indication of company documentation. On the fifth line, I paused for a moment before typing. Since the incident happened, Michael has explained himself constantly, but not once has he asked if I felt hurt. Writing that, my eyes stung slightly, not because of those papers, nor because of Chloe, but because I suddenly realized that the most painful thing in this marriage was not that Michael could betray me, but that he never thought I deserved to hear a single honest word. The plane landed in Miami near 10 in the morning. Michael's company was hosting a client conference at a massive oceanfront hotel on Collins Avenue. The partner's car was already waiting outside the airport. Chloe quickly took the passenger seat, hugging her file folders, calling people to arrange the schedule. Michael and Isna sat in the back. He maintained his polished exterior, occasionally turning to ask if I was tired or needed water. I answered just enough, neither cold nor overly intimate. The hotel faced the ocean directly. As the car drove past the rows of palm trees, I suddenly remembered that during our first year of marriage, Michael had brought me to Miami. Back then, he held my hand walking along South Beach, telling me that when he made enough money, he would buy a vacation condo right here and bring me down a few times a year. I had believed him. I believed him so much that when we got home, I searched for white curtains online, imagining a sun-drenched balcony. But what a woman fears most is not an unfulfilled promise. What a woman fears most is waking up one day to realize the man who made that promise never actually placed her in his future. After checking in, the receptionist handed over 2 room keys, one for our room and one for Chloe's room at the end of the hallway. I noticed that when the receptionist read Chloe's room number, Michael glanced up very quickly as if he already knew it, but was still afraid I would notice. I pretended not to see. Inside the room, I opened my suitcase to unpack. Michael stood behind me, his voice softening. He told me to rest this afternoon, and for the client dinner tonight, I should wear the teal dress he picked out. He said, if people asked about me, all I had to do was smile. I turned to look at him. All I have to do is smile. Michael looked slightly surprised. He explained that he meant I did not need to stress, that he would handle all the company talk. I nodded and took the dress out of the closet to inspect it. The teal dress was gorgeous and luxurious, perfectly tailored to fit the image of an obedient wife walking next to her husband. I ran my fingers over the fabric, suddenly feeling a chill in my heart. For years, Michael always knew exactly what I should wear to please outsiders' eyes, where I should sit to look good in photos, and exactly how much I should speak to maintain his image. It was just a pity he never knew when I started feeling sad. That afternoon, Chloe knocked on our door, inviting me down to the hotel cafe. She smiled as if the airport incident had never happened. "Emma, Michael told me to show you the conference area beforehand so you would not feel overwhelmed tonight." I grabbed my purse and stood up. Sure, I would love to see it. In the elevator, Chloe looked at me through the mirror. After a moment, she said, "You probably are not letting this morning's thing bother you, right? Michael's work gets complicated. Leaving documents lying around is totally normal." I looked back at her in the mirror and smiled. I never said it was abnormal. Chloe choked on her words. Perhaps she wanted me to ask, wanted me to get jealous, wanted me to throw a fit so she could play the victim. But I refused to give her that satisfaction. The client dinner began at 6:30. Michael linked his arm through mine as we walked into the ballroom, smiling, back straight, looking exactly like the successful man he was. He introduced me to every partner. "This is my wife, Emma." I smiled and greeted everyone. One man named Robert, the owner of a major distributorship down south, shook my hand and said, "Emma, you look much younger in person than in the photos. Michael is always posting pictures of your cooking. You look like such an amazing homemaker." I kept smiling, but a sharp pain struck my chest. It turned out that in the eyes of Michael's friends, I was just the woman standing in the kitchen, silently providing the backdrop for the photos he used to decorate his image as the perfect model husband. Midway through the dinner, Robert raised his glass to Michael and casually mentioned, "Oh, about the Florida project. I sent the data over to Chloe the other day. She said she would handle it directly with the finance team." I saw Michael's hand freeze. Chloe looked down at her phone while I simply set my water glass down on the table gently. "An administrative secretary directly handling financial data for a project that lost over $1.5 million. I committed that sentence to memory. That night, Michael drank quite a bit. Back in the room, he collapsed onto the bed, muttering, "Do not make a mess out of this anymore. I can handle everything." I stood by the bed looking at him. This man spoke with such absolute certainty when sober, but let all the cracks show when drunk. I took out my phone, opened the luggage list note, and added a new line. Robert said, "Chloe directly handles the financial data for the Florida project. Chloe's role goes far beyond administrative secretary." I turned off the lights and lay down on the far edge of the bed. Outside the balcony, the sound of the Miami waves echoed rhythmically like a patient storyteller. I closed my eyes but could not sleep. I knew the gray bag was only the beginning. Behind it lay contracts, money, Chloe, and a 5-year chunk of my life that Michael had turned into a smokescreen for his actions. And when a screen is torn, the light does not stop at a single crack. The next morning, I woke up earlier than Michael. This habit stemmed from my early days of marriage when his mother used to live with us, and always wanted her daughter-in-law to be the first one awake in the house. Even though she had moved back to her home state, the habit clung to me like a thin thread that would not break, even when no one cared anymore. I opened the balcony door. The morning ocean was not as loud as during the day. The waves hit the shore steadily, the wind carrying a light saltiness, just enough to wake you up without being harsh. I stood there for a long time before stepping back inside, quietly opening my purse to grab my phone. Michael was still asleep. He lay on his side, his back to me, breathing steadily but not deeply. He was a restless sleeper, tossing and turning, sometimes sleep-talking. Before, whenever he did that, I would pull the blanket up for him so he would not get cold. Now, I just looked at him and left it alone. I opened the luggage list again, reading every line I had written the day before. Every word appeared clear, without exaggeration, without emotion, just pure facts. I understood that to see where this would lead, I could not rely on feelings alone. I needed things that were far more concrete. At 8, Michael woke up. He sat up, rubbing his forehead, his voice raspy. I am so hungover. I handed him a glass of water I had already poured. Drink this. It helps. He took it, drank it in one go, and looked at me. I have a private meeting with some partners this afternoon. You do not need to come. You can just rest in the room. I nodded, asking as if entirely casually, Is Chloe going with you? Michael hesitated slightly but quickly regained his composure. Yes, she handles the paperwork. I did not press further. Asking more questions about answers like that is meaningless. Liars always prepare layers of armor, and the more you try to peel them back, the more time you waste. After breakfast at the hotel restaurant, Michael and Chloe left first. I told them I was going back to the room to rest, but in reality, I stayed in the lobby a little longer. I watched them walk out the door. Chloe walked slightly behind and to the side of Michael, but the distance was not that of a boss and a subordinate. It looked more like a habit, as if they were used to walking next to each other like that for a long time. I went up to the room, changed into a simple dress, and called a cab. The driver asked where I wanted to go. I thought for a second, and told him to take me to a nearby bank branch. He nodded. The car rolled past the coastal roads. My heart was not too heavy, nor was it relieved. It was just in a state of absolute stillness, like when you are about to step into an unpleasant task, but know it must be done. The bank was located on a busy street. I walked in, took a ticket, and waited. When my turn came, I handed my ID to the teller and said I wanted to check on some transactions related to my husband's account, presenting my marriage certificate. The teller looked hesitant, explaining that account information was confidential, and without Michael's direct consent, it would be hard to assist me. I had anticipated this. I smiled, opened my phone, and showed her a photo I took of the stack of papers from the gray bag yesterday. Could you just verify if this account number belongs to your bank? I do not need the balance, I just need to know the name on the account. The teller looked at the photo, then back at me. Perhaps she realized this was no simple matter. After a few seconds, she quietly asked me to wait. About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man who looked like a manager stepped out. He invited me into a private office. Once the door was closed, he spoke frankly. Emma, I know who you are. Michael is a major client of ours. I was not surprised. Men like Michael leave trails wherever they go. I placed my phone on the desk. I do not want to make things difficult for anyone. I just clears throat want to know whose name is on this account. The manager looked at me for a long time before exhaling softly. It is under Chloe's name. My heart did not beat any faster. Only a hollow sensation spread out, as if a final puzzle piece had just snapped into place. Does this account have ties to my husband's company? I asked. He did not answer directly but spoke slowly. Over the last 3 months, there have been multiple transfers from the corporate account to this one. The amounts are not small. I nodded. So, it was not just a personal affair. This was about money, about the company, about the things Michael always valued above all else. Leaving the bank, I did not head straight back to the hotel. I walked for a bit and stopped at a small coffee shop. It was quiet with only a few people working on their laptops. I chose a secluded corner and ordered a black coffee. I opened the luggage list and added a new line. The account in the envelope is under Chloe's name. Multiple massive transfers from the corporate account into this one over the past 3 months. Once done, I put my phone down, staring at the coffee in front of me. Bitter but starkly clear, unlike Michael's explanations, which were always laced with a bit of sweetness and vagueness to let the listener deceive themselves. I sat there for nearly an hour, neither crying nor calling anyone. Some things only get messier when spoken out loud too soon. I needed to keep everything under control. Early that afternoon, I returned to the hotel. As soon as I walked into the lobby, I saw Chloe standing by the reception desk on her phone. Her voice was low but urgent. I told you, do not call me right now, it is not safe here. She had her back to me, so she did not see me. I stood a few feet away, making no move to get closer. A moment later she hung up, turned around, and jumped when she saw me. Emma, where did you go? I smiled. Just took a walk to clear my head. Chloe nodded, but her eyes could not hide her tension. She was about to say something else but stopped. Michael is in conference room 3. He probably will not be done until later this afternoon. I nodded. Yeah, I know. I walked straight back to my room without asking anything else. The further this went, the more I realized that the things I needed to know were rarely found in answers, but in the moments people were unprepared for. Late that afternoon, Michael returned to the room. He looked tired, but upon seeing me, he still forced a smile. Have you eaten dinner yet? No. Let's go down to the restaurant. I am starving. We sat across from each other in the hotel restaurant. The warm lighting, soft music, everything seemed just like a normal evening for a married couple on a business trip. Michael ordered food, asked what I wanted, and served me just like before. I watched him for a moment and then asked, Michael, how many bank accounts does our company have? He paused slightly. Why do you ask? Just curious. He took a sip of water and replied, a few accounts depending on the project. I nodded, not pressing further. Michael looked at me with a probing gaze. Perhaps he sensed something, but not enough to pinpoint it. The meal passed slowly. No arguments, no heavy words, but between us, an invisible distance was expanding bit by bit silently, but undeniably. That night, after Michael fell asleep, I opened my phone again. The luggage list had grown longer. I read it from top to bottom and added the final entry for the day. Michael does not deny the money aspect, just avoids it. His behavior is no longer about a misunderstanding, but an active cover-up. I locked the screen, lying completely still, staring at the ceiling. I knew I was standing at a boundary line. On this side was silence, continuing to play the role of the wife everyone saw. On the other side was confrontation, which might mean losing many things, but at least I would not lose myself. Outside, the waves continue to crash steadily, neither faster nor slower, just infinitely patient. I suddenly understood that some things do not need to be rushed. When the truth begins to surface, it finds its own way out. I did not sleep deeply that night, not because of noise, but because my mind had too much to organize. The puzzle pieces were clearly taking shape, but to form the complete picture, I knew I could not be hasty. I used to be someone who trusted easily, someone quick to forgive. But this time, since I had opened my eyes to it, I was going to see it all the way to the end. The following morning, Michael woke up earlier than me. When I opened my eyes, he was already dressed in a crisp button-down shirt, standing before the mirror, fixing his collar. Seeing me awake, he turned, his voice gentler than usual. I have to meet another partner today. I might be back late. If you get bored, go out and have fun. Do not just stay in the room. I sat up, pulling the covers neatly. Yeah, I know. He looked at me as if wanting to add something but stopped. In the past, I used to think his hesitation was just because he was a man of few words. Looking back now, it was probably him weighing whether to tell the truth or keep lying. Once Michael left, I did not rush out. I brewed a cup of tea and sat by the small table near the window. The morning sun pouring into the room was not harsh, just bright enough to make everything clear. I opened my phone and read the luggage list once more. Every line was a milestone, reminding me that these were no longer just feelings, but tangible facts. I realized I had reached a point of no return. If I stopped now, everything I had done would be meaningless. But if I pushed forward, I would face an outcome I might not be ready for. I sent a text to someone. Uncle David? It is Emma. Can you help me with something? Uncle David was an old friend of my father's and a corporate lawyer. I had called him uncle since I was little. A moment later, he replied, What is going on, Emma? Are you free tonight? I need to talk. Sure. Where are you? Miami. He sent back an address for a coffee shop, adding, I happen to be here on business too. See you tonight. I read the text and exhaled softly. Sometimes you need someone objective and clear-headed enough to listen without getting swept up in the emotions. I did not go far that afternoon. I just walked around the area near the hotel, stopping by a small convenience store to buy a few random things. Mundane activities, but they kept my mind from spiraling. Around 6, I changed clothes and caught a cab to meet Uncle David. The coffee shop was tucked away on a quiet street, sparsely populated. He was already sitting there, looking as composed as when I was a child. Emma, he stood up as I approached. Hi, Uncle David. We sat down. He ordered a tea for me and looked straight at me. Looking at you, I know something is wrong. I did not beat around the bush. I opened my phone and showed him the photos I had taken, the documents, the transaction list, the joint investment agreement. Uncle David examined them very carefully, staying silent as he read. When he finished, he placed the phone down, his voice deepening. This is no longer just a marital issue. I stayed quiet. If these documents are authentic, Michael shows signs of siphoning corporate assets to an individual. Regardless of what name he puts it under, if it is not transparent, it is a massive liability. What should I do? I asked. He looked at me, his eyes neither softening nor turning cold. Do you want to save the marriage, or do you want the truth? I had asked myself that question many times, but hearing someone else say it still made my chest feel heavy. I do not want to live in a marriage where I have to pretend I do not know things, I said slowly. Uncle David nodded. Then you need to prepare for two things. 1. Comprehensive evidence. 2. The mental fortitude to accept the outcome, whatever it is. I tightened my grip on my hands. I already have some evidence, not enough, he stated bluntly. What you have are red flags. To prove this, you need to trace the money, the relationship, and the ultimate use of the funds. As for the emotional side, you have to navigate that yourself. I looked down at my tea. The water had gone cold, its flavor diluted, much like my feelings at that moment. I will help you within my limits, he continued, but the final decision remains yours. We talked for a while longer, mostly about how to gather information and what to watch out for. He did not advise me to divorce, nor did he tell me to let it go. He simply laid out the possibilities for me to choose. On the way back, I did not feel any lighter, but I felt much clearer. At the very least, I knew exactly where I stood and how I had to walk the path forward. When I returned to the hotel, Michael was already in the room. He was sitting on a chair, his phone on the table, screen dark. Seeing me, he asked, "Where did you go this late?" "Meeting an old friend." "Which friend?" I looked at him without flinching. "Uncle David, my dad's friend." Michael froze. I clearly saw the shift in his eyes. "Why did you meet him? Just to catch up?" The air in the room grew thicker. Michael stood up, stepping closer to me. "Emma, what are you doing?" I did not step back. "I just want to fully understand what is going on." "Understand what?" His voice raised a notch. "Understand you, Chloe, and those funds." The moment I said that, Michael fell silent. No more dodging, no more pretending not to understand. We stood facing each other only a few steps apart, but it felt like miles. "You looked at those things?" he asked, his voice dropping. "Enough to know things are not as simple as you claim." Michael turned away, rubbing his forehead. "You are overthinking this." I shook my head slowly. "No, I am looking at the facts." He did not reply immediately. After a while he said, looking exhausted, "This is not what you think it is. Then tell me." I looked straight at him. "Do not make me keep guessing." Michael remained silent for a long time. I did not push or force him. Some answers are completely meaningless if not given voluntarily. Finally, he simply said, "Give me more time." I smiled faintly, but there was no joy in it. "You have had plenty of time." We did not speak for the rest of the night, each taking a corner of the same room, but no longer sharing a single thought. I opened my phone and added to the luggage list, confronted Michael directly, did not deny it entirely, but continues to delay and ask for time. I paused for a second before adding, "Everything is approaching the point of no return." I turned off the screen and lay down. Michael was not asleep either. I could clearly hear him tossing and turning, exhaling soft. There are nights when people lie next to each other, yet live in entirely different worlds, and I knew starting tonight that distance could not be easily bridged. The next morning, neither of us brought up last night's conversation. Michael woke up early getting ready as usual, but I noticed he no longer looked at me for as long as he used to. His movements were swift and concise, as if actively avoiding any unnecessary points of friction. "I am heading out," he said, his voice normal. "Yeah," I replied. The door clicked shut. The room became so quiet I could hear the hum of the air conditioner. I sat on the bed for a while before walking out to the balcony. The ocean was still there. The waves were still there, unchanged by human drama. Perhaps that is why people seek the ocean when their minds are in turmoil. It does not solve anything, but it forces everything inside you to slow down. I knew that after last night, Michael understood I was no longer someone who would just let things slide. And from this point on, he would be much more careful. That meant if I did not act fast, the traces would slowly be wiped away. I opened my phone and reviewed what I had. Photos of documents, transaction logs, my notes, everything sat neatly in a folder. But just as Uncle David had said, it was not enough to draw a definitive conclusion. I remembered a small detail I had not paid much attention to before. In the investment agreement besides Michael's signature, there was a memo line about an intermediary account used to cycle short-term capital. At the time, I had skimmed over it, but thinking about it now, it was not so simple. I decided to go back to the bank. This time, I did not ask the teller. Sat in the waiting area observing. When I saw the manager from yesterday walk by, I stood up and approached him. "Could I ask you one more thing?" He looked at me, seemingly having expected my return. "What else do you need to know?" I opened my phone and showed him the photo of the memo line. "This intermediary account, do you have information on it?" He looked closely and spoke quietly. "This is a corporate account, but it is not under Michael's company name." "Then whose name is it under?" He hesitated, but answered anyway. "Another company established not too long ago. Does that company have anything to do with Chloe?" He did not answer verbally, but his eyes said it all. "I understand," I said. He looked at me, his voice slowing down. "Emma, there are things that once you know them make it very hard to turn back." I nodded. I have no intention of turning back. Leaving the bank, I was no longer surprised. Everything was aligning exactly as I suspected. Except every time a new detail was confirmed, the void in my chest grew a little larger. I headed back to the hotel, but did not go up to my room. I sat in the lobby, ordered a drink, opened my phone, and started recording everything. The intermediary account is under a different shell company tied to Chloe, highly likely a vehicle for moving money. After typing that, I stopped. I understood that this story was not just about Michael having feelings for someone else. It was a chain of choices fueled by greed and calculation. I did not go out that afternoon. I stayed in the room waiting for Michael. Around 7 he returned. Today he did not even try to act normal. Walking in, he looked at me, his gaze heavier than usual. "You stayed in the room all day?" he asked. "Yeah. Did not go out at all. Depends on the day." Michael dropped his bag, took off his suit jacket, and sat down on a chair. The air between us was no longer evasive silence, but a waiting silence. I was the first to speak. "Michael, whose name is on that intermediary shell company?" He looked up, staring straight at me. This time, he did not pretend to be confused. "You know that much already enough to ask." Michael gave a hollow laugh. "You went further than I thought, because you went there before me." My words silenced him. After a while, he spoke in a lower tone. "It is a partner company." "What kind of partner has funds from your company routed to them and then straight into Chloe's personal account?" Michael did not answer immediately. He stood up and paced over to the window looking out. I did not push him. I just waited. "Emma," he said slowly, "there are things in business that are not as simple as you think. I do not need to understand it all. I just need to know if you are doing something illegal." He turned around, a flash of irritation in his eyes. "You are doubting me. I am asking you." The tension in the room thickened, but I did not raise my voice or hurl accusations. I maintained an even tone just as I decided from the start. Michael let out a sigh. He admitted that some funds were transferred there, but claimed it was to cycle cash flow. Chloe was just putting her name on it to help out. "Why not my name?" I asked. He froze. "Why did you not let your wife's name be on it, but chose another woman instead?" Michael could not answer right away. And that silence to me was the answer. "You would not understand," he said wearily. "Then explain it." "Not right now." I looked at him and gave a slight nod. "Fine, then I will find the answers myself." That statement made Michael stare at me longer. Perhaps he began to realize I was no longer someone who would stop just because I was told no. That night we ate dinner in silence. Neither mentioned Chloe nor the money, But everything was more palpably present than ever. When Michael fell asleep, I opened my phone. The luggage list expanded. Confirmed the intermediary company is a shell. Chloe runs it on paper. Michael signs off. Michael cannot explain his reasons, continues delaying. I paused, then added another line. The truth is no longer about whether it happened or not, but the severity of it. I turned off the screen and lay still. This time, I did not feel the sting of pain like the first few days. Instead, it was a creeping coldness, like keeping your hand in freezing water for too long. I knew the hardest part ahead was not finding more proof, but confronting the man I had trusted the most, and accepting that he was not who I thought he was. Outside, the wind whipped harder, shaking the balcony door. I lay there listening, understanding that the biggest storm was not outside, but right here in my own marriage. The next morning, I woke up without the feeling of anticipation I had in previous days. Everything had reached a point where waiting for an answer from Michael was meaningless. When the truth begins to reveal itself, you do not need anyone else to validate it. You just need the courage to face it. Michael woke up early and got ready as usual. But today, before leaving, he lingered at the door. His hand rested on the doorknob, then dropped as he turned to look at me. "Emma," he called out. "Yeah," I answered calmly. "I know you have been thinking a lot these past few days," I said. Nothing, letting him continue. "I do not want things to go too far." I looked at him, not looking away. "Then you have to be the one to stop first." My words were not heavy, but they were perfectly clear. Michael stayed quiet for a few seconds, then gave a slight nod. "I will tell you everything, but give me a little more time." "How much is your time?" I asked. He could not answer, and that silence once again spoke volumes. Michael left. The door closed, but this time I did not watch him go. I turned back inside, opened my phone and looked at the luggage list. The lines of text no longer made me anxious. Instead, they acted like a map laid out before me. I knew exactly what I had to do today. I called Uncle David. "Hello," he answered. "Uncle David, yesterday you said I needed more proof about the money trail and relationships. I want to keep going." He paused for a moment before asking, "Are you mentally prepared?" "I have no other choice, all right. Then follow my lead. First, you need to identify that intermediary company clearly. Who legally represents it, its address, its actual business operations, and find a way to link it to Chloe." "I understand." "One more thing," he said slowly. "You must prepare for the worst-case scenario. If this gets out, it is not just family drama. It will involve federal law and corporate liability." I gripped Clear's throat, the phone tightly. "I know." I hung up, no hesitation. I got dressed, hailed a cab, and returned to Michael's Miami branch office. When I walked in, Jason, the branch manager I had met before, looked at me with a different expression. Not just polite reserve, but a hint of nervousness. Perhaps they had sensed something was happening. "Are you back again, Emma?" "Yeah. I just need to look over some more files." He glanced around, then lowered his voice. "Please come into the back office." We went into a small room in the back. Once the door closed, Jason spoke frankly. "Emma, I know what you are looking into, but this is not simple." "I know," I replied. "That is why I need it cleared up." He hesitated. "There are some documents I really cannot show you." "I do not need you to break any protocols," I said. "I just need you to tell me if that intermediary company has any real operations." Jason looked at me for a moment before letting out a soft breath. "No," one word, but it was enough. No actual projects, no clear staff, just a legal entity set up for transactions. "Who is the person behind it?" I asked. He shook his head. "On paper, it is someone else, but everyone knows the actual operator is Chloe." I nodded. The final piece of the money trail was practically complete. "And Michael?" I asked. Jason stayed quiet, then spoke softly. "Michael is the one who signs off on it." I did not ask anything else. I had everything I needed. Before leaving, Jason said to me, "Emma, I do not know what you are going to do, but Michael is not a bad guy. Sometimes people just take the wrong path." I looked at him and replied softly, "Nobody just naturally takes the wrong path. It is always a choice." Leaving the office, I did not feel lighter. In fact, everything had become so brutally clear that there was no room left for hope. That afternoon, I returned to the hotel and did not leave again. I sat in my room organizing all the photos, notes, information from Uncle David, from the bank, and from the branch office. I put everything in its proper place, exactly the way I was attempting to organize my own marriage. When Michael returned that evening, he walked in to find me sitting at the desk surrounded by papers, my phone, and a notebook. He stopped in his tracks. "What are you doing?" I looked up. "I am gathering everything." "Gathering what?" "Everything related to you, Chloe, and that money." The air in the room seemed to freeze solid. Michael stepped closer, looking at the items on the desk. I did not hide or cover them. "What do you want to do?" he asked, his voice low. "I want to know what kind of person I am living with. Are you blowing this way out of proportion?" I shook my head. "I am looking at it exactly as it is." Michael clenched his fists. "You do not trust me." "I used to. But what did you do with that trust?" "You know the answer." My words silenced him. No arguing, no denying, just a heavy, suffocating silence. "Chloe is not just a secretary," I continued. "She is on the bank accounts. She is on the shell company receiving funds from your corporate account." "How do you explain that?" Michael turned away, his voice quiet. "I told you it was for capital cycling. Then why through her?" He did not answer. "Because you trusted her more than me," I asked. Michael spun back around, a flash of anger in his eyes. "Do not say that. Then you say it." I kept my voice. "Even." "Why?" He opened his mouth but then shut it. I looked at him. It was the first time I clearly saw sheer helplessness in the eyes of the man I once thought had total control over everything. "I cannot talk right now," he said finally. I nodded. "Fine, then I will do the talking." Michael stared at me. "I do not care who you have feelings for. I only care if you still have respect for this marriage. And based on what I see, the answer is no." He closed his eyes for a second, then opened them. "What do you want?" "I want you to stop immediately with everything related to her." Michael remained silent for a long time. I did not press. I just waited. Finally he said, "It is not as simple as you think." I smiled faintly, no sadness left. "Of course, it is not simple because if it were simple, you would not have done it." We did not sleep in the same bed that night. Michael took the sofa. I took the bed. Neither spoke another word, but this time, the silence was not a pause of waiting. It was the marking of a line drawn in the sand. I opened my phone and added to the luggage list. Confirmed the shell company. Chloe runs it. Michael signs off. Michael cannot explain and continues delaying. I stopped, then typed the final line. The marriage has reached the point of choice. I turned off the screen and lay down. On the other side of the room, Mike Bubba was not sleeping either. I clearly heard him toss and turn, then fall still. There are nights when you no longer wish for morning to come, because, when the sun rises, everything must proceed. And I knew that tomorrow, I would no longer just be the one looking for the truth. I would have to be the one deciding how to live with it. I woke up before dawn. The room was so quiet I could distinctly hear Michael breathing on the sofa. He lay with his back to me, a thin blanket pulled over him in an uncomfortable posture. He probably had not slept deeply all night either. I sat up and slipped out of bed as quietly as possible. Not because I was afraid of waking him, but because I did not want to shatter the heavy silence enveloping the room. Some silences, if broken, shatter into things people are not ready to hear. I stepped out onto the balcony. The Miami morning air still carried a slight chill. The ocean breeze brought that familiar salty scent. I stood there for a long time, not thinking of anything specific, just letting everything inside me settle. Last night, I had stated clearly what I wanted. It was not a threat, nor an ultimatum, just a boundary. But I knew that for Michael, stopping was no longer simple. And that very fact forced me to consider my next step. I went back inside, opened my phone. The luggage list was still there, longer than any list I had ever written in my life. I read it once more, then locked the screen. Today, I did not need to add another line. Today, I needed to do something else. Around 7, Michael woke up. He sat up, looked around for a moment, then looked at me. His gaze was no longer evasive like the days before, but it lacked its usual confidence. "You are up early," he said. "Yeah." He fell silent for a bit before asking, "Are you going anywhere today?" "I have things to do." The way I said it made him pause. A small change in phrasing, but enough for him to understand. Everything was different. What things? He asked. I am going to meet Chloe. The atmosphere in the room instantly plummeted. Michael stared at me, his eyes tense. Why are you meeting her? I need to hear it directly from her. Not necessary, he said quickly. This is between you and me. That is enough. I do not think so, I replied, because the person listed on the accounts in the shell company is her, not you. Michael stood up, stepping closer to me. Emma, you are making a mess out of everything. I am just making it clear. He looked at me for a long time before speaking slowly. I do not want you to meet Chloe, but I will meet her. My voice was not loud, but it was absolute. Michael understood that this time I was not asking for his permission. He turned away, rubbing his forehead, then said, She will not tell you anything. I do not need her to tell me everything. I just need to see how she says it. Michael said, No more. Perhaps he knew he could not stop me with words. I got dressed and prepared to head out. Before leaving, I said, If you truly want to stop, today is your last chance to tell the truth. Michael did not look at me. He stood by the window, his back turned, giving no reply. I left the room. I did not call Chloe. I went straight to the branch office where I knew she would be. When I walked in, the receptionist looked at me with a familiar gaze, but this time with a hint of confusion. Perhaps they felt the shift in the wind. Is Chloe here? I asked. Yes, she is in her office. I went up to see her. Nobody stopped me. I walked down the hall to Chloe's office. The door was slightly ajar. I knocked lightly, then opened it. Chloe was sitting at her desk, holding a stack of files. When she saw me, she shot up from her chair, her expression changing drastically. Emma. I closed the door, walked in, and sat down in the chair opposite her. Sit down. Chloe did not sit immediately. She stood there for a few seconds before slowly taking her seat. She clasped her hands together, unable to hide her anxiety. I did not beat around the bush. I said, You know why I am here? Chloe looked down, giving no answer. The account under your name, the shell company tied to you. Funds from my husband's company moved over there. Explain it to me. Chloe took a deep breath, speaking softly. You are misunderstanding this. I stared right at her. You think I came all the way here for a misunderstanding. Chloe stayed silent. I did not push. I just watched her. After a moment, she spoke, her voice trembling slightly. I was just following Michael's orders. Orders for what? I asked. He told me to put my name on them to facilitate some transactions. Facilitate for who? I pressed. Chloe could not answer right away. For the company or for the two of you? I asked slowly. That question made her look up, panic flashing in her eyes. It is not what you think. I never said what I thought. I cut her off. I am asking you. Chloe bit her lip and said, I do not have any relationship with Michael outside of work. I looked at her with zero expression. I had anticipated that sentence, and I also knew it was not enough. Then why did he trust you enough to let you hold everything in your name? I asked. Chloe remained silent. The silence stretched longer this time. Do you realize how this will affect you if it is exposed? I continued. I know, she replied softly. Then why did you still do it? Chloe looked up, meeting my eyes for the first time. Because I had made me pause. No choice? I repeated. You are just an employee, Michael asked. And you could not refuse. Or did you not want to refuse? Chloe froze. Her eyes wavered before looking down again. Think whatever you want, she said quietly. But I am not the one calling the shots. I looked at her for a long time. In those eyes, there was not just fear, but something else I did not want to name. I do not care if you call the shots or not, I said. I only care where you stand in this story. Chloe did not reply. I stood up. I will not have this conversation a second time with you or with Michael. Chloe stood up as well, her voice urgent. Emma. I stopped, turning back to look at her. You should prepare for what is coming. After saying that, I opened the door and walked out. The hallway looked exactly the same, but I knew that behind that door, nothing would ever be the same again. I left the building, stepping out onto the street. The sun was high, the light glaring and sharp. I stood for a moment, taking a deep breath. The meeting did not bring much new information, but it gave me something far more important. The way Chloe dodged, the way she spoke, and the way she could not look me in the eye when answering certain questions. I returned to the hotel. Michael was in the room. He stood up when he saw me. You went to see her? Yes. And what did she say? Not much. Michael looked at me waiting. I think you know exactly what she would say, I stated. He stayed silent. I walked over to the desk, picked up my phone, opened the luggage list, and said, I have everything I need. Michael looked at me, his eyes shifting. What are you going to do? I looked right back at him. I am not going to ask anymore. He frowned. What do you mean? I am going to decide. The air in the room froze. Michael said nothing more. Perhaps he understood that everything had crossed the point of no return. That night, I did not open my phone immediately. I sat alone by the window for a long time. The city below was still lit up, cars still driving, people still laughing. Life outside does not stop for the tragedy of one family. And perhaps that was the universe's way of reminding me that whatever I chose, life would go on. Michael was not asleep. I knew that even though he did not speak, he lay on the sofa, his back to me, occasionally tossing. The distance between us had stretched from one bed to an entire room. The next morning, I woke up very early, not out of insomnia, but because I knew exactly what I was going to do. I packed my belongings. Not much, just my personal items. With every item I placed into the suitcase, I looked at it one last time, not out of regret, but to ensure I was leaving nothing vital behind. As I zipped my suitcase shut, Michael walked out of the bathroom. He stopped when he saw me. What are you doing? He asked, his voice. I am packing. Where are you going? I am heading back first. Michael stepped closer, his eyes tense. What do you mean heading back first? I do not need to stay here anymore. He stayed quiet for a few seconds before saying, This is not resolved yet. I have resolved my part, I replied. Are you just going to walk away like this? His voice rose. I looked straight at him. I am not walking away. I am just leaving a place where I no longer want to be. Michael clenched his fists. Emma, do not make this more stressful than it is. I am not making it stressful. It has been stressful for a long time. He exhaled sharply and said, I asked for time. I gave you enough time, I said slowly, but you did not use it to tell the truth. My words silenced him. This time there was no reaction, no irritation, just a very distinct stillness. I am going to Boston, I continued. You finish your work here, and when you are done we will talk. Go to Boston? What for? He asked, dropping the act. He looked at me, his eyes tired. Do you want a divorce? The question was finally out there. No beating around the bush, no avoiding it. I did not answer immediately. I looked at him for a moment and said, I want a clear answer from you. Not today, but no more buying time either. Michael looked down, planting both hands on the table. I do not want to lose you. And what have you done to keep me? I asked. He could not answer. I rolled my suitcase toward the door. Before leaving, I stopped and added one last thing. I never needed you to be perfect, but I needed you to be honest. After saying that, I opened the door and walked out. The hallway was the same as every day, but with every step, I felt different. Not heavy, not light, just a decisiveness that took me days to earn. I went down to the lobby and checked out early. The receptionist looked slightly surprised, but asked no questions. Stepping out of the hotel, I paused. The ocean breeze was still blowing. The sun was high. I took a deep breath and got into a cab. On the way to the airport, I did not look at my phone. I just stared out the window. The streets, the trees, the storefronts passing by looked like a movie I had already seen and had no desire to rewatch. I did not cry, perhaps because tears were no longer necessary. When I arrived in Boston, I went straight to my parents' house. My mother opened the door, surprised to see me. You are back early. Is the trip over? Yes, it is over, Mom. She looked at the suitcase in my hand, then looked at me more closely. Is something wrong, sweetie? I set the suitcase down and walked inside. Nothing major. I just wanted to be home for a bit. She did not pry further. She just pulled me inside. Go wash your face. I have dinner ready. Sometimes parents do not need to ask too many questions. Just a hot meal and a familiar space are enough to keep you from drifting away. My dad was sitting in the living room. Seeing me, he nodded. You are back. Yeah. He did not ask anything, but I knew he saw something was off. Dinner that day was slower than usual. My mom put food on my plate, asking about random things. I answered normally. Nobody mentioned Michael. After dinner, I sat with my dad for a while. He poured some tea and handed me a cup. If there is something on your mind, say it, he said. His voice was deep. I held the teacup, watching the thin steam rise. I am thinking about my marriage. My dad was not surprised. He just nodded. Have you thought enough? Almost. What are you missing? Making the decision myself. He looked at me, his eyes firm, but not harsh. Then do not let anyone else make it for you. I nodded. That night, I went back to our empty house in Chicago. The house looked exactly the same, but opening the door, I felt an undeniable emptiness. Not because of the lack of people, but the lack of safety I once thought existed. I put my suitcase down, sat on the couch, and my phone vibrated. I stared at the screen for a moment before picking up. You are back? He asked. Yes. Where are you? Home. He fell silent for a moment before saying, I am coming home early. Do what you want, Emma. If you have something to say, say it. He exhaled softly. I need to talk to you. When you get home, we will talk. I hung up, not angry, not sad, just utterly unwilling to drag out any dialogue. When things were still unclear, I opened my phone. For the first time in days, I did not open the luggage list. Instead, I opened a new note and wrote a single line. What I need now is not the truth anymore, but a choice. I stared at that sentence for a long time before locking the screen. I slept alone that night. No sound of Michael tossing, no presence of the person I once thought I could not live without. Perhaps this was the first time I truly faced my marriage. Not through memories, not through habits, but through my own active choice. The next evening, I did not turn on the living room lights, leaving only a small table lamp glowing in the corner, just enough to see. The house was not completely dark, but it was not bright enough to feel comfortable. Perhaps I deliberately kept it in that limbo, mirroring my own emotional state. Around 10 late, I heard the key turn in the lock. Michael was home. He walked in, pausing for a few seconds when he saw me sitting on the sofa. The yellow light cast across his face made every line look more exhausted than usual. You are still awake? He asked. I was waiting for you. He dropped his bag, took off his coat, and sat on the chair opposite me. There was no physical distance like the days in the hotel, but the invisible void between us remained untouched. I thought a lot on the flight back, Michael said slowly. I think we need to clear everything up. I nodded. Go ahead. He looked down at the table, clasping his hands. The idea with that bag was not mine. I did not interrupt. It was the company, he continued, specifically the finance department. They were under an internal audit. Some funds were completely off the books, directly tied to Linda. That was the first time he said her name. Linda was the finance director. Linda is the one in charge of that department, Michael said. But if it gets exposed, it is not just her. I go down with her. Why would you go down? I asked. Because I am the final sign-off. The answer was brief but enough for me to understand the scope. Did that bag contain documents? I asked. Not just documents, he said. There was also cash. I fell silent. The original plan was to smuggle that bag out via a carry-on, bypassing internal checks, he said. Then someone would retrieve it on the other side. Was the recipient Linda? I asked. Michael nodded. Why my suitcase? I asked bluntly. He stayed quiet for a moment before answering. Because you are the only one nobody would suspect. That answer made me let out a soft laugh, not because it was funny, but because it was glaringly obvious. So you chose me, I said, because I was safe. Michael looked up. I never thought it would go this far. You never thought or you chose not to think? I asked. He did not reply immediately. A moment later, he said, I was forced. Forced by who? The board. Did someone put a knife to your throat? I asked. My voice still perfectly calm. Michael frowned. Emma, do not say that. I am just trying to gauge exactly how forced you were, I replied. He sighed. I could not say no. If I refused, they would pin all the liability on me. I would lose everything, and you thought shifting it onto me would save you, I asked. Michael stayed silent. That question needed no answer anymore. I understand, I said slowly. You picked the path with the least risk to yourself. That is not it, he said quickly. I calculated it so nobody would find out. But you did not calculate the possibility that I would find out, I replied. He looked at me, his eyes wavering. I am sorry. That apology came far too late and meant absolutely nothing now. And what about you and Linda? I asked. Michael froze. Just say it all. I cut in. I am done hearing things in pieces. He was quiet for a long time. The space between us grew heavier by the second. Linda and I were seeing each other, he said softly. Even though I had prepared myself, that sentence still made my heart drop a beat. For how long? I asked. About half a year. Did it start before or after the financial issue? I pressed, after. So it was both business and pleasure. I said it was not love. He reacted quickly. It was just what? I asked. He could not finish the sentence. I looked at him for a moment and said, "You do not need to explain it like that. It does not make it any better." Michael hung his head. "I was wrong. I know," he said. A suffocating silence took over the living room. No arguments, no interrogations, just the raw, freezing truth lying right there on the table. "I have one last question," I said. Michael looked up. "If I had not found out, what would you have done?" He did not answer immediately, but this time I waited. "I would have kept going," he said a few seconds later. That answer was more definitive than any excuse he had offered before. I nodded. "That is enough." Michael looked at me, his voice dropping. "Emma, I know I have no right to defend myself anymore, but I still want to ask. What are you going to do?" I leaned back against the sofa, looking straight at him. "I am not going to stay in a marriage where I am used as a tool." He closed his eyes for a second. "I understand," he said. "But I also do not want to do things purely out of emotion," I continued. "This is not just between you and me anymore. It involves federal law, your career, and our families." "You want me to," he trailed off. "I want you to handle your end of this first," I said. "With the company, with Linda, and with the crimes you committed." Michael nodded slowly. "I will. After that," I continued, "we will resolve our part." "A divorce?" he asked. I looked at him, not answering right away. "I did not say divorce," I said. "But I also see zero reason to continue. That was not a threat. It was a fact." Michael stayed silent. I said, "But this time it is not for you to think. It is for you to act." He nodded. "I understand." I stood up. "Tonight, you sleep out here." He did not object. He probably knew he had forfeited that right anyway. I walked into the bedroom and closed the door, not slamming it, but decisively. In that familiar room, everything was the same. But I knew that starting tonight, everything was irreversibly different. I lay down on the bed, staring at the ceiling. I did not feel the suffocating pain from days prior, nor did I feel completely relieved. Just a stark clarity. At least I had the answers. At least I was no longer anchored by the unknown. Outside the room, I heard Michael move around, and then total silence returned. I did not fall asleep right away, but I did not overthink either. Some things, once clear, require no further thought. When I opened the bedroom door the next morning, Michael was already up. He was standing on the balcony smoking. I stepped out. He turned to look at me, saying nothing. In that moment, I realized that we were no longer a married couple in any real sense. Just two people standing before a massive decision, and this time, nobody could run away. I did not ask Michael a single question that morning. I brewed coffee, placing 2 mugs on the table out of old habit, but I did not call him over. He walked in himself and sat across from me. We both knew that from this moment on, every word spoken carried heavy weight. There was no room left for vagueness. Michael took a sip of coffee and spoke first. "I contacted the company. I did not look at him, and they want me in for a direct meeting this afternoon," he said. I nodded. "You should go. I am going to confess to everything," Michael added, his voice heavy. "No more hiding." I paused for a few seconds before asking, "Confess everything to protect who?" Michael looked up at me. "It was not an easy question. I am confessing to take responsibility," he replied. "Good," I said. "At least this time you chose the right path." Michael looked down, saying nothing more. I knew this was not simple for him, but some mistakes, if you do not step up to carry them yourself, no one else will carry them for you. The morning passed slowly. I did not go to work. I called in and took a personal day. My manager asked if everything was all right. I just told her I needed time to handle a family matter. She did not pry, just told me to let her know if I needed any support. I thanked her and hung up. At home, I organized my closet, not because it was messy, but because I needed to do something to keep my mind from spiraling into negative thoughts. I folded every shirt, reorganized every drawer. There were items I had bought for Michael that still looked brand new. There were the suits he wore to work. I used to think he was grinding for our family. Looking back now, nothing was as simple as I had believed. By noon, Michael was getting ready to leave. He put on a crisp white dress shirt just like he did for any major meeting in the past. "I am heading out," he said. I nodded. "Yeah." He stood there for a few seconds as if wanting to say something else, but he stopped, opened the door, and walked out. The door shut, and the house fell completely silent. I sat down on the chair, staring into the empty space in front of me. For the first time in days, I felt untethered from my emotions. No blinding rage, no intense panic, just a cold sobriety, sharp enough to see everything clearly. Around 3 in the afternoon, my phone buzzed. It was Michael. I stared at the screen for a few seconds before picking up. "I am listening." His voice on the other end was raspy. "I am at the corporate office. I finished the meeting and things are much worse than I thought." I stayed quiet, waiting for him to continue. "They already knew," Michael said. "It was not just an audit suspicion. They had hard proof." "What kind of proof?" I asked. "Transaction logs, emails, and even camera footage." I frowned. "Cameras in your office?" "Not public cameras, internal security feeds." "I see." So, the company had been monitoring them for a while. "Then why did they call you in?" I asked. "For a formal statement," he said, "and to see if I would cooperate." "What did you say?" "I admitted my part of it," Michael replied. "As for Linda, they already had enough to bury her." I exhaled softly. "And you?" "I am suspended indefinitely," he said, pending the final corporate and legal review. "Are federal charges involved?" I asked directly. Michael stayed silent for a moment before answering. "Probably." That answer did not shock me. I had considered this possibility since last night. "Do you have a lawyer?" I asked. "No," he replied. "I am looking for one now." "Find one immediately," I said. "Do not let things spiral out of control before you start defending yourself." "I know," he said. "I will do it right now." A brief silence hung between us. "Emma," he called out, "I am here." "I do not want you dragged into this," he said. "I am already dragged into this," I replied. "The second you put that bag into my suitcase." Michael said nothing. "But the rest is your responsibility," I continued. "Go handle it." "I will," he said quietly. The call ended. I put my phone down, feeling a weight in my chest but no chaos. At least things were moving in the right direction. The truth was out and accountability was taking shape. Late that afternoon, I got another call. It was Michael's mother, Martha. I stared at the screen for a moment before picking up. "Hello, Martha." Her voice sounded incredibly tense. "Emma, what is going on with Michael?" "I heard there is a major issue at his company." I knew this would reach the family sooner or later. "Yes. Michael is cooperating with a corporate investigation right now." I kept my voice steady. "Did he do something illegal?" she pressed. I paused for a second before answering. "It involves corporate finances." On the other end, she sighed heavily. "Oh my God, why was he so stupid?" I said nothing. "And you?" she asked. "Are you implicated?" "No," I replied. "I was not involved in any of it." She was quiet for a moment before saying, "That is good. Keep your hands clean. Do not let him drag you down." I quietly replied, "I know." "And what about the two of you?" she asked, her voice slowing down. I knew she was probing. "We are still talking things through," I said. "If anything happens, talk to me." She said, "After all, you are my daughter-in-law." That sentence, had it been said in the past, might have warmed my heart. Now, I only felt the vast distance between us. "Yes, I know," I replied. The call ended. I sat completely still for a moment before walking out to the balcony. It was getting dark. Down below, cars were driving by like any other day. Other people's lives do not stop just because yours falls apart. I asked myself where I would end up after all this. Not an immediate decision, but a clear path forward. That night, Michael came home late. He walked into the house, his face more exhausted than it had been in the morning. "I cooked dinner," I said. "You should eat." He looked at me, mildly surprised. "Thank you, Emma." We sat at the same table but barely spoke. The atmosphere was not as tense as before, but nowhere near intimate. After dinner, Michael said, "I contacted a defense attorney." "Good," I replied. "I might have to go to federal court," he added. I nodded. "Prepare yourself for that." He looked at me. "And you? Have you thought about it?" I set my fork down and looked at him. I am thinking about us, he clarified. I know, I replied. A long silence followed. I am not rushing you, he said, but I am not going to drag this out pointlessly either, I stated. Michael nodded. I understand, he said. We slept in separate rooms again that night. Nothing more was said. But I knew everything was steadily approaching a conclusion, not with a massive explosion, but with slow, deliberate, irreversible steps. In the days that followed, the house maintained its old routine. But the atmosphere had entirely shifted. No morning greetings, no small talk over dinner. Everything was perfectly functional and minimal, like two strangers sharing a roof, because neither had managed to move out yet. Michael started leaving the house more frequently, not for work, but to meet his lawyer, the corporate investigators, and authorities. Sometimes he came home extremely late, sometimes he sat in the living room until dawn. I did not ask, nor did I interfere. His burden was his to carry alone. As for me, I went back to work. On my first day back, I wore a simple outfit and minimal makeup. Looking in the mirror, I saw that I was still myself, but my eyes were different. At the office, people worked normally, but I knew some had heard about Michael's situation. Fleeting glances, half-finished sentences. It was all enough for me to understand. My manager pulled me aside. Emma, I will not ask for details, but if you need more time off, just tell me. I shook my head. No, I am fine. I want to work. She looked at me for a moment, then nodded. Working is a good way to keep yourself grounded. I smiled faintly. She probably understood more than I thought. Over the next few weeks, I maintained a strict schedule. Work in the morning, home in the evening, read a book or clean. I did not actively avoid Michael, but I did not initiate conversation either. Between us, interaction was kept to the bare minimum. One evening, while I was folding laundry in my room, Michael knocked on the door. Emma, do you have a minute? I looked up. What is it? I want to talk. I placed the shirt down and sat up straight. Come in. Michael walked in and sat on the chair opposite me. He looked much thinner than a few days ago, his face hollow. I just got back from the lawyer's office, he said. I assumed, I replied. The case is going to be prosecuted, he said slowly. The severity depends on my cooperation. I nodded. Are you mentally prepared for that? I am getting there, he said, but I wanted to talk to you about something else. I looked at him. Go ahead. He paused as if organizing his thoughts. I completely cut ties with Linda, he said. I did not react immediately. When? I asked. The day after the airport, he answered. I gave a slight nod. That is what you should have done. I know that does not change anything for you, Michael said, but I wanted to be clear. I understand, I replied, but exactly as you said, it does not change the core issue. Michael looked down. I know. The room fell silent, but this time it was not a heavy silence. It felt more like a necessary pause. Emma, Michael cleared his throat. Yeah, I have thought a lot, he said, not just about the company, but about us. I watched him, waiting for him to continue. I realized a long time ago that I stopped putting you in the place you deserve to be. He said, I treated you like a certainty, so I stopped trying to keep you. I said nothing. I had felt that for a long time, but hearing him admit it still touched a nerve. I am not asking for your forgiveness, he continued. I do not think I have the right to ask for that anyway, but I wanted to say I finally understand. I exhaled softly. Understanding is one thing, fixing it is another, Michael nodded. I know, so, do not just say things to make yourself feel better. Do what needs to be done. I will, he answered. I looked at him for a moment and asked, what are your plans if you have to face federal prison time? He stayed quiet for a moment before saying, I will take responsibility. And your family? I asked. I have not told my parents everything yet, he said. I just told them there was a work issue. I think you need to tell them the truth, I said. They will find out sooner or later. Michael nodded. I am figuring out how. I stood up, walking over to the window to look down at the street. The yellow streetlights stretched out. Cars passing by just like any other day. Michael, I called out. Yeah, if one day you lose everything you had, do you know how you are going to survive? He thought for a while. I never thought about it before. But now I think I just have to start over. Starting over is not easy, I said. I know, he replied, but maybe that is the price I have to pay. I turned back to look at him. Yes, every choice has a price. Michael stood up. And you? Have you made a decision? The question was finally asked. I looked at him, not avoiding his gaze. I have thought about it a lot. He waited. We cannot go back to the way we were, I said slowly. No matter how much you change, what happened is still there. Michael nodded, as if he had already prepared for this answer. But I also do not want to make a definitive legal decision while everything is still a mess, I continued. I want to wait. Wait for what? He asked. Wait until your situation is completely resolved, I replied. Wait until I am absolutely certain I am not acting on temporary emotions. Michael stayed silent for a moment before saying, I respect your decision. I nodded. During this time, I said, we keep things exactly as they are. We do not interfere in each other's lives, but we do not do anything to make the situation worse either. I understand, Michael replied. He walked out of the room, closing the door gently behind him. I sat on the edge of the bed, looking around the familiar room. Everything was in its place, but the feeling was gone. It was no longer the sanctuary of a complete marriage, but the waiting room of a chapter about to end. I slept much better that night, not because everything was okay, but because I knew I was on the right path. The next morning, I woke up earlier than usual. I brewed coffee, opened the balcony door, and took a deep breath. The morning air was crisp and light. Michael woke up too, but said nothing. We just gave each other a brief nod, like two acquaintances passing by. In that moment, I understood that for some relationships, when they reach this point, words are no longer needed. Everyone just needs to walk their own path. The following days passed steadily, neither fast nor suffocatingly heavy. Everything fell into a clear order, as if both of us had accepted our roles in the final act of this story. Michael continued commuting between the company, his defense attorneys, and grueling depositions. I never asked for details, but from the way he came home, from his eyes and his posture, I knew it was not going well. There were days he sat on the balcony for hours, not smoking, just staring down at the street as if trying to process everything that had happened. One afternoon, right after I got home from work, Michael called out to me, Emma, I need to tell you something. I put my bag down and sat across from him. Go ahead. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. The company made its official decision. I looked at him without speaking. I am officially terminated, he said, and they handed the files over to federal investigators. Despite having prepared for it, that sentence still made the air in the room drop. And Linda? I asked. Same, he replied. But her charges are significantly heavier. I gave a slight nod, not out of concern for Linda, but because I knew this was the ultimate point of no return. What does your lawyer say? I asked. I am going to be indicted, Michael said, but if I cooperate fully, I might get a reduced sentence. I stayed quiet for a few seconds before saying, then do whatever you need to do. Michael looked at me, his voice dropping. I confessed to everything. I hid nothing. Good, I replied. A silence fell, but this time it was not a silence of avoidance. It was the silence of acceptance. Emma, Michael called out. Yeah, I am sorry, he said. I looked at him. This time I did not react the way I used to. I did not brush it off, nor did I accept it. I have heard you say that many times, I said, but maybe this is the first time you actually understand what it means. Michael nodded, not arguing. I do not expect you to forgive me, he said. I just want you to know I realize I was wrong and I am paying the price. I exhaled softly. I know. That night, we ate dinner together, not out of habit, but because both of us understood there would not be many dinners like this left. After the meal, I spoke to him. Michael, I think it is time we finalize our own situation. He put his fork down and looked at me. Yeah. I sat up straight, my voice calm. I have thought about it long enough, and I have made my decision. Michael did not interrupt. We need to end this, I said. When those words left my mouth, they were not as heavy as I once feared. They were clear, absolute, and devoid of hesitation. Michael remained silent. He did not look surprised, nor did he object. He just gave a slight nod. I understand, he said. I am not doing this out of anger, I continued. I am doing it because I know if we keep going, neither of us will ever be able to live a normal life. Michael looked down at the table. I know I have no right to ask you to stay. I do not need you to ask me to stay, I said. I just need a conclusion. Right, he nodded. We will start the legal paperwork soon, I said. Once your legal situation stabilizes a bit. Okay, Michael replied. A long silence stretched out, but it no longer bothered me. Fight. Fight. A period placed at the end of a finished sentence. Emma, Michael called out. I am listening. Thank you for being direct with me. I looked at him. It was the least I could do for both of us. That night, I packed the rest of my personal belongings. Not because I was leaving that exact second, but because I wanted to be ready. I folded my clothes and placed them into the suitcase. The very suitcase that had led to my discovery was now the object I was using to leave. Life really has a strange way of coming full circle. The next morning, I woke up early. Michael had already left. There was a small note left on the kitchen island, going to the lawyer's office. Stay at the house as long as you need. Call me if you need anything. I stared at the note for a moment, then folded it up. I did not call him. At noon, I drove back to my parents' house in Boston. When I walked in, my mom looked at me for a long time. Is everything all right, honey? She asked. I sat down and spoke slowly. Michael and I are getting a divorce. She stayed quiet for a few seconds before sighing. I kind of guessed. I looked at her. Are you mad at me? She shook her head. No. Marriage is a lifetime commitment. If you cannot hold on to it, let it go. But letting go the right way is what matters. I nodded. Her words were simple, but they reassured me that I was not wrong in choosing this path. Are you okay? She asked. I am okay, I replied. At least I know exactly what I am doing. My mom placed her hand over mine. That is all that matters. I stayed in Boston until the afternoon, then drove back to the house in Chicago, not because I wanted to return, but because I needed to finalize what was left undone. That evening, Michael came home. He saw my packed suitcase sitting in the corner of the living room, but asked no questions. Did you tell your mother? He asked. I did, I replied. What did she say? She respects my decision. Michael nodded. I told my parents too. How did they react? I asked. My mom is devastated, he said. But she does not blame you. I was not surprised. Martha, despite everything, was a reasonable woman. We sat down, speaking very little. There was nothing left to debate, nothing left to salvage. Emma, Michael said. Yeah, take good care of yourself. I looked at him and smiled faintly. You two, no grand promises, no if there is a next life. Just two people who used to be husband and wife, wishing each other the simplest things. I did not sleep in the bedroom that night. I lay on the sofa, staring up at the ceiling. The space was familiar, but my heart was different. I was no longer the passive woman waiting in the dark. I was the woman who chose to walk away the moment she realized she was no longer respected. The next morning, I rolled my suitcase to the front door. Michael stood there making no move to stop me. I am leaving, I said, clear's throat. Yeah, he replied. I opened the door and stepped outside. The morning sun hit my eyes, slightly blinding but incredibly clear. I did not look back. Not because I was cold-hearted, but because I knew that once you walked through certain doors, there is no need to look behind you anymore. My marriage ended not with a massive screaming match, but with a silence long enough for both of us to understand that there was nothing left to hold on to. And sometimes, that is the truest kind of ending. The story ends here, but what lingers is not found in the mistakes or the heartbreak, but in how each person chose to face it. Marriages do not break because of a lack of love at the beginning, but because, along the way, people forget how to protect what they once cherished. In life, no one can completely avoid losing their way. But taking a wrong turn once is not as terrifying as knowing you are on the wrong path and still choosing to walk it. The true value of a person is not that they never stumble, but whether they have the clarity to stop, reflect, and correct their course. Emma chose to leave not because she ran out of love, but because she understood that holding on to a relationship where trust had shattered would only exhaust them both. As for Michael, what he lost was not just his career or his marriage, but a profound lesson in responsibility and choices. What happened was no accident. It was the culmination of small, calculated decisions over time. There is an old saying in life: true superiority does not lie in who is more successful, but in who maintains their integrity the longest. Money can be remade, reputations can be rebuilt. But once you lose your basic decency, winning back someone's trust is nearly impossible. In a family, the most precious thing is not how big the house is or how much wealth is accumulated, but the genuine sincerity you give each other. It is about choosing to hold each other's hands through the storm rather than turning your back. But if one side has already let go, the other must be strong enough to walk away without bitterness, without clinging to something that no longer belongs to them. And above all, no matter where we go or what we do, we should always remember our roots. Remember the parents who spent their lives teaching us how to be decent human beings, living in a way that allows you to return home without shame. That is the most valuable thing to protect. Life is not perfectly fair, but cause and effect are always remarkably clear. You reap exactly what you sow. It is only a matter of time. So instead of chasing short-term gains, choose to live with honor and kindness. You might walk a bit slower than the rest, but your heart will be light and your steps will be firm. This story closes on an imperfect ending, but it opens a much clearer path for both individuals. There is loss, there is regret, but there is also growth. And sometimes that is the most important thing of all. May everyone who hears this story learn to appreciate what they have. Slow down a little, think a little deeper, and choose kindness a little more often. Because ultimately what remains the longest in a person's life is not their successes or their failures, but the way they chose to.
At my mother's 75th birthday, she looked at me and asked, "Who are you?" My sister laughed, whispering that I was nobody important. In that moment, I realized my entire life had been stolen by a calculated lie. I walked out, fought back, and changed everything. Here is my story. Before I go on, please take a moment to like and subscribe. But only if you genuinely connect with this story. Drop a comment and let me know where you are watching from and what time it is there. I always love knowing who's listening. My name is Amanda Verhoff, 38 years old, and my world shattered into 1,000 jagged pieces over a single plate of untouched salmon during my mother's 75th birthday celebration. The restaurant was filled with the soft clinking of silver and the warm, golden glow of candlelight, a setting meant for joy but dripping with an underlying venom. My mother sat at the head of the long mahogany table, her eyes clouded with the cruel mists of dementia, staring directly through my soul as if I were a ghost made of thin air. When I reached out to touch her fragile, trembling hand, she pulled away sharply, her voice a chilling whisper that pierced the ambient room noise. "Who are you?" Before I could even swallow the lump of sudden grief rising in my throat, a sharp, mocking sound erupted from across the table where my older sister, Beatrice, sat smiling. Beatrice adjusted her expensive diamond bracelet, leaned toward the private nurse we hired, and let out a soft, cruel laugh that made my blood instantly turn to ice. "Don't worry about her, Mom," Beatrice said, her voice dripping with fake sweetness that masked a lifetime of deep jealousy. "She is nobody important, just a visitor who dropped by." The entire room seemed to lose its air as those terrible words hung in the space between us, cementing a betrayal that had been brewing in the dark for years. In absolute shock, my chair scraped loudly against the hardwood floor as I stood up, unable to breathe, realizing that my own flesh and blood had just erased my entire existence. I walked out of that suffocating restaurant, the cool night air biting at my skin like a physical rejection of the warmth I had desperately sought to feel moments ago. My high heels clicked against the pavement, a rhythmic, frantic heartbeat of my own anger, as I reached my car and sat in the silence of the driver's seat. Beatrice had been systematically poisoning the well for months, whispering subtle lies in my mother's ear, slowly turning the woman who gave me life into a stranger who no longer knew my name. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned a ghostly white, my mind racing through every stolen heirloom, every missed birthday, and every cold shoulder she had thrown my way, while pretending to be the saint of the family. The betrayal was not sudden. It was a slow, calculated erosion of my place in our legacy, all performed under the guise of caregiving. I saw my reflection in the rearview mirror, a woman who had spent years being the quiet, reliable daughter while Beatrice played the role of the golden child, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. My heart, which had been broken by my mother's vacant stare, hardened into a diamond-sharp resolve that replaced the tears with a dangerous clarity. I would no longer be the victim of her manipulative stagecraft. I would be the director of my own retribution. I started the engine's roar echoing my inner storm, and steered away from the guilt that had kept me paralyzed for far too long. My destination was clear. I was going to change the power balance before the sun rose, ensuring that Beatrice would finally understand the weight of the shadow she had tried to erase. The drive to my attorney's office felt like a journey into a different life, one where I was no longer the invisible sister, but the woman who held the keys to our family's entire future. The streets were deserted at this late hour, illuminated only by flickering yellow lamps that cast long, distorted shadows on the asphalt, mimicking the blurred lines of my own family history. I pulled into the empty parking lot, my pulse drumming a steady rhythm of anticipation against my ribs, knowing that by the time Monday morning arrived, the architecture of our control would be completely demolished. For years, I had watched Beatrice weave a web of deceit, claiming that I was too busy or too indifferent to care for our aging mother, while she simultaneously padded her own bank accounts with our inheritance. She thought I was too passive to notice the shifting titles and the strange, quiet modifications to our mother's legal documents that appeared periodically in the mail. But as a woman who had spent years observing human nature, I had kept my own secret records, a collection of dates, signed papers, and conversations that would now serve as my primary weapons in this war. I unlocked the heavy glass doors of the office building, the cool air inside smelling of old paper and dust, a scent that felt like the neutral ground, where battles for truth were fought and won. I was not looking for a fight. I was looking for a complete restoration of justice, a way to pull the rug out from under the person who had spent her entire existence trying to trip me up. My resolve was absolute, anchored in the reality of the pain I felt, and nothing was going to stop me from ensuring that the truth finally took its rightful place in our narrative. By Monday morning, the legal landscape had shifted, and I held the primary power of attorney over my mother's estate, a move that left me feeling both victorious and profoundly hollow. My attorney, a man of few words and sharp intellect named Mr. Henderson, had worked through the entire weekend to finalize the paperwork that Beatrice had foolishly assumed was exclusively hers to control. I sat in his office, watching the city wake up through the glass panes, listening to the hum of the morning traffic, while my mind processed the enormity of what I had initiated. The look on Beatrice's face when she would realize her access had been revoked was a mental image I played repeatedly, a dark fuel for the fire of my newfound autonomy. It was not about greed. It was about stopping the slow, deliberate theft of my mother's remaining years and the systematic erasure of my own identity. I felt the weight of my mother's future resting squarely on my shoulders, a responsibility that Beatrice had treated like a game of chess, maneuvering pieces only to advance her own status. I had spent so much time being the sister who stayed in the background, the one who accepted the scraps of affection left over from my sister's demands. But that era had died at the lunch table. I signed the last document, my signature firm and unyielding, marking the transition from a passive daughter to a vigilant protector. The world outside remained unaware of the quiet revolution occurring in this room. But I could feel the atmosphere shifting, a subtle pressure drop before a massive storm. I was ready to face the fallout, ready to see how the house of cards Beatrice had built would crumble when the wind of truth finally blew it over for good. The confrontation happened on Tuesday, A day of suffocating tension that began with a furious phone call from Beatrice that I let go straight to my voicemail. My phone buzzed incessantly on the kitchen counter, a digital manifestation of her panic. But I stayed busy pouring coffee and watching the morning light dance across the garden. I knew she would eventually show up at our mother's house, expecting to find the same submissive sister she had spent decades bullying into silence. When her silver sedan screeched into the driveway, I was already standing by the front door, my posture relaxed, but my eyes burning with a cold, unwavering intensity. She stormed inside without knocking, her face flushed with a mixture of disbelief and absolute rage, her eyes searching the living room for someone to blame for her sudden loss of access. "What is this, Amanda?" she shrieked, waving her smartphone in the air like a weapon, her voice losing that polished, sweet veneer she usually wore for others. I simply pointed to the legal documents resting on the coffee table, a stack of papers that held the power to dictate her future movements regarding our mother's care. She stared at the pages, her mouth opening and closing as she struggled to comprehend that I had successfully navigated the legal maze she thought was her exclusive territory. The silence that followed was heavy, thick with the weight of years of unspoken resentment finally bubbling to the surface. And for the first time, she looked small. She was no longer the queen of our family. She was just a person who had lost her leverage, and the realization hit her harder than any shout or physical shove ever could have. She tried to reclaim her ground by resorting to the same old manipulative tactics, her voice shifting from a sharp scream to a pathetic, weeping tone meant to trigger my guilt. "How could you do this, Amanda? After everything I have sacrificed for Mom while you were busy with your own life?" She paced the small living room, her movements agitated and frantic, throwing accusations that felt like daggers wrapped in velvet. She spoke of late-night visits, medical appointments, and the immense stress of managing our mother's deteriorating health, painting herself as a martyr who was being unfairly persecuted by a cold-hearted sister. I watched her performance with a detachment that surprised even me, noticing for the first time how rehearsed her sorrow truly was. I did not raise my voice, nor did I flinch when she stepped into my personal space, trying to intimidate me with her proximity. Instead, I calmly began to list the discrepancies. I had uncovered the missed payments for the specialized nurse, the strange withdrawals from our mother's account, and the way she had actively discouraged our mother from speaking my name. Each fact I presented was like a brick being pulled from a crumbling wall, and with every word, her mask of victimhood slipped further. She realized that I had moved beyond the realm of emotional pleas and into the harsh, unforgiving world of accountability. She tried to interrupt, to spin a new story, but I simply held up a hand, silencing her with a look of absolute finality. The power dynamic had irrevocably shifted, and the woman who once treated me like a ghost was now forced to see me as the person who held her fate in my hands. The air in the house grew thin as the truth settled over us like a shroud, turning the living room into a battlefield, where the only weapons were facts and long-hidden memories. Beatrice slumped into the armchair, her bravado vanishing entirely, replaced by a look of sheer, unadulterated shock that I had possessed the foresight to document her every move. She had spent years assuming my silence was equivalent to ignorance, never suspecting that I was cataloging her betrayals with the precision of a court reporter. I stood over her, not to gloat, but to ensure she understood that the days of her unchallenged reign were over. I showed her the bank statements, the emails sent to care facilities, and the logs of canceled doctor visits that she had conveniently kept from me. Her eyes darted around the room, desperate to find an exit or a way to twist the narrative. But every door was locked by the evidence I held in my hands. The realization hit her that her influence over our mother's life was now effectively severed, and she was left with nothing but the echoes of her own past manipulations. It was not a grand, dramatic scene. There was no shouting, no throwing of objects, just the quiet, devastating sound of a life built on lies, finally starting to collapse under the weight of its own deception. I watched her struggle to reconcile her view of herself as the superior sister with the reality of her newfound powerlessness. It was a mirror reflecting her own inner darkness, and for the first time in our lives, she could not look away from what she had truly become. I felt a strange sense of peace, knowing that the rot in our family foundation had been exposed and could finally be cleaned out, no matter how much it hurt to do so. The days that followed were a surreal blur of legal meetings, medical assessments, and the quiet, deliberate process of undoing the damage Beatrice had caused within our mother's sanctuary. I moved into the house, replacing the cold, clinical distance Beatrice had cultivated with a warm, steady presence that honored our mother's history even if she could not articulate it anymore. Every morning I would sit with her by the window, watching the sun rise, and though she still did not know my name, she no longer recoiled from my touch. There was a gentle, fragile peace in these moments that felt like a quiet victory, a restoration of the bond that existed beneath the layers of confusion and pain. I focused entirely on her comfort, ensuring the nurse was attentive, the bills were paid, and the home was filled with music she once loved instead of the tension Beatrice had brought. My sister tried to contact me, sending angry messages and pleading voicemails, but I kept my world shielded, maintaining the boundaries I had so firmly established. This was not about revenge in the sense of causing her pain, but about reclaiming the dignity of my mother's final years. I saw how the environment changed when the lies were stripped away, how the house began to feel like a home. Again, rather than a stage for a manipulative charade, I found myself growing stronger, my confidence returning in ways I had not realized were possible. As if by protecting my mother, I was also healing the parts of myself that had been damaged by years of being treated like a secondary character in my own family story. The silence in our mother's house became a powerful testament to the change I had orchestrated, a sanctuary where peace finally replaced the constant, grating friction of my sister's ambition. I found an old, worn journal buried in the back of a desk drawer, filled with my mother's shaky handwriting, detailing memories of our childhood that Beatrice had conveniently ignored for years. Reading those pages brought me closer to the woman my mother used to be, a sharp contrast to the confused soul she had become, and it deepened my commitment to protecting her legacy from further interference. I realized that my sister's cruelty was never really about me, but rather a reflection of her own internal void, a desperate need to feel important by diminishing everyone else around her. I chose to stop reacting to her outbursts, choosing instead to focus on the stability of our environment, which felt like the most profound form of justice I could possibly serve. The quiet, consistent work of providing care became my new mission, a way to channel my energy into something constructive rather than letting it be consumed by resentment. Each evening, as the shadows lengthened across the floorboards, I felt a sense of clarity settle over me that was stronger than any anger I had carried before. I was the one who showed up, the one who stayed, and the one who genuinely cared, regardless of whether my mother could acknowledge my presence or not. It was a silent, persistent rebellion against the narrative Beatrice had tried to weave, proving that the person who truly loves is the one who remains, not the one who screams the loudest or claims the most authority. The final act of this quiet war unfolded on a rainy Friday in a sterile courtroom, a setting that felt strangely appropriate for the formal end of our family's long, bitter dispute. I arrived early, my nerves steady as a heartbeat, and waited for the judge to arrive, feeling the weight of the last 16 months pressing down on my shoulders, like a heavy cloak. Beatrice sat across the aisle, her face pale and her eyes devoid of their usual fire. finally realizing that her performance had reached its final curtain call. She had tried to contest my legal standing, bringing in lawyers to paint me as the unstable, vengeful sister. But the evidence I had meticulously collected over the last year proved to be a mountain she could not scale. I watched as she whispered to her counsel, her body language shifting from arrogance to desperation, a transformation that felt both tragic and inevitable. The judge, an elderly woman with eyes that seemed to have seen every variety of human dishonesty, reviewed our files with a patience that made the room feel as though time itself had stopped. I did not look at Beatrice. My focus was entirely on the truth that was finally being laid bare, a story of abandonment and manipulation that would now become a matter of public record. It was a moment of profound vulnerability, sharing the intimate details of my mother's decline and my sister's calculated heartlessness with strangers in robes and uniforms. But as the judge began to read through the documents, the courtroom grew still, the air thick with an unspoken recognition of the cruelty that had been inflicted in the name of filial duty. The judge paused, her gaze lingering on a small, crumpled piece of paper that I had discovered hidden inside my mother's favorite book, a note written in faint, trembling pencil just weeks before the dementia had fully taken hold. The silence in the room was absolute, a heavy vacuum that seemed to draw all the oxygen out of the air as the judge cleared her throat and began to read the 11 words aloud. I know who Amanda is. She's the only one left. The sound of those words, spoken with such clear, undeniable authority, shattered the remaining defenses that my sister had tried to erect. I felt a single tear trace a hot path down my cheek, not from sorrow, but from the immense relief of knowing that my mother had seen me, truly seen me, even when she could no longer find the words to say it out loud. Beatrice looked as though she had been struck, her hands trembling in her lap as the reality of her defeat solidified in the eyes of everyone present. It was not a grand, dramatic reveal with thunder and lightning, but a quiet, searing moment of clarity that stripped away the years of lies and left us standing in the raw, cold light of the truth. The courtroom, once a place of intimidating procedure, felt like a sacred space where the history of our family was finally being rewritten to reflect the reality of our shared trauma. My sister did not look at me, and I did not look at her. We were both frozen in the aftermath of those 11 words, which had effectively dismantled the false kingdom she had spent her entire adult life attempting to build on a foundation of deception. The gavel fell with a finality that signaled the end of my long, exhausting journey through the dark corridors of family betrayal and manipulation. As I walked out of that courthouse, the rain had stopped, and the gray clouds were parting to reveal a sliver of bright, hopeful sky, a perfect metaphor for the clarity I finally possessed. Beatrice was gone, vanished into the city like a ghost, leaving me alone to face a future that I could now define on my own terms without her. Poisonous shadow looming over me. My mother was safe, her dignity restored, and I had reclaimed my own narrative, proving that the quiet observer is often the one who holds the most strength when the world demands it. I realized that justice is not always a loud, fiery explosion. Sometimes it is the soft, persistent light of truth that eventually burns away the deepest lies. My journey from a forgotten daughter to the sole protector of our legacy has been a painful but necessary path toward finding my own voice in a world that tried to silence me. I leave you with this final thought. Do not let anyone tell you who you are, because the only person who can write your story is you, especially when the odds are stacked against you. I have found my resilience, and I have secured the peace that was stolen from me, all by simply refusing to let the darkness win. If you have ever felt erased, ignored, or underestimated by someone you love, know that your time to rise will come if you are brave enough to stand for your own truth. This was my fight, my tragedy, and ultimately, my victory, a testament that even when you are written out, you can write yourself back in with even greater strength and purpose. Thank you for listening to my story and walking this road of justice with me today. If you found power in this journey of survival and want to see more real-life transformations, please do not forget to like and subscribe for more.
Welcome to Revenge with Lyra.
My brother just bought his third beach house. Mom announced at dinner, clinking her glass like she was hosting an award show. Now that's success. Not everyone is born with the same drive. Everyone laughed, except me. I smiled politely, pretending her words didn't burn. That's great, Mom. She leaned forward, eyes sharp behind her pearls. Clara, you never had the status for things like that. You've been this way since childhood, always content with less. The laughter came again, louder this time. Even my father smirked. My brother Ethan looked at me across the table, his designer watch glinting under the chandelier. You should come see the new place sometime, he said smugly. It's right on Seabreeze Avenue. Ocean view, infinity pool. Real luxury, not that downtown apartment you're still renting. My nails dug into my palm under the table. He didn't know. None of them did. My husband squeezed my knee gently, a silent question. Now? I shook my head slightly. Not yet. Mom poured herself more wine, smirking. Well, not everyone can have a beach house. I looked up, meeting her gaze for the first time all evening. My voice came out calm, almost soft. Actually, Mom, some of us already do. The laughter died instantly. Ethan frowned, confused. What are you talking about? I took a slow sip of water and smiled. I'll explain after dessert. The air in the dining room shifted, a sudden, heavy stillness beneath the soft hum of the chandelier. My brother's wife, Vanessa, glanced between us, her fork frozen halfway to her lips. Mom frowned. What do you mean, you already do? I smiled faintly. Exactly what I said. Ethan laughed nervously. You? Own a beach house? Please. You can barely keep up with your downtown rent. That one stung, but I kept my voice steady. That's what you think. Mom rolled her eyes. Clara, don't make a fool of yourself. Your brother worked hard for what he has. I leaned back, letting her words echo. I'd worked too, just differently. When Ethan had gone through his crisis phase 2 years ago, he needed a place to impress investors fast. He'd ask me for help. He didn't know the property on Seabreeze Avenue belonged to a silent owner listed under an LLC, my LLC. Every month, his company wired rent automatically, thinking it was going to a corporate investor. The investor was me. And tonight, surrounded by their smug faces, I realized it was time to let the truth breathe. My husband caught my eye and gave a subtle nod. Permission granted. I placed my napkin on the table. Mom, I said, remember that beach house Ethan's been bragging about? She smiled proudly. Of course. What about it? I tilted my head slightly. I hope he's been treating it well. I'm his landlord. The silence that followed was thick enough to taste. For a second, no one even blinked. Then Mom laughed, sharp, disbelieving. Oh, Clara, stop. You don't have to lie to feel important. Ethan scoffed, his grin returning. Nice joke, sis. You? The owner of Seabreeze Avenue? That property's worth millions. I clasped my hands together calmly. 6.8, to be exact. I bought it 4 years ago, after my firm closed its second investment round. Vanessa's jaw dropped. Wait, your firm? You told us you were working part-time in real estate. I said I was working independently. I corrected, smiling. Big difference. Ethan shook his head, laughing, but the sound was hollow. No way. If you owned that place, I'd know. I slid my phone from my purse, pulled up the LLC documentation, and turned the screen toward him. The color drained from his face as he read the company name, Hallbrook Estates, LLC. The same name he'd seen at the top of every rental invoice for years. He swallowed hard. That's you. I nodded slowly. That's me. You've been renting for me for 30 months. I appreciate how punctual you've been with payments. Dad's wine glass slipped from his hand, shattering against the floor. Mom sat frozen, her face pale. You're saying Your brother has been paying you. Every month, I finished. Like clockwork. My husband reached over, smirking. Guest dinner's on them tonight. Ethan pushed his chair back so hard it screeched against the floor. That's not possible, he muttered. You're lying. You set this up to humiliate me. Humiliate you? I raised an eyebrow.
No, Ethan.
I just stopped hiding what you've been too arrogant to see. Mom finally snapped out of her trance. Clara, why would you do something so deceitful? Renting your property to your own brother without saying a word. Because, I said quietly, if I told you, you never would have taken it. You'd rather choke than admit I was capable of owning something you envy. Vanessa blinked, still pale. You mean all those renovation requests, new deck furniture, repainting, pool maintenance? Were approved by me, I said softly. And yes, every thank you email Ethan sent went directly to my inbox. My father cleared his throat, trying to reclaim authority. Well, that's still improper. Families should be honest about business. I met his eyes, my voice turning sharp. Like you were honest when you used my college savings to bail Ethan out of debt? That shut him up. Mom's lips trembled. You've changed, Clara. You've become cold. I smiled, not bitter, just tired.
No, Mom.
I stopped begging for warmth from people who only hand me frost. Ethan's hands were shaking now. You think this makes you better than us? I looked him straight in the eye.
No.
Just equal. Finally equal. The tension was suffocating. Even the chandelier seemed to hum under the weight of it. Ethan's face turned red, not from shame, but rage. You think you can just embarrass me in front of everyone? I built my career. I earned my success. I leaned forward, my tone low and calm. Then why did my rent checks pay for your mortgage, your vacations, and your Tesla lease? Vanessa gasped. Ethan, is that true? He glared at her, his pride cracking. I didn't know who the owner was, all right? I thought it was some investment firm. It was, I said softly. Just not the kind you expected. Mom covered her face. My God. Dad finally stood. Enough. This family dinner is over. You've proven your point, Clara. Now stop this show. I stood too.
This isn't a show, Dad.
It's a revelation. You raised me to believe success meant obedience. But you were wrong. Success is peace, freedom, self-respect. Things money can't buy, but you tried to measure anyway. Daniel, my husband, stood beside me, slipping his hand into mine. You should be proud of her, he said quietly. Instead, you mocked her for being humble. Mom whispered, trembling. You could have told us. I smiled gently. You never ask. I reached for my purse and turned toward the door. Enjoy dinner, everyone. Oh, and Ethan, rent's due next week. The following morning, my phone buzzed nonstop. Messages, calls, voicemails. Mom, we need to talk. You went too far. Dad, call your brother and fix this mess before it hits the family's reputation. And Ethan, well, his was the only message that made me laugh. You won't get another dime from me. I'm moving out by the end of the week.
Perfect.
I sipped my coffee, looking out over the skyline from my office window. They still didn't get it. This wasn't about money. It was about truth. 2 days later, a friend from the real estate board called. You won't believe this, she said, half whispering. Your brother applied for a new property lease and used your company as a reference. I couldn't help it, I laughed. Of course he did. That night, I got another call from Mom. This time her voice was small, hesitant. Clara, your brother, he's lost most of his clients. That recording of him bragging about owning multiple houses, someone leaked it. It's everywhere. I paused. Then I guess he finally learned that pretending to be powerful always comes with a bill. Mom was quiet. Then, softly, we didn't know you were this strong. I smiled faintly. You never gave me the chance to be. When I hung up, Daniel looked over from the couch. Still think you went too far? He asked. I shook my head.
No.
I think I finally went far enough. 3 weeks passed before I heard from them again. The silence was golden. My work was thriving, my peace unshaken. But one rainy evening, my doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I saw them, Mom, Dad, and Ethan, standing like ghosts on my porch. Ethan's once polished look was gone. He looked tired, unshaven, smaller somehow. I opened the door, but didn't step aside. What brings the royal family to my humble home? Mom's eyes welled up. We didn't come to fight. We came to apologize. Ethan avoided my gaze. You were right, he muttered. I built my life on image. And when it cracked, there was nothing underneath. I folded my arms. And what do you want from me now? Forgiveness or another loan? Dad spoke then, a quiet, unfamiliar tone. Neither. We just want to sit down. Maybe eat together. Like a family again. I hesitated. The smell of the rain, the quiet sincerity in their faces, it all stirred something soft inside me. But softness doesn't mean weakness. You can come in, I said finally, but leave your pride at the door. They entered silently. Ethan glanced around my house, the same elegance he used to mock. Mom's voice broke the quiet. It's beautiful, Clara. You've done well. I smiled faintly. I always did, Mom. You just never looked close enough. Outside, thunder rolled. Inside, for the first time in decades, the storm began to calm. Dinner that night was quiet. No champagne toasts, no condescending laughter, just the soft clinking of cutlery and the hum of the rain against the windows. Mom sat across from me, her hands trembling slightly as she cut her food. You know, she began, her voice fragile, when you were little, I used to think your silence was weakness. I looked up. And now? She gave a faint, watery smile. Now I see it was strength. You learned how to survive in a house where love was conditional. Ethan exhaled shakily. You don't have to forgive me. I just needed you to know I was wrong. About everything. I studied him for a moment, then said softly, Forgiveness isn't a gift, Ethan. It's a process. You'll earn it through change, not words. He nodded, his eyes glassy. I will. Dad, who hadn't spoken all evening, finally looked up. We failed you, Clara. We thought love was hierarchy, that one child shining meant the other could be dimmed. But we were wrong. For a long moment, no one spoke. The air was heavy but healing. I set down my fork and smiled faintly. The past is done. Let's just not repeat it. When they left that night, Mom hugged me, hesitant at first, then tighter, like she'd just realized she could lose me again. As the door closed behind them, I whispered to myself, Peace, the one house I truly own.
The presentation screen flickered to black right as I clicked to my final slide, the one with my results. 207% increase in conversions. The data that should have been my triumph. Technical difficulties, Marcus announced to the room full of investors, his voice dripping with fake concern as he yanked the power cord from my laptop. Sorry, folks. Seems like Ella's gotten a little ahead of herself with these numbers. Classic rookie mistake. 50 pairs of eyes stared at me, some confused, most embarrassed for me. A few, the veteran investors who'd seen this kind of sabotage before, narrowed with suspicion. My hands were shaking so bad I couldn't even pretend to troubleshoot. Blood rushed to my face as Marcus placed his hand on my shoulder, squeezing just hard enough that only I could feel the threat. Why don't you let the senior team take it from here? He whispered, leaning close enough that I could smell his cologne. Before you make everyone look stupid. I'm Ella Reeves, 32. From the marketing division, nobody wanted to join until I transformed it. And I never, not once in my career, thought I'd be capable of what I did next. Before I go further, please like this video, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're watching from. I would love to hear from you. Because what happened to me happens to women everywhere, every single day. And maybe my story will help you write your own ending. 6 months earlier, I'd been transferred to the dead-end division, what everyone called our company's struggling Philadelphia office. 28 salespeople who hadn't hit target in over 2 years, a client roster shrinking faster than a wool sweater in hot water. Everyone knew it was where careers went to die. My welcome email had 3 replies, all asking if I'd pissed someone off to get sent here. My new boss, Richard, spent our first meeting explaining why expectations were appropriately low and how I shouldn't try to reinvent the wheel. His exact words: "Just keep the lights on until corporate decides what to do with this place." I watched him pop his third antacid of our 30-minute meeting. The team was broken, not lazy, not incompetent, just beaten down. I'd share ideas in meetings and watch eyes glaze over. One guy, Tom, actually fell asleep once while I was presenting. I later found out he was working nights at his brother's restaurant just to make mortgage payments after 3 years without bonuses. But I saw something no one else did. Our products weren't the problem. Our people weren't the problem. Our approach was, every client call followed the same desperate script. Every presentation used identical slides from 2017. Every strategy was what we've always done. And looming over everything was the quarterly investors meeting. The day when the 5 senior VPs from headquarters would fly in, look at our numbers, and decide whether to shut us down. I stayed late that first Friday, alone in the office, reading through every client file, every sales deck, every feedback form. By 2 a.m., I'd found the pattern. By Monday morning, I'd built something completely new. "This isn't the approved sales approach," Marcus said when I presented it at the Monday meeting. He was VP of sales, based out of headquarters, but overseeing our division's slow death. He only showed up once a month, always in crisp suits that cost more than most of my team made in a week. "The approved approach isn't working," I said. "We're down 68% year over year." "Sometimes markets just don't perform," he shrugged. "That's business." "It's not the market. It's us. We're solving problems our clients don't have anymore." The room got quiet. I'd only been there a week. Who was I to challenge how things worked? "That's cute, Ella." Marcus smiled in that way men do when they're not taking you seriously. "But we need to stick to the program. Right, Richard?" Richard, my direct boss, wouldn't meet my eyes. Just nodded and mumbled something about processes and consistency. I should have backed down. Should have played the game. But I couldn't. Not when I saw how defeated everyone looked. "Give me 2 weeks," I said. "Let me try this with just my accounts. If it fails, I'll fall in line. If it works, we all benefit." Marcus laughed. "You've got moxie. I'll give you that." He agreed. Not because he believed in me, but because he thought I'd fail. Nothing like watching the new girl crash and burn to reinforce the status quo. Those 2 weeks, I barely slept. I rebuilt everything, from how we identified client pain points to how we structured pricing. My approach was radically simple. Actually listen to what customers needed instead of pushing what we wanted to sell. By day 10, I'd closed 2 deals that had been prospects for over a year. By day 14, I'd renewed a client everyone said was lost. When I presented the results at our team meeting, there was this moment of stunned silence. Then Tom, the same Tom who'd fallen asleep during my first presentation, said, "Show me how you did that. Not with suspicion, with hope." Over the next month, 5 team members asked to try my method. Then 10, then all 28. Richard was cautiously supportive, though I could tell he was worried about rocking the boat with headquarters. Our numbers started climbing. Not just a little dramatically. Clients who hadn't returned calls in months were signing new contracts. The office had energy again. People stopped bringing in job listings to share at lunch. That's when the whispers started. Not from my team, but from the other divisions. The golden children who'd always hit their targets, who got the best leads, the biggest budgets. "She's gaming the system. She's poaching clients from other territories. Those numbers can't be real." Marcus started showing up weekly instead of monthly, sitting in on my calls, questioning my reports, asking for verification of every sale. He'd send emails at 10 p.m. asking for documentation by 7 a.m. "I'm just doing my job," I told Richard after Marcus demanded yet another audit of my numbers. Richard looked uncomfortable. "Some people at headquarters feel your methods are unorthodox." "Unorthodox but effective," I countered. "We're up 93%. That kind of growth makes other divisions look bad in comparison. Isn't that their problem? Shouldn't they improve instead of trying to tear us down?" Richard gave me a look that was part pity, part warning. "This company has certain ways of doing things, Ella. certain hierarchies. I didn't understand then, thought it was just office politics. I didn't realize I was threatening an entire system built on mediocrity and excuse-making. As our success grew, so did the resistance. Leads that should have come to us mysteriously went elsewhere. Our IT requests went to the bottom of the queue. Expense reports that used to take days to process suddenly took weeks. But we kept winning anyway. My team was on fire. For the first time in years, they believed in themselves. We hit 150% of target by month 4. When the quarterly investor meeting was announced, Richard told me I'd be presenting our results. It was unprecedented. Usually only VPs presented to investors. "You built this," Richard said. "You should be the one to show what you've done." I spent weeks preparing. This wasn't just about me, it was about my team. About proving that we weren't the failure everyone thought. About showing that sometimes the approved approach isn't the right one. The night before the presentation, I received a calendar invite. Marcus had scheduled a pre-meeting alignment for 7 a.m., just an hour before the investors arrived. I should have seen the trap. I walked into that room to find all 5 senior VPs waiting. Marcus, Claudia from marketing, Drew from product development, Sanjay from operations, and Rebecca from finance. "We've reviewed your presentation," Marcus began, sliding a USB drive across the table. "We've made some adjustments." I opened the file on my laptop. They'd completely rewritten my presentation. My 207% increase was now exceeding targets by a significant margin. All specific numbers were removed. All mention of my new methodology gone. "What is this?" I asked. "A more appropriate framing," Claudia said. "One that acknowledges the contributions of all divisions." "But these aren't the real results. We've achieved something unprecedented here." "The point," Marcus cut in, "is showing measured, sustainable growth, not anomalies that create unrealistic expectations." "They're not anomalies," I argued. "They're the result of a completely new approach that's working." Sanjay leaned forward. "Ella, you need to understand something. When you show numbers like yours, it makes every other division look like they're failing. Maybe they need to change their approach too." Rebecca actually laughed. "You've been here, what, 5 months? And you think you know better than people who've built this company over decades?" "I know what's working for my team." "Your team," Marcus emphasized the word, "is part of a larger organization. An organization with established methods and protocols." "Protocols that weren't working," I shot back. "We were about to be shut down." Drew, who'd been quiet until now, spoke up. "No one's denying you've had some success, but sustainability matters. Consistency matters. The methods you're using, they're not scalable across the organization." "You haven't even tried them," I said. "We don't need to," Marcus said. "We know what works long term." I looked around the table, suddenly understanding. This wasn't about my results being wrong, it was about my results being too right. About what would happen if investors started asking why every division couldn't perform like mine. About 5 VPs who might have to explain why they'd settled for mediocre when exceptional was possible. "I won't present false information," I said, closing my laptop. "You'll present what the company needs you to present," Marcus said, no longer bothering to hide his threat. "Or I'll personally make sure everyone knows how you manipulated these numbers." "Manipulated? They're verified. Your own audits confirmed them." "Things get lost in interpretation," he shrugged. "Metrics can be viewed different ways." I looked to Richard for support, but he was studying his shoes like they held the secrets of the universe. "So those are my choices? Lie, or be accused of lying?" "We prefer to think of it as being a team player," Claudia smiled. "Now, shall we head to the conference room? The investors are arriving." That's when I made a decision. I copied my original presentation onto my laptop, closed the edited version without saving, and walked out with my head high. You already know how that ended, with Marcus yanking my power cord, with 50 investors watching me stand humiliated as the senior team rescued the presentation. With my carefully built methodology repackaged as ongoing strategic adjustments showing promising early indicators. I sat silently through the whole thing, watching my work being diluted, my team's achievements minimized, watching investors nod along to a sanitized version of what we'd accomplished. When it ended, I walked straight to the bathroom and threw up. That could have been my breaking point. The moment I quit, filed a complaint that would go nowhere, or just accepted that this was how things worked. Instead, it became the moment everything changed. I didn't sleep that night, not a wink, just sat on my balcony watching the city lights, something cold and hard crystallizing inside me. By morning, I wasn't sad anymore, I was calculating. I called in sick, first time ever, and spent the day assembling everything. Every email confirming my results. Every client testimonial. The before and after data showing exactly what my methodology had accomplished. The 4 separate audits Marcus himself had ordered that verified my numbers. Then I did something I should have done months earlier. I started making calls to people I trusted at other companies. I need perspective, I told my former mentor from my last job. Is what I'm experiencing normal? She listened to the whole story without interrupting, then said something that shifted everything for me. Ella, they're not afraid your approach doesn't work. They're afraid it does. Because if you're right, what's their excuse for years of underperformance? That afternoon, I received a company-wide email announcing that our division's promising pilot program would be integrated into standard company protocols under senior leadership oversight. Corporate speak. We're taking Ella's work and pretending it was ours all along. No mention of me, no acknowledgement of my team's efforts. Just Marcus smiling in the attached photo, promising evolutionary improvements to our sales methodology. I forwarded the email to my personal account, adding it to my growing folder of evidence. The next morning, I walked into Richard's office without knocking. He jumped slightly, guilty eyes darting to his screen, where he was updating his LinkedIn profile. We need to talk, I said. Ella, look, I know yesterday was difficult. I'm not here to complain. I'm here to make a proposal. I laid out my plan. I wanted to formally document my methodology, train the entire division properly, and present the full results at the next investor meeting. No distortions, no politics, just the truth. Richard kept glancing at his door like he expected Marcus to burst in. It's not that simple. It actually is, I countered. Either the company wants real results or it wants comfortable excuses. Which is it? He sighed, the sound of a man who'd surrendered his backbone years ago. I'll talk to Marcus. No need, I said. I've already requested a meeting with all 5 VPs for tomorrow morning. I just need to know, are you with me or are you with them? The silence stretched between us. Finally, he said, I have a mortgage, Ella. 3 kids in college. I nodded, understanding everything he wasn't saying. Then I'll do this myself. That night, an email from HR appeared in my inbox, scheduling a performance review at the exact time I'd requested my meeting with the VPs. Classic silencing tactic. So, I went nuclear. At 7 a.m. the next morning, I walked into the executive floor with copies of my full, unedited report for every board member, not just the 5 VPs. I'd spent all night breaking down exactly how my approach differed from company protocol, with data showing why it worked better. I included testimonials from clients who'd specifically mentioned how refreshing our new approach was. The receptionist tried to stop me. The board isn't expecting you. But I walked right past her. Sometimes confidence is all you need. I entered the boardroom where they were having their monthly breakfast meeting. 12 people looked up, forks pausing midair. Ms. Reeves, the CEO, David Harmon, said with mild surprise, I don't believe you're on the agenda today. I'm not, I said, distributing my reports around the table. But what I have to say can't wait. Marcus stood up. Ella, this is completely inappropriate. You pulled my power cord in the middle of my presentation. I cut him off. We clearly have different definitions of inappropriate. Someone choked on their coffee. The room went utterly silent. For the next 17 minutes, I timed it. I walked them through everything. The real numbers, the methodology, the systematic attempts to suppress and then co-opt my work. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't get emotional. I just laid out facts with the precision of someone who knew they were right. So, I have a simple question, I concluded. Does this company want actual innovation and growth, or just the appearance of it? Marcus was practically vibrating with rage. This is absurd. She's completely distorting. Let me see those numbers again, the CEO interrupted, putting on his reading glasses. The others leaned into their copies too. You could have heard a pin drop as they reviewed my data. Finally, David looked up. 207%? And these are verified? By the company's own auditing process. 4 separate times. He turned to Marcus. Why wasn't I shown these actual figures? Marcus shifted in his seat. We felt it was more appropriate to present sustainable projections rather than anomalous. Is 207% an anomaly if it's been consistent for 4 months? I interrupted. Is it an anomaly if it's spread across our entire division? Is it an anomaly if clients are specifically renewing contracts because of it? Claudia tried to rescue him. What Ella doesn't understand is the broader organizational context. What I understand, I said, still eerily calm, is that I turned around a failing division using methods this leadership team actively tried to suppress. And now you're planning to implement a watered-down version of my work without credit, while sidelining me with a performance review. Several board members exchanged glances. This clearly wasn't the morning meeting they'd expected. David removed his glasses. Miss Reeves, would you give us the room for a few minutes? I nodded and walked out, legs somehow not betraying how badly they wanted to shake. I sat in the reception area, ignoring Marcus's assistant, who was clearly texting him updates about where I was. 23 minutes later, the boardroom door opened. David beckoned me back in. The atmosphere had changed. Marcus wouldn't meet my eyes. Claudia was furiously writing notes. The other VPs looked like they'd been through a hurricane. Miss Reeves, David began, the board has some questions about your methodology. For the next 2 hours, I walked them through everything in detail. Not just what I'd done, but why it worked, how it could be scaled, where the resistance had come from. I held nothing back. When I finished, David nodded slowly. I appreciate your candor and your courage in bringing this directly to us. He glanced meaningfully at Marcus. It seems we have some internal communication issues to address. Marcus started to speak, but David held up his hand. We'll discuss that separately. He turned back to me. What would you need to implement this approach company-wide? The question caught me off guard. I'd been prepared for dismissal, maybe even termination. Not this. But I'd thought about scaling my approach for weeks. Full autonomy to build a training program. Direct reporting line to you until it's implemented. And my team gets the recognition and compensation they deserve for being the test case. David considered this, then nodded. Reasonable requests. Let's discuss specifics this afternoon. My office, 2 p.m. I walked out of that boardroom feeling 10 feet tall. But I wasn't naive. This wasn't over just entering a new phase. As I passed Marcus in the hallway, he grabbed my arm hard enough to leave fingerprints. You have no idea what you've just done, he hissed. No idea who you're dealing with. I looked down at his hand until he removed it. Actually, I said quietly, I think you're the one who doesn't know who he's dealing with. The next 48 hours were the most intense of my career. I barely left the building, working directly with David and 2 trusted board members to outline the company-wide implementation plan. Not the sanitized version Marcus had planned to roll out, but the real methodology with all its radical customer-centric approaches. Word spread fast. My team was ecstatic. They were finally getting recognition. Other divisions were a mix of curious and resentful. The 5 VPs were conspicuously absent from all planning meetings. On the second night, working late in the conference room, I received a text from Tom. Check your email now. There it was, a company-wide announcement. Marcus had just been named Chief Innovation Officer, with a mandate to continue the exciting new customer approach pioneered under his leadership. My hands actually shook with rage. He was making his move before our plan could be announced, claiming credit, positioning himself as the visionary. Classic corporate hijacking. I forwarded the email to David with just one line. Is this the communication plan we discussed? His reply came within minutes. Absolutely not. My office, 7 a.m. tomorrow. I didn't wait until tomorrow. I went straight to the executive floor, half expecting to be stopped. But the security guard just nodded me through. Apparently, my stock had risen in the past 48 hours. I found David still in his office, phone pressed to his ear, looking furious. He gestured for me to sit while he finished his call. Don't care what precedent it sets, Phil. This ends now. He hung up and pinched the bridge of his nose. Marcus issued that announcement without authorization. He's trying to position himself as the creator of my methodology before we can implement the real plan. David nodded. Marcus has always excelled at one thing: self-preservation. He leaned back in his chair. I owe you an apology, Ella. I knew there were issues with how the senior team operated, but I didn't realize how systematic the suppression of new ideas had become. It's not just ideas being suppressed, I said. It's people. I'm beginning to see that. He tapped his desk thoughtfully. The board and I have been discussing next steps since your presentation. We were planning to announce changes next week, but Marcus has forced our hand. He checked his watch. It's late, but this can't wait until morning. I need to make some calls. By 11 p.m. that night, everything had changed again. A new email went out, this one from the CEO himself, announcing a strategic reorganization effective immediately. Marcus was being transitioned to an advisory role, corporate speak for demoted. Claudia and Drew were having their divisions reorganized. And I was being named head of an entirely new division, the Customer Success Group, with authority to implement my methodology across the entire company. The email concluded with a line that made me smile through exhausted tears. We will be hosting a special investor presentation next month to unveil this new approach and introduce the architect behind it. My phone exploded with messages, congratulations from my team, shocked reactions from colleagues in other divisions, and one particularly satisfying text from Richard. You did it. I should have believed in you more. I went home at midnight, slept for 4 solid hours, and returned to a completely different company. People who'd never spoken to me were suddenly finding reasons to stop by my office, which was being moved to the executive floor. IT requests that had languished for months were miraculously resolved overnight. The next week was a blur of meetings, planning sessions, and onboarding for my expanded role. I insisted that my original team receive substantial bonuses and promotions non-negotiable in my acceptance of the position. Then came the part that truly felt like justice. Marcus had to sit through a training session on my methodology, led by me. Company policy required all senior staff to complete the training, even those in advisory roles. He sat in the back row, arms crossed, face locked in a rigid smile, as I detailed the very approach he'd tried to suppress and then steal. During the break, he approached me at the coffee station. Impressive coup, he said, voice low. Enjoy it while it lasts. It's not a coup, Marcus, I replied. It's meritocracy. Results matter. Results, he scoffed. I've been here 12 years. Built relationships you can't imagine. This little victory tour of yours? Temporary. I stirred my coffee calmly. That's where you're wrong. See, the difference between us is that I actually care if the company succeeds. You only care if Marcus succeeds. His face flushed red, but people were watching. He knew it. With a tight nod, he walked away. The investor presentation the following month was everything the previous one should have been. 50 investors, the entire board, and every division head watched as I presented the real numbers, the real methodology, and the real results now expanded to 3 divisions with similar success. The standing ovation lasted nearly a minute. The Q&A session went 30 minutes over schedule because investors couldn't ask enough questions. And through it all, I made sure to highlight my original team, bringing Tom and others on stage to explain parts of the implementation they'd led. Afterwards, at the reception, I was approached by investors who'd witnessed my humiliation months earlier. We knew something was off that day, one older woman told me, champagne glass in hand. When they pulled that cord, never seen anything so blatant. Glad the truth came out. As the evening wound down, David pulled me aside. The board is impressed, Ella. Very impressed. They've authorized an expansion of your division and, he smiled, a seat at the leadership table. Vice President of Customer Success Group. Will announce next week. I thought I'd feel pure triumph. Instead, I felt something more complex: vindication mixed with responsibility. This wasn't just about proving Marcus and the others wrong. It was about creating a company where the next person with an innovative approach wouldn't have to fight the same battles. 2 months later, I passed Marcus in the hallway. He was carrying a box of personal items. The advisory role had apparently come to its natural conclusion. He didn't look at me, just kept walking toward the elevator. I didn't feel the satisfaction I'd expected, just a quiet certainty that the system had finally worked the way it should. In my new office, yes, with an actual door and window, I found a handwritten note from David. Innovation without politics. Results without excuses. That's the company we're building now. Thank you for showing us the way. That note still sits framed on my desk, a reminder of what happens when you refuse to minimize your light just because it makes others uncomfortable with their shadows. Last week, one of our newer team members asked me how I'd advanced so quickly. I told her the truth. I didn't play the game. I changed it. The corporate world runs on unwritten rules designed to maintain the status quo, but sometimes those rules need to be broken for real progress to happen. Sometimes the most revolutionary act is simply refusing to hide how good you really are. So if you're watching this, and someone's trying to dim your shine, whether it's at work, at school, or anywhere else, remember, your results aren't the problem. Their insecurity is. Never downplay your success to make others comfortable with their mediocrity. Have you ever had someone try to take credit for your work? Or been told to tone it down because you were making others look bad? I'd love to hear your stories in the comments. And if you're currently struggling with workplace sabotage, drop a comment with advice needed, and I'll share more specific strategies from my experience. Don't forget to subscribe for more real stories about navigating the complicated worlds of career, relationships, and personal growth. Next week, I'll be talking about how to identify allies versus saboteurs in your workplace. Trust me, they're not always who you expect. Remember, in a world full of people waiting for permission to succeed, be the one who gives yourself permission first. Sometimes the most powerful revenge isn't getting even, it's getting ahead on your own terms.
"3 weeks before her 60th birthday, my mother sent a message to the family group at 9:17 in the evening. She wrote that single mothers such as myself bring lasting shame upon a family, that my 8-year-old daughter had already learned her place, and that neither of us would ever be considered her family. The final line was typed with deliberate care. Do not bring the child. This town does not need another living reminder of failure. I read it once. Then I turned the phone face down and continued folding my daughter's clothes. I offered no reply. My mother has always mistaken silence for agreement. She was mistaken. 2 weeks after the party, she opened her front door, still wearing the smile she reserved for every church photograph, saw who stood beside my daughter and me, and that smile died on her face. My name is Judy Rainey. I am 33 years old. Welcome back to Revenge Episodes, the channel for women who stopped apologizing for taking up space, and the families who never saw it coming. If this story already feels too close, you are exactly who we make these for. Drop a comment, tell me where you're listening from, and subscribe so the next one finds you. It starts on an ordinary Tuesday in February, in a 2-chair shop on Worcester Street with my name painted on the window. I open at 8. Marietta, Ohio is a river town of about 13,000 people, and at 8 in the morning the whole place smells like cold concrete and diesel from the bridge. Inside my shop it smells like ammonia and perm solution, which I stopped noticing years ago. Dot Pruitt rents my second chair. She is 58. She has worked behind a chair since she was 19, and she talks to her clients the way some people pray, steadily and without needing an answer. My first appointment that morning was Gail Bickham, who has had the same haircut since 1994 and would riot if I changed it. She sat down, looked at the mirror, and looked past it to the window where the letters were painted by hand. Your mother must be so proud of this place. I asked her about her daughter's wedding instead. She talked for 40 minutes about a caterer in Belpre. That is how it works here. If you do not correct people, they keep the version they came in with, and I had stopped correcting people a long time before that morning. At 3:30, my daughter came in from school and took over the shampoo chair like she pays rent on it. Piper is 8. She has a spiral notebook full of stickers, arranged by category, and she is very serious about it. That afternoon, she was building a birthday card for her grandmother out of construction paper and a great deal of tape. Does Grandma like the purple one or the blue one better? She was holding 2 cats, one purple, one blue. She had been saving the purple cat since January. Purple, I said. She nodded like I had confirmed something scientific and went back to work. I stood there with a broom in my hand and did the arithmetic I had been avoiding. The invitations for my mother's 60th had gone out the previous Friday. I knew because 2 of my clients had theirs on the refrigerator. Our mailbox had a Kroger circular in it and nothing else. That evening, a client texted me asking what I planned to wear to my mom's thing because she needed ideas. I typed 3 different answers. I deleted all of them and sent back a period. The message came 4 days later. At 9:11 that night, my Aunt Corinne asked a question in the family group. There are 9 of us in it. The photo at the top is from a reunion in 2016, and I am standing at the edge of the frame with half my shoulder cut off. Are Judy and Piper coming Saturday? I need a head count for chairs. It was an administrative question. Corinne is the kind of woman who counts chairs. She meant nothing by it, which is the part I still think about. Because for 6 minutes nothing happened. And then my mother answered all 9 of us at once. Piper was already asleep in the next room. I had a stack of her clothes on my lap, and I was matching socks, which is a thing you can do without your hands really being involved. I read what my mother wrote. Then I read the last line again. Do not bring the child. This town does not need another living reminder of failure. The group went quiet. Not for a second, the way people go quiet when they are choosing words. For 6 full minutes. Then somebody put a thumbs up on it. Then my cousin asked whether anyone had seen the roasting pan she lent out at Christmas, and everyone had a lot to say about the roasting pan. That is what family looks like from the inside. Nobody defends you and nobody attacks you. They just wait for the subject to change, and they help it change. I did not answer. I set the phone face down on the arm of the couch and finished the socks. And while I was doing it, something appeared at the bottom of the screen. Emmett is typing. My uncle Emmett is my mother's younger brother. He is 56 years old. He can fix anything with a spring in it, and he has not looked me in the eye since I was 12. The line sat there for close to a minute. The dots moved. Then they stopped. And nothing came through. And the last message in the family group stayed the one about the roasting pan. I waited another 2 minutes before I turned the screen off. I could not have told you what I was waiting for. In the morning, I read the whole thing one more time and I caught on a single word. Another living reminder. I assumed she meant besides me. I assumed she was counting me first and Piper second, and it stung in the ordinary way, and I put it down and went to work. I want to be honest about that, because everything that came later was sitting in plain sight in that sentence, and I walked past it. Piper found the card that afternoon and asked whether we should drive it over or mail it. Mail it. If we mail it, does she still know it's from me? She'll know. That was the first lie I told in this story, and I told it in a post office parking lot on Putnam Street with a flag stamp in my hand. I had been mailing cards to my mother for 8 years by then, twice a year, with no reply of any kind. People ask me why. It is not because I was hoping. It is because the day I stopped would be the day her version became true. Her version is that I walked away. Every stamp was a small, cheap argument that I had not. I need to take you back to a February that was much colder than that one. I was 12 years old in 2005. My sister Nell was 17. She was 5 years older than me, and she was the one who taught me how to French braid. badly, on a doll with most of its hair pulled out. On the night of February 11th, I was told to stay in my room. I did. I was a child who did what she was told, and I have thought about that more than is useful. I could hear my mother's voice through the wall, not the words. I heard a zipper on a duffel bag, which is a sound you never forget once you have learned what it means. And I heard the storm door twice. Our storm door was aluminum with a bad spring, and it did not close so much as it fired shut, and it went off twice that night, about 4 minutes apart. Headlights swung across my ceiling. Then my mother came back inside alone, and the first thing she did before she took her coat off was wipe down the kitchen counter. By Sunday, the story was finished. It arrived complete, with no rough edges, the way a story does when someone has practiced it. Your sister has chosen a different kind of life. We are not going to discuss it. Nell had moved to Texas. That was the sentence. Nobody in my family ever said the name of a city, and nobody ever asked. And my father, who was a quiet man who fixed lawnmowers on weekends and died in 2014, did not contradict a word of it. At dinner that week, there were 3 plates. The 4th did not come back out of the cabinet, not that year, and not any year after. I kept 2 things. The first is a Polaroid from Christmas of 2004, the 2 of us on the floor in front of the tree, Nell making a face because she hated pictures. On the back, she wrote both our names and the year in ballpoint, and her capital J has a loop on the tail that I would know anywhere. The second is a friendship bracelet, red and white, that she made in about 10 minutes, and I have kept for 21 years in a shoebox on the top shelf of my closet. When I was 14, I asked my mother whether we had any pictures from that Christmas. We don't have pictures from that year. I was holding one at the time. It was in my room, 11 feet from where she was standing. I did not say so. I already knew what questions cost in that house. I want to be fair about myself here. 5 years later, when I was 19 and wanted my mother's approval more than I wanted to be a decent person, I sat in her car in a grocery store lot and told her I was not like Nell. She reached over and squeezed my hand and told me she knew. It bought me about 2 years of being the good one. I have never told anybody that until now. By 2015, my mother had become the kindest woman in Marietta, and I do not say that with a sneer, because it was partly true. That year, she founded a program at Grace Bethel Fellowship called Second Chance Mothers. It collects car seats, diapers, formula, and rent money for young women having babies with nobody standing behind them. It has a storage room off the back of the fellowship hall with a laminated donation thermometer taped to the door, colored in with marker up to $6,200. It is a real program. It has kept real people in real apartments. I want that on the record before I say anything else about her. I have heard her stand up in front of that congregation and say it. Nobody should have to raise a baby alone. I was standing at the back of the hall the first time, holding a folding chair, and not one person in that room heard anything strange in it. In the winter of 2019, there was a girl of about 19 living out past the county line with a newborn and no car. I know because she came into my shop 2 years later and told me. My mother drove her to a WIC appointment in Parkersburg in 4 inches of snow, waited in the parking lot for 2 hours with the engine running so the heat would stay on, and drove her home. She did not post about it. Nobody photographed it. I have to hold both of those things at the same time, and I have not figured out how. My mother is the reason there are car seats in the trunks of cars in this county that would not otherwise be there. She is also the reason my sister spent a night in a bus station. People want you to pick one. You do not get to. My mother's real talent is not organizing, it is distribution. She tells her version in the parking lot after the 10 o'clock service, in the prayer chain, at the checkout at Riverview Foods. And by the time you hear it, it has already been agreed to by 40 people. I heard her say it once to a friend by the car, loud enough that I was clearly meant to hear. We do what we can. Some people just don't want the help. The other thing about my mother is that she keeps everything. She has a filing cabinet in the back bedroom with tax returns going back to before I was born, and she is the one the church calls when nobody can find the minutes from an old meeting. In our family, she is the archive. I thought that was just a habit. It turned out to be the only reason I ever learned the truth. I ran into my Uncle Emmett at the hardware store that winter, in the aisle with the hinges. He had a box of storm door closers in his basket, the kind with the long pneumatic tube. "Tell Piper I said hey." Then he went around the end cap and did not come back down that aisle. I stood there with a package of drawer pulls and thought, not for the first time, that a man can spend 20 years being polite to you and never once look at your face. Dot heard about the group chat within a day, because Corinne told her sister and her sister comes in on Thursdays. "You want me to say something? I can say something." "No, Judy. No." That mattered later, and I did not know it yet. My chair is the most reliable news service in this town, and I had decided a long time ago that I was not going to use it on my own mother. Not because I am a saint, because if I ever did say something, I wanted it to be true and provable, and I wanted to only have to say it once. There is a photograph of my baby shower from October of 2017. In the original, Travis Ackerman is standing behind my left shoulder with a paper plate in his hand. He was Piper's father. He was 24, and he was not a monster. He was a young man who found out that he did not want the life he had agreed to, and in June of 2018 he moved to Grand Junction, Colorado, which is 1,500 miles away. There is an order through the county, $260 a month when it comes. My mother took that photograph. Then she posted it with him cropped out. And she captioned it in a way that did not say anything untrue and did not say anything true either. Within a week, the town had decided that I did not know who the father was. A woman I went to high school with commented, "Bless you for standing by her," and my mother liked it. I still have the original. You can see Travis's elbow at the edge of the frame if you know to look. I never posted it. Posting it would have looked like a fight. And in a town this size, you cannot win a fight with your own mother. You can only be a woman who fights with her mother. Thanksgiving of 2023, Piper was 6. There were 9 of us in the dining room and 3 grandchildren at the table. Piper was set up at a folding card table on the back porch with a paper plate. It was 42 degrees out there. "There just isn't room, honey." Piper ate 2 bites, picked up her plate, carried it inside, and set it down on the floor next to my chair. She did not say anything about it. She did not cry. She just relocated. I have thought about that child's dignity more than I have thought about my own. Sometime in early 2024, a client mentioned in passing that my mother had someone new helping her at church. "She's got a new girl helping her now. Sweet thing." "What's her name?" She could not remember. Nobody could ever remember. For 2 years, I heard about that girl maybe 6 times, and not once did anybody produce a name. The last small thing happened that spring. My mother called the shop for an appointment and Dot took the call. "I'm booked through spring." She was not. There were 3 open slots that week and the book was sitting open on the counter. My mother started driving 20 minutes to a salon in Belpre after that, and everybody in this town knew about it inside of a month, which is its own kind of statement. Everything I knew about my mother's 60th birthday, I learned from people sitting in my chair. That is not a skill. It is just what happens when you stand 3 feet from a person for 45 minutes while their hands are trapped under a cape. People tell you what they would not tell their pastor. So I knew about the slideshow. 40 slides, Judy, 40. I told her nobody sits still that long. I knew the fellowship hall had been booked since November. I knew there would be pulled pork and 2 kinds of potatoes, and that my cousin's husband was bringing the sound system. And I knew the part that mattered, which was that the party was not really a party. They're giving her the Service Heart. Can you believe it took them this long? The Service Heart Award is given out by the Mid-Ohio Valley Ministry Alliance. It is a walnut plaque with laser engraving and it is genuinely difficult to get. They were giving it to my mother for 11 years of work with young single mothers, and they were presenting it at her birthday party, so that both things could be photographed at once. 40 slides of our family, and I was not going to be in any of them, and not one person sitting in my chair thought that was strange enough to ask about. The same client mentioned that Roz's girl was going to say a few words. "What's her name?" She thought about it with her head under the dryer for a good 10 seconds. "I want to say it starts with a C." Piper heard about the party from a classmate's mother in the pickup line. That night in the car, she asked me the question directly. In the flat way children ask things when they already know. "Are we going to Grandma's party or not?" I could have managed it. I could have said we had other plans. I looked at her in the rearview mirror and decided I was not going to teach my daughter that the adults in her life would lie to her face to keep things smooth. "No, we're not." She did not ask why. She turned and looked out the window at the Rite Aid, and she did not ask a single follow-up question, and that was much worse than crying would have been. March 21st was a Saturday, and I worked it. 6 appointments, 9 to 4. 3 of those women went straight from my chair to the fellowship hall. One of them offered, while I was rinsing her out, to take a picture for me. "That's okay." I said it kindly. Then I checked my phone 11 times before 5 o'clock. Piper spent the afternoon making cupcakes. She did not ask permission, and I did not stop her, because stopping her would have required me to explain something I could not explain. She made 12. Blue frosting, because that is the color she associates with celebrations for reasons no one has ever gotten out of her. One of them came out burned along one edge, and she set it aside for herself. "We can just keep them in the fridge, in case." She put the container by the front door instead of in the refrigerator. It sat there all evening where anyone coming in would see it. The pictures started around 7 on the town Facebook page. My mother at the podium with the plaque. My mother with her hands folded, doing the modest face. A wide shot of the hall with 2 rows of people standing behind her, and the caption underneath said, "60 years of putting other people first." In one of the photographs, there was a young woman standing at my mother's left shoulder, close in, the way family stands. Dark blonde, maybe mid-20s. She was holding a toddler on her hip, and she was looking at my mother instead of the camera. I did not know who she was. At 10:06 that night, my phone lit up on the counter in a dark kitchen. A number I did not have saved. It rang 3 times and stopped before I could get to it, and there was no voicemail. I called it back, and it went straight to a recording. A man's voice. No name, just the number read back to me. I stood there in the dark with the phone in my hand and the cupcakes still by the door. The following Monday, a client left the church bulletin on the little table in my waiting area, under a coffee cup, dated Sunday the 29th. Page 2 had a photograph of my mother with a young woman and a small boy, and it was captioned in the same font as the potluck sign-up. "Roz with her girl, Colleen, and our newest little one." I read that caption 3 times. I understood every word in it separately, and I could not make them mean anything together. Her girl. It is not a phrase you use by accident. It is a phrase you have used out loud, repeatedly, in front of people, until it stops sounding like a claim. I was still holding it when Piper came out of the back with her backpack, saw the picture, and read the caption out loud, because she is 8, and 8-year-olds read things out loud. Then she looked up at me. "Is that my cousin?" I took the bulletin out of her hands and told her we would talk about it later. And then I did not talk about it later, which is the exact behavior I have spent my whole life resenting in my mother. I went into the back room and turned the tap on and cried for about 40 seconds. Dot knocked on the door frame without opening it. "Take 10, I've got the 4 o'clock. I washed my face, and while I was drying it, I had the thought that I have not been able to shake since, which is that maybe I was making a child's rejection into my own story, and maybe I had been waiting my whole adult life for a reason to finally be angry, and maybe I had just been handed one and was enjoying it. I do not know how to prove that I was not. I only know what I did next. which was nothing, for exactly 1 day. That night, Piper waited until I had turned her lamp off, which is when she asks the things she has been holding all day. Is she a different granddaughter? No. But the paper said her girl. I sat down on the edge of the bed and tried to find the version that was true and also survivable for an 8-year-old. What I landed on was that Grandma helps young women who do not have anybody, and that one of them has been staying close to her, and that it does not have anything to do with Piper. She thought about it for a while in the dark. Did I do something? I have been angry a great many times in the last year, and none of it felt like that did. She was lying there running an inventory of her own behavior, looking for the thing she had done wrong, because that is what children do when adults will not give them a reason. No, baby, you did not do anything, not one thing. Can I still make the cards? I told her yes. She turned over and went to sleep in about 90 seconds. The way she does. And I sat on the floor in the hallway outside her door for a while with my back against the wall. Then the phone rang at the shop, a little before closing, and a young woman's voice asked whether I had anything Tuesday morning. Can I get a name? Vasser. Vasser, Colleen. I wrote it in the paper book in blue pen in the 10 o'clock slot, and then I sat and looked at it for a while, and I did not know whether I wanted to erase it or not. She came in at 10 with the boy on her hip. Colleen Vasser is 27. She works nights as an aide at the nursing home out on Muskingum Drive. Her son Owen is 3, and he went straight for the tin of clips on the low shelf and sat down on the floor with it, like he had been coming here his whole life. She got into my chair and looked at herself the way women look at themselves when they have not sat in front of a mirror on purpose in a long time. Just the ends. I haven't had it cut since he was born. We talked about nothing for 4 minutes. The weather, the nursing home, the price of everything. Then she mentioned Miss Roz, and I felt my comb stop moving, and I made it start again. She kept going. She did not know she was standing in a hole. She let me stay with her a while, back in 23, after I got put out of my apartment. 7 months. She smiled at the mirror. The little back room, with the flowered paper, blue flowers, small ones in vertical stripes, that my father hung in 1998, and that my mother refused to replace because she said it was still in good shape. Do you know whose room that was before? No, ma'am. She was not being sly. She genuinely did not know. She had slept 300 nights in a room she had never asked a single question about. Then she caught my eye in the mirror, and something in her face changed, and she said the thing she had actually come to say. Can I ask you something? Did you ever live at 1109 Warren? The scissors were open in my hand. I did not put them down. I said yes. I saw the sign out front. Rainy. And I thought, that can't be that common. Why? She turned around in the chair, which is something you are not supposed to do. Because I've got something in my trunk, and I don't know what to do with it. We went out the back, past the dumpster, to a Corolla with a cracked bumper. She opened the trunk, and there was a banana box in it, folded shut, with writing on the side in black marker. Taxes, Euro 509. I knew the handwriting before I finished reading the numbers. My mother slants her letters hard to the right and she crosses a 5 like she is angry at it. She gave it to me the Thursday before her party, Colleen said. She was clearing out the back room for company. She said it was scrap paper, for Owen to draw on. We opened it at 7 that night, after I locked the front door, on the folding table in the back room with the plastic cloth on it. Owen was asleep across 2 waiting chairs with my coat over him. I only opened the top one, Colleen said. Then I stopped. The box had been closed the way people close a box they do not intend to open again, with the flaps folded over each other in a square. Inside were envelopes, not files, not receipts. Envelopes, standing on their edges, packed in tight. We counted them on the table, 22 from me. Christmas cards, birthday cards, and 4 actual letters, running from December of 2017 to February of this year. 5 from Piper, starting when she was 4, the early ones addressed in my handwriting with her name printed underneath in pencil. Every single one of them sealed. Not opened and put back. Sealed. The card Piper mailed in February was near the top. Postmark still sharp, and there was a purple cat sticker holding down the flap where she had pressed it with her thumb. Colleen sat down on the floor with her back against the cabinet. She told me you were dead to her. She said it to her own knees. Not like dead. She said you were dead to her. I thought that was just how people talk. I did not say anything, because there was nothing to say that would have been any use to her. I signed a paper when I came into the program. 2 years ago. Photo release. I forgot about it about 10 minutes after I signed it. She laughed. One breath. No humor in it. She's been using it ever since. Then she looked up. Then what was I? I have thought about that question for months and I still do not have a clean answer. The closest I can get is that my mother was not being cruel to Colleen. She was doing something worse and much sadder, which is that she was practicing. Colleen was dark blonde and 23 with a 2-month-old, and my mother took her into the back bedroom and gave her a Thanksgiving chair and called her my girl in print. And she was not replacing me at all. I did not understand that yet. What I understood was that there were 4 more envelopes at the bottom of the box that were nothing like the others. Thinner paper, different hand. All 4 addressed to Judy Rainey at 1109 Warren Street, in a looping, slanted script I had not seen in 21 years. All 4 sealed. Colleen turned one over and read the round stamp out loud. Parkersburg, West Virginia. I did not open them. I set all 4 in a row, and I went out to my car and came back with a shoebox, and I put a Polaroid on the table beside them. Same loop on the tail of the capital J. Same tilt. She never went to Texas. And then I picked up my phone, and I found the screenshot I had taken on the 27th of February and had never shown to a living soul, and I read the last line one more time. This town does not need another living reminder of failure. Another. Most of us are keeping something we never opened. A letter, a message, a box in the back of a closet we have walked past for years because opening it would make it real. If you have one, tell me what it is in the comments. I would like to know I am not the only one. Here is what was in mine. The first envelope was postmarked March of 2005, 4 weeks after the storm door. Half a page of notebook paper, torn out of a 3-ring binder, the holes ripped through on one side. My sister was 17 when she wrote it, and it reads like it. She asked whether I had gotten the last one. She said she was okay, and that she had a place. She said she was working at a dairy mart, and that it was fine. At the bottom, underlined twice. Write back to this address. Don't tell her. She had gotten the last one. There was no last one in the box. Whatever came before March is simply gone, and I have made my peace with never knowing how many there were. The second was August of the same year. The third was January of 2006, and it is the longest, and I am not going to read it out to strangers. In it, she tells me what happened to the baby in April of 2005, alone, in a room on 7th Street. She was 17 and she wrote it to a 12-year-old because there was nobody else to write it to. The fourth was June of 2008, and it is 3 lines long. I'm okay. You don't have to write back. I hope school's good. She waited 3 years. That is the part that took the floor out from under me. She wrote into silence for 3 years and then she stopped politely, the way you stop calling a friend who has stopped calling you, and she assumed the silence was mine. On Thursday, the 2nd of April, I drove to the address on the envelopes. Marietta to Parkersburg is 14 miles. You take the bridge over the Ohio and you are there. It took me 22 minutes. And I want to say clearly that I have crossed that river several hundred times in my life. For groceries, for a dentist, for a concert in high school. 7th Street now has a laundromat where the number in the letters should be. The building is the same building. The woman working the counter was maybe 30 and had never heard the name and had no reason to. I sat in the parking lot for a while with the engine off, and I remembered something that had been sitting in the back of my head, uncatalogued, for 10 years. In the fall of 2016, I was getting gas on Route 68, and a woman at the pump across from me was looking at me. Not glancing. Looking. She had a car with a Wood County plate, and she had been standing there with the nozzle in her hand for longer than a person needs to. When I looked back at her, she said one word. Sorry. Then she hung up the nozzle and got in and left without finishing. I remember thinking she had mistaken me for someone. I remember that she had a small tattoo on the inside of her wrist, a letter, faded the way old ink goes green. I did not find my sister that day. I want to be honest about that, because I think people expect a story like this to have a moment where the woman turns detective and cracks it open. I am a hairdresser. I drove 14 miles and looked at a laundromat and drove home. But somewhere on the bridge, I stopped needing to find her. I called Colleen from my driveway. I don't need to find her. I need my mother to say the year out loud. That night, I did one more thing, and it is the only thing in this entire story that I am genuinely proud of. I opened the town Facebook page and I started typing. I had the screenshot. I had 4 postmarks. I had 27 sealed envelopes on my kitchen table and a photograph of a purple cat sticker, and I could have ended my mother's standing in this county in about 9 hours. I got 2 sentences in. Then I deleted it, and I closed the phone, and I went to bed. Not because I am better than that, because if I did it that way, for the rest of Piper's life, the story would be that her mother took her grandmother down on the internet. I wanted it done in front of a small number of people who mattered, in daylight, with my hands empty. On Thursday evening, my Uncle Emmett came to the shop. He said the closer on my front door was slamming and that he had heard it from the sidewalk, which was true, and had been true for about 2 years. He got a stepladder out of his truck without being asked, and worked on it for 20 minutes while I swept up around him and Dot pretended to reconcile the book. When he came down off the ladder, he stood there holding the screwdriver and looking at the doorframe. Your mother, I did not help him. That is the one decision from that whole week I am sure about. I stood there with a broom and I let the sentence stay unfinished because a man who has been quiet for 21 years does not need somebody else's hand on his back. And because whatever he said next, I wanted him to have chosen. He put the screwdriver in his back pocket. She's got people over there Saturday. For the diaper thing. First Saturday of the month. Then he folded up the ladder and carried it out. That is how I picked the day. We got to Warren Street a little after 11 on the 4th of April. 2 garbage bags of diapers were already sitting on the porch, 3 cars in the driveway and 1 at the curb. Through the front window I could see people moving around in the living room. And around the side of the house, at the top of the driveway, my Uncle Emmett was on his knees in front of the side entry with a screwdriver in his mouth, fitting a brand new storm door into the frame. The old one was leaning against the siding behind him. I could smell the primer on the new one from the sidewalk. Piper held my hand going up the steps. Colleen stood on my other side with her arms crossed and the box against her hip. My mother opened the door with her Sunday face on, already talking, already smiling. Come on in. The bags are in the... She saw Colleen first. I watched her eyes go to Colleen, then to Piper, then to me, and the sentence stopped where it stopped and never got finished. That day or any other. Then she stepped out onto the porch and pulled the door most of the way shut behind her, and she kept her hand on the knob. That was her first instinct. Not to ask why we were there, to control what could be seen and heard from inside. Whatever this is, we can do it another time. Hi, Grandma, Piper said. My mother did not answer her. She looked at me and she said it again, quieter, in the voice she uses when she is being reasonable at you. Colleen stepped forward and set the banana box down on the top step between the 2 bags of diapers, with the writing facing up. You gave this to me for my son to draw on. I'd like you to have it back. The screen door behind my mother opened, and a woman from the church came halfway out, holding a clipboard, and said, "Roz, do you want these counted by size?" And then she saw the four of us standing there, and she did not go back inside. My mother looked at the box for about 2 seconds. I have no idea what's in there. I've had paperwork in that closet for 30 years. Then, to me, in a lower register, "You have always needed an audience, Judy." "That's fair," I said. "I do need one today." That stopped her, which I had not expected. I think she had a second thing prepared and it did not fit anymore. I did not open the box. I took one envelope out of my coat pocket, and I held it up with the back of it facing her, the round postmark out where the woman with the clipboard could see it too. "What year did Nell move to Texas?" "Judy. Say it out loud." She was quiet for a moment. Then she said it, because she had said it 1,000 times, and because there were people watching, and because not answering would have been an answer. 2005. I turned the envelope around. Parkersburg, WV, 2006. Addressed in my sister's handwriting to me, at that house, at that door, where my mother had taken it out of that mailbox and carried it inside and put it in a box marked with a tax year. Nobody said anything. The woman with the clipboard looked down at the postmark and then up at my mother, and she was still holding the clipboard against her chest like it was going to help. That was when Emmett came around the corner of the house. He was carrying the old storm door with both hands, that dented aluminum frame with the bad springs still hanging off the top of it. He got as far as the bottom of the steps. He set it down on the concrete, carefully, the way you set down something you have been carrying a long way. "It was February," he said. "I drove her." My mother said his name once, in a voice I had never heard her use in front of anyone outside our family. He did not look at her. He looked at the ground beside the box, which is where he looked for most of what came next. He said he had put Nell in his truck at about 10:30 at night on the 11th of February and driven her across the river to the bus station in Parkersburg. He gave her $80, 4 20s out of his wallet, which was what he had. He waited in the lot with the engine running. She never got on the bus. I sat there till it pulled out. She had walked off toward 7th Street with the duffel bag, and he had let her, because she asked him to, and because he was 34 years old and terrified of his own sister. He knew where she was for 6 years. He said he checked on her twice a year in a way that did not involve talking to her, which is a thing I understand better than I would like to. He lost her in 2011. Then he said the part I did not know was coming. "Roz, tell them what you told me in the truck." My mother said nothing, so he said it. He said that on the way back over the bridge that night, with the passenger seat empty, my mother told him why it had to be that night and not any other night. I can't have this sitting in front of the committee. In April of 2005, the board at Grace Bethel voted to create a paid part-time position, Family Life Coordinator, 15 hours a week and a title and an office with a door. 2 people were up for it. The vote was on the 10th of April, 58 days after my sister walked out of that house with a duffel bag, and my mother won it. And she held that office for 10 years. And in 2015, out of that office, she started a program for young women having babies with nobody standing behind them. Colleen understood it before I did. I heard her make a small sound behind me, and when I turned around, she had both hands over her mouth. Every car seat, every rent check. 11 years of a genuinely good thing, built on top of a 17-year-old in a room on 7th Street. My mother did not confess. I want to be very clear about that, because I have watched a lot of these stories, and in the stories, the woman crumbles. She straightened up. She took her hand off the doorknob for the first time, and she folded her arms, and she looked around the porch, and I watched her count. The woman with the clipboard. Emmett. Colleen. My daughter. You have no idea what I kept off this family. That was it. That was all of it. Not an apology, not a denial exactly, just a repositioning, and I understood standing there that she believed it. She has always believed it. In her version of the last 21 years, she is the one who carried something heavy so that the rest of us would not have to look at it. The screen door opened again and Pastor Dale Corrigan came out onto the porch. He is 58, and he has been at Grace Bethel since 2003, and I do not know how long he had been standing inside the door, but it was long enough. He was still holding the little notebook they use to count donations. He did not raise his voice. He is not that kind of man. Roz, was there a daughter before Judy? My mother looked at him, and she did not answer. Not with a yes, not with a no, not with a redirection. She stood on her own porch in front of 5 people and she did not say one word, and the silence went on long enough that everybody there had time to decide what it meant. That was the moment it changed hands. Not the box, not the postmark. That. I picked Piper up, which I have not done since she was 6 and which she allowed, and we went down the steps past the old storm door and got in the car. Nobody in this town got run out of anywhere. There was no article. There was no meeting. The Ministry Alliance did not take the service heart back, and I never expected them to, because organizations do not do that. What happened instead was slower and, I think, more permanent. Pastor Corrigan went into the file cabinet in the church office the following week and found the minutes from April of 2005, because he is thorough and because he needed to know. He told Emmett what the date was. Emmett told me, I have never seen the paper and I do not need to. On Sunday the 3rd of May, the bulletin ran 2 lines on page 2 saying that Roz would be stepping back for a season, with our prayers. It did not name a replacement. In September, when the Alliance published the program for their fall conference, her name was not on the speakers list for the first time in 8 years, and nobody said anything about that either. That is how it works. You do not get thrown out. You get left off a piece of paper. The family split roughly the way I expected, which is to say unevenly and quietly. The town took longer, and it did not come to me for information. That is the part I did not predict. I had spent years assuming that if the truth ever got out, it would travel through my chair, because everything else in this county does. It did not. It went the other way. Women started arriving already knowing, having heard it from the woman with the clipboard, or from her sister, or from somebody who had been standing in that living room counting diapers by size. Some of them wanted to talk about it. I did not. I asked about their kids and their knee replacements and their kitchen remodels, and I let them sit with the fact that I was not going to hand them anything. Gail Bickham came in that April, sat down, looked at me in the mirror, and did not say a word about any of it for the entire 45 minutes. At the door, she put her hand on my arm. I should have asked you why you weren't in that slideshow. That was the only apology I got from anybody in this town, and it was not even hers to make. 2 relatives who had not called me in years called me. One of them cried. The other one wanted to know what I was going to do next, and I could tell she was calling for information. Not for me. My Aunt Corinne called on a Tuesday during my lunch break. She's 60 years old, Judy. What did that accomplish? Corinne is the one who asked about the chairs. I do not think she has ever once connected those 2 facts, and I did not connect them for her. Thanks for calling, Aunt Corinne. Then I hung up first, which I had never done to anyone in my family in my life. My mother called the shop once, in the 2nd week of May. She did not mention the porch. She did not mention my sister. She said the church wanted a photograph to run alongside the note about her stepping back. Something warm, and that she thought it would be good if Piper were in it. Then she added that I could be in it too. There was a woman under the dryer 8 feet from me, and I kept my voice flat. No. Judy, it would help. It would help you. She was quiet for a second, and then she said that she hoped I was proud of myself, and that she had to go. I stood there afterward with the phone in my hand and worked out what had actually just happened, which was that for the first time in 33 years, my mother had needed something from me. She had needed it enough to dial, and she still could not ask for it in a sentence that did not have a hook in it. Colleen left the program in April. She kept the friendship. In the middle of May, she brought Owen into the shop for his first haircut, and I put the board across the arms of the chair and cut a 3-year-old's hair while his mother filmed it on her phone and told him he was being so brave. I saved a lock of it in a small envelope, which is what we do here, and Piper came around the counter and pressed a sticker down over the flap. Emmett gave me a last name, Brandt. She married a man named Dean Brandt in 2011 and divorced him in 2019 and kept the name, and that was the entire extent of what my uncle had. It was enough. There are 2 24-hour pharmacies in Parkersburg. I called the second one on a Thursday afternoon and asked whether Annelle Brandt worked nights, and the woman who answered said she would pass along a message. I left 9 words. It's Judy. I have your letters, all 4. Then I waited 9 days. I know it was 9 because I counted them in appointments. On the 18th of April, she texted me 4 words and the name of a diner on Murdoch Avenue. She is 38. She was already in the booth when I got there, with a cup of coffee she was not drinking, and she did not stand up, and we did not hug. She has our father's jaw. On the inside of her left wrist there is a small green J that she got when she was 19, for a reason she has not told me. She works nights, 11 to 7, filling prescriptions behind glass at a store where the parking lot lights buzz. She has an apartment above a dentist's office with a cat that she talks about the way people talk about a roommate they are fond of and slightly annoyed by. She said she stayed in Parkersburg because at first she could not afford to leave, and then because leaving started to feel like agreeing to something. I asked her whether she ever came over the bridge. For work stuff. Not for anything else. She turned the cup a quarter turn. I knew where the shop was. I looked it up when it opened. We were both bad at it for about 10 minutes. Then she said, "She told me you had your own life." She turned the cup around on the table. In 2011 I came back. I stood in that kitchen. She said you were doing well and you didn't need any of that stirred up. And I believed her. Because it made sense to me that you wouldn't. I asked her about the gas station on Route 68. She looked at the window for a second and then she nodded once. And that was all either of us said about it. She does not want to see our mother. She said it plainly and without any heat, the way you decline a thing you have already thought about for years. She said maybe someday, and I do not think she meant it. When we stood up to leave, she asked me for one thing. "Can you send me a picture of her? Just one." I sent her the photo from March 21st. My daughter on our kitchen floor at 9 at night, holding a plastic container of 12 blue cupcakes, one of them burned along the edge, waiting for a phone that was not going to ring. I wrote 3 sentences to my mother in May and mailed them with a flag stamp. The first said that she may write to Piper, and that I will read what she writes before Piper does. The second said that if she wants to see her, it will be at my shop, in front of me. The third said that no photograph of my daughter appears anywhere, in any bulletin, in any newsletter, ever again. I sent a copy to the church office the same day, in a separate envelope, not as a threat, because a rule that only one person knows about is not a rule, it is a request. She has not written back. Piper's picture has not appeared in anything since. I went to the elementary school office in the same week and asked for Piper's emergency contact card. I put a line through my mother's name and wrote dots underneath it, and signed and dated it, and the woman behind the counter made a copy and handed the original back and said, "Have a good one." It took less than 2 minutes. That is what a boundary actually looks like. It is almost always paperwork. The 16th of May was a Saturday, and the shop was full. Piper swept hair for $1, which is the rate, and she pushed the pile around for longer than the job required, because she likes the money and hates the broom. Colleen sat in the row of waiting chairs with Owen on her lap and a magazine she was not reading. Dot had a woman under the dryer and was telling her about a sale on porch furniture. Nell came at 11. She stood inside the door for a second the way people do when they are not sure whether to sit, and then she took chair 2, and she did not know what to do with her hands. Piper stopped sweeping and looked at her for a while, in that unembarrassed way children have. "Are you the aunt?" "Yeah," Nell said. "I guess I am." That is the first time in 21 years that anyone in this family called my sister anything at all. Before I locked up that night, I took the Polaroid out of the shoebox and put it in a $5 frame from the drugstore and wedged it into the edge of the mirror at chair 2. 2 girls on a floor in front of a tree in 2004, one of them making a face. The color has gone orange the way they do. I do not have a lesson. I have one sentence I keep coming back to, and it is this: shame does not appear in a family out of nowhere. Somebody hands it to you, usually a person who has handed it themselves, and the only real choice you get is whether you keep passing it down or whether it stops in your hands. It stopped in mine. That is the whole of it. Shame is not something you inherit. It is something somebody hands you, and you can decide not to pass it on. And that is the only thing in this story I am actually proud of. If there is a Piper in your life, or if you were the Piper, tell me in the comments. Share this with the woman who needs to hear that leaving is allowed and that it does not make her the villain. And subscribe, because there is always another family out there that mistook silence for agreement.
The day I discovered my children had signed over my family home to Vanessa, their stepmother and my ex-husband's former secretary, was the day I stopped believing in family loyalty. For 30 years, I'd nursed dying patients back to health, put both my children through college, and kept our home running while my husband built his business. And how did they repay me? By handing over the keys to the woman who destroyed my marriage. What they didn't know was that I had something, none of them expected, something that would turn their perfect little betrayal upside down. Before we jump back in, tell us where you're tuning in from, and if this story touches you, make sure you're subscribed, because tomorrow I've saved something extra special for you. I never thought I'd be telling a story like this at 62. When you spend your life taking care of others, you never imagine they'll turn around and treat you like you're disposable. But that's exactly what happened to me, Helen Carter. For nearly 3 decades, I worked as a pediatric nurse at Boston Memorial Hospital. I specialized in the oncology ward, where the children faced battles no child should ever have to fight. The night shifts were brutal, the emotional toll was worse, but I never complained. Not when Thomas had soccer tournaments that I'd rush to after double shifts. Not when Amanda needed help with science projects after I'd spent 12 hours on my feet. Not when Richard needed me to host dinner parties for potential clients while I was running on 3 hours of sleep. "You're a miracle worker, Helen," my friends would say. "I don't know how you do it all." The truth is, I didn't either. I just did what needed to be done. Richard was building Carter Enterprises from the ground up, and someone needed to keep our home and family intact. So I became the glue, making lunches, attending parent-teacher conferences, driving carpools, all while working full-time in one of the most demanding nursing positions at the hospital. Our colonial home in Lakeside Heights became my pride and joy. I planted every rose bush along the garden path with my own hands, selected every paint color, and spent weekends restoring the original hardwood floors myself to save money during the lean years. That house wasn't just a building, it was the physical manifestation of every sacrifice I'd made. When Thomas was accepted to Harvard Law, I picked up extra shifts to help with tuition. When Amanda wanted to study abroad in her junior year, I sold my grandmother's antique jewelry collection, the only inheritance I had, to make it happen. I never regretted it. Their futures were worth every sacrifice. "Mom, you didn't have to do that," Amanda had said when she found out about the jewelry. Your education is more important than some old rings and necklaces, I told her. They're just things. You're my future. I believed that with my whole heart. I thought they understood what I'd given up for them. I thought they valued it. When Richard's business finally took off in our 15th year of marriage, I was thrilled. Finally, all our hard work was paying off. But success changed him. The late nights at the office grew more frequent. The business trips multiplied. I noticed the slight scent of unfamiliar perfume on his shirts when I did laundry. "You're imagining things," he'd say when I mentioned it. "You're just exhausted from those hospital shifts. Maybe it's time you cut back." I didn't cut back. Our kids were in college, expenses were mounting, and someone needed to keep saving for the future. Richard was spending more and more: a new car, expensive watches, lavish client dinners. Someone needed to be practical. In our 22nd year of marriage, Richard hired Vanessa Mitchell as his executive assistant. She was barely 40, with a business degree and ambition that matched his own. I met her at the company Christmas party, where she shook my hand and said, "Helen, Richard talks about you constantly. It's so impressive how you've managed to stay relevant in nursing at your age." The backhanded compliment stung, but I smiled. Politely. I was 59, not ancient. 6 months later, Richard sat me down in our kitchen. The kitchen I'd remodeled myself the previous summer. "Helen, this isn't working anymore," he said, not quite meeting my eyes. "We've grown apart. I think we both deserve a chance at happiness in our remaining years." "Remaining years?" I echoed. "You make it sound like we're on our deathbeds." "You know what I mean," he said impatiently. "I'll always care for you, but I need more. I need passion and understanding." I didn't ask if Vanessa was providing these things. I already knew. What I didn't know was how quickly everything would unravel. The divorce was finalized in record time. Richard was generous with the settlement, or so my attorney said. I kept the house in Lakeside Heights, plus a modest alimony payment. Richard would continue paying for Thomas's final year of law school. It seemed fair, on paper. What the settlement didn't account for was the emotional fallout. Thomas and Amanda were adults when the divorce happened, 28 and 25 respectively. But they still took sides, and to my shock, they didn't take mine. "Dad's been unhappy for years, Mom," Thomas told me over coffee one afternoon. "You were always at the hospital, always putting patients first." "I was working," I said, stunned by his perspective. "Someone had to pay the bills and save for your education." "Dad was working too," Amanda chimed in. "He built a whole company while you were gone all those nights." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Had they forgotten the soccer games I'd attended with dark circles under my eyes? The school lunches I'd prepared after night shifts? The second job I'd taken to pay for Amanda's study abroad program? 3 months after the divorce, Richard married Vanessa in a lavish ceremony in the Bahamas. My children attended. I saw the photos on social media, both of them smiling beside their father and his new bride, who was draped in a designer gown. That probably cost more than I made in 3 months. Dr. Patricia Wells, my supervisor and mentor at the hospital, was the only one who seemed to understand my pain. "They're blinded by the glamour of it all, Helen," she said as we shared tea in her office. "Richard's living the high life now, and they want to be part of that. They're not seeing the decades of sacrifice you made." "They're adults," I said, trying to convince myself as much as her. "They can make their own judgments." "Perhaps," Patricia said thoughtfully. "But sometimes even adults need to be reminded of the truth." I continued working at the hospital, pouring myself into my patients even more than before. The children on the oncology ward didn't judge me for my age or question my sacrifices. They just appreciated the extra time I spent reading to them, the way I remembered their favorite snacks, the gentle touch I'd developed over decades of practice. What I didn't tell anyone, not even Patricia, was that I'd been quietly making a name for myself in pediatric oncology nursing. Over the years, I'd developed several innovative care protocols that significantly improved quality of life for young cancer patients. I'd written articles in medical journals under a pseudonym, not wanting to draw attention away from the doctors. I'd served as a consultant on difficult cases at other hospitals, again keeping a low profile. Dr. Wells knew about some of it, but not the extent. She'd been encouraging me for years to publish under my own name, to seek recognition for my contributions. "You're too modest, Helen," she'd say. "You've revolutionized several aspects of pediatric oncology care, but no one knows it was you." "The improvements speak for themselves," I'd reply. "That's all that matters." The truth was, I'd always put my family's needs and feelings ahead of my own professional recognition. Richard had always been sensitive about his status, and I didn't want to risk outshining him in any way. So I kept my accomplishments quiet, focusing instead on being a supportive wife and mother. When I turned 60, the hospital organized a small celebration for my 3 decades of service. Patricia presented me with a plaque and a card signed by the staff and many former patients. It was a touching gesture, but what meant even more was the letter I received that same day from the hospital board. "In recognition of your outstanding contributions to pediatric oncology nursing," it read, "we would like to offer you the position of Chief Nursing Officer for Pediatric Services." It was a prestigious role, one that came with a significant salary increase and would allow me to implement my care protocols across all pediatric departments. I called Thomas and Amanda immediately, eager to share my news. "That's nice, Mom," Thomas said, sounding distracted. "Listen, I can't really talk now. We're at Dad and Vanessa's place for dinner. Some potential investors are here." "Oh," I said, deflated. "Well, maybe we can celebrate this weekend? This promotion is a really big deal for me." "This weekend is tough," he hedged. "Vanessa's planning a boat trip to celebrate Dad's new product line. But maybe next month? I'll check my calendar." I hung up feeling hollow. Thomas had always been career-focused like his father, but there was a time when he would have at least pretended to be excited about my achievements. Amanda's response wasn't much better. "Wow, Mom, that's great. But aren't you getting a bit old for such a demanding position? I mean, you could retire now if you wanted." "I don't want to retire," I said, trying to keep the hurt from my voice. "I love my work. This is a chance to make an even bigger difference." Preparing and narrating this story took us a lot of time, so if you are enjoying it, subscribe to our channel. It means a lot to us. Now back to the story. "If you say so," she replied. "Just don't work yourself into the ground. It's not like you need the money anymore, right?" But she was wrong. While the divorce settlement had seemed fair initially, Richard had found ways to reduce the alimony payments, claiming business downturns that I later discovered were fabricated. I didn't contest it. The legal fees would have eaten up any gains, and I was tired of fighting. So yes, I did need this promotion and the salary that came with it. What I didn't need, however, was the bombshell that dropped 3 months later. It was a crisp autumn Saturday when Thomas and Amanda asked to meet me for lunch. They'd been acting strange lately, missed calls, vague excuses, an underlying tension in our interactions. I thought perhaps they wanted to apologize for missing my promotion celebration. We met at a cafe near my house, the one I'd maintained for 30 years, the one I'd fought to keep in the divorce. "Mom," Thomas began, looking uncomfortable, but determined. "We need to talk to you about the house." "What about it?" I asked, setting down my coffee cup. "Well," Amanda jumped in, "you know it's really big for just one person, and the maintenance must be such a burden at your age." "At my age?" I repeated, feeling a familiar sting. "I'm 62, not 92, and I manage the maintenance. Just fine." Thomas cleared his throat. "The thing is, Mom, we've been talking with Dad and Vanessa about this. They're expanding their family." "Expanding their family?" I interrupted. "Vanessa is pregnant?" The thought of my ex-husband starting a new family in his 60s with his former secretary made me feel slightly ill. No, Amanda said quickly. But they're planning to adopt. Vanessa has always wanted children, and there's this sibling group, 3 young kids who need a home. That's commendable, I said cautiously, unsure where this was heading. But they need more space, Thomas continued. Their current place is beautiful but too small for 3 children. And since you're alone in that big house... My blood ran cold as I finally understood what they were leading up to. You want me to sell my house to Richard and Vanessa? I asked incredulously. They exchanged glances before Amanda spoke. Not exactly, Mom. We've already taken care of it. The paperwork was finalized yesterday. What paperwork? I demanded, my voice rising despite the public setting. The house transfer, Thomas said, his lawyer voice kicking in. After some discussion, we determined that the most logical solution was to transfer ownership of the house to Dad and Vanessa. They'll be moving in next month. I stared at them, momentarily speechless. You determined? You transferred? That house is in my name. You can't transfer what isn't yours. Thomas had the grace to look slightly uncomfortable. Actually, Mom, remember when you were hospitalized briefly last year for that bout of pneumonia? You signed a power of attorney form so we could handle your affairs while you recovered. A temporary medical power of attorney, I clarified, anger building in my chest. The document was broader than you realized, he admitted. It gave us authority to manage your assets in your best interest. And you determined that giving away my home was in my best interest. I was practically shaking now. It makes financial sense, Amanda argued. The property taxes and maintenance costs are eating into your retirement savings. This way, you can downsize to something more appropriate and invest the difference. What difference? I asked coldly. If you gave away my house, where's the money from the sale? More uncomfortable glances between my children. It wasn't exactly a sale, Thomas admitted. More of a family transfer. But don't worry, Vanessa found you a really nice senior apartment complex. It's got activities, dining services, everything you need. A senior apartment complex, I repeated flatly. You're putting me in a retirement home? It's not a retirement home, Amanda protested. It's an active adult community. And it's only 15 minutes from the hospital, so you can still work if you insist. If I insist? I could barely recognize my own children in that moment. I'm the chief nursing officer of pediatric services at one of the top hospitals in Boston. Of course I'm going to continue working. Mom, be reasonable, Thomas said, using his negotiating voice. This is the best solution for everyone. The kids need a stable home, and you need something more manageable. What I need? I said, standing up so abruptly that my chair scraped loudly against the floor, is for my children to respect me and my property. That house is mine. I worked for it. I maintained it. It's not yours to give away. It's done, Mom, Amanda said firmly. The paperwork is filed. Vanessa has already started measuring for renovations. I looked at them, these 2 people I'd raised, nurtured, sacrificed for, and saw nothing of myself reflected back. In that moment, they were strangers, wearing familiar faces. When am I expected to vacate my home? I asked, my voice steady despite the storm raging inside me. You have 30 days, Thomas replied. But the apartment will be ready next week so you can move whenever you're ready. How generous, I said, gathering my purse. Don't expect me at Sunday dinner anymore. In fact, don't expect anything from me at all. I walked out of the cafe with my head held high, but once inside my car, the modest sedan I'd purchased after the divorce, I finally allowed the tears to fall. 30 years of memories, erased with a signature. 30 years of sacrifice, dismissed as irrelevant. But beneath the grief, something else was building, something I hadn't felt in a very long time. Anger. And with that anger came a sudden clarity. I'd spent my entire life playing by the rules, putting others first, staying humble about my accomplishments. Where had it gotten me? Betrayed by my husband, abandoned by my children, and about to be evicted from my own home. As I drove back to the house that apparently no longer belonged to me, I made a decision. I wasn't going down without a fight. For once in my life, I was going to put myself first. I pulled into my driveway and sat there for a moment, staring at the colonial facade I'd lovingly maintained for decades. Every shutter had been painted by my hand. Every flower bed had been planted during precious free weekends. This wasn't just a house. It was the physical manifestation of my life's work. And somehow, through legal manipulation, my own children had taken it from me. I pulled out my phone and dialed a number I rarely used. "Patricia? It's Helen. I need your help, and I think it's finally time I published those articles under my real name." The battle for my home and my dignity had just begun. Dr. Patricia Wells listened intently as I explained the situation over tea in her elegant Cambridge home. Unlike my stark, active adult apartment with its generic beige walls and industrial carpeting, Patricia's historic Victorian had character and warmth, much like its owner. "They used a power of attorney to transfer your house?" Patricia's voice rose in disbelief. "Helen, that sounds highly questionable, legally speaking." I nodded, clutching my teacup tightly. "Thomas claims it was within the scope of the document I signed. He's a lawyer, so I assume he found some loophole." "A loophole or not, it's morally reprehensible." Patricia set her cup down with unusual force. "You need your own attorney, one who isn't afraid to go up against your son." "I've already called someone," I admitted. "James Wilson. He specializes in elder law and financial abuse cases." Patricia raised an eyebrow. "Elder law? You're hardly elderly, Helen." "That's not how my children see it," I said bitterly. "According to them, I'm 1 foot in the grave, incapable of maintaining my own home or making my own decisions." I'd spent the past week packing up 30 years of memories, sorting through photographs, children's artwork, holiday ornaments, deciding what could fit in my new miniature living space and what I'd have to discard. Each item I touched brought back memories. Thomas's high school graduation tassel, Amanda's first ballet slippers, the serving platter Richard and I had received as a wedding gift. My life, reduced to boxes and black garbage bags. "Have you confronted Richard about this?" Patricia asked. "He won't take my calls," I replied. "His assistant, not Vanessa, a new one, says he's unavailable whenever I phone. I sent an email, and all I got was a formal response expressing regret for any misunderstanding and assuring me that the transition would be handled professionally." Patricia snorted. "Professionally? There's nothing professional about stealing your home." "According to Thomas, they're doing me a favor. The apartment complex has amenities I couldn't possibly manage without." I couldn't keep the sarcasm from my voice. "Like what? A bingo hall?" Patricia rolled her eyes. "Precisely, along with water aerobics and weekly bus trips to the mall." I shook my head. "Meanwhile, Vanessa has already hired contractors to modernize my kitchen. Apparently, my carefully restored 1920s cabinetry is depressingly vintage." Patricia's expression darkened. "This is beyond disrespectful, Helen. It's predatory." "I know," I said quietly. "That's why I've decided to fight back." "Good." Patricia leaned forward. "What's your plan?" I took a deep breath. "First, I'm meeting with James Wilson tomorrow to explore my legal options. Second, I'm accepting the keynote speaker invitation for the International Pediatric Oncology Nursing Conference next month." Patricia's eyes widened. "Helen, that's wonderful. You've turned it down 3 years running." "Because I didn't want to draw attention to myself," I explained. "But now? I think it's time the world knew exactly who developed the Carter Protocol." for pain management in pediatric cancer patients. The protocol named after your ex-husband's company? Patricia clarified, a slow smile spreading across her face. The very same, I confirmed. Richard has been taking credit for funding that research for years, building his company's reputation on my work. He even named it after Carter Enterprises as a charitable contribution. But he didn't fund it. I developed that protocol on my own time, using my own resources, while working full-time and raising his children. Patricia looked thoughtful. The hospital has the documentation proving you're the sole developer. The board would back you up. They already have, I replied. When I told Administrator Jenkins about my situation, he was livid. Apparently, Richard has been leveraging his connection to the Carter Protocol to secure government contracts. For years, Jenkins is more than happy to set the record straight. This could damage Richard's business reputation significantly, Patricia pointed out. I'm counting on it, I said, with more steel in my voice than I'd ever allowed myself before. But that's not all. I've also decided to accept the research grant from the Wilkins Foundation. Patricia nearly spilled her tea. The $2 million grant? Helen, that's incredible. When did they offer it to you? 6 months ago, I admitted. I turned it down initially because I didn't want to uproot my life. I was comfortable in my house, happy with my routine. The grant requires relocating to their research facility in Rhode Island for at least a year. But now that you've been effectively evicted, now I have nothing holding me back, I finished. The Wilkins Foundation is renewing their offer with an increased stipend for housing and a dedicated support staff. And they're adding something new. They want to name their pediatric pain management wing after me. Patricia beamed. The Helen Carter wing. It has a lovely ring to it. It does, doesn't it? I smiled for what felt like the first time in weeks. And it comes with a very public dedication ceremony next quarter. One that will be covered by medical journals and local news outlets. Your children will see it, Patricia realized. And Richard. And Vanessa, I added. Everyone who thought I was just a nurse, just a housewife, just an aging woman ready for a retirement home. They'll all see exactly what I've accomplished while they weren't paying attention. The next morning, I met James Wilson at his downtown office. Unlike Thomas with his slick corporate law firm, James operated a smaller practice focused on protecting vulnerable clients. His office was comfortable but unpretentious, lined with family photos and case law books. Mrs. Carter, he greeted me warmly. I've reviewed the documents you sent over. I'll be direct. What your children did falls into a gray area legally, but it doesn't look good. How gray are we talking? I asked. The power of attorney document is unusually broad, he explained, sliding a copy across his desk. Most medical POAs are limited to healthcare decisions during incapacity. This one includes provisions for property management that would typically be found in a financial power of attorney. I never intended to give them control over my house, I said firmly. I believe you, James nodded. And a judge might as well. The problem is proving you didn't understand what you were signing. You're a highly educated healthcare professional. No one's going to believe you couldn't comprehend a legal document. Thomas brought it to me in the hospital, I recalled. I had pneumonia, was on strong antibiotics, and had just received a breathing treatment. I was hardly at my sharpest. James made a note. That helps. Any witnesses? The hospital staff, I replied, and there should be medical records documenting my condition. Good, he nodded again. Now, about the transfer itself, there's something odd there too. Normally, a house sale generates funds that would go to you. But according to these documents, the property was transferred for a nominal fee of $1. $1, I repeated incredulously. My house is worth over $850,000. Exactly, James said grimly. That alone raises red flags about the intentions behind this transfer. It's one thing to sell a property on your behalf and give you the proceeds. It's another to essentially give it away to family members who directly benefit. So we have a case? I asked hopefully. We have grounds to challenge the transfer, he clarified. I won't promise victory, but I believe we can at least delay the process and possibly get the transfer invalidated. At minimum, we should be able to secure fair market compensation for your property. I don't want compensation, I said firmly. I want my house back. James looked sympathetic but cautious. Mrs. Carter, I understand your attachment, but if your son and ex-husband have already started renovations, then they've invested in a property they don't legally own, I finished. That's their problem, not mine. A hint of admiration flickered across James's face. You're tougher than you look, Mrs. Carter. I like that. Let's file for an emergency injunction today to halt any further renovations or move-in plans. That will buy us time to build our case. As I left James's office, I felt lighter than I had in weeks. For the first time since the divorce, I was taking control rather than simply reacting to circumstances others had created for me. I spent the next day at my new apartment, unpacking the few possessions I'd brought with me. The space was sterile and impersonal, a far cry from the warm, lived-in comfort of my colonial. The walls were white, the carpet beige, the appliances basic and dated despite the complex's claims of modern amenities. But it would do for now. This wasn't my home. It was just a temporary way station on the path to reclaiming what was mine. That evening, I received a furious call from Thomas. "Mom, what is this injunction?" he demanded without preamble. Dad and Vanessa were in the middle of kitchen demolition when they got served with papers. "How unfortunate for them," I replied. Calmly. "They shouldn't have started renovations on a house they don't legally own. This is ridiculous," Thomas snapped. "You signed a legally binding power of attorney. The transfer is valid." "That's for a judge to decide," I said. "In the meantime, they should probably stop destroying my property." "It's not your property. Anymore." Thomas's voice rose. "Why are you being so difficult? We found you a nice place to live, close to the hospital. Most mothers would be grateful their children were looking out for them." "Looking out for me?" I echoed in disbelief. "You took my home, the home I maintained for 30 years, and gave it to your father's new wife for nothing. How exactly is that looking out for me?" "You're twisting the situation," Thomas argued. "The house was too big for you. The maintenance was becoming a burden. We made a practical decision." "A practical decision would have been selling the house at market value and giving me the proceeds," I countered. "Not handing it over to Richard and Vanessa for $1. Thomas went quiet for a moment. "Who told you it was $1? "My attorney," I replied. "And unlike you, he's actually representing my interests." "Mom, be reasonable." Thomas's tone shifted to the condescending one he'd adopted since the divorce. "Fighting this will only drain your savings on legal fees. Dad's corporate attorneys will bury your case in paperwork." "Let them try," I said evenly. "By the way, how is your father handling the news about the keynote address?" "What keynote address?" Thomas sounded genuinely confused. "The International Pediatric Oncology Nursing Conference next month," I explained. "I'm the keynote speaker. I'll be discussing my development of the Carter Protocol. You know, the pain management system your father's been taking credit for funding all these years." Silence stretched across the line. That's not possible," Thomas finally stammered. "Dad developed that protocol through Carter Enterprises' research division." I laughed, genuinely amused by his ignorance. "Is that what he told you?" "Carter Enterprises doesn't have a research division, Thomas. It never did. I developed that protocol independently, on nights and weekends, while working full-time and raising you and your sister. Your father simply took credit for it to enhance his company's reputation." "I don't believe you," Thomas said. but uncertainty had crept into his voice. "You don't have to believe me," I replied. "The hospital has all the documentation." "So does the medical board. So do the journals where I published my research under a pseudonym, because your father thought it would confuse clients if I became known for medical innovations while he was trying to build a healthcare supply business." Another long pause. "If what you're saying is true," Thomas said slowly, "why are you only bringing this up now?" "Because for 30 years I put my family's needs ahead of my own recognition," I explained. "I let your father take credit because it helped his business, which supported our family. I published under a pseudonym to keep peace in our marriage. I downplayed my accomplishments so Richard's ego wouldn't be bruised." I took a deep breath before continuing. "But now you've taken my home, dismissed my career, and treated me like an inconvenient elderly relative to be tucked away in a retirement community. So I've decided it's finally time to set the record straight." "Mom, you need to think about what you're doing," Thomas warned. "Dad's company could suffer if this goes public." "I've thought about it very carefully," I assured him. "In fact, I've been thinking about little else since you and your sister informed me you'd given away my house. I've made my decision." I ended the call and turned off my phone, unwilling to field the barrage of messages that would undoubtedly follow. For the first time in my adult life, I wasn't considering how my actions would affect Richard or my children. I was thinking only of justice, and perhaps a small measure of righteous vengeance. The next morning, I met with Administrator Jenkins and the hospital's public relations team to prepare for the upcoming conference. As Chief Nursing Officer for Pediatric Services, I'd always kept a low profile, focusing on patient care rather than publicity. Now, I embraced the spotlight. "We'll need updated professional photographs," the PR director explained, "and a comprehensive biography highlighting your development of the Carter Protocol." "I'd like to rename it," I interjected. "The Carter name no longer reflects its origins." Jenkins nodded thoughtfully. "What would you prefer?" "The Helen Protocol," I said without hesitation. "Simple, direct, accurate." "Perfect," Jenkins smiled. "And while we're making changes, I've been in contact with the Wilkins Foundation about your research grant. They're thrilled you've reconsidered and are prepared to make a public announcement at the conference." "Excellent," I replied. "I'd also like to discuss launching a formal investigation into how Carter Enterprises has been using my protocol in their marketing materials without proper attribution." Jenkins looked surprised, but not disapproving. "That's a significant step, Helen. Are you certain you want to pursue it?" "Absolutely," I confirmed. "It's time for truth and transparency." Later that evening, I received a text from Amanda. "Mom, can we talk? Dad's freaking out about this conference thing." I replied simply, "I'm busy preparing my keynote address. We can talk after the conference." Her response came quickly. "This isn't fair to Dad or Vanessa. They've already started renovations on the house." I didn't bother responding. Let them worry. Let them wonder what else I might have up my sleeve. The following week passed in a blur of preparation. I worked with James on the injunction case, collaborated with the PR team on my conference presentation, and began organizing my research for the Wilkins grant. I barely had time to think about the apartment's depressing beige walls or the noisy neighbors who seemed to use their blender at 5 a.m. every morning. On Wednesday, I received an unexpected visitor at the hospital, Olivia Reynolds, my closest friend outside of work. We'd met years ago at a community garden and bonded over our shared love of heirloom tomatoes and classical music. Unlike many of my other friendships that had faded after the divorce, Olivia had remained steadfastly loyal. "I heard through the grapevine that you're taking on Richard and the kids," she said, settling into the chair across from my desk. "About time, if you ask me." I smiled at her bluntness. News travels fast. "Small circles," she shrugged. "Richard was at the country club yesterday, looking like he'd swallowed something sour. Apparently, Some government contracts are in jeopardy because of questions about the origins of the Carter Protocol. How unfortunate for him, I said mildly. Olivia laughed. Helen Carter, I've known you for 15 years, and I've never seen this side of you. It's magnificent. It doesn't feel magnificent, I admitted. It feels terrifying and exhilarating all at once. I've never stood up to Richard like this. Never stood up to anyone, really. That's what makes it so powerful, Olivia leaned forward. Listen, I have a proposition for you. My brother owns that beautiful craftsman house in Brookfield, the one with the gardens I showed you pictures of. He's been renting it out, but the tenants just left. It's empty and he's not in a rush to fill it. Olivia, I can't afford. She held up a hand. I know your financial situation is complicated right now. Gregory is offering it to you at a fraction of the normal rent, just enough to cover the property taxes. He says it's the least he can. Do for the nurse who took such good care of his daughter during her leukemia treatment. I was stunned. Mia Reynolds had been one of my patients nearly a decade ago, a brave 7-year-old battling an aggressive form of leukemia. I'd spent countless extra hours with her, reading stories, explaining procedures, holding her hand through the worst of the treatments. I hadn't realized she was Olivia's niece. Mia is in college now, Olivia continued, studying nursing because of you. Gregory has never forgotten what you did for her. Tears pricked at my eyes. I was just doing my job. No, Olivia shook her head firmly. You went far beyond your job. That's who you are, Helen. That's who you've always been. The person who gives more than required, who sacrifices without complaint, who puts others first. It's time someone put you first for a change. The craftsman house in Brookfield was everything my sterile apartment wasn't. Warm, characterful, surrounded by gardens and filled with natural light. When Olivia took me to see it the following Saturday, I felt an immediate sense of peace despite the tumultuous circumstances of my life. It's perfect, I whispered, running my hand along the built-in bookshelves. And it's yours for as long as you need it, Olivia assured me. Gregory insists. Moving again so soon was exhausting, but friends from the hospital helped, forming a caravan of cars filled with the boxes I'd barely had time to unpack at the apartment. By Sunday evening, I was settled in my new temporary home, feeling more centered than I had since the day Thomas and Amanda had informed me of their betrayal. Monday morning brought a development I hadn't anticipated. James called as I was preparing for work. Mrs. Carter, Richard's attorneys have contacted me, he began without preamble. They're proposing a settlement. What kind of settlement? I asked warily. They're offering to buy the house from you at full market value, plus an additional $50,000 for inconvenience, James explained. It's actually quite generous, financially speaking. I considered this for a moment. And if I accept, you'd drop the injunction and any claims related to the unauthorized transfer, he clarified. You'd also need to sign a non-disclosure agreement regarding the whole situation. And the Carter Protocol? My keynote address? The offer doesn't mention those, James replied. It's strictly about the house. I smiled to myself. Richard was trying to solve the most immediate problem, the injunction preventing his renovation work, while ignoring the larger threat to his company's reputation. Classic Richard, always treating symptoms rather than addressing root causes. Tell them I'll consider the offer, I instructed James, but I want to see the exact terms in writing. Of course, James agreed. I'll request the formal proposal. Today. That night, I received another call, this time from an unfamiliar number. When I answered, a woman's voice I instantly recognized filled the line. Helen, it's Vanessa. We need to talk. I considered hanging up but decided against it. I have nothing to say to you, Vanessa. Then just listen, she said, her usual, polished tone tinged with desperation. This situation has gotten out of hand. Richard is beside himself about this conference and the questions being raised about the Carter Protocol. How unfortunate for him. I replied evenly. This isn't just about Richard, Vanessa insisted. It's about the company, about jobs, about the adoption. If these government contracts fall through because of this dispute, we won't be able to provide the stable home those children need. Are you actually trying to guilt me about orphaned children? I asked incredulously. After you took my home. I didn't take anything, Vanessa protested. Thomas and Amanda approached us with the idea. They said you were struggling to maintain the property, that you'd be better off in a senior community. And you believed that? Or did it just conveniently align with your desire for a larger home? Vanessa sighed. Helen, I know we've never been friends. I understand why you resent me, but surely we can resolve this like reasonable adults. That before participating in the theft of my home, I said coldly, then ended the call. I sat in the quiet of the Craftsman house, listening to the distant sound of waves from the nearby coast. Vanessa's call had unsettled me, not because I felt guilty, but because it confirmed what I'd suspected. Richard and Vanessa were truly desperate. The pending adoption, the renovation work, the government contracts in jeopardy, they were vulnerable in ways I hadn't anticipated. Part of me, the nurturing caregiver who had defined my identity for decades, felt a pang of sympathy for the children waiting for a home. But another part, the newly awakened fighter determined to reclaim what was rightfully mine, recognized this as yet another manipulation tactic. They had taken everything from me without a second thought. Now they wanted me to consider their needs, to sacrifice yet again? No. This time, I would stand firm. This time, I would fight for myself with the same fierce determination I'd always shown when fighting for others. The conference was 2 weeks away. The court hearing on the injunction was, reasonable adults don't steal homes from women who spent 30 years building and maintaining them, I pointed out. Reasonable adults don't use a medical power of attorney to transfer property without consent. What if we found you another house? Vanessa offered. Something smaller but still nice in a good neighborhood? We could purchase it outright. Put it in your name. I don't want another house, I said firmly. I want my house, the one I earned, the one I loved, the one that holds 30 years of my memories. But we've already started renovations. Vanessa sounded genuinely distressed. The kitchen is completely gutted, the master bathroom too. Then you've invested in property you don't legally own, I replied, echoing what I'd told Thomas. That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem. Helen, please. Vanessa's voice took on a pleading quality I'd never heard from her before. These children have been through so much already. The adoption agency is visiting next month to do a home study. If we're not settled by then, you should have thought about that before participating in the theft of my home, I said coldly, then ended the call. I sat in the quiet of the Craftsman house, listening to the distant sound of waves from the nearby coast. Vanessa's call had unsettled me, not because I felt guilty, but because it confirmed what I'd suspected. Richard and Vanessa were truly desperate. The pending adoption, the renovation work, the government contracts in jeopardy. They were vulnerable in ways I hadn't anticipated. Part of me, the nurturing caregiver who had defined my identity for decades, felt a pang of sympathy for the children waiting for a home. But another part, the newly awakened fighter determined to reclaim what was rightfully mine, recognized this as yet another manipulation tactic. They had taken everything from me without a second thought. Now they wanted me to consider their needs? To sacrifice yet again? No. This time, I would stand firm. This time, I would fight for myself with the same fierce determination I'd always shown when fighting for others. The conference was 2 weeks away. The court hearing on the injunction was scheduled for the following month. The Wilkins Foundation was preparing their public announcement about my research grant and the wing named in my honor. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just Helen the nurse, Helen the mother, Helen the wife. I was Helen Carter, innovator, researcher, fighter. And I was just getting started. The morning of the International Pediatric Oncology Nursing Conference arrived with a crystalline autumn sky. I stood at the mirror in my bedroom at the Craftsman House, smoothing my new charcoal gray suit, a far cry from the practical scrubs I'd worn for decades. Patricia had insisted on taking me shopping, arguing that if I was going to step into the spotlight, I needed to look the part. "You're not just a nurse today," she'd said as we browsed designer racks. "You're a keynote speaker, a researcher, an innovator about to reclaim her rightful recognition." Now, studying my reflection, I barely recognized myself. The tailored suit accentuated a confidence I was still growing into. My silver-streaked hair had been styled in an elegant bob, rather than my usual practical ponytail. Small pearl earrings, a gift from Olivia for the occasion, completed the transformation. My phone buzzed with a text from Patricia. "Car will pick you up in 20 minutes. Ready to make history?" I smiled and replied, "As ready as I'll ever be." The conference was being held at the Harrington Medical Center, Boston's newest and most prestigious healthcare facility. As my hired car pulled up to the gleaming glass entrance, I spotted news vans and photographers, more media presence than these conferences typically attracted. "Dr. Jenkins arranged for additional press coverage," explained Emily, the hospital's PR coordinator who met me at the entrance. "The story of the Helen Protocol is generating significant interest." "The Helen Protocol," I repeated, still getting used to the name. It sounds strange after all these years. "It sounds right," Emily assured me. "And wait until you see the presentation materials. The research team has put together a comprehensive history of your work, including the documentation proving your sole authorship." We walked through the bustling conference center, where hundreds of healthcare professionals from around the world had gathered. I recognized many faces, colleagues, former students, researchers who had built upon my early work. Several stopped to congratulate me, their expressions a mix of admiration and curiosity about why I had remained in the background for so long. In the presenters' lounge, I found Patricia waiting with Administrator Jenkins and several board members from the hospital. Their presence underscored the significance of today's events. "Helen," Jenkins stepped forward to shake my hand, "today is long overdue. The board has unanimously approved a formal statement correcting the historical record regarding the development of the pain management protocol." "Thank you," I said, sincerely. "I appreciate the hospital's support." "It's the least we can do," he replied. "In fact, there's something else we'd like to discuss after your keynote. A new position we believe would be perfect for you." Before I could inquire further, Emily approached to inform us it was time to take our seats in the main hall. As we made our way through the crowded corridors, I caught sight of a familiar face that stopped me in my tracks. Amanda, looking uncomfortable in the sea of medical professionals. Our eyes met across the busy hallway. She made a small, uncertain gesture, not quite a wave, more of a recognition. I nodded briefly but continued walking with Patricia and Jenkins. Whatever Amanda wanted, it could wait until after my presentation. The main conference hall was filled to capacity, with over 1,000 attendees seated and more standing along the walls. A large screen behind the podium displayed the conference logo, alongside the Helen Protocol, Revolutionizing Pain Management in Pediatric Oncology, in bold letters. Dr. Eliza Montgomery, the conference chair and a respected figure in pediatric medicine, opened the proceedings with a warm introduction. For decades, a revolutionary approach to pain management has improved the quality of life for countless young cancer patients worldwide. Today, we have the honor of hearing directly from its creator, a dedicated healthcare professional whose innovative work has remained largely uncredited until now. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Helen Carter. The applause was thunderous as I approached the podium. I scanned the audience, spotting Amanda in the back row, and, to my surprise, Thomas seated near the middle, his expression inscrutable. I wondered if Richard was somewhere in the crowd as well, watching as his carefully constructed narrative began to unravel. "Thank you, Dr. Montgomery," I began, my voice steady despite the butterflies in my stomach. "For 30 years, I've worked as a pediatric oncology nurse. Like many of you, I've held the hands of children facing unimaginable pain. I've comforted parents in their darkest hours, and I've searched constantly for ways to make the unbearable slightly more bearable." I paused, taking a breath before continuing. 25 years ago, I began developing what became known as the Carter Protocol, a comprehensive approach to pain management that considers not just physical symptoms, but emotional and psychological factors as well. I developed this protocol during night shifts, on weekends, at my kitchen table after my children had gone to bed. I tested it, refined it, documented its efficacy, and eventually published my findings under the pseudonym E.J. Marcus. I clicked to advance the slides, revealing the original research notes, dated, signed with my initials. For various personal reasons, I allowed this work to be credited to Carter Enterprises as a charitable initiative. I remained in the background as the protocol gained recognition and was implemented globally. Today, I'm here to reclaim my work and to set the record straight. For the next 45 minutes, I detailed the development of the protocol, the science behind it, and the documented results from thousands of cases. I shared stories of patients whose quality of life had improved dramatically, illustrated the protocol's evolution over time, and presented the extensive evidence supporting its efficacy. Throughout my presentation, I maintained a professional tone, never directly attacking Richard or Carter Enterprises. This wasn't about vengeance. It was about truth, about intellectual honesty, and about finally receiving recognition for work that had helped countless children. As I concluded, the applause was even louder than before, with many attendees rising to their feet. Dr. Montgomery returned to the podium, visibly moved. "Helen, on behalf of the International Pediatric Oncology Nursing Association, I am honored to present you with our Lifetime Achievement Award," she announced, unveiling a crystal plaque I hadn't known was coming. "Your work has changed the standard of care worldwide and improved the lives of children when they needed it most." Tears pricked at my eyes as I accepted the award. This recognition, from peers who understood the importance of the work, meant more than I could express. Following the keynote, there was a scheduled press conference where I would field questions about the protocol and formally announce my acceptance of the Wilkins Foundation grant. As I made my way to the media room, Amanda intercepted me in the hallway. "Mom," she said, her voice tight with emotion, "can we talk? Just for a minute?" I glanced at Emily, who nodded understandingly. "You have 5 minutes before the press conference," she said, stepping aside to give us privacy. Amanda's carefully applied makeup couldn't fully conceal her reddened eyes. "Was that all true?" she asked. "Did you really develop that protocol yourself? Did Dad really take credit for all those years?" "Every word was true," I confirmed. "The hospital has all the original documentation." "Why didn't you ever tell us?" Amanda's voice cracked slightly. "We would have been so proud." "Would you?" I asked gently. "Or would you have seen it as me competing with your father, taking attention away from his business achievements?" Amanda looked away, unable to meet my eyes. "I don't know," she admitted. "But finding out like this in front of hundreds of people—" "Mom, do you have any idea what this will do to Dad's company?" "I imagine the same thing it did to me when I discovered my children had signed away my home. It will force some difficult reckonings." Amanda winced. "About the house. Thomas said it was the right thing for everyone, that you'd be safer, in a community with support services. And you believed him," I said. Not a question, but a statement. You never questioned whether it was what I wanted, whether it was even legal. I thought, she faltered. Thomas is the lawyer. He said the paperwork was legitimate. The paperwork may have been legal in the strictest sense, but the intent behind it wasn't, I explained. You can't use a power of attorney to enrich yourselves at my expense. That's financial exploitation, Amanda. She paled at the term. That's not what we were trying to do. Perhaps not consciously, I conceded, but the effect is the same. You took something of immense value, financial and emotional, from me without my consent, and gave it to your father and Vanessa. Emily approached discreetly, tapping her watch to indicate our time was up. I have to go, I told Amanda. The press is waiting. Mom, please. She reached for my arm. Can't we fix this? Vanessa says they'll buy you another house, anywhere you want. This isn't about another house, I said firmly. This is about respect, about autonomy, about recognizing that at 62, I'm still capable of making my own decisions. I gently removed her hand. I'm sorry, Amanda, but I'm done allowing others to determine my worth and my future. If you want to make things right, you need to start by acknowledging what you did was wrong, not just inconvenient in light of recent developments. The press conference was a blur of cameras, microphones, and rapid-fire questions. I announced my acceptance of the Wilkins Foundation grant and the naming of the Helen Carter Wing for Pediatric Pain Management. I confirmed that I had developed the protocol independently and explained my decision to step forward now. For decades, I prioritized others' needs above my own recognition, I stated. Today marks a new chapter where I can fully embrace my contributions to pediatric medicine. When a reporter asked directly about Carter Enterprises' claims regarding the protocol, I responded carefully. I can only speak to the factual record, which clearly documents my development of this approach. The hospital board has issued a formal statement correcting the historical record, which I believe speaks for itself. By the time I returned to the Craftsman house that evening, I was physically and emotionally exhausted, but filled with a sense of accomplishment I'd rarely experienced. Patricia and Olivia had organized a small celebration dinner, joined by James Wilson, who arrived with news. The story is everywhere, he announced, placing several newspapers on the coffee table. Medical journals, business publications, even mainstream news outlets. Nurse reclaims groundbreaking medical protocol after decades in shadow is the headline in the Boston Globe. Any response from Richard or Carter Enterprises? I asked, scanning the front pages. Their PR team issued a vague statement about reviewing historical records and acknowledging all contributors to the protocol's development, James replied. But the damage control is already failing. 2 government agencies have suspended contract negotiations pending verification of the company's claims, and their stock dropped 8% by closing. And the house? I prompted. James smiled. That's the best part. Richard's attorneys called late this afternoon with a new offer. They'll reverse the transfer completely, return the house to your name, and pay for all restoration of the renovations they've started. No financial settlement? Olivia asked. Surprised. They offered that too, James confirmed, but they've dropped the non-disclosure requirement. They know that ship has sailed. What changed? I wondered. Reality, Patricia said simply. Richard built his business reputation on being the philanthropist behind this protocol. Now that narrative is unraveling publicly, he's scrambling to minimize further damage. There's something else, James added. Thomas has recused himself from representing his father in this matter. Apparently, there are concerns about conflicts of interest, given his role in the original transfer. He's distancing himself, Olivia observed, or developing a conscience, I suggested, though without much conviction. The following morning brought another unexpected visitor, Thomas himself, standing awkwardly on the porch of the Craftsman house with a thick folder under his arm. May I come in? He asked formally when I opened the door. I hesitated but stepped. aside. We settled in the living room, morning sunlight streaming through the bay windows. "I've been reviewing the power of attorney situation," he began, opening the folder. "There are irregularities I wasn't fully aware of when we executed the transfer." "Irregularities?" I repeated. "The document you signed was quite broad, but not unlimited," he explained. "Specifically, it required that any property transfers be in your best financial interest. A $1 transfer to family members clearly doesn't meet that standard. You're just realizing this now?" I couldn't keep the skepticism from my voice. Thomas had the grace to look ashamed. "I'm saying it officially now. As an attorney, I have ethical obligations I can't ignore, regardless of family connections." "And what about your obligations as a son?" I asked quietly. He closed the folder, his professional demeanor cracking slightly. "I convinced myself we were doing what was best for you. The house was large, you were living alone, and Vanessa kept talking about how you'd struggle as you got older. It seemed logical to have you in a community with support services. Did it ever occur to you to ask what I wanted?" "No," he admitted. "And that was wrong. I'm sorry, Mom." His apology surprised me. Thomas had always been more like his father, finding it nearly impossible to admit mistakes. "The house transfer will be reversed this week," he continued. "Dad has agreed to pay for complete restoration of any renovation work and to cover all your legal expenses." "Just like that?" "Not exactly," Thomas sighed. "Dad's company is in serious trouble over the protocol situation. Several contracts are hanging in the balance. His attorneys have advised that fighting you on the house would only generate more negative publicity." "So this isn't about doing the right thing," I clarified. "It's about damage control." "For Dad, yes," Thomas nodded. "For me, it's more complicated. Seeing you at that conference yesterday, hearing about everything you'd accomplished while raising us, while supporting Dad's career, it made me question a lot of assumptions." He hesitated before continuing. "Amanda and I were raised hearing about Dad's business genius, his charitable contributions, how he supported medical research. We never knew that research was actually yours. Your father and I had an unspoken arrangement," I explained. "He built his business. I supported him privately and publicly. In return, he provided financial security for our family. But that arrangement didn't include him taking credit for your work," Thomas pointed out. "No," I agreed. "That evolved gradually. At first, it was just allowing the protocol to be named after Carter Enterprises because they'd made a small donation to the hospital. Then it became Richard mentioning our support of innovative pain management research in interviews. Eventually, he was being introduced at events as the man behind the Carter Protocol." "And you never corrected anyone?" I shook my head. By then, the narrative was established. Challenging it would have created tension in our marriage and confusion in his business relationships. It seemed easier to let it stand. Thomas looked troubled. "Mom, that's not right. You deserved recognition for your work." "Yes," I said simply. "I did. But for 30 years, I chose family harmony over professional recognition. That was my choice. What wasn't my choice was having my home taken from me by the children I'd sacrificed for." Thomas winced. "I know it doesn't fix things, but I am truly sorry. I got caught up in what Dad and Vanessa wanted, in their plans for the adoption. I lost sight of what was right." His mention of the adoption reminded me of Vanessa's desperate call. "What's happening with the children they plan to adopt?" "The home study has been postponed," Thomas replied. "With everything up in the air about the house and Dad's company, the agency suggested waiting until things stabilize." A part of me felt a twinge of sympathy for the children waiting for a home, but I reminded myself that Richard and Vanessa's choices had created this situation, not mine. "I should go," Thomas said, rising. "The attorneys will be in touch about reversing the house transfer." At the door, he paused. For what it's worth, I was proud of you yesterday. What you've accomplished is incredible. After he left, I sat on the porch swing, processing our conversation. Thomas's apology seemed genuine, but it had come only after public revelations had forced a reckoning. Would he have ever recognized the wrong without that catalyst? I couldn't be sure. My phone rang. Jenkins from the hospital. "Helen, I hope I'm not interrupting," he began. "I wanted to follow up on our conversation about a new position." "Of course," I replied. "What did you have in mind?" "The board has approved creation of a new role, Director of Innovation in Pediatric Care," he explained. "It would involve overseeing research initiatives, mentoring staff on developing new care protocols, and representing the hospital at conferences and in publications. We want you for the position." "That sounds significant," I said carefully. "It is," Jenkins confirmed. "It comes with a substantial salary increase, a dedicated research budget, and flexibility to work with the Wilkins Foundation simultaneously. In essence, we're acknowledging that your contributions deserve more than your current role allows." "I'm honored," I said sincerely. "When would this start?" "As soon as you're ready," he replied. "Though I understand you have some personal matters to resolve first." "Yes," I agreed. "The house situation is moving toward resolution, but there will be details to address." "Take the time you need," Jenkins assured me. "The position will be there when you're ready." Later that afternoon, James called with an update. "The transfer reversal papers are ready," he announced. "We can sign them tomorrow. Richard and Vanessa have already signed their portion." "So quickly?" I was surprised by the speed. "Richard's attorneys are pushing to resolve this before it generates more negative press," James explained. "Also, they've included a formal apology acknowledging that the original transfer was executed without your full understanding or consent." "Will I need to see Richard and Vanessa at the signing?" I asked, unsure how I felt about facing them. "No," James assured me. "They've completed their part separately. You'll just meet with me and the notary at my office." "Good," I said, relieved. "What about the renovation damage?" "They've agreed to pay for complete restoration," James confirmed. "They've already contacted contractors who specialize in historical homes." The next day, I signed the papers in James's office, officially reclaiming ownership of my home. It should have felt like an unmitigated victory, but my emotions were more complex. Yes, I had won. My house was mine again. My professional contributions were finally recognized, and my future suddenly held exciting new opportunities. But the relationships with my children remained damaged, perhaps irreparably so. As I drove to Lakeside Heights to inspect the renovation damage, I found myself reflecting on the past month's whirlwind of events. I had gone from feeling powerless and betrayed to standing in my professional power and reclaiming what was rightfully mine. The cost had been high. Family relationships strained, Richard's business reputation damaged, and adoption potentially delayed. But was it too high? Had my pursuit of justice veered into vengeance? I pulled into the familiar driveway, steeling myself for what I might find inside. The contractor Richard had hired, Martin Dyer, met me at the door. "Mrs. Carter," he greeted me respectfully. "I understand you'd like to review the current state of the property before we begin restoration work." "Yes," I confirmed. "I need to see everything." The tour was both better and worse than I'd feared. The kitchen had been completely gutted, my carefully restored cabinets removed, the vintage tile I'd lovingly maintained ripped out, the breakfast nook where I'd served countless family meals demolished. The master bathroom had suffered a similar fate. The clawfoot tub I'd refinished myself was gone, replaced by a half-installed modern shower enclosure. "Can it be restored to its original condition?" I asked Martin as we stood amid the demolition. "Yes," he assured me. "We specialize in historical homes. I've seen the before photos, and we can recreate everything down to the cabinet handles." Mr. Carter has authorized whatever expenditure is necessary to restore it properly. How long will it take? 6 to 8 weeks, Martin estimated. Would you like to be consulted on all the details, or would you prefer we work from the historical photos? I'd like to be involved, I decided. This house has been my life's work alongside my nursing career. Every detail matters to me. As I was leaving, I noticed a car pulling up, Amanda's electric blue compact. She stepped out, looking uncertain about her welcome. I thought you might be here, she said, approaching cautiously. Thomas told me the transfer was being reversed. It's official as of this morning, I confirmed. Can we talk? She asked. Please? We walked to the stone bench in the front garden, the bench Richard and I had placed there when we first bought the house, where I'd sat reading stories to Thomas and Amanda when they were small. I don't know where to start, Amanda admitted. I've been thinking about everything. The house, your work with the protocol, all those years you supported us while Dad took credit for your research. It's a lot to process, I acknowledged. Why didn't you fight back sooner? She asked. Why let Dad claim your work for all those years? For the same reason I worked night shifts to pay for your study abroad program, I said gently. For the same reason I sold my grandmother's jewelry to fund your education, I put my family's needs and feelings above my own. Amanda's eyes filled with tears. And we repaid you by taking your house. Yes, I said simply. You did. I'm so sorry, Mom, she whispered. I got caught up in what Thomas and Dad were saying. That you were getting older, that the house was too much for you, that you'd be better off in a community with support. I never stopped to think about what you actually wanted. That's the heart of it, I agreed. You all decided what was best for me without ever asking me. You treated me as though I was incapable of making my own decisions. We were wrong, Amanda acknowledged. Seeing you at that conference, hearing what you'd accomplished, I barely recognized you, Mom. You've always been just Mom to me, making dinner, working at the hospital, supporting us from the background. I never saw you as a groundbreaking researcher, someone important enough to have medical wings named after them. I'm both, I told her. I'm the mother who made your lunches and checked your homework, and I'm the nurse who developed a pain management protocol that's helped countless children. Neither diminishes the other. What happens now? Amanda asked hesitantly. With us, I mean. That depends, I said honestly. I'm not the same person I was a month ago, Amanda. I've rediscovered parts of myself that I set aside for decades. I'm accepting new professional opportunities, embracing recognition I've earned. Our relationship needs to evolve to accommodate who I am now. Not just your mother, but a woman with her own achievements and agency. I'd like that, Amanda said quietly. I'd like to know this version of you. I reached over and squeezed her hand, not fully ready to forgive, but willing to open the door to a new understanding. As we sat there on the stone bench, surrounded by the garden I'd tended for decades, I felt a sense of rightness settle over me. The house would be restored, my professional contributions recognized, my future filled with new opportunities. The relationships with my children remained complicated, but perhaps not beyond repair. Most importantly, I had finally learned to stand up for myself with the same fierce determination I'd always shown when advocating for my patients. That revelation, that belated understanding of my own worth, was perhaps the most valuable outcome of this painful journey. The autumn sun warmed my face as I looked toward the house, my house, with its gutted rooms that would soon be restored. Like the house, I too had been damaged, but was finding my way back to wholeness, transforming in the process into something both familiar and new. Tomorrow, I would meet with the Wilkins Foundation about the research wing bearing my name. Next week, I would begin my new role as Director of Innovation in Pediatric Care. And in between, I would supervise the restoration of my beloved home, ensuring that every detail honored its history while accommodating my future. For the first time in decades, I was living life on my own terms, not as anyone's wife, not primarily as anyone's mother, but as Helen Carter, in full possession of her accomplishments, her property, and her power. The Wilkins Foundation headquarters occupied a renovated textile mill along the Providence waterfront. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the river, filling the space with natural light that danced across polished hardwood floors. I sat in a conference room with Dr. Eleanor Wilkins, herself, a legendary figure in pediatric medicine and the Foundation's founder. "Helen, I cannot tell you how pleased we are that you've reconsidered our offer," Dr. Wilkins said, sliding a portfolio across the table. "After your keynote address, our board voted unanimously to increase the grant funding by 20%. The publicity surrounding your work has only reinforced what we already knew. You're the foremost expert in pediatric pain management." I opened the portfolio, scanning the updated terms: $2.4 million over 3 years, a dedicated research team, state-of-the-art facilities, and housing accommodations in a Foundation-owned property near the research center. "This is incredibly generous," I said, genuinely moved by the Foundation's commitment. "It's well-deserved," Dr. Wilkins assured me, "and frankly, long overdue. I've followed your work for years, even when it was published under a pseudonym." I looked up in surprise. "You knew?" She smiled knowingly. "The medical community is smaller than people realize, especially in specialized fields. Your writing style, your methodologies, they were distinctive. I suspected E.J. Marcus was a pen name, though I respected your choice to remain anonymous." "I never imagined my work was being tracked that closely," I admitted. "That's because you've consistently undervalued your contributions," Dr. Wilkins observed. "A common pattern among women in medicine, particularly those of our generation." Our generation. The phrase resonated. Dr. Wilkins was in her late 60s, only a few years older than me. She'd built her reputation in an era when female physicians were still rare, when they had to work twice as hard for half the recognition. "Now, about the wing dedication," she continued, turning to architectural renderings. "The Helen Carter Wing for Pediatric Pain Research will occupy the east section of our main building. Construction is already underway, with completion scheduled for spring." The renderings showed a beautifully designed space, light-filled treatment, rooms, research laboratories, consultation areas, and a central atrium. At the entrance, a plaque bearing my name. "It's overwhelming," I confessed. "After decades of working behind the scenes, seeing my name so prominently displayed feels surreal." "You'll get used to it," Dr. Wilkins said with a warmth that suggested she understood exactly what I was experiencing. "Recognition can be as disorienting as it is gratifying when you've spent a lifetime avoiding the spotlight." We spent the next hour discussing the research agenda, my plans to expand the Helen protocol to address different types of pediatric pain, potential applications in non-oncology settings, training programs for implementing the protocol in resource-limited environments. "This is exceptional work, Helen," Dr. Wilkins said as we concluded. "I particularly appreciate your focus on making these techniques accessible in underserved communities." "Pain doesn't discriminate by socioeconomic status," I replied. "Neither should treatment approaches." As I prepared to leave, Dr. Wilkins asked a question that caught me off guard. "The recent publicity, your children transferring your home, your ex-husband claiming credit for your work, has that affected your enthusiasm for this project?" I considered my answer carefully. Initially, I accepted this grant partly out of anger, a desire to prove my worth to those who had devalued me. But now, I'm embracing it for myself. The personal situation has accelerated my professional journey, but it doesn't define it. Dr. Wilkins nodded approvingly. "That's exactly what I hoped to hear. Righteous anger can be a powerful catalyst, but it's a poor foundation for sustained work. Finding your own intrinsic motivation ensures longevity. Driving back to Brookfield, I reflected on our conversation. Dr. Wilkins had articulated something I was only beginning to understand: the difference between reaction and intention. Was I still reacting to Richard, Thomas, and Amanda's betrayal? Or was I finally acting from my own centered sense of purpose? The answer became clearer as I pulled into the driveway of Olivia's brother's craftsman house. This temporary home had become a sanctuary, a place where I was learning to prioritize my own needs and ambitions. For the first time in decades, I was making decisions without first calculating their impact on everyone else in my orbit. That evening, I received a call from Martin Dyer, the contractor handling my house restoration. "Mrs. Carter, I wanted to update you on our progress," he began. "We've completed the demolition phase and are ready to begin rebuilding. I have some options for the kitchen cabinetry that I'd like you to consider." "I thought we were restoring it to the original design," I said, confused. "That's certainly an option," Martin confirmed. "But since we're starting fresh, I thought you might want to consider alternatives that maintain the historical aesthetic while incorporating modern functionality." I hadn't considered this possibility, that restoration didn't necessarily mean exact replication. Perhaps this house, like my life, could honor its history while evolving into something new. "I'd like to see the options," I decided. "When would be convenient?" We arranged to meet the following morning at the house. After hanging up, I noticed a text message from Amanda. "Mom, can I join you at the house tomorrow? I'd like to help with the restoration decisions, if that's okay." Her request surprised me. Amanda had never shown interest in home restoration before, dismissing my passion for historical architecture as quaint and old-fashioned. Was this a genuine interest or an attempt to work her way back into my good graces? Either way, I decided to accept the olive branch. "Martin is coming at 10 a.m. You're welcome to join us." The next morning dawned bright and crisp, a perfect New England fall day. I arrived at the house early, wanting time alone to process my feelings before Amanda and Martin arrived. The front garden needed attention. Summer blooms had faded, and fallen leaves carpeted the walkway. In previous years, I would have spent October weekends preparing the garden for winter, planting bulbs for spring, mulching the perennial beds. The sound of a car door closing interrupted my thoughts. I turned to see Amanda walking up the path, carrying 2 coffee cups. "I brought your favorite," she said, offering me one of the cups. "Hazelnut latte, extra shot, no whip." "Thank you," I said, genuinely touched that she remembered my coffee preference. Small gestures mattered, especially now. "The garden looks sad," Amanda observed, glancing around at the untended beds. "It's been a difficult month," I replied. "Gardening hasn't been my priority." "I could help," she offered hesitantly. "I know I've never been much of a gardener, but you could teach me. Maybe this weekend?" The offer caught me off guard. Amanda had always been determinedly urban, preferring concrete to compost, high-rise apartments to homesteading. Her sudden interest in gardening seemed out of character. "Why the sudden interest in getting your hands dirty?" I asked, more curious than suspicious. Amanda looked down at her polished boots, clearly uncomfortable. "I've been seeing a therapist," she admitted. "Since the conference, since seeing what I did to you." She suggested that learning about your interests might be a way to rebuild. Her honesty disarmed me. "I'd like that," I said softly. "The garden has always been my sanctuary. Sharing it with you would be nice." Martin arrived moments later, carrying portfolios of design options and material samples. We moved inside to the gutted kitchen, where he spread everything across a folding table set up in the center of the room. "As you can see, Mrs. Carter, these 3 options maintain the craftsman style of your original cabinetry," he explained, showing us detailed drawings. "But each incorporates modern features, soft, close drawers, pull-out shelving, integrated lighting. I studied the designs, appreciating how they honored the home's character while offering practical improvements. "These are beautiful, Martin. Could I have some time to consider them?" "Of course," he agreed readily. "There's no rush on the decision. We'll be focusing on structural elements for the next 2 weeks anyway." After Martin left, Amanda and I continued studying the designs, discussing the merits of each option. It was the most normal conversation we'd had in months, perhaps years. No undercurrents of judgment, no subtle power dynamics, just two adults considering cabinetry designs. "You know, Mom," Amanda said hesitantly, "I've been thinking about what you said, about us making decisions for you without asking what you wanted. I didn't understand at the time how wrong that was." I waited, giving her space to continue. "Growing up, you always put everyone else first. You worked those brutal night shifts, then came home and made our lunches, helped with homework, kept the house running. You never complained, so I guess I never thought about the toll it took. I just assumed that's what mothers did, sacrifice endlessly without recognition." "It's a common assumption," I acknowledged, and for decades I reinforced it by never asserting my own needs. "But that wasn't fair to you," Amanda insisted, "and it set a terrible example for me. I've been thinking a lot about what kind of woman I want to be, what kind of life I want to build. I always thought Dad's career-focused, ambitious approach was the model to follow. But watching you speak at that conference, seeing how you've built this whole second act for yourself after everything that happened, it's made me reevaluate a lot of things." Her words touched something deep within me, a recognition that perhaps my greatest legacy wouldn't be the Helen Protocol or a research wing bearing my name, but the impact my journey might have on my daughter's understanding of her own worth. "I spent too many years letting your father define success," I told her. "Don't make the same mistake. Define it for yourself." Amanda nodded thoughtfully. "That's what I'm trying to do, starting with making amends to you." Over the next few weeks, a new routine emerged. I split my time between preparing for my new roles at the hospital and the Wilkins Foundation, consulting on the house restoration, and tentatively rebuilding my relationship with Amanda. Each Saturday, she would join me at the house for what we started calling garden therapy, clearing beds, planting bulbs, learning the rhythms of nurturing growing things. Thomas remained more distant, though he called regularly to check on the house restoration progress. His apology had seemed sincere, but I sensed he was still struggling to reconcile his legal and filial obligations. I gave him space, understanding that some bridges take longer to rebuild than others. Richard, unsurprisingly, communicated only through his attorneys. The initial damage to Carter Enterprises' reputation had been significant. Stock values dropped, contracts suspended, media scrutiny intensified. However, as the weeks passed, his PR team began crafting a new narrative. Richard as the supportive ex-husband who had championed his wife's work behind the scenes, who had named the protocol after his company as a gesture of corporate support for her research. It was revisionist history at its finest, a spectacular example of turning lemons into lemonade. I could have disputed this narrative but chose not to. Richard's desperate scramble to salvage his reputation held no interest for me anymore. I had reclaimed my house, my professional identity, and my autonomy. Those victories were enough. Vanessa, however, proved less willing to accept the new status quo. 4 weeks after the house transfer reversal, as I was leaving the hospital after a meeting about my new position, I found her waiting by my car. "Helen," she called, stepping forward. "Can we talk? Please?" She looked different from the polished, confident woman who had stolen my husband and attempted to claim my home. Her designer clothes hung looser on her frame, and dark circles shadowed her eyes despite careful makeup application. "What is there to say, Vanessa?" I asked, not unkindly, but with clear boundaries. "A lot, actually," she replied, her usual smooth assurance missing. Could we go somewhere? A coffee shop, maybe? Curiosity won out over reluctance. We walked to a nearby cafe, settling at a corner table away from other patrons. The adoption fell through, Vanessa said without preamble, her hands clenching around her coffee cup. The agency cited instability in the home environment and concerns about financial security following the publicity about Richard's company. I'm sorry to hear that, I said, and meant it. Whatever my feelings toward Vanessa, the children caught in this situation deserved stability and love. Are you? She asked, a hint of her old sharpness returning. It's what you wanted, isn't it? To punish us? No, I replied firmly. Contrary to what you might believe, dismantling your adoption plans was never my goal. I simply wanted my house back and recognition for my work. Your work, Vanessa repeated. Do you have any idea what the fallout has been for Richard? For the company? For our lives? I imagine it's been significant, I acknowledged. But those consequences weren't my doing. They were the natural result of years of misrepresentation. Vanessa stared into her coffee. Richard is not handling it well. The board is questioning his leadership. Investors are nervous. Some days he doesn't even get out of bed. I felt a complicated wave of emotions. Not satisfaction at Richard's suffering, but a sort of detached recognition that his current struggles were of his own making. Why are you telling me this? I asked. Because I don't know what to do, Vanessa admitted, vulnerability breaking through her carefully maintained facade. Everything is falling apart. The adoption, the company, our marriage. Your marriage? This surprised me. Richard isn't the man I thought I married, she said bitterly. When things were going well, when he was the respected businessman and philanthropist, he was charming, confident, generous. But now? He's angry all the time, drinking too much, blaming everyone but himself. The description was painfully familiar. Glimpses of a Richard I had seen during our marriage when business deals fell through or competitors gained advantages. The charismatic exterior masking a fundamentally insecure man who couldn't cope with failure or criticism. What do you want from me, Vanessa? I asked directly. She looked up, her expression unexpectedly vulnerable. Advice, I suppose. You were married to him for 25 years. You must have strategies for handling his moods, his blame shifting. The request was so unexpected that I nearly laughed. Vanessa, the younger, more polished woman who had replaced me, was now asking for advice on managing the very man she had taken from me. My strategy was sacrifice, I told her honestly. I minimized my own achievements, absorbed his criticisms, worked tirelessly to maintain a home and family he could showcase. I don't recommend it. But you stayed for 25 years, she persisted. At what cost? I countered. I published research under a pseudonym to protect his ego. I let him take credit for my professional innovations. I silenced my own voice to amplify his. That's not advice, Vanessa. That's a cautionary tale. She was quiet for a long moment. I didn't know, she finally said. About the protocol, about your research. Richard always talked about it as his company's initiative. I'm sure he did, I said, neither accusatory nor forgiving, simply stating a fact. You must hate me, Vanessa said quietly. I did, I admitted, for taking my husband, for disrupting my children's loyalty, for attempting to claim my home. But hate requires energy I'm no longer willing to expend on situations I can't change. So what do you feel now? I considered the question carefully. Compassion, perhaps. You're learning what I discovered over 25 years, that Richard's love and approval are conditional, that his confidence is a veneer hiding profound insecurity. Vanessa blinked rapidly, fighting tears. I don't know who I am anymore, she whispered. I was Richard's executive assistant, then his wife, prospective, adoptive mother, lady of the house, and now everything is slipping away. Her words echoed my own journey, the disorientation of losing roles that had defined me, the terrifying freedom of rebuilding an identity based on my own values rather than others' expectations. Perhaps that's your opportunity, I suggested, gently, to discover who Vanessa is beyond her relationship to Richard. She looked at me with something approaching respect. How did you do it? Start over at our age? One step at a time, I replied. I focused on what brought me genuine satisfaction. My work, my garden, my home. I accepted help from true friends. I learned to advocate for myself with the same vigor I'd always shown when advocating for others. We sat in silence for a few minutes, two women united briefly by our shared experience of the same complex, difficult man. Thank you, Vanessa said finally, for talking to me, for not turning me away. We've all been casualties of Richard's ego in different ways, I observed, but we don't have to remain casualties forever. As we parted outside the cafe, Vanessa hesitated, then asked, "The house restoration, how is it coming along?" Slowly, but surely, I replied. The kitchen and bathroom will be finished by Christmas. I'm glad, she said, and seemed to mean it. It was always your house, never mine. I see that now. Watching her walk away, I felt an unexpected lightness. The conversation had provided a closure I hadn't realized I needed, not just regarding Vanessa, but Richard as well. His struggles, his company's difficulties, even his marriage. None of it was my responsibility anymore. I was free to focus on my own journey without the weight of his needs and demands. That freedom became even more apparent the following week when I met with the hospital board to formalize my new position. The contract they presented exceeded my expectations: a generous salary, research budget, administrative support, and, most importantly, complete autonomy over program development. We want to be clear, Helen, Jenkins said as I reviewed the terms. This isn't a consolation prize or a gesture of sympathy following recent events. This position was created specifically to leverage your expertise and vision. Your work deserves institutional support at the highest level. I appreciate that clarification, I said, signing the contract with a newfound confidence. And I look forward to building something truly impactful. As December approached, the house restoration neared completion. The kitchen had been beautifully rebuilt with custom cabinetry that honored the original design while incorporating modern conveniences. The master bathroom now featured a replica of my beloved clawfoot tub alongside updated fixtures. Painters had matched the original wall colors exactly, and specialized craftsmen had repaired the damaged woodwork. Amanda continued our weekend gardening sessions, though we'd moved indoors for the winter, focusing on planning the spring garden and caring for houseplants I'd brought from the craftsman house. Our relationship had evolved into something new, not the old mother-daughter dynamic where I sacrificed and she received, but a more balanced friendship between two adult women who were learning to appreciate each other's strengths. Thomas remained more peripheral, though he had begun sending thoughtful texts and occasional emails, articles related to my research, information about legal protections for intellectual property, once even a rare first edition of a nursing textbook I'd mentioned studying in my early career. Small olive branches, tentatively extended. 2 weeks before Christmas, Martin announced that the restoration was complete. "The house is ready for you to move back in whenever you'd like, Mrs. Carter," he said during our final walkthrough. Stood in the center of my restored kitchen, running my hands along the smooth countertops, opening and closing the perfectly balanced cabinet doors. Everything was familiar, yet subtly improved, like finding an old favorite sweater that had been carefully mended and cleaned. "It's perfect," I told him. "You've done remarkable work." "It was an honor," he replied sincerely. Restoring a home with this much history, this much love in it. That's the kind of project that makes my job worthwhile. Later that evening, I called Olivia to share the news. The house is finished, I told her. I can move back whenever I'm ready. That's wonderful, she said warmly. When do you think you'll go? I hesitated, surprising myself. That's the strange thing. I'm not sure I want to, at least not right away. Really? Olivia sounded surprised. After everything you went through to get it back? I know it seems odd, I admitted, but the Craftsman House has become a symbol of my new beginning. The Colonial holds 30 years of memories, most good, some painful. I'm not sure I'm ready to re-immerse myself in that history just yet. So what are you thinking? Olivia asked. I'm considering waiting until after I complete the first phase of the Wilkins Foundation work, I explained. I'll be in Rhode Island 3 days a week anyway. Maybe splitting my time between the Colonial and the Craftsman House makes sense for now. That sounds like a practical solution, Olivia agreed, and Gregory is delighted to have you stay. As long as you like. He says you're the perfect tenant. Quiet, clean, and you've improved his garden beyond recognition. We laughed together, and I felt a deep gratitude for friends like Olivia who had supported me unconditionally through this tumultuous period. She had offered sanctuary when I needed it most, practical help without judgment, and unwavering belief in my right to stand up for myself. The following Saturday, I invited both Thomas and Amanda to meet me at the Colonial. They arrived separately, but within minutes of each other, both looking apprehensive about why I had called them together. The house restoration is complete, I told them as we sat in the living room. I wanted you both to see it and to discuss my plans moving forward. It looks amazing, Amanda said, glancing around at the perfectly restored space. Exactly like it was before, but somehow better? Martin did exceptional work, I agreed, but I've decided not to move back in immediately. Thomas looked concerned. Is something wrong with the restoration? No, nothing like that, I assured him. The house is perfect. But my life has changed significantly in the past few months. I'm starting new professional roles, dividing my time between Boston and Providence. The Craftsman House in Brookfield has become a sanctuary for me, a place associated with my new beginning rather than my past. So you're selling this house after all? Amanda asked, clearly confused. No, I smiled, understanding their uncertainty. I'm keeping it. This house represents 30 years of my life, my hard work, my memories. I fought for it because it's rightfully mine. But I've decided to use it differently for now. I explained my plan, to maintain ownership of the Colonial, but convert part of it into a residence for medical fellows at Boston Memorial, particularly those working in pediatric oncology who couldn't afford Boston's exorbitant housing costs. The master suite would remain my private space for when I needed to be in Boston for hospital work, while the rest of the house would provide affordable housing for promising young healthcare professionals. The hospital's legal team is drafting the necessary agreements, I concluded. They'll manage the property day to day, handling maintenance and tenant issues. The fellows will get below-market housing in a lovely neighborhood, and I'll have the satisfaction of supporting the next generation of healthcare providers. Thomas and Amanda exchanged glances, clearly surprised by this unexpected solution. That's really generous, Mom, Thomas said. Are you sure it's what you want? I'm sure, I confirmed. This house deserves to be filled with life, with purpose. And I can think of no better purpose than supporting young professionals dedicated to healing. What about us? Amanda asked softly. This has always been our family home. It still is, I assured her. Your rooms will remain private, available whenever you visit. Nothing changes in that regard. But everything else has changed, Thomas observed, not critically but reflectively. Yes, I agreed. Everything has. And that's not entirely a bad thing, is it? As we sat in the living room, the space where we had celebrated birthdays, opened Christmas presents, shared countless family dinners, I felt a sense of completion. The battle for my home had been won, but the victory wasn't about bricks and mortar. It was about reclaiming my voice, my agency, my right to determine my own path. The Colonial would always be part of my story, but it was no longer the entirety of it. My future stretched before me, rich with professional opportunities, new relationships, evolving family dynamics. For the first time in decades, that future was entirely of my own design. "No," Amanda said finally, answering my question. "It's not a bad thing at all. It's just different. But different can be good." "Different can be very good," I agreed, looking around at the home I had fought so hard to reclaim, now transformed into something that served not just my needs, but the greater good as well. Different, but entirely mine to decide. Spring came. To New England in its usual fitful manner, warm, promising days followed by sudden frosts, bursts of color retreating under unexpected snow. I divided my time between the Craftsman House in Brookfield and my suite at the Colonial, now officially a residence for medical fellows. The arrangement had proven even more successful than I'd anticipated. The young doctors and researchers brought a vibrant energy to the old house, filling it with passionate discussions about treatment protocols and patient care, discussions that often continued late into the evening on the back porch where I had once sat alone watching fireflies. Dr. Maya Chen, a brilliant pediatric oncology fellow from California, had become something of a protégé. She occupied Thomas's old room and had transformed it with plants, colorful textiles, and walls covered in medical journals and research notes. When I stayed at the Colonial, we often shared morning coffee before heading to the hospital, discussing cases and research ideas with an intellectual camaraderie I found deeply satisfying. "I've been reviewing your early papers on the Helen Protocol," Maya told me one April morning as we sat in the kitchen nook. "Your approach was revolutionary, even then, but I think there's potential to expand it for adolescent patients with chronic conditions beyond cancer." "I've had similar thoughts," I admitted, pleasantly surprised by how our thinking aligned. Chronic pain management in teenagers presents unique challenges. Their developing brains, hormonal fluctuations, psychosocial factors. Exactly. Maya's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Plus, teenagers are notoriously non-compliant with traditional pain management regimens. They need approaches that give them agency, that fit into their complex social dynamics. "Write up a proposal," I suggested. "The Wilkins Foundation has expressed interest in expanding the protocol's applications. This could be a perfect avenue to explore." Maya beamed at the opportunity. Later, as we walked together to the hospital, I reflected on how different my life had become in just 6 months. Instead of being devalued and dismissed, my expertise was now actively sought. Instead of diminishing myself to protect others' egos, I was mentoring the next generation of medical innovators. The Helen Carter Wing at the Wilkins Foundation was nearing completion, with the dedication ceremony scheduled for early summer. The research team had already begun preliminary work in temporary facilities, making significant progress on adapting the protocol for different patient populations. My position as Director of Innovation in Pediatric Care at Boston Memorial complemented this research perfectly, providing clinical settings to implement and refine our approaches. My relationship with Amanda had evolved into something I wouldn't have thought possible 6 months earlier. Our weekend gardening sessions had expanded to include cooking lessons. Amanda had expressed interest in learning the family recipes she'd always enjoyed, but never bothered to learn. "I've been eating takeout 5 nights a week since college," she confessed one Saturday as we prepared my grandmother's lasagna. "It never seemed important to learn cooking when I was focused on my career, but watching you balance your professional achievements with these personal skills, it's made me reconsider what success really looks like." Thomas remained more reserved, though our interactions had grown less strained. He had left Richard's corporate law firm to start his own practice, focusing on patient advocacy and healthcare rights, a move that surprised everyone, including himself. "Dad thinks I've lost my mind," he told me during a rare lunch together. "He says I'm throwing away a guaranteed partnership track to chase idealistic nonsense." "And what do you think?" I asked, curious about this unexpected career pivot. Thomas considered the question seriously. "I think I'm finally doing work that matters. Representing corporations in liability disputes never felt right, but I followed that path because it was expected. Watching you reclaim your professional identity, stand up for your work, it made me question whether I was living according to my own values or someone else's expectations." His words touched me deeply. Perhaps the most meaningful outcome of my painful journey wasn't the professional recognition or the reclaimed property, but the ripple effect it had created in my children's lives, challenging them to examine their own choices and priorities. Richard remained a peripheral figure, communicating primarily through attorneys and occasionally through Thomas. Carter Enterprises had stabilized somewhat after the initial scandal, though it never fully recovered its former prestige. Richard had been forced to step down as CEO but remained on the board in a diminished capacity. According to Thomas, he had sold the luxurious downtown condo he'd shared with Vanessa and moved to a smaller property in the suburbs, a significant downsize from his former lifestyle. Vanessa had filed for divorce, surprising no one after our candid conversation months earlier. She had returned to school to complete a master's degree in business administration, a goal she'd abandoned years ago when she became Richard's executive assistant. We occasionally exchanged polite emails, a strange postscript to our formerly antagonistic relationship. "I'm focusing on who I want to be without defining myself through a man," she wrote in her most recent message. "Your advice that day in the cafe changed my perspective more than you know." One sunlit May afternoon, as I tended the Colonial's front garden while staying in Boston for a week of hospital meetings, a familiar car pulled into the driveway. Richard stepped out, looking noticeably older than when I'd last seen him. The confident posture and immaculate appearance that had once been his trademark had given way to slightly stooped shoulders and casual clothes that lacked his former precision. "Hello, Helen," he said, approaching cautiously. "Your garden looks beautiful, as always." "Thank you," I replied, straightening up from where I'd been planting new perennials. "What brings you here, Richard?" He gestured vaguely toward the house. "Thomas mentioned your arrangement with the medical fellows. It's not what I expected you to do with the property." "No, I imagine it isn't," I agreed, peeling off my gardening gloves. "May I?" he asked, indicating the stone bench. Nearby, I nodded, joining him on the bench where I'd sat with Amanda months ago, the bench where we'd once read bedtime stories to our young children on summer evenings. "I've been doing a lot of thinking," Richard began, his voice lacking its usual authoritative tone. "About our marriage, about the protocol, about everything that happened with the house." I waited, neither encouraging nor discouraging his reflection. "I was wrong," he said finally. "Taking credit for your work, allowing the children to transfer your house. It was wrong on every level." The admission, delivered without qualifications or excuses, surprised me. Richard had never been one to acknowledge mistakes, let alone apologize for them. "What brought about this realization?" I asked, genuinely curious. "Therapy," he admitted with a self-deprecating smile. "After everything fell apart, the company problems, Vanessa leaving, Thomas suggested I might benefit from professional help. I initially dismissed the idea, but eventually, well, let's just say desperation can be motivating. I'm glad you sought help," I said sincerely. "That takes courage." "My therapist helped me see patterns I've repeated throughout my life," Richard continued, "always needing to be the most successful, the most admired person in the room. Taking credit for others' work. surrounding myself with people who reinforced my inflated self-image. He looked toward the house, the home we had shared for decades. I never appreciated what you contributed, Helen. Not to our family, not to my career, not even to the business successes I claimed as my own. You were the foundation that made everything else possible, and I treated you as an afterthought. His words articulated what I had felt for years, but never expected him to recognize, let alone acknowledge. "Why are you telling me this now?" I asked. "Because you deserve to hear it," he replied simply. "And because part of my recovery is making amends where possible. I don't expect forgiveness, Helen. I don't even expect you to care about my journey at this point. But I needed to say it nonetheless." We sat in silence for several minutes, the spring breeze rustling through the garden I had tended for 3 decades. "I am sorry for the pain I caused," Richard finally said, standing to leave. "And I'm proud of what you've accomplished, what you're continuing to accomplish. It's what you always deserved." I watched him walk to his car, a modest sedan rather than the luxury vehicle he'd always insisted on driving, and felt a complex wave of emotions. Not love or longing, not even anger anymore, but a kind of closure I hadn't realized I still needed. The dedication ceremony for the Helen Carter wing at the Wilkins Foundation took place on a perfect June day. The modernist glass and wood addition gleamed in the summer sunlight, a physical manifestation of how far I'd come from the day my children had informed me they'd given away my home. Amanda and Thomas attended the ceremony, sitting in the front row alongside Patricia, Olivia, and other friends and colleagues who had supported me through the difficult transition. Even Maya and several other medical fellows had made the trip to Providence, their presence a testament to the community I had built in my new role. Dr. Eleanor Wilkins presented me with a ceremonial key to the wing, her eyes bright with shared triumph. "Helen Carter's work has transformed how we understand and treat pediatric pain," she told the assembled guests and media representatives. "This facility will ensure that her innovations continue to evolve and reach children worldwide." As I stepped to the podium to deliver my remarks, I caught sight of Amanda and Thomas in the audience. Amanda was smiling broadly, while Thomas watched with quiet pride. They were seeing me as I truly was, not just their mother, but a professional whose work held value beyond the domestic sphere. "Pain is universal, but suffering need not be," I began. 30 years ago, when I developed what is now known as the Helen Protocol, I was driven by a simple but powerful observation. Children experiencing pain needed approaches that addressed their unique psychological, emotional, and physiological realities. I spoke about the protocol's development, its implementation globally, and the exciting new applications we were exploring. I thanked the Wilkins Foundation for their support, my colleagues for their collaboration, and my friends for their encouragement. And then, departing from my prepared remarks, I addressed something more personal. "Life rarely follows the path we expect," I said, looking directly at my children. 6 months ago, I faced a profound betrayal that shook the foundations of how I saw myself and my place in the world. But from that painful experience came an unexpected gift: the opportunity to reclaim not just my professional contributions, but my sense of self-worth and autonomy. After the ceremony, during the reception in the atrium of the new wing, Amanda approached me with tears in her eyes. "Mom, that was incredible," she said, embracing me warmly. "I'm so proud of you, and so sorry for my part in what happened. Seeing all this, the wing with your name, the respect everyone here has for your work, it's made me realize how little I understood about who you are beyond being my mother." "That's not entirely your fault," I told her gently. For years, I defined myself primarily through my roles as wife and mother. I minimized my professional accomplishments, downplayed my contributions. I taught you and Thomas by example that a woman's value lies in what she gives to others, not in what she achieves for herself. Well, you're teaching us something very different now, Amanda said with a smile. Later, as guests toured the new facilities, Thomas found me by the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the river. You know, Mom, he said, I keep thinking about something Dad used to say whenever he talked about his business success. He always claimed it was about seizing opportunities and refusing to be held back. I remember, I nodded, familiar with Richard's self-congratulatory mantras. The irony is, Thomas continued, you're the one who actually lived those principles. When we tried to take your house, you didn't just accept it as an inevitable part of aging. You fought back. When your work was attributed to Dad's company, you reclaimed it. You seized opportunities like the Wilkins grant and the hospital position. I suppose I did, I agreed, seeing the parallel for the first time. I watched Dad lash out when his carefully constructed image was threatened. Thomas reflected. But you rebuilt, reimagined, created something new and meaningful from the pieces. That's real strength, real resilience. His insight touched me deeply. I had never thought of myself as particularly strong or resilient. Those were qualities I had attributed to more outwardly successful people like Richard. But Thomas was right. Facing betrayal, rebuilding my life, reclaiming my professional identity, finding new purpose, those actions required a core strength I hadn't recognized in myself until recently. Summer transitioned to fall, and my dual life between the Craftsman house and the Colonial settled into a comfortable rhythm. The medical fellows program thrived, with a waiting list of applicants hoping for a spot in what had become known as Dr. Carter's Academy, an unofficial but affectionate nickname for the unique living and learning environment we had created. Maya's proposal for expanding the Helen Protocol to adolescents with chronic conditions had secured funding from both the hospital and the Wilkins Foundation. We were building a dedicated team, with Maya as the project lead under my guidance. Watching her confidence grow as she stepped into leadership reminded me of my younger self, the passionate nurse who had worked nights and weekends developing the original protocol. Amanda had made good on her interest in gardening, transforming the small balcony of her downtown apartment into an urban oasis of container plants and vertical gardens. She had also begun dating a pediatric surgeon from the hospital, a thoughtful, unpretentious man who valued her marketing expertise and encouraged her growing interest in healthcare communications. Thomas had successfully established his patient advocacy practice, focusing primarily on helping families navigate complex medical systems and insurance challenges. He occasionally consulted with me on cases involving pediatric patients, our professional collaboration healing some of the residual tension from the house transfer incident. On a crisp October day, exactly 1 year after Thomas and Amanda had informed me they had given away my house, I sat in the garden of the Craftsman house, reflecting on the extraordinary journey of the past 12 months. From the depths of betrayal and loss, I had emerged into a life more fulfilling and authentic than anything I had experienced in decades. The phone rang, interrupting my thoughts. It was Dr. Wilkins. Helen, I have some news I wanted to share personally, she began. The International Medical Association has announced the recipients of this year's Global Impact Award. I listened, speechless, as she explained that the Helen Protocol had been recognized with medicine's highest honor for patient care innovation. The award would be presented at a ceremony in Geneva in December, with global media coverage and a substantial grant to further the work. They're specifically citing the protocol's adaptability across cultural contexts and resource settings, Dr. Wilkins continued. The committee was particularly impressed by how you've structured it to be implemented even in facilities with limited technological capabilities. After we hung up, I remained in the garden, watching golden leaves drift from the maple trees surrounding the property. The Global Impact Award, an honor I had never dreamed of receiving, recognition at the highest level of my profession. I thought about the contrast between this moment and where I had been a year ago. Devastated by my children's betrayal, evicted from my home, my professional contributions attributed to my ex-husband's company. The transformation seemed almost unbelievable. Yet it wasn't magic or miracle that had created this new reality. It was a series of deliberate choices, the decision to fight for my home, to reclaim my professional work, to accept opportunities I had previously declined, to prioritize my own needs alongside others. As twilight settled over the garden, I made a final decision that had been forming in my mind for months. The Craftsman House, initially a temporary refuge, had become home in ways the Colonial never could be again. This place represented my rebirth, my reclamation of self, my new beginning. Tomorrow I would call Olivia's brother Gregory and ask about purchasing the property. The Colonial would continue its new purpose as a residence for medical fellows, with my suite always available when hospital work required me to be in Boston. But this peaceful Craftsman House, with its garden views and quiet dignity, would be my primary home moving forward. The journey had come full circle. I had fought for my original house not because I needed to live there, but because it represented everything that had been taken from me without consent. My agency, my autonomy, my right to determine my own path. Having reclaimed it, I was now free to choose where and how I truly wanted to live. As stars appeared in the darkening sky, I felt a profound sense of peace. The betrayal that had once seemed devastating had ultimately liberated me from decades of self-effacement. In trying to cast me aside, my children had inadvertently pushed me into the spotlight where my work could finally be recognized. In attempting to decide my future for me, they had catalyzed my reclamation of self-determination. The house, my house, was exactly where it should be. In my name, serving a purpose I had freely chosen. And I was exactly where I needed to be. Fully myself at last. Up next, you've got 2 more standout stories right on your screen. If this one hit the mark, you won't want to pass these up. Just click and check them out.
I hope you don't mind, my daughter-in-law said, standing in my kitchen uninvited. We've already terminated our lease. The boys need space. This is family property now. She set her oversized purse on my counter, like she owned it. My son stood beside her, arms crossed, not meeting my eyes. He just nodded once small, quiet final. I'd just made the final mortgage payment 2 weeks ago. I'd even saved the confirmation email in a special folder marked Freedom. 40 years of waking up early, working late, clipping coupons, skipping vacations, and patching up old boots instead of buying new ones. 40 years erased in one smug declaration. My hand shook as I picked up my coffee mug, more from the betrayal than the heat. This house isn't family property, I said, slowly trying to keep my voice level. It's mine. Oh, come on, Mom, my son finally said, his tone sliding into that practiced, patronizing calm that made my spine stiffen. You always said this house was for the family. Yes, I replied, setting the mug down. For family dinners, for birthdays, for visits, not for takeover. Shayna scoffed. Don't be dramatic. We're not strangers. We're your family. And you have all this space just sitting here. 2 empty bedrooms, a huge backyard, all for one person. She said one person, the same way someone might say, rotting fruit. We'll just take the upstairs. The boys need their own rooms. You won't even notice us. I laughed under my breath. I notice when someone moves into my home without asking. It's not like that, my son said. We assumed you'd be happy. You've always been generous. Generous. That word again. A word they'd carved hollow over the years, stripping it of its warmth and stuffing it with expectation. I looked between them, both of them, standing in my kitchen like guests who'd arrived with moving trucks instead of gifts. And for the first time, I felt like a stranger in my own house. Later that night, I sat alone at the dining table staring at the paperwork I kept in the bottom drawer. Deeds, receipts, documents no one else had ever touched but me. I hadn't grown up with much. Not a lot of space. Not a lot of peace, and certainly not a lot of choices. That house wasn't just a roof. It was a quiet promise I made to myself decades ago, that I would build something of my own, something no one could take. My late husband Reed and I had started sketching plans on napkins back when we were still renting a cramped duplex. He passed before we ever broke ground, but I kept going. I poured the foundation with borrowed tools, learned to hang drywall from a neighbor, and bartered landscaping jobs for leftover materials. I planted every flower bed myself, azaleas along the driveway, daffodils by the windows, lavender by the porch. I designed the kitchen on graph paper during late nights when I couldn't sleep. The drawers were placed at just the right height for my arthritic wrists. The windows faced east so I could wake up with the light. Everything in that house bore my fingerprint and Reed's spirit. And now my son and his wife, who had never once offered to mow the lawn or fix a loose hinge, had the gall to walk in and call it family property. I had never asked them for help. Not when I lost Reed. Not when I worked 2 jobs to keep up with mortgage payments. And certainly not when I chose to pay for their emergencies over the years, bailouts, babysitting, car repairs. Late rent. Quiet generosity was how I loved. I gave and they took, and I told myself that was what mothers did. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was how normal they made it seem. How easy it was for them to claim my space, my work, my history, as if I were just some lonely woman in a too-big house, not the woman who had carried that house through storms and seasons, heartbreak and hope. They hadn't even asked. They'd just assumed. Assumed I would give. Assumed I had no fight left. But they were wrong. I picked up the deed that night, held it under the dining light, and reread the name printed there, mine alone. 3 days after that conversation in my kitchen, boxes started appearing on my porch. At first I thought it was a mistake. A delivery for a neighbor, maybe. But then I saw the handwriting. My daughter-in-law's sharp, loopy scrawl scrawled across a box labeled Tommy's Winter Clothes. No call, no knock. Just their lives deposited, like I was a storage unit. When I opened the sunroom door, a love seat blocked my path. My love seat. Moved aside to make room for their furniture. I stood there for a long time staring at the new arrangement of my home. Then I heard the back door swing open like it belonged to someone else. We figured it made sense to bring a few things early, my son said. He was balancing a lamp under one arm, his phone in the other hand. You can stay in the guest room for now. That way, we're not rushing the boys. I didn't answer. My silence, apparently, was taken as permission. That afternoon, my house was no longer mine. The boys ran barefoot through the hallway, yelling about who got which bed. My daughter-in-law rearranged my spice rack, muttering that the labels made no sense. My coffee mugs were pushed to the back of the cabinet to make room for cartoon-themed tumblers. They didn't mention my name. Not once. Not as the homeowner. Not as the person who had built this life brick by brick. I heard my daughter-in-law on the phone with someone her mother may be saying, "It's cozy, but we'll make it ours soon." Ours. That night, after the lights had dimmed and the house had quieted into unfamiliar breathing patterns and creaking floors, I sat at my small kitchen table with a mug of coffee gone lukewarm. I didn't cry. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't knock on doors and demand anything. Instead, I opened the drawer beside me and took out the red folder, the one marked deed and title, the one with the documents they never asked to see. I laid it flat on the table and turned to the tabbed section labeled transfer restrictions. The letterhead was still crisp after all these years. My husband's lawyer had said to keep it safe, just in case things ever get messy. I remember the way he said it like he knew the future better than we did. I had filed it away and never thought much about it. Until now. I opened the safe and pulled out the sealed envelope. My fingers hesitated at the flap, but not from fear, just from the weight of what I was about to reawaken. Inside was the revised deed. Filed 5 months after my husband passed it, detailed a single change: my sole ownership. No joint family right of survivorship. No room for claims from children's spouses or next of kin. It was clear, airtight, and legally binding. I laid it flat on the kitchen table, the same one where my daughter-in-law had rearranged my sugar jars, the same table where she had once eaten Thanksgiving pie before she decided my house was hers for the taking. I made 3 copies of the deed. One went into my main file, one I left with a trusted notary in town, and the third, well, that one was for delivery. But first I sat down and wrote 2 letters. The first to my son was short. Just facts. No emotion. I reminded him that I had not only paid off the house, but built it from the ground up, that it was never his inheritance, never a shared property, and never up for debate. The second to my daughter-in-law was even shorter. You may have mistaken kindness for weakness, but this house is not yours. It never was. I've enclosed something that should clear up the confusion. I folded the copies, slipped them into manila envelopes. The next morning I left them there while I drove into town. I had one more stop to make, one that didn't require paper, just a quiet conversation with a woman who owed me nothing but understood everything, the town clerk. They brought dessert like it was a peace offering. Store-bought strawberry shortcake, her idea of grace. My son passed the whipped cream like nothing had happened. My daughter-in-law refilled water glasses with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Her parents sat prim, acting like guests of honor. My grandkids kicked their heels under my table, their laughter bouncing off the walls I built. I let them settle in, let the illusion breathe for one more meal. Then I stood up and slid the manila folder across the table. 12 pages printed and collated. I watched the smirks, the whispers. The moment she leaned over and whispered something to her mother that made them both laugh. But the room changed when I opened my mouth. I read slowly, clearly. My voice didn't shake, though hers would soon. This document certifies that sole legal ownership and right of occupancy rests with Veridel Murney. No party relation or otherwise may establish residents' use of space or transfer of address to the property unless explicitly granted in writing by the title holder. Silence. Except the faint clink of her fork dropping onto the plate. I continued. Any encroachment on the property may be subject to civil litigation. Then I looked at her. Not at my son, not at her parents. At her. You cannot live here, I said. You were never invited. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came, just the sound of my son exhaling and looking away. Her mother reached for her hand, but it trembled too hard to catch. I've paid your rent. I've watched your boys. I've opened my doors more times than I can count, but I will not be erased from my own home. I gathered the pages back into the folder slowly, deliberately, as if they weighed everything they had ignored. I'm not asking for understanding, I said. I'm stating fact. Then I stood, walked to the sink and rinsed my plate under cold water. Behind me, no one spoke. I stepped outside with my mug of coffee and stopped mid-step. The air was cool, but my skin burned. My hands gripped the ceramic tighter as my eyes scanned the wreckage. My lavender rose gone. The boxwoods we planted the summer after my husband passed ripped out. My rose arbor collapsed into splinters. Ceramic pots, shattered soil kicked into the wind. Even the bench he had built was on its side, one leg missing. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I stood there a long time, letting the silence speak for itself. Then I went inside, turned on my desktop, and opened the security system folder. I'd installed cameras 2 years ago after someone broke into the neighbor's shed. No one ever asked about them, not my son, not her. They never thought to. I cued the recording from the night before. There they were. Flashlight beams bobbing across my lawn. My son's voice clear as day. She thinks she owns everything. Laughter. Then the crash of a planter being tipped. My daughter-in-law kicked over the herb bed with both feet. Let's see her serve anyone coffee now. They thought they were clever, destroying what they assumed would break me. But I'd already survived worse. I'd survived grief so deep it knocked the breath from my lungs. I'd survived silence. I could survive this. Still it cut. That garden was more than flowers. It was my sanctuary, my proof that life could grow again after loss. And they knew that. I saved the footage to a USB drive, then made 2 copies. One would go to the sheriff's office. The other I planned to deliver that one personally. I brewed another pot of coffee and sat by the window watching the wind tug at the shredded remains of my garden. I didn't bother cleaning anything up yet. Let the damage sit. Let it breathe. Let them think I was retreating. I wasn't. I was documenting, preparing. Because next time I faced them, I wouldn't just bring a warning, I'd bring evidence. And this time, I wouldn't be the one crying. I didn't hesitate. That morning, I walked into the sheriff's station with the flash drive in my coat pocket and a printout of the property deed in my hand. The deputy at the desk raised an eyebrow when I told him what was on it, but when he saw the footage, he nodded grimly. "We'll file this under criminal mischief and property destruction," he said. "Should be enough for charges." I left a second copy with my lawyer just in case. A third went to the homeowners association. Then I sent another to the church board. I wasn't trying to cause a scandal, but I wouldn't let them twist this in private anymore. If they were going to play dirty, I'd respond with clarity and light. By the end of the week, I'd made 12 copies. One went to my safe, another to my backup drive. The rest strategic. A neighbor who always accidentally overheard things. My old friend Myrtle, who ran the PTA back in the day. Even Pastor Edens got one. That Sunday, I sat in my usual pew, second from the back left side, where the windows caught the light just right. I arrived early and left the flash drive in a sealed envelope with Deacon Hale. I didn't say a word, just pressed it into his hand and walked on. When they arrived, her face was already pale. My daughter-in-law wore a tight sweater and a tighter smile, but I could see the panic in her shoulders. My son didn't meet my eyes. The pastor paused mid-sermon when he saw me. His gaze flicked to the envelope now resting beside the pulpit. His voice trembled slightly before regaining composure, but I saw it, he knew. By the end of the service, whispers had started. A few glances. One woman patted my shoulder on the way out, murmuring, "Good for you." I didn't need to say a word. Back at home, I poured a cup of coffee and walked through the torn garden. I hadn't replanted yet. I wanted them to see what they'd done and what I'd build again on my own terms. And tomorrow, I'd begin again, starting with a letter. There was a knock on my door just after sunset. I'd been sitting in the den sipping my coffee, sorting through seed catalogs when I heard it, slow, hesitant. I opened the door, and there she was, my daughter-in-law. No makeup, no designer handbag, no performative posture. Just a woman with swollen eyes and trembling hands clutching a jacket too thin for the cold. She didn't speak right away, just stood there, arms wrapped around herself, lips pressed tight. Then she broke. Not dramatically like before, not the crocodile tears she used at dinner tables or to sway my son. These tears were quieter, heavier, real. "I know you probably hate me," she whispered, her voice raw, "but we have nowhere else to go. Marcus can't find work. The boys are sleeping on a pullout at my parents'. They're yelling all the time. It's not safe." I said nothing. We shouldn't have done what we did. I know that now. But please, just until we figure things out. Just a few nights. I studied her. I saw the desperation, the exhaustion, And for a moment I remembered being her age, stretched thin, uncertain. But there was a difference. I had never tried to steal someone's home. "I'm not letting you back in," I said quietly. "But I'll wire you $800. For a motel. That's all." She blinked, stunned. "That's it. That's more than you gave me when you walked in and said this was family property." I stepped back and gently closed the screen door between us. She nodded slowly. "Thank you," she murmured. "Really?" I didn't reply. I just closed the door. Inside, I opened my banking app and sent the money. Not out of guilt or pity, but because I wanted it done. No strings, no returns, just distance. The porch light stayed on until well past midnight, but no one knocked again. The next morning, I opened the curtains, looked out at the garden I hadn't touched since the damage, and picked up my gloves. The garden took longer to heal. Some plants never came back. I mourned the climbing roses most 4 years to get them that full. But the snapdragons were tougher than they looked. They bloomed again, smaller, humbler, but alive. I salvaged what I could, composted the rest. Life goes on. I called a contractor to build a proper fence sturdy and tall. Not to keep out strangers, but to set boundaries for the people who once called themselves family. I replaced the front locks and the gate latch. Gave a new key only to the neighbor across the street, an old friend from church, who brought me stew every third Sunday. At the post office, I filed a change return, anything addressed to Marcus or Shayna. When the first envelope came thick official, I drew a red line across the front and slid it right back in the box. Neighbors stopped whispering after that. One by one, they returned with warmth. Some brought home-baked bread. Others just stood by the fence, awkward at first, then grateful when I waved them in. One couple helped me replant my herb corner. Someone left a gift card for the nursery on my porch, with no note, just a sprig of mint attached with twine. I found peace again, not the quiet that comes from giving in, but the deeper quiet that rises from knowing you were right to fight for your space. And somewhere in that calm between the mending and the mulching, I found myself again. The sun hit the side steps just right that morning. I tied on my gloves, bent low to the soil, and began planting something new. It's been 6 months. No calls, no visits, no sideways glances at church, because they don't show their faces there anymore. The silence stretches long and thin, and I let it. Last week, my lawyer called. "Just a heads up," he said. Marcus and Shayna filed a challenge against the deed. Claimed familial rights. I didn't flinch. I stirred my coffee and waited for the rest. They attached nothing. No documents. No contracts. Just a statement. And the judge dismissed it in under 10 minutes. I thanked him and hung up. No questions. No outrage. That part of me, the one who used to seek understanding, had gone quiet. The deed still bears my name. Only mine. The ink is dark, the signature steady. My husband's notes, written long ago in the margins of an early draft, still sit folded in my drawer. For you. Always. Some mornings, I sit on the porch with a mug in hand, watching the new tulips bloom. They're early this year, yellow, orange, and 2 stubborn pink ones that came from a mixed bulb bag I planted last fall. They don't match. I like them more for it. The wind carries a bit of dust from the road, and I breathe it in like memory. Not nostalgia, not longing, just the truth of where I've been. I wonder sometimes not whether they'll come back, but whether they ever really saw me. Saw the girl who built something from nothing, the widow who stayed and saved, the woman who said yes to helping until she learned how to say no. But I don't linger in that wondering. I walk the paths I laid with my own hands, sit by the planter box, where the rosemary used to grow, and sip my coffee from the chipped mug that says good fences make good neighbors. A joke from a friend that's truer than it looks. They tried to take my home, but what they could never touch, what they never understood, was that it wasn't just a house. It was a life built brick by brick in my name always.
Anyone could do what you do, Iris announced, pointing at my display boards at the office party. Your projects are child's play. The music seemed to fade as conversations halted around us. 20 colleagues turned toward our corner, including Ambrose, the visiting executive director who would determine our team's promotions next quarter. 6 months here, Iris continued, wine sloshing dangerously close to the rim of her glass. And all you've produced is basic work that wouldn't challenge a newcomer. Look at these designs, minimalist to the point of emptiness. My heartbeat thundered in my ears as industry professionals watched me being professionally dismantled. Iris had timed her attack perfectly, right after I'd presented my concept designs for the governor's cultural initiative. Instead of retreating, I reached for my canvas portfolio beside the display. With steady hands betraying none of my inner turmoil, I extracted a single document and offered it to her. You might find this relevant to your critique, I said. Iris took it with an exaggerated sigh, clearly expecting some inconsequential certificate. I watched her eyes scan the page, then widen. The smugness evaporated from her expression. This can't be, she whispered, voice suddenly thin. Ambrose, noticing the shift in her demeanor, approached our display. May I? He asked, extending his hand for the document. As he read, his expression transformed from polite interest to genuine astonishment. You apprenticed with Lawrence? For 3 consecutive years? In his private studio? The room grew so quiet I could hear ice melting in abandoned drinks. Lawrence, the visionary whose principles had redefined our entire industry, whose waitlist for mentorship spanned decades. Yes, I said simply. That revelation marked only the beginning of a complex professional chess game that would unfold over the coming months. One where appearances, assumptions, and artistic philosophy would collide in ways no one at that party could have anticipated. I had deliberately joined this team without revealing my background. Fresh from an immersive apprenticeship with Lawrence, whose philosophy centered on elegant simplicity that appeared effortless but required masterful restraint, I wanted my work evaluated on its intrinsic qualities rather than my connection to greatness. If you've ever had your work underestimated or discovered someone had hidden depths you never suspected, you'll understand what comes next. Like this video, if you've been in a situation where you had to decide between defending yourself immediately or playing the long game. I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. My name is Melody Alaris. Before joining Iris's team at the Cultural Design Collaborative, I'd spent 3 transformative years in Lawrence's secluded upstate workshop, one of only 6 apprentices he'd accepted in the past decade. Under his guidance, I'd learned that true mastery often appears deceptively simple to untrained observers. Refinement looks like restraint to those who don't understand the discipline required, he would say while guiding my hand to eliminate unnecessary elements from a design. Excellence isn't adding more, it's knowing precisely what to remove. This philosophy shaped everything I created. Clean lines, purposeful negative space, intuitive functionality that seemed obvious only after someone with vision revealed it. My work appeared straightforward because I'd eliminated everything that didn't serve the core purpose. Iris represented the opposite approach. She had arrived 8 months before me, trailing degrees from prestigious design programs and a portfolio bursting with complex concepts. Her presentations dazzled with layers of symbolism and elaborate justifications. She commanded attention in meetings by making straightforward problems sound impossibly intricate, then offering complicated solutions that initially impressed leadership but often created implementation challenges down the line. During my first month, we maintained a professional distance. By the second month, she began interrupting my presentations with clarifying questions, designed to highlight what she perceived as gaps in my thinking. By the third month, she had positioned herself as my unofficial supervisor despite our equal standing on the organizational chart. That's an interesting approach, Melody, she would say during team reviews, her tone suggesting she was being generous. Perhaps a bit elementary for this particular client, but we can build on your starting point. She systematically directed prestigious projects toward herself while suggesting I handle foundational work that would build my capabilities. The more restrained and focused my solutions became, the more she characterized them as unsophisticated. Our creative director, Paige, initially seemed impressed by Iris's complex presentations and extensive jargon. Gradually, however, Paige began noticing that my straightforward approaches often required fewer revisions and received better client feedback. The breaking point came with the governor's cultural commission, a high-profile project that would showcase our collective talents nationally. Both Iris and I submitted concepts. Hers featured intricate symbolism and innovative interactive elements. Mine emphasized accessibility, cultural resonance, and clean execution. The selection committee, including representatives from the governor's office, chose her vision after an impressive presentation where she spoke eloquently about multi-layered engagement dynamics and progressive cultural symbolism. 3 weeks before the deadline, problems emerged. Her elaborate framework began faltering under practical constraints. Technical requirements clashed with aesthetic elements. Budgetary limitations threatened key components. Deadlines slipped as implementations proved more complicated than anticipated. Emergency meetings multiplied. The governor's office sent increasingly concerned emails. Paige finally called the team together one evening after hours, desperation evident in her expression. "Does anyone have ideas for salvaging this situation?" she asked. I hesitated, knowing my next words would escalate tensions with Iris. "I would need to start fresh," I offered. "My approach would be different." "Simpler?" Paige asked, hope flickering in her eyes. "Yes, but it would work." "You can't possibly rebuild this entire campaign in 3 weeks," Iris objected, voice rising. "It took me months to develop these concepts. I can deliver it in 16 days, I said. Paige looked between us, then at her laptop displaying the latest concerned email from the governor's office. "Do it," she told me. For 16 consecutive days, I rebuilt the project from its foundation. I slept at the studio, worked through meals, and revisited every principle Lawrence had instilled in me. When unveiled, the solution appeared so natural and appropriate that it seemed inevitable, as though any skilled designer might have created it. The governor's office was delighted. Our agency received praise in regional media. Photos from the campaign launch event showed smiling officials and engaged citizens. "A lucky save," Iris muttered during the celebration reception. "Though honestly, what you did was elementary. Anyone could have simplified things that way, if given permission to discard all my innovative elements." That led to her public dismissal of my abilities at the anniversary party, where regional creative leaders had gathered, the moment where she declared my work child's play in front of everyone who mattered in our industry. The recommendation letter that Ambrose read changed everything. Signed by Lawrence himself, it detailed not just my technical abilities but my philosophical approach to design, the same approach that made my work appear deceptively simple to observers like Iris. "Why didn't you mention this connection earlier?" Ambrose asked me later that evening, after the party had mostly dispersed. "I wanted my work judged by its quality, not my teacher's name," I replied. He nodded slowly, studying me with new interest, a rare perspective in our industry. 2 days later, I received an email requesting my presence at headquarters the following week. No details, just a calendar invitation with Ambrose's name and 3 other senior directors I recognized from industry publications. Iris cornered me in the supply room that afternoon, her expression tight. "I got called to headquarters too," she said, arms crossed. "Same meeting. What did you tell Ambrose about me?" "Nothing," I answered truthfully. "No one gets summoned like this without reason," she insisted, stepping closer. "This is about your connection to Lawrence, isn't it? You're leveraging it now that everyone knows." "The meeting could be about anything," I said, sidestepping to leave. She blocked my path. "Listen carefully, Melody. I've worked 5 years to reach this position. 5 years of advanced education and networking and perfect execution. I won't let someone waltz in with a famous reference letter and undo everything I've built." Her eyes narrowed as she delivered her final warning. "If you try to damage my career with whatever game you're playing, I promise I'll ensure we both go down. I've documented every interaction we've had since you arrived. Every email, every suggestion you rejected, every time you undermined my direction." I stared at her, genuinely surprised. "I've never tried to undermine you, Iris." She laughed, the sound sharp enough to cut. "Of course you'd say that. Just remember, I'm prepared for whatever you've planned." As I walked back to my desk, her warning echoed in my thoughts. I hadn't planned anything beyond surviving in a hostile work environment. Now, suddenly, forces were in motion that I hadn't initiated and couldn't predict. The headquarters meeting loomed 5 days away. Whatever waited for us, there would fundamentally alter our professional trajectories, but I couldn't yet see how, or why, or what consequences might follow. What I did know was that Iris had just revealed something crucial. She saw me as a threat significant enough to prepare defensive strategies against, and in doing so, she'd shown me exactly how afraid she truly was. The headquarters building loomed before me, a glass structure reflecting morning light across its surface. I adjusted my portfolio strap and stepped through revolving doors into the marble-floored lobby. The receptionist directed me to the 18th floor with a polite smile that revealed nothing. When the elevator opened, Iris was already seated in the waiting area, scrolling through her phone. She wore a structured dress in deep burgundy, her power color, as she once mentioned during a team lunch. Her gaze flicked up briefly, assessing my simple gray wrap dress before returning to her screen without acknowledgement. 10 minutes later, Ambrose's assistant ushered us into a conference room where 4 people waited. Ambrose, 2 senior directors I recognized from the website, and a woman I didn't know who wore an elegantly tailored pantsuit. "Thank you both for coming," Ambrose began after introductions. "We've been evaluating regional teams for our organizational restructuring, and your office has yielded interesting observations." The unknown woman, Vera, head of talent development, opened a folder, particularly regarding project approaches and outcomes. "We've reviewed your governor's commission extensively." My pulse quickened. Beside me, Iris straightened imperceptibly. "2 very different methodologies," Vera continued, "with 2 very different results. Iris, your initial proposal was ambitious and multi-layered. Melody, yours was streamlined and focused." Iris smiled. "I believe in pushing creative boundaries." "Indeed," Ambrose said. "Yet the campaign ultimately succeeded using Melody's approach after your original concept encountered implementation challenges. Technical limitations that no one anticipated," Iris replied smoothly. "I fully supported the necessary adjustments." I glanced sideways, surprised by this revision of history. The meeting continued with questions about our design philosophies, collaborative experiences, and career aspirations. Iris spoke confidently about innovation and cutting-edge approaches. I described my belief in purpose-driven simplicity, carefully avoiding any mention of Lawrence, though I felt his influence in every answer. "We're considering changes to our creative direction company-wide," Ambrose finally explained, "moving toward more accessible implementation, friendly approaches without sacrificing impact." Iris nodded enthusiastically. "Exactly what I've been advocating. My latest projects demonstrate how complexity can be made accessible through proper scaffolding." Vera's expression remained neutral. "We'll be making organizational adjustments to support this shift. Some teams will be consolidated. New leadership opportunities will emerge." As the meeting concluded, Ambrose shook our hands. "You'll receive formal communication next week. Until then, continue your current projects." In the elevator descending to the lobby, Iris broke our silence. "They're creating a new division," she said. "Did you catch the language? New leadership opportunities? That's corporate speak for restructuring." I pressed the lobby button. "Possibly." "Oh, don't play naive," she said, irritation slipping through her composed facade. "This is about the governor's project and your connection to Lawrence. They're creating something around his methodology, and they're considering both of us to lead it." The elevator doors opened to the lobby. Iris stepped out, then turned back to me. "May the best designer win," she said with a tight smile. Over the next week, tension in our office became unbearable. Iris worked late every night, producing elaborate presentations and refined project plans. She scheduled coffee meetings with Paige and casually mentioned industry contacts who had worked with Lawrence, establishing her familiarity with his principles. His approach to negative space transformed how I conceptualize balance. I overheard her telling a colleague, "I studied his early exhibitions extensively during my master's research." Meanwhile, I focused on completing my assigned projects with the quiet precision Lawrence had instilled in me. When Paige inquired about the headquarters meeting, I provided only the basic details Ambrose had shared. Iris, however, spoke confidently about the leadership reorganization, as though she had insider information. "Melody certainly qualified," she told Paige within my hearing, "but leadership requires more than technical skill. It demands vision and the ability to inspire teams through complex challenges." 7 days after our headquarters visit, the emails arrived simultaneously. Mine came from Vera, requesting another meeting, this time alone. Iris received a similar message from Ambrose. "Separate meetings," she noted, stopping by my desk. "Interesting strategy." When I arrived at headquarters 2 days later, Vera welcomed me into her office rather than a conference room. The space was simply arranged, functional furniture, minimal decoration, and large windows overlooking the city. "Your work history fascinates me," she began after I declined coffee. 3 years with Lawrence, yet you didn't leverage that connection when joining us." "I wanted to prove myself independently," I explained. Even when Iris began undermining you? I hesitated, surprised by her directness. Office dynamics are complicated. They are, she agreed, which makes your restraint all the more interesting. Most people in your position would have played that card immediately. She studied me, then continued. We're creating a new division, focused on accessible design excellence. The principles Lawrence championed, but applied across all our services. Ambrose believes you would be ideal to develop this division. My breath caught. That's a significant opportunity. It is, and not without challenges. You'd build your team from existing staff initially. Your compensation would increase substantially, and you'd report directly to the executive committee. The conversation continued with details about responsibilities, expectations, and timeline. Throughout, Vera observed me carefully, noting my questions about implementation rather than status or benefits. There's one more thing, she said as our meeting concluded. Iris is being offered a senior position within this new division. She would report to you directly. I stared at Vera, processing the implication. Does she know this? Ambrose is discussing it with her now, Vera replied. Her technical skills are valuable, but her approach needs guidance. As I left headquarters, my phone chimed with a message from Paige. Iris just called requesting immediate leave. Everything okay? I responded that I had no information and continued my commute, mind racing with possibilities. The next morning, Iris's desk remained empty. Paige confirmed she had taken 2 personal days. When she returned on Thursday, something had changed. The confident swagger was gone, replaced by a controlled formality. She spoke only when necessary during our team meeting and volunteered for none of the new projects Paige introduced. After everyone dispersed, she approached my desk. Congratulations on your promotion, she said, voice deliberately neutral. Thank you, I replied. I look forward to working together in the new structure. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. Of course, I've already begun adapting my current projects to better align with the simplified approach the executives favor. Later that afternoon, an email from Ambrose arrived with official confirmation of my new role and a timeline for announcement and transition. I would move to headquarters in 3 weeks. My first responsibility would be selecting team members to join the new division. That evening, as I packed up, Iris appeared beside my desk. The office had emptied, leaving just the 2 of us under the quiet hum of overhead lights. I underestimated you, she said without preamble. That wasn't my intention. Wasn't it? You played humble apprentice while holding a royal flush all along? I zipped my portfolio closed. I never presented myself as anything other than what I am. A brilliant strategic move, she replied. While I was busy demonstrating complexity and innovation, you were demonstrating exactly what Ambrose wanted to see, Lawrence's principles in action. I never stood a chance once they knew your pedigree. My work stood on its own before they knew about Lawrence, I reminded her. Perhaps. She leaned against my desk. But now you're bringing me under your supervision. After everything that's happened between us, that feels purposeful. I haven't made any staffing decisions yet. Her laugh held no humor. Please, we both know how this plays out. You'll bring me into your team to establish dominance. Classic power move. That's not how I operate. We'll see, she said, straightening. 3 weeks is plenty of time for circumstances to change. People reconsider. Better opportunities emerge. As she walked away, her parting words floated back to me. Don't celebrate too quickly, Melody. This story isn't finished. The following days brought a flurry of transition planning. I met with Ambrose twice more, developed initial frameworks for the new division, and began discreetly evaluating potential team members. Throughout, Iris maintained professional distance while producing increasingly refined work that mimicked the principles she had previously criticized. Remarkable how she suddenly embraced simplicity, Paige commented during our check-in. Her latest client presentation was almost Lawrence, like in its restraint. 2 weeks into the transition period, Iris requested a private meeting. We sat in a small conference room, the afternoon sun casting long shadows across the table between us. I've been reflecting on our professional relationship, she began. My behavior was often competitive. I felt threatened by your approach. I nodded, waiting. Your promotion is well-deserved, she continued. And I want you to know that despite our past conflicts, I'm committed to supporting your vision for the new division. The sincerity in her voice seemed genuine. For the first time since joining the team, I saw vulnerability beneath her polished exterior. I appreciate that, Iris. I hope you'll consider bringing me into your team, she said. I can offer valuable perspective, and I've spent the past 2 weeks studying Lawrence's methodology more deeply. His philosophy is more nuanced than I initially recognized. As our meeting ended, she offered her hand. No hard feelings? I shook it, noting the perfect firmness of her grip. None. That night, I received an unexpected call from Lawrence himself, the first since my apprenticeship ended. Melody, his familiar voice resonated through the phone. I hear you're making waves. News travels fast, I replied, smiling. Ambrose and I go back decades. He called after your party revelation. Seems my letter proved useful after all. Ambrose and I go back decades. We spoke briefly about my promotion and the new division. Then his tone shifted. A colleague mentioned meeting your coworker Iris at an industry event last night. She was quite vocal about her extensive understanding of my work and her close professional relationship with you. My stomach tightened. We don't have a close relationship. I gathered that from context, he said dryly. She implied she's been mentoring you in applying my principles correctly in commercial settings, rather generously correcting your academic interpretation of my methods. I closed my eyes, processing this new development. That's not accurate. I assumed not. Just thought you should know the narrative she's constructing. He paused. Be careful, Melody. People who rewrite reality rarely limit themselves to a single chapter. After we hung up, I sat in my darkened apartment considering the implications. Iris was simultaneously presenting herself as my supportive team member and constructing an alternative professional narrative within our industry. The contradiction suggested something more calculated than simple adaptation to changing circumstances. The next morning, an email from Ambrose awaited me. Need to discuss Iris' situation. Call when you have privacy. I found a private conference room and called Ambrose immediately. His normally measured voice sounded tense. Melody, we have a situation. Iris has been meeting with board members and industry contacts, positioning herself as your longtime mentor. My fingers tightened around the phone. She's claiming she mentored me? More specifically, that she's been guiding your application of Lawrence's principles. She's suggesting your success with the governor's project came from her behind-the-scenes direction. The boldness of her lie left me momentarily speechless. There's more, Ambrose continued. She's submitted a detailed proposal for the new division that several board members found impressive. It incorporates elements of your approach but frames them within her advanced methodology system. That's not possible, I said. She's only had access to my completed work, not my process documentation. Nevertheless, she's created something compelling enough that it's raised questions about leadership for the division. The board wants to meet with both of you next Tuesday. After ending the call, I sat motionless, trying to comprehend the scale of Iris's maneuver. She wasn't simply adapting to my promotion. She was attempting to supplant me entirely. When I returned to my desk, an email from her waited in my inbox. A detailed proposal for the new division copied to the entire executive team. The document skillfully blended my core principles with her terminology, creating something that appeared innovative while preserving the essence of Lawrence's approach. My name appeared only twice, both times positioning me as implementing her strategic framework. Paige stopped by my desk, concern evident in her expression. Just saw Iris's proposal. Ambitious timing considering the leadership decision was already made. Very ambitious, I agreed, keeping my voice neutral, despite the anger building inside me. Do you need any support with this situation? Paige asked quietly. I considered the offer. Paige had witnessed much of Iris's behavior over the past months, but involving her now might appear defensive. Not yet, but I appreciate the thought. Later that afternoon, colleagues began stopping by with oddly supportive comments. Your work stands on its own, one designer told me. We all know who really saved the governor's project, said another. It became clear that Iris was orchestrating a campaign not just with leadership but throughout the office. The narrative was subtle but consistent. Melody is talented but needs guidance. Iris provides that guidance behind the scenes. By Friday, 3 days before the board meeting, rumors circulated that the leadership decision was being reconsidered. I maintained outward calm while internally crafting my response. Direct confrontation would appear defensive. Silence might suggest acknowledgement of her claims. That evening, Iris approached as I packed up. Exciting times, she said, leaning against the partition. I hope my proposal demonstrates how well we could collaborate in the new division. Collaborate, I repeated. Interesting choice of word, given how you've positioned yourself in that document. Her expression remained pleasant. I simply articulated the dynamic that's been developing naturally between us. Your technical skills implementing my strategic direction. That's not what happened with the governor's project, isn't it? Who created the original vision? Who established the conceptual framework you ultimately simplified? She shrugged. The board seems to appreciate my perspective on our complementary roles. As she walked away, she added, by the way, I had dinner with Sophia from the Creative Council last night. She's very interested in our new approach. Mentioned she knows Lawrence personally. The implied threat was clear. Her networking campaign extended beyond our company to influential industry figures. I spent the weekend reviewing every project since joining the team, gathering documentation of my contributions and Iris's actual involvement. Sunday evening, I called Lawrence for advice. You're approaching this as a design problem, he said after listening. Logical, evidence-based. But this is human psychology, not rational argument. What would you do? I asked. Create a situation where she reveals herself. The best defense isn't defending. It's creating circumstances where the truth becomes self-evident. Monday morning, I requested a private meeting with Iris before the board presentation. She arrived looking confident in an impeccably tailored suit. I've been reflecting on your proposal, I began. You've created a compelling vision. Surprise flickered across her face. I'm glad you recognize that. In fact, I'm considering withdrawing from consideration for the leadership position. Now her surprise was unmistakable. Really? That's unexpected. I nodded. Your industry connections are valuable assets I can't match. And your ability to communicate complex ideas to leadership is impressive. Well, yes, she agreed, barely concealing her pleasure. Those relationships take years to develop. I've drafted an email to Ambrose suggesting a co-leadership model with you as the primary director and me in a supporting role. I'd like your input before sending it. Her eyes widened slightly as I handed her my tablet displaying the draft. She read quickly, a smile spreading across her face. This is very gracious of you, Melody. I think this arrangement would serve the division well. She returned the tablet. I fully support this direction. I thought you might, I said. I'll refine it tonight and send it before our presentation tomorrow. As she left the conference room, her steps were lighter, shoulders relaxed, the posture of someone who believes they've won. That evening, I emailed Ambrose requesting materials for the presentation and specifically mentioned needing the boardroom projection system tested before our meeting. His assistant confirmed everything would be ready. The following morning, I arrived at headquarters an hour early. The boardroom was empty, except for the technical staff ensuring the presentation system functioned properly. I thanked them and spent 45 minutes carefully arranging my materials. By 9:30, the room had filled with board members, executive directors, and several department heads. Iris entered last, nodding confidently to several board members who greeted her by name. Our presentation folders waited at each seat, identical blue portfolios containing our biographical information and qualifications. Ambrose called the meeting to order. We're here to finalize leadership for our new Design Excellence division. Both Melody and Iris have prepared presentations outlining their visions. He nodded to me. Melody, would you begin? I stood, moving to the front of the room. Before I share my vision for the division, I'd like to address some questions about my professional relationship with Iris that may influence your decision. Iris straightened in her chair, eyes narrowing slightly. There have been suggestions that Iris has served as my mentor, guiding my implementation of design principles I learned from Lawrence. To clarify this relationship, I've prepared a brief timeline, and I activated the presentation system. On the screen appeared a simple chart showing my 3 years with Lawrence alongside Iris's employment history. As you can see, while I was completing my apprenticeship with Lawrence, Iris was working at 3 different firms. We had no professional contact during this period. I advanced to the next slide, a compilation of Iris's critical comments about my work from team meetings, email exchanges, and project reviews. This sampling of our professional interactions doesn't suggest a mentoring relationship. In fact, until 3 weeks ago when my promotion was announced, Iris consistently characterized my approach as elementary, simplistic, and lacking sophistication. Iris's face flushed. She leaned toward Ambrose, whispering urgently. I continued before she could interrupt. Most significantly, regarding the governor's project that sparked interest in this new division, I'd like to share the actual sequence of events. The next slides showed the original timeline, Iris's initial complex proposal, the implementation failures, and my eventual reconstruction of the project. Each point was documented with dated materials and communications. I'm not presenting this information to diminish Iris's contributions, I explained. She's an extremely talented designer with valuable skills. I'm simply clarifying the nature of our working relationship for accurate context. Ambrose nodded. Thank you for this clarification, Melody. Iris, would you like to respond before continuing with your presentation? Iris stood, composure partially recovered. I think Melody's presentation reflects a misunderstanding of informal mentorship. My guidance wasn't always explicit. Often it came through modeling advanced approaches that she could then simplify for implementation. An interesting perspective, I said. Perhaps we should examine how that manifested in actual projects. I pressed the remote once more. The screen displayed side-by-side screenshots of my design files for the governor's project, dated 2 months before Iris's proposal was selected. The comparison clearly showed that my original concept, rejected in favor of her complex approach, contained all the essential elements that eventually made the final successful version. These are my original concept files, created before Iris presented her alternative. You'll notice they contain the core elements that ultimately succeeded. If there was mentorship happening, the direction of influence appears opposite to what's been suggested. Silence filled the boardroom. Iris remained standing, but her confident posture had disappeared. One final point, I said quietly. Yesterday, I offered to withdraw from leadership consideration in favor of Iris. Her response to this offer reveals her actual perception of our professional relationship. I played the recording from our private meeting, captured by the tablet I'd handed her with the email draft. Her voice filled the room, accepting my gracious withdrawal and agreeing that she should be primary director. If Iris truly believed she'd been mentoring me all along, why would she accept my withdrawal, rather than suggesting we continue that successful dynamic? I asked. The answer is simple. Until 3 weeks ago, when my connection to Lawrence became known, she consistently undermined my approach and dismissed my contributions. I turned to face the board directly. I'm not interested in personal conflict. I want to build a division that delivers exceptional work based on principles I've spent years mastering. If that aligns with your vision, I'm prepared to lead that effort. If not, I'll happily contribute in whatever capacity serves the organization best. Returning to my seat, I noticed Iris's expression, a mixture of shock, anger, and something else. Recognition. For the first time, she was seeing me clearly. Ambrose cleared his throat. Iris, would you like to proceed with your presentation? She gathered her papers with trembling hands. I believe the situation has been misrepresented, but I'll address that after sharing my vision for the division. Her presentation proceeded, but the confident energy had vanished. Board members exchanged glances as she repeatedly referenced collaborative development of concepts that documentation had shown were independently created. When she finished, Ambrose thanked us both and asked us to wait outside while the board deliberated. In the hallway, Iris stood apart from me, staring silently out the window at the city below. 20 minutes later, we were called back in. The board had reached their decision. After careful consideration, Ambrose announced, "We've determined that Melody will lead the new division as originally planned." He turned to Iris. "Your technical skills are valuable, and we're offering you a senior position focusing on client relations and presentation development, areas where your strengths clearly lie." Her jaw tightened, reporting to Melody, "Yes, we believe this structure best serves our organizational goals." As the meeting concluded, board members approached to congratulate me. Through the crowd, I saw Iris slip out the door without speaking to anyone. The following week, she declined the senior position and accepted an offer from a competing firm. Before leaving, she emptied her desk after hours, avoiding goodbyes. The only acknowledgement of our final chapter was a small white envelope left on my keyboard. Inside was a single card containing 5 handwritten words. "Well played. I underestimated you." 6 months later, my design excellence division had exceeded all performance projections. Our approach, focused on elegant simplicity and purposeful restraint, attracted prestigious clients who valued substance over flashy complexity. Occasionally, I see Iris's work featured in industry publications. Her designs have evolved, incorporating more restraint and purpose, lessons perhaps learned from our encounter. When asked about her in interviews, I simply acknowledge her technical talent and wish her continued success. The true victory wasn't in her departure or my promotion. It was in creating a space where excellence could be recognized without artificial complexity, where work could be judged by its impact rather than its elaborate justification. As Lawrence once told me, true mastery appears effortless to the untrained eye. The greatest achievement isn't making people wonder how you did something, but making them wonder why no one did it that way before. If you've ever had to stand up for yourself against someone who tried to diminish your achievements, I hope this story resonated with you. Sometimes the most powerful response isn't an immediate defense, but a strategic revelation of truth that speaks for itself. I'd love to hear about your experiences in the comments below. Has someone ever tried to take credit for your work? And how did you handle it? Don't forget to subscribe for more stories about professional challenges and the sometimes complicated path to recognition.
Family texted, "We need space from you. Please don't reach out anymore at all." My aunt packed them up. I simply replied, "Of course, I'll cancel my direct deposits first thing." By midnight, the family, "My name is Natalie Carter, I'm 27. And if you think you know how this ends, stay tuned. What happens when the ones you've carried decide to cut the rope, only to realize the rope was keeping them afloat?" The message lit up my phone just after dinner. I reread it twice, the words cold, final, clinical. "We need space. Don't reach out anymore." For a second, the sting hit. The daughter they'd leaned on, erased in a few sentences. But then clarity swept in, fast and sharp. Because they had forgotten one detail. Every month, without fanfare, I had sent money, transfers labeled utilities, groceries, mortgage top-up. They never asked politely, they demanded. And I gave, because that's what family does. At least, that's what I told myself. So when the text came, I didn't beg. I didn't cry. I typed my reply with hands steady as stone. "Of course, I'll cancel my direct deposits first thing." And I hit send. The silence after was louder than any argument we'd ever had. By midnight, the family group chat, usually a mess of requests, complaints, and last-minute needs, had exploded. My aunt had already helped them pack, carting boxes into her minivan, whispering promises that they'd be fine without me. But deep down, I knew. They had built their comfort on my quiet sacrifice. And without it, midnight wasn't going to feel like freedom. It was going to feel like free fall. I watched the screen glow, one furious message after another, their panic dripping between the lines. And I smiled, realizing something I should have learned years ago. When you stop feeding the hand that slaps you, it finally feels its own hunger. Mom's sobs filled the line, but they weren't the tears I'd spent my life waiting for. They weren't about me, they were about the image. "How this makes us look." Her voice shook, not with regret for forgetting me, but with panic that the world had noticed. "Elena," she said, "she always got my name wrong when she was flustered. Your father didn't mean it. You're twisting this online. Just take it down." I kept my tone even. I didn't twist anything. I wrote the truth. That's all. Her silence was a blade. By noon, the caption had spread beyond my circle. Friends left comments that felt like warm hands on my shoulders. "Rachel has carried everyone for years. Shame on them for forgetting. Your worth isn't defined by their silence." My phone buzzed nonstop with support, the validation I had begged for at that same dinner table now arriving from people who actually saw me. But then came the backlash. A text from my older brother. "Take it down. You're humiliating us. Family issues stay private." I stared at the words, laughed once, sharp and bitter, and replied, "So does gratitude. But you didn't keep that private." No response. For years, they had wrapped themselves in secrecy, shielding every slight and insult with family privacy. Now, their armor had cracked with one caption, and the world peered inside. That evening, I sat by my window, city lights flickering, and scrolled through the photo again. Their faces glowing under the chandelier, glasses lifted high, and me, blurred at the edge, unmentioned, invisible. Except now, invisibility had turned into visibility. Their omission had become my spotlight, and for the first time, they weren't in control of the narrative. I was. By Monday, the caption had grown legs. An aunt called, her voice hushed but sharp. "Rachel, sweetheart, why would you humiliate your parents like this? Everyone's talking. You know how hard they try." I pressed my forehead against the cool glass of my window, staring down at the streetlights. "They try for everyone else.
Not me."
She sighed, the way people do when they want you to shrink back into silence. Family matters should stay in the family. I almost laughed. That line again. Privacy had always been their shield, a way to erase my feelings while protecting their image. But privacy hadn't fed me when I skipped meals to pay rent. Privacy hadn't clapped for me at my art show. Privacy hadn't remembered my name in a Thanksgiving toast. When I hung up, I opened my phone. Dozens more messages waited. Colleagues who admired my work, friends who reminded me of my worth, even acquaintances who barely knew me but understood the sting of being invisible. One message stopped me cold. Sometimes the strongest person at the table is the one no one mentions. But they know. Trust me, they know. I let the words sink in. Maybe they did know. Maybe my parents' silence wasn't forgetfulness. Maybe it was willful. They had always elevated my siblings, praising their safe careers and conventional lives. My work didn't fit their mold, so they erased me. That night, Dad finally called.
His voice was low, rough.
Rachel, you need to apologize to your mother. She hasn't slept since your post. You've embarrassed us in front of everyone. I gripped the phone tight, my jaw clenched.
No, Dad.
You embarrassed yourselves. I just refused to cover it up. The silence that followed was heavier than his words. For the first time, he had no quick retort, no lecture. And that silence told me everything I needed to know. The silence from my father should have ended the call. But instead, he muttered, almost to himself, "You don't understand what you've done." I leaned back in my chair, staring at the ceiling.
No, Dad.
I finally understand exactly what I've done. I told the truth. By midweek, the caption wasn't just a post. It was a mirror. Friends kept resharing it with their own stories, being forgotten, dismissed, erased by the people meant to lift them. My words had become larger than me, and my family hated that. Mom left a string of voicemails, each one a mix of guilt and threat. Rachel, if you loved us, you'd take it down. Rachel, this is tearing the family apart. Rachel, you've made me look like a bad mother. I played them one by one, each message confirming the truth I had known all along. It wasn't about me, it never was. It was about how they looked, how their carefully polished image was cracking. On Thursday, my younger sister sent a text. "Congrats on being the drama queen again. You love attention, don't you?" I typed slowly, carefully.
No.
I love respect. They gave you speeches. They gave me silence. No reply came. That evening, I walked past my parents' house. Through the curtains, I could see them pacing, arguing, their voices muffled but heated. For once, they weren't united. For once, I had disrupted their perfect narrative. I pulled out my phone and snapped another photo, not of them, but of myself, standing in the glow of a streetlight, independent and unashamed. I posted it with a new caption. Respect isn't a favor. It's a right. And when it's withheld, silence becomes a weapon. The likes and comments rolled in again, a flood of validation stronger than any Thanksgiving toast could offer. And as the night deepened, I felt something shift. For years, I had begged to be seen. Now, their refusal to see me had made me visible to everyone else. They couldn't erase me anymore. I had carved my name into the silence. By the weekend, I could feel the cracks widening in our family's perfect facade. Relatives who rarely spoke to me began sending quiet messages. "I saw your post, Rachel. You're right. They've always overlooked you." Others reached out with cautious sympathy, tiptoeing between truth and loyalty. The ones who stayed silent told me the most. Silence meant agreement, even if they didn't have the courage to say it aloud. Meanwhile, Mom's calls shifted from sobbing to sharpness. "Do you realize how selfish you sound? Your siblings are furious. You've humiliated us in front of everyone." Her words were fire meant to burn me back into silence. But instead, I felt stronger. "I didn't humiliate you," I replied flatly. "I just refused to carry your erasure quietly." That night, I sat at my desk and opened the photo again. My siblings, glowing under the chandelier, raising glasses to speeches in their honor. My absence at the table now screamed louder than their names ever could. I thought of every year before, When I had cooked dishes, set the table, cleaned in silence while their accomplishments were paraded. How many times had I told myself, next year will be different? But it never was. Thanksgiving wasn't a dinner. It was a stage. And I was never invited to step into the light. This year, I hadn't just stepped off the stage. I had burned it down. The caption, the photo, the ripple of attention, it wasn't about revenge. It was about reclaiming my narrative, the one they had silenced year after year. And as the support kept pouring in, I realized something beautiful. I didn't need their speeches. I had found my own voice. And it was louder than applause. By the sixth day, the tension had grown unbearable for them. Dad left a terse voicemail this time, stripped of his usual authority. Rachel, just come home. We'll talk about it at the table. Enough of this nonsense. The irony stung. He wanted me back at the same table where I had been invisible, the same table where every speech had skipped me like I wasn't even breathing. Now, suddenly, my absence mattered. But I wasn't rushing back to fill a chair. Instead, I poured my energy into work. My boss had seen the viral caption, not the family drama, just the strength in my words, and offered me a new project lead. My colleagues congratulated me, their respect evident, their support genuine. Recognition from strangers and co-workers felt richer than any crumb my parents had withheld. That evening, Mom sent a final text. Rachel, this is breaking us. Take it down, please. For your father. For me. I stared at it for a long time. Then I typed back, it's not the caption that broke us. It's every year you pretended I wasn't worthy. Her reply never came. Later that night, I sat on my balcony, city lights flickering like scattered stars, and thought about the strange beauty of it all. One photo, one caption. Years of silence cracked open like a fault line. My family had wanted me invisible, but their refusal to see me had amplified my voice. I pulled out my journal and wrote a single sentence across the page. Silence has teeth. And I realized, maybe this wasn't just about Thanksgiving. Maybe it was about every room I'd been overlooked in, every conversation I'd been excluded from, every speech I had waited for that never came. For the first time, I didn't feel like the forgotten sibling. I felt like the truth teller. And truth, once spoken, doesn't return quietly to the shadows. The following Sunday, the whispers turned into open fractures. At church, neighbors approached my parents, their voices low, curious. We saw Rachel's post. Is everything all right? My mom forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Dad's jaw stayed tight. They hated it, being questioned, being seen as less than perfect. Meanwhile, my siblings seethed. My brother sent me a string of texts. You've ruined Thanksgiving for everyone. You thrive on drama. Congrats. My sister chimed in too. You could have just talked to us. Instead, you embarrassed the family. I didn't reply. Because they weren't angry that I lied. They were angry that I told the truth where people could hear it. That afternoon, I walked through a gallery downtown, staring at paintings bathed in light. My own work hung in the corner, small, understated, but mine. A stranger paused in front of it, studying it carefully, then whispered, "This one feels honest." It was enough. More than any speech could ever give me. By evening, another message came from Dad. Short, clipped. Rachel, if you want back in this family, you'll need to apologize. Apologize. The word sat bitter in my chest. Apologize for existing? For noticing my erasure? For finally giving voice to years of silence? I typed my reply slowly, each word deliberate. I won't apologize for telling the truth. Respect isn't conditional. Either you see me or you don't, but I won't disappear again. No response. Only the sound of my own heartbeat steady and sure. I looked at the photo once more, that Thanksgiving table, the glow of laughter, their glasses raised without me. And I realized, it wasn't just a memory of exclusion. It was proof of transformation. They had tried to erase me, but I had written myself back into the story. And this time, the spotlight wasn't theirs to control. Thanksgiving had passed, but the echoes lingered. My parents' house, once a stage for polished speeches, now sat under a cloud of whispers they couldn't silence. My siblings carried the weight of questions from friends and neighbors, their perfect image tarnished by the very omission they thought would keep me small. And me? I walked lighter. In my apartment, the walls glowed with the warmth of new beginnings, canvases leaning against corners, projects stacked neatly, proof of a life I had built without their approval. For once, I didn't crave a toast in my honor. I had learned that respect built on conditions isn't respect at all. One evening, I lit a candle, the flame flickering across the photo that started it all. Their faces frozen mid-laughter, their glasses raised, my absence captured forever. A scar and a victory, all in one frame. My phone buzzed with another message from Mom. This one wasn't anger, or denial, or begging. Just 5 words. We never meant to hurt you. I stared at it for a long time. Maybe they hadn't meant to. Maybe they had. But intention no longer mattered. What mattered was that I had stopped waiting for their recognition. I set the phone aside and whispered to myself, I see me. And that's enough. Outside, the city shimmered, unbothered, endless. I stepped onto my balcony, the wind brushing against my skin, carrying away the weight of years I had carried alone. Thanksgiving had taught me something my parents never could. Invisibility is only possible if you agree to stay unseen. And I had chosen differently. I had turned silence into speech, absence into presence, erasure into legacy. Not through their words, through mine.
At exactly 9:45 on a quiet Friday evening, Margaret Collins was finishing paperwork at the oak kitchen table in her farmhouse when her phone rang. She glanced at the screen, expecting one of her managers to ask a last-minute question about the wedding preparations. Instead, the number was unfamiliar. She answered with a calm greeting. "Mrs. Collins?" a hesitant woman asked. "My name is Olivia. I'm the wedding coordinator for your daughter Emily's ceremony tomorrow." Margaret smiled faintly. Emily had insisted on hiring her own planner after becoming engaged to Lucas Carter, whose wealthy family believed every celebration should look as if it belonged in a magazine. Margaret hadn't minded. She wanted her daughter to have the wedding she dreamed of. "How can I help you?" she asked warmly. The silence that followed lasted only a few seconds, yet it felt strangely heavy. "I'm very sorry to make this call," Olivia finally said. "Emily and Mrs. Whitmore have updated the guest list. They've decided it would be best if you didn't attend tomorrow's wedding." Margaret blinked. "I'm afraid they believe your presence may create an uncomfortable atmosphere." The words landed softly, but they cut deeper than shouting ever could. She slowly removed her reading glasses and looked through the kitchen window. Across the lawn stood the magnificent event barn glowing beneath hundreds of warm string lights. 20 years earlier, she and her late husband Henry had built the property from empty farmland into the county's most respected wedding venue. Tomorrow's wedding would take place there, or at least, that had been the plan. Margaret didn't cry. She didn't raise her voice. Instead, an unexpected feeling settled over her. Not anger, but perfect clarity. "I understand," she answered quietly. Olivia sounded relieved. "Thank you for being so understanding." Before the planner could end the call, Margaret spoke once more. "Would you do me one favor?" "Of course." "Please tell Emily something." "What should I say?" Margaret's voice remained calm. "Tell her she has just uninvited the owner of the venue." Olivia fell silent. Margaret continued. "While you're at it, remind her that I also own the catering company preparing tomorrow's dinner, and the floral business that designed every arrangement inside that barn." The line became completely still. I didn't know," Olivia whispered. "I know you didn't." Margaret wished her a pleasant evening and ended the call. For several minutes she remained seated, staring toward the barn where hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment, flowers, decorations, and food waited for tomorrow's celebration. Emily had spent months changing. Whenever Lucas's parents visited, she asked Margaret to stay in the farmhouse instead of greeting the guests. She joked about Margaret's practical boots. She encouraged her to wear nicer clothes. She even suggested hiring someone else to speak with vendors because, in Emily's words, appearances matter. Margaret had ignored every comment. Love often overlooked painful things. But tonight was different. Her daughter had decided she wasn't elegant enough to attend her own wedding, yet she still expected to use everything her mother had spent decades building. Margaret slowly stood and slipped on her jacket. Outside, the cool evening air carried the scent of fresh roses planted along the walkway. She unlocked the reception hall and wandered between perfectly arranged tables. Crystal glasses sparkled beneath chandeliers. White roses and eucalyptus-filled handmade centerpieces created by her own employees earlier that afternoon. Everything looked flawless. Henry would have smiled proudly. They had sacrificed vacations, weekends, and countless sleepless nights to create this place together. Every wooden beam had a memory. Every flower bed reminded her of his hands working beside hers. She walked into the commercial kitchen. Chefs had already prepared tomorrow's expensive menu: prime beef, fresh seafood, homemade desserts, enough food for 150 guests. Margaret quietly turned off the lights. Then she locked every refrigerator, every storage room, and finally the main entrance. Using her master access panel, she deactivated every electronic code connected to the venue. Her phone buzzed. A message from Olivia appeared. Asterisk, Mrs. Collins, please tell me you were joking. Margaret didn't answer. Instead, she opened the employee group chat. Her fingers typed only one short message. Tomorrow's event has been canceled. Everyone will receive full pay. Thank you for your hard work. Enjoy the weekend. Dozens of confused replies appeared almost instantly. She closed the phone without reading them. Back inside the farmhouse, Margaret prepared a cup of chamomile tea. She carried it onto the porch and watched the lights glowing across the empty venue. For the first time in months, she wasn't worried about pleasing anyone. She wasn't wondering whether her clothes embarrassed Emily. She wasn't trying to fit into someone else's world. She simply sat beneath the stars, listening to crickets sing across the fields. Tomorrow would undoubtedly bring chaos, but tonight, for the first time in a very long while, her heart felt strangely peaceful. Margaret awoke before sunrise to the soft sound of birds outside her bedroom window. For a brief moment, the day felt ordinary. Then her phone began vibrating across the nightstand. One call, then another. Within minutes, the screen was flooded with missed calls and urgent messages. She ignored them all. Instead, she made her bed, showered, and dressed in a comfortable navy sweater and gray slacks. She brewed fresh coffee and watched the first rays of sunlight spread across the fields outside. Only after pouring herself a cup did she finally pick up her phone. 16 missed calls. Most were from Olivia, several were from Emily. Margaret calmly returned her daughter's call. Emily answered before the first ring had finished. "Mom," she shouted, "what is happening? Olivia says nobody can get inside the venue. The access codes don't work, and every entrance is locked." "I know," Margaret replied evenly. "I disabled them last night." There was complete silence. "You... what?" "I closed the property." Emily's breathing became quick and uneven. "The ceremony starts this afternoon. The decorators are waiting outside. The musicians can't unload their equipment. Open the doors right now." Margaret took a slow sip of coffee before answering. "I'm afraid I can't." "You have to." "No, Emily, I don't. You can't cancel my wedding because of one misunderstanding." Margaret looked through the kitchen window toward the quiet venue. It wasn't a misunderstanding. Her voice remained calm. "You asked someone else to tell your own mother she wasn't welcome at her daughter's wedding. That was a decision, not a mistake." Emily hesitated. "Lucas's mother thought it would be awkward. So you agreed?" "I didn't want anyone feeling uncomfortable." Margaret nodded to herself. "Apparently, that included me." Before Emily could answer, another voice interrupted. It was sharp, polished, and dripping with forced politeness. "Margaret, this is Diane Whitmore." Margaret recognized Lucas's mother immediately. "Good morning, Diane." "I think we've gotten off on the wrong foot," Diane began. "Wedding planning has been stressful for everyone. Emotions are running high." "I see. I'm sure Emily never intended to hurt your feelings." Margaret remained silent. Diane continued. "Now, if you'll kindly unlock the venue, we can all move past this unfortunate misunderstanding." Margaret smiled faintly. Diane, may I ask you something? Certainly. When you told Emily I didn't fit the image your guests expected, I never said that. You didn't have to. Another long silence followed. Finally, Diane sighed impatiently. The point is that we have influential guests arriving from several states. Delaying this wedding will embarrass everyone. Margaret set her coffee mug on the table. You seem worried about embarrassment. Naturally. I spent 20 years building that venue with my husband. Every brick, every flower bed, every business connected to it exists because we worked for it. Her tone remained perfectly steady. If I am considered an embarrassment, then my businesses clearly aren't appropriate for today's celebration either. Diane's polite mask disappeared instantly. This is ridiculous. No. This is childish. No. This is revenge. Margaret shook her head. This is a boundary. Diane's voice hardened. If necessary, we'll enter the property ourselves. I'm afraid that would be trespassing. You wouldn't dare call the police. I hope I won't have to. Margaret ended the call before Diane could respond. The farmhouse became wonderfully quiet again. She carried her coffee onto the porch just as another wave of vehicles arrived at the estate entrance far down the driveway. From the distance, she recognized Emily's white SUV. A black luxury sedan pulled in behind it. Then another. Guests had started arriving far earlier than expected. Margaret watched from across the property as figures gathered outside the locked iron gates. Several people tried entering security codes. Others pulled on the handles. Nothing moved. Her phone buzzed again. Olivia. This time she answered. Mrs. Collins, the planner said breathlessly. I'm begging you. Is there anything we can do? People are arriving and everyone is panicking. Margaret felt sympathy for the young woman. This isn't your fault. I've never experienced anything like this. I know. Olivia lowered her voice. Emily is crying. Margaret closed her eyes for a moment. Part of her wanted to drive down there, unlock everything, and pretend none of this had happened. That was the instinct every mother carried, to protect, to forgive, to sacrifice. But another voice inside reminded her how easily her kindness had been taken for granted. If she gave in now, nothing would change. Emily would simply learn that disrespect carried no consequences. I'm sorry, Olivia. So, that's your final decision? Yes. After ending the call, Margaret walked through the quiet farmhouse gathering a few personal belongings, a weekend bag, 2 novels, comfortable clothes, her favorite hiking boots. Years earlier, she and Henry had purchased a small cabin beside a peaceful mountain lake. Whenever life became overwhelming, they escaped there together. Today she needed that place more than ever. As she zipped her travel bag closed, shouting echoed faintly from the distant entrance gates. She didn't look back. Some storms weren't hers to calm anymore. Margaret carried her overnight bag to the front porch, but before she could place it in her car, she heard the unmistakable sound of tires crunching across the gravel road. She looked toward the entrance. Emily's white SUV had somehow made its way to the secondary gate near the farmhouse. Behind it sat a sleek black sedan belonging to Diane Whitmore. Both vehicles stopped abruptly. Emily jumped out before the engine had even gone silent. Her satin robe fluttered in the morning breeze, and half-finished curls framed her tear-streaked face. Hours before she was supposed to walk down the aisle, she looked nothing like the joyful bride Margaret had imagined raising. Without saying a word, Margaret walked slowly toward the locked gate. Lucas followed Emily, keeping several steps behind. His shoulders were slumped, and his expression revealed pure exhaustion. He looked less like a groom preparing for his wedding than a man trapped between 2 families at war. "Open the gate," Emily demanded the moment Margaret came into view. "Good morning," Margaret replied quietly. "This isn't the time for greetings." Lucas cleared his throat. "Mrs. Collins, could we please talk?" Margaret nodded. "I'm listening." Emily gripped the iron bars tightly. "The decorators are waiting. Guests have already started arriving. Reporters from the local society magazine are there too. Everyone is asking questions." "I'm sure they are." Emily stared at her in disbelief. "Mom, this has gone far enough." Margaret met her daughter's eyes. "It ended last night." Lucas stepped closer. "We know feelings were hurt." "Hurt?" Margaret repeated gently. Your wedding planner called to tell me I wasn't welcome at my own daughter's wedding. I would say hurt is a very small word. Emily looked away. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. No? She struggled to finish the sentence. I didn't want anyone judging us. Margaret smiled sadly. So you decided they should judge me instead. Emily opened her mouth, but no words came. Lucas reached into his jacket pocket and removed his checkbook. If this is about money, he said, I'll pay for everything. The venue, the food, the flowers, whatever it costs. Margaret glanced at the checkbook before looking back at him. The catering alone is worth nearly $30,000. Lucas swallowed. The flowers cost another $15,000. His confidence faded. I don't have access to that much today. I know. Diane suddenly stepped forward, unable to remain silent any longer. This has become absolutely absurd. Margaret turned toward her. Has it? You are humiliating respectable people. No. You are destroying Emily's future. No. You are punishing everyone because your pride was wounded. Margaret's expression never changed. I'm refusing to reward disrespect. Emily's voice cracked. Mom. Tears rolled freely down her cheeks now. I'm sorry. Margaret listened. I shouldn't have let Diane influence me. She took a shaky breath. I should have spoken to you myself. Margaret remained silent. Emily continued desperately. Please, I'll fix everything. How? I'll tell Olivia to put your name back on the guest list. Margaret looked at her for several long seconds. So now I'm invited? Emily nodded quickly. You can sit in the front row. Margaret shook her head. No. Emily blinked. What? No, thank you. I don't understand. You aren't inviting your mother because you want her beside you. Margaret's voice was gentle but unwavering. You're inviting the owner of the venue. Emily's face turned pale. That's not true. Isn't it? No one answered. The silence itself became the answer. Margaret slowly reached into her coat pocket and removed a small velvet jewelry box. She carefully placed it on the stone pillar beside the gate. These belong to your grandmother. Emily stared at the box. I wanted to give them to you while we were getting ready together. This morning, fresh tears spilled down her face. You still deserve to have them. Emily reached through the bars and picked up the box with trembling hands. I never wanted to lose you. Margaret's eyes softened. Then you shouldn't have treated me as something you needed to hide. For the first time that morning, Lucas spoke honestly. I'm sorry, Mrs. Collins. Margaret looked at him. I should have stopped this before it went so far. I appreciate you saying that. Emily suddenly slammed her hand against the gate. If you leave now, she cried, everything will fall apart. Margaret nodded sadly. It already has. She turned toward her car. Behind her, Emily called out one final time. Please, Mom. Margaret stopped for only a moment but never looked back. I hope one day, she said quietly, you understand that love without respect cannot survive. With those words, she climbed into her car. As the engine started, she drove down the quiet country road toward the mountain cabin she and Henry had once loved. In the rearview mirror, the figures at the gate grew smaller and smaller until they disappeared completely. Margaret didn't know what would happen to the wedding. For the first time in years, she realized it was no longer her responsibility. Margaret drove for nearly 2 hours before reaching the small lakeside cabin she and Henry had purchased many years earlier. Hidden among towering pine trees, it had always been their refuge from the demands of work and daily life. Every corner of the little house held memories of laughter, quiet evenings, and dreams they had shared before illness took him away. She unlocked the front door and stepped inside. The familiar scent of cedar wood and old books welcomed her like an old friend. She opened every window, allowing the cool mountain breeze to flow through the rooms. The gentle sound of waves brushing against the shore filled the silence. For the first time in months, Margaret felt as though she could breathe without carrying the weight of everyone else's expectations. She placed her phone on the kitchen counter and switched it to silent mode. Outside, she sat on the porch with a simple lunch and watched the sunlight dance across the calm water. Somewhere in the distance, birds skimmed over the lake while a fishing boat drifted peacefully near the opposite shore. It was impossible to imagine that only a few hours earlier, panic had consumed the wedding venue. Around mid-afternoon, curiosity tempted her to check her phone. More than 80 missed calls appeared on the screen. There were dozens of text messages. Some came from Olivia, apologizing repeatedly for everything that had happened. Others came from Lucas, asking if there was still any way to save the day. Many were from numbers she didn't recognize. Some messages were polite, while others accused her of being selfish and cruel. A few blamed her for embarrassing two respected families. Margaret quietly locked the phone again. She had no desire to argue with strangers who knew only one side of the story. Later that evening, Olivia left a voicemail. "Mrs. Collins," the young planner said with obvious exhaustion, "they managed to find a community hall on very short notice. The ceremony happened there instead. It wasn't what anyone planned, but they're legally married now." Margaret listened without emotion. She hoped Emily and Lucas would eventually build a happy life together. Despite everything, she never wished unhappiness upon her daughter. She simply refused to sacrifice her own dignity any longer. The following morning, Margaret woke early and walked along the lake shore carrying a cup of coffee. Henry had always believed the lake possessed a special kind of healing. Whenever business became stressful, he would smile and say, "Water has a way of washing heavy thoughts away." Standing beside the quiet shoreline, Margaret finally understood what he meant. For years, she had measured her worth by how much she could give. She gave her time, her money, her energy, her forgiveness. She believed being a good mother meant always saying yes. But somewhere along the way, she had forgotten that love also required self-respect. Without it, generosity slowly became expectation. Expectation became entitlement, and entitlement eventually erased gratitude altogether. That afternoon, she returned to the cabin and baked a loaf of fresh bread using Henry's favorite recipe. As the warm aroma filled the tiny kitchen, she smiled for the first time in weeks. Not because her daughter had suffered, not because the wedding had failed, but because she finally felt free from constantly trying to earn appreciation that should never have required earning in the first place. She spent 3 peaceful days reading novels, fishing from the old wooden dock, and watching sunsets paint the sky in shades of gold and crimson. No meetings, no deadlines, no criticism, just silence. On Tuesday morning, she packed her belongings and prepared to return home. Before leaving, she stood on the porch one last time. "This would have made you smile," she whispered, looking toward the lake as though Henry might somehow hear her. "I finally learned when to stop carrying everyone else." The breeze rustled gently through the pine trees. Margaret smiled. Whether it was memory or imagination, she could almost hear Henry's familiar laugh carried softly on the wind. She locked the cabin and began the drive back to the estate, unaware that one final confrontation still awaited her. 3 days after leaving the cabin, Margaret turned onto the long gravel driveway leading back to her estate. The familiar field stretched peacefully beneath the afternoon sun, and the wedding venue stood exactly as she had left it, quiet, beautiful, and untouched. She unlocked the farmhouse, unpacked her bag, and made herself a cup of tea before checking the business records waiting on her desk. The weekend had cost her nothing financially. The prepared meals had already been donated to a local family shelter. The fresh flowers had brightened hospital rooms and a nearby retirement home. Nothing had been wasted. As she smiled at the thought, a loud knock echoed through the house. Margaret looked through the window. Emily stood on the front porch. She looked completely different from the confident bride of only a few days earlier. Her elegant hairstyle was gone, replaced by a simple ponytail. Dark circles rested beneath tired eyes, and her expression carried none of the pride she had worn before the wedding. Margaret opened the door. "Hello, Emily. We need to talk." Margaret stepped aside. Emily entered quietly and sat at the kitchen table where countless family dinners had once been shared. For several moments, neither of them spoke. Finally, Emily broke the silence. "The wedding happened. I heard. It wasn't anything like we planned." Margaret nodded. Emily stared down at her hands. "People are still talking about it." I'm sure they are. She sighed heavily. Lucas and I were married in a small community hall. We had folding chairs, grocery store sandwiches, and a borrowed sound system. Margaret listened without interruption. Diane hasn't spoken to me since the ceremony, Emily continued. She blames me for everything. And Lucas? He says we'll get through it, but things have been difficult. Margaret poured 2 cups of tea and placed one in front of her daughter. Emily wrapped both hands around the warm mug. I've had 3 days to think. Margaret waited patiently. I kept asking myself why you wouldn't forgive me. She looked up, tears filling her eyes once again. Then I remembered all the times you stood beside me. When I broke my arm riding my bicycle. When I failed my college exams. When my first serious relationship ended. You never left. Margaret smiled gently. I was your mother. Emily nodded slowly. And when you needed me to stand beside you, her voice cracked, I pushed you away. Silence filled the room once more. This time it wasn't uncomfortable. It was honest. I'm sorry, Emily whispered. I don't mean because the wedding fell apart. I mean because I made you feel ashamed of yourself. Margaret studied her daughter's face carefully. There was no panic, no demands, no bargaining, only regret. For the first time since that phone call, the apology felt genuine. Margaret reached across the table and gently took Emily's hand. I've waited a long time to hear those words. Emily wiped away her tears. I don't expect everything to be fixed today. It won't be. I know. She hesitated before asking one final question. Can you ever forgive me? Margaret smiled softly. Forgiveness is possible. Emily's face brightened slightly. But trust, Margaret continued, takes much longer to rebuild. Emily nodded without argument. I understand. Margaret stood and walked to the window overlooking the estate. Your father and I spent our lives building this place. Emily joined her. I know. I always imagined passing it down to you someday. Emily lowered her eyes. I don't deserve it. No, Margaret replied honestly, not yet. She turned toward her daughter. Last week I signed an agreement with a professional management company. They'll operate the venue from now on. Emily looked surprised. You're retiring? I've earned it. What will you do? Margaret laughed softly. I've always wanted to see Italy. Emily smiled for the first time. Dad always talked about taking you there. He did. Margaret looked toward the gardens where roses swayed gently in the afternoon breeze. For years I believed my happiness depended on making everyone else happy. She paused. I finally learned that peace begins the moment we stop allowing others to decide our worth. Emily quietly slipped her arm around her mother's shoulders. Neither woman spoke. Words were no longer necessary. Outside, sunlight bathed the gardens Henry had planted decades earlier. Inside, the silence no longer felt empty. It felt hopeful. Their relationship would not heal overnight. Some wounds required patience. Some bridges needed to be rebuilt one careful step at a time. But this time, both of them understood that love without respect could never truly last. And respect, once lost, had to be earned, not demanded. Margaret smiled as she looked toward the road stretching beyond the estate. For the first time in many years, the future no longer felt like a burden. It felt like a new beginning.
My husband slapped our own son just because Matthew asked for a simple birthday cake. I thought that would be the most painful wound of my entire life. But the very next day, right before my eyes, my husband gifted a luxurious iPad to his nephew with a smile of pure pride. It was then that my father arrived and saw the red mark of the slap on his grandson's cheek. I had never seen my father so angry. In front of everyone, he uttered a single sentence that made my husband laugh with sheer contempt. No one could have ever imagined that this one sentence would be the beginning of the absolute destruction of my husband's entire life. Before we get to the core of today's story, for those of you who have already subscribed and hit the like button, I wish you great health and hope life showers you with abundance. Comment down below which state or city in the US you're watching us from. I hope you find this video helpful and that we can all take away a valuable lesson. Please watch until the end. My name is Sarah. If anyone were to ask me when my life began to change, the answer wouldn't be when I got divorced, nor when my husband filed for bankruptcy, not even when he was left without a single dollar to his name. Everything started with a slap that landed across the cheek of my own son. That day, Matthew was turning 7 years old. From the moment he woke up, his face was lit up with a bright smile. He hugged me several times, asking if he would really get to blow out birthday candles that night, just like his classmates at elementary school did. I just smiled and nodded my head. Deep down, however, I was agonizing over how to make that simple wish come true. I wasn't a rich mother. Ever since I married David, he had single-handedly controlled all of our income. He only gave me just enough cash for groceries at the supermarket, strictly limiting even what I could buy for Matthew's basic needs. I often had to scrape together my daily budget, penny by penny. For almost 3 weeks, I had been secretly taking in small clothing alteration and sewing jobs from the neighbors in our subdivision. At night, after Matthew went to sleep, I would sit and sew until my eyes stung. The pay wasn't much, but it was just enough to buy a small birthday cake from the local bakery. It wasn't a tired cake or anything expensive, just a simple cake with 7 candles. I just wanted to see Matthew smile. That was all. That morning, while I was counting the few dollar bills and quarters I had earned from sewing, David suddenly walked into the bedroom. "What is that?" he asked. Instinctively, I covered the money with my hand. "Nothing." David grabbed my arm roughly. A few dollar bills slipped into plain sight. "Why are you hiding that?" I tried to smile. "Today is Matthew's birthday. I want to buy him a small cake." I hadn't even finished speaking when David's expression changed completely. Without a word, he snatched all the money right out of my hand. As a reflex, I tried to stop him. "I earned that money sewing and it's for Matthew." David shoved the bills into his leather wallet. "You spoil the kid too much." But he only wants I couldn't finish before David cut me off. Having a birthday doesn't make anyone special. Besides, blowing out candles is a waste of money. I could only lower my head, not out of fear, but because I didn't want Matthew to hear us fighting. As he walked out of the room, David still found the time to add, "Don't ever teach the boy to ask for stupid things." I closed my eyes. The weight crushing my chest wasn't about the money he had taken, but the heartbreaking reality that my own husband had never once tried to understand his son's feelings. By mid-afternoon, the house started filling up with people. My mother-in-law, Barbara, arrived along with my sister-in-law and her family for our typical Sunday cookout. It was a tradition for them to gather at our suburban McMansion on the weekends. But oddly enough, every time they came over, David's attention was always entirely focused on his nephew, Hunter. The boy was barely 11 years old, yet almost anything he asked for was handed to him on a silver platter. Sometimes it was a pair of expensive Air Jordans. Other times, an Apple Watch or a pricey new video game. Meanwhile, Matthew was always told to yield. If they fought over a toy, Matthew was the one forced to apologize. If there was one last piece of food, Matthew had to share it. If there were gifts, Matthew was always the last to get anything. At first, I thought it was all in my head. But over time, the blatant favoritism became undeniable. That afternoon, everyone was eating together in the family room. My mother-in-law praised her grandson, Hunter, several times because he had just made the honor roll at his middle school. David smiled with beaming pride. "It's only right that your uncle gives you a reward," he said. Everyone laughed. In a corner of the room, Matthew sat quietly, playing with a plastic spoon. Every now and then he would look over at me. His eyes seemed to ask, "Mommy, where is my cake?" I felt my heart being wrung out like a wet towel. All I could do was gently stroke his hair. "Forgive me, sweetie. Mommy couldn't make your wish come true today." A few minutes later, while everyone was still chatting around the coffee table, Matthew slowly stood up. He walked over to his father. His tiny hands gripped the hem of his own t-shirt out of sheer nervousness. His voice came out as a tiny whisper, "Dad." David was glued to the screen of his iPhone. "What is it, Matt?" Matthew took a deep breath. Can I ask for a small birthday cake?" The room fell into a dead silence, all eyes locked onto Matthew. I saw a faint smile form on my son's face. Maybe he thought his father would soften. Maybe he believed that every kid has the right to ask for a present on their birthday. But the very next second, smack. The sound of a heavy slap shattered the silence. Matthew's little body was thrown backward until he hit the hardwood floor. His hand was still clutching the plastic spoon, which went skittering under the table. "Mommy." His voice was a choked, breathless whisper. I immediately ran to scoop him into my arms. His left cheek was bright red. Tears streamed down his face without a sound. Trembling all over, I turned to David. "David?" He just asked for a cake. Instead of calming down, David stood up and pointed a finger right in Matthew's face. If he's taught to beg from a young age, he'll grow up to be a spoiled, useless brat. My mother-in-law, Barbara, nodded in smug agreement. "Good for you, David. Children need to be raised with a firm hand." My sister-in-law let out a soft chuckle. I looked at their faces one by one. Not a single person stepped forward to check on Matthew. Nobody asked if his cheek hurt. Nobody thought that violent slap was an overreaction. All they did was validate David. I hugged Matthew tighter against my chest, but I couldn't have imagined that the very next day David would do something to deepen the wound in my son's heart 1,000 times over. That night, Matthew went to sleep without saying a single word. He didn't even cry anymore. That was exactly what terrified me the most. Normally, after a crying fit, he would come hug me and tell me whatever was on his mind. But this time, he just hugged his favorite stuffed animal and closed his eyes much faster than usual. Right before drifting off completely, his little lips whispered, "Mommy, tomorrow, I won't ask for anything else." I held my tears so they wouldn't fall. That sentence echoed in my head until morning. The next day, the house was filled with noise again. It turned out my mother-in-law had come over, specifically because my nephew was dropping by after school. According to her, David had prepared a little surprise for him. I had absolutely zero interest in knowing what it was. My thoughts were entirely focused on Matthew, who had been dead silent since he woke up. Normally, he'd run out to the backyard to play with his Hot Wheels. Not today. He sat alone on the porch, drawing something in an old notebook. I walked up to him. "What are you drawing, buddy?" Matthew snapped the notebook shut. "Nothing, Mom." I forced a smile. "If you don't want to show me, that's okay." Eventually, he slowly flipped the page open. He had drawn a little boy standing in front of a birthday cake with 7 candles. Next to him was a mother. There was no father figure drawn. My chest tightened again. I rubbed his back, entirely unable to speak. Around noon, the honk of a car echoed in the driveway. David had just come home from the office, but this time his face looked far more cheerful than usual. In his hand, he carried a crisp white bag with that unmistakable bitten apple logo that everyone recognizes. My nephew immediately ran up to him. "Uncle Dave, who is that for?" David grinned from ear to ear. "You'll see right now." Everyone gathered in the foyer. I stayed standing in the back, holding Matthew by the hand. A tiny sliver of hope sparked in my heart. Maybe David felt guilty. Maybe this gift was actually for Matthew. Maybe last night he just let his anger get the best of him. I squeezed Matthew's hand a little tighter. I saw my son's eyes begin to sparkle. He stared unblinking at the white bag. His hand absent-mindedly gripped the bottom of my shirt. David pulled a sleek, flat box out of the bag. It was still wrapped in its original plastic. My mother-in-law gasped in admiration. "Oh my goodness, that is incredibly expensive." My nephew started jumping for joy, though he still didn't dare grab it. Maybe he too thought the gift wasn't for him. David stood there smiling with sheer satisfaction. Then he handed the box over. "For you?" My nephew's eyes went wide. "Seriously, Uncle Dave?" "Yep. For getting such great grades and making the honor roll." The foyer erupted in applause. My mother-in-law hugged her grandson, praising David as the most thoughtful uncle in all of Texas. Everyone was smiling happily. Everyone except for one little boy standing right next to me. Slowly, Matthew let go of my hand. His gaze was no longer glued to the iPad. He was staring at the floor. His face was entirely void of expression. He wasn't angry, he wasn't crying. He was just silent. A silence that hurt so much more. I knelt down in front of him. "Matthew." He instantly forced a tiny smile. "That's so cool, Mom." I hope Hunter likes it. I barely had the strength to smile back. A boy so young still found it in him to wish for someone else's happiness, even while his own heart was breaking into pieces. Shortly after, my nephew started setting up his new iPad. Everyone crowded around him on the living room sofa. They laughed as the screen lit up, busy praising the camera's technology. No one noticed that Matthew was slowly walking out to the backyard. I followed him. I saw him sit on the back porch steps playing with a single birthday candle I had stashed in my apron pocket the night before. I had actually bought that candle long before David confiscated my money. The wick had never been lit. Matthew rolled it softly between his little fingers. "Mommy, tell me, sweetie, if next year." He paused for a moment. "If I don't celebrate my birthday, it's okay, Mommy." That sentence finally made my tears spill over. I pulled him into a fierce hug. "Don't say that." "Why?" "Because the day you were born was the happiest day of Mommy's entire life." Matthew offered a small smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. A few minutes later, the sound of an SUV pulling up to the front gate caught our attention. I wiped my tears away as fast as I could. A man in his 60s stepped out of the vehicle carrying a rather large gift box. It was my father, Robert. A few days prior, he had called to tell me he wanted to surprise Matthew for his birthday, because he'd been caught up with business out of state. He hadn't been able to make it until this afternoon. As soon as he recognized his grandpa's car, Matthew jumped to his feet. His face, which had been gloomy since dawn, finally lit up just a bit. "Grandpa." He ran toward him, but suddenly his footsteps slowed. My father stopped a few feet away from Matthew, his gaze locked instantly onto his grandson's left cheek. There was still a reddish, bruised mark that hadn't entirely faded. My father's expression shifted. His warm smile vanished instantly. He set the large gift box down on the hood of the SUV without taking his eyes off Matthew's face. With a very soft voice, my father asked, "Matthew, what happened to your face?" Instinctively, Matthew lowered his head and his hands started fiddling with his shirt hem. He didn't answer. I could see my father's breathing grow heavier. He slowly turned his head toward the large living room window. Inside, David was still laughing with his family while watching his nephew play with the brand new iPad. My father's gaze shifted from David's face to the iPad in the nephew's hands, and then back to the mark of the slap on Matthew's cheek. I had known my father my whole life. He was not a man prone to quick anger, but for the first time ever, I saw the gleam in his eyes turn absolutely ice cold. And when he started walking toward the front door, I knew something massive was about to go down. My father walked in, unhurried. The atmosphere in the living room, which had been full of laughter seconds before, gradually grew incredibly awkward. No one knew why he had walked in looking so furious. I followed right behind him, holding Matthew's hand. I don't know why, but I felt that something eyes had been suppressing for years was finally going to explode today. My father stopped right in front of the coffee table. He didn't look directly at David. Instead, he stared at the iPad still in Hunter's hands. Then he slowly lifted his head. "David." His voice sounded completely calm, but it was exactly that eerie calmness that plunged the entire room into absolute silence. David glanced up at him. "Well, look who it is." "Robert, you're here." There was no warm greeting, no respect. He went back to paying attention to his nephew, as if my father's arrival was completely insignificant. My father took a deep breath, put that device down for a second. Everyone exchanged confused glances. The nephew looked bewildered and eventually handed the iPad over to David. My father then asked in a low voice, "Who bought that?" "I did." "For who? For my nephew?" My father nodded slowly. "And my grandson." David shrugged indifferently. "What about Matt? He is your son too. He has a heart too." My father's tone began to shift, and I saw him look David dead in the eye. "The one you choose to make happy is someone else's kid." David smirked with arrogant disdain. "Don't push my buttons, Robert. He deserved this gift." My father asked again, "Then what does Matthew deserve?" The room fell silent again. No one dared to answer. A few seconds later, David said in a flat tone, "A lesson?" I clenched my fists. My father was still trying to contain his rage. What kind of lesson? "So he learns that life isn't just about demanding whatever whim pops into his head." Upon hearing this, my mother-in-law nodded in immediate approval. Exactly. Kids these days are way too spoiled. We are very proud that David has the guts to discipline his son firmly. My father slowly turned his head toward my mother-in-law. I am not speaking to you, ma'am. That single sentence shut her up instantly. For the first time, no one dared to interrupt my dad. He turned back to David. I just want one answer. Do you regret it or not? David didn't answer. Instead, he leaned back into the leather sofa and crossed his arms. I don't feel like I did anything wrong. My chest felt tight. I knew my father had just given him an out, a chance, but that chance had just been thrown right into the garbage. My father lowered his head for a few seconds and then bang. He slammed his palm against the glass coffee table with so much force that the coffee mugs violently rattled. My nephew even ran to hug his grandmother out of pure shock. I didn't come here to listen to your excuses. My father's voice was booming now. I came to check on exactly one thing. Do you still have a shred of a heart left, or have you lost it completely to your own arrogance? David stood up, getting defensive. Look, don't exaggerate. I am Matthew's father. I have the right to raise my son however the hell I please. My father took a step toward him. It's true you are his father, but since when does being a father mean you have the right to trample on your own son's dignity? David was losing his patience. If you don't like how I raise my kid, that's your problem. This is my house, my family, and I don't need any outsiders coming in here giving me orders. Those words poured gasoline on the fire. My mother-in-law scrambled to her feet. David is right. In-laws have no business meddling in their children's marriages. I looked at my mother-in-law in absolute disbelief. Even after seeing everything that happened, she was still choosing to blindly defend her son. My father let out a faint smile, but there wasn't a drop of warmth in it. I am not meddling, he said, pointing back at Matthew, who was still hiding behind me. I am defending my grandson. Silence suffocated the room. Then my father stared at David unblinking. Listen to me very carefully. From this exact moment forward, do not ever refer to me as your father-in-law or your family ever again. Everyone's eyes went wide. David looked taken aback for a second, but it only lasted a moment. Then he let out a scoffing laugh. All this drama over some nonsense. Nonsense? My father's tone turned glacial. To you, it might be nonsense, but to a little boy, a slap from his own father can be a wound he drags with him for the rest of his life. Nobody spoke. Even the sound of people breathing could be heard clearly. David spoke again, dripping with defiance. So, what are you going to do? You going to sue me? Expose me? You going to ruin my life? My father gently shook his head. No. Then he looked him dead in the eye. I am just going to take back what all this time was never really yours to begin with. That sentence made everyone exchange confused looks. My mother-in-law frowned. My sister-in-law looked completely lost. Even I didn't understand what my father was referring to. Only David still looked relaxed. He even gave a mocking smile. Are you threatening me? Is that a warning? David laughed even harder. What exactly are you going to take from me? This house is in my name. My sports cars are paid off. My real estate development company is expanding rapidly. I built all of this by myself. My father didn't argue with him. He just stared at David for a long moment. It was a strange look. It wasn't a look of rage, but the look of a man who had just finalized a massive decision. He then picked up the gift box he had left near the front door. Before walking out, my dad stopped for a split second. Without looking back, he said in a low voice, David, you are very proud of everything you have today. Hold on to it tightly because starting tomorrow morning, you are going to lose every last bit of it. He walked out. The heavy front door clicked shut. Shortly after, the sound of his SUV engine faded down the street. For a few seconds, silence reigned. Then David let out a booming theatrical laugh. Your dad is a joke. Just because he's mad, he starts throwing around stupid threats. My mother-in-law smiled too. Let it go. You know how older folks get. He'll get over it. I just stared at the door my father had just walked through. I didn't know why, but I felt deep in my gut that this threat was not just an emotional outburst. I had known my dad my whole life. He never said anything without a solid reason. And for the very first time, I began to fear what would happen when the sun came up the next morning. That morning, I woke up earlier than usual. The house was dead quiet. David had already left for his corporate office downtown, before the sun was even fully up. He said he had a critical meeting with investors and major developers for some multi-million-dollar high-rise projects down in Miami. I didn't think much of it. My mind was still occupied by the image of Matthew, who, since yesterday, spent more time silent than speaking. I made a simple breakfast and walked him to the yellow school bus stop. Before stepping onto the bus, Matthew turned to me. "Mommy, tell me, sweetie. Later, when I get back, can I give you a really long hug?" I smiled while brushing his hair back. "You can hug me for as long as you want." Matthew nodded softly and walked onto the bus. I watched him until his tiny silhouette disappeared among the other kids. Around 9 a.m., my cell phone rang. David's name flashed on the screen. I picked up, but before I could say a word, I heard David yelling at someone on his end. "What do you mean they canceled the meeting out of nowhere?" I only heard muffled voices on the other end of the line. A few seconds later, the call dropped. I figured he lost his signal, but 15 minutes later, my phone rang again. This time, it wasn't David. It was Ashley, his executive assistant. "Sarah, has Mr. David contacted you?" "Yes, just a moment ago. If he calls back, please tell him we are desperately looking for him." "Looking for him? What's going on?" The woman's voice was trembling with panic. Several of our biggest clients just canceled their meetings for today. Out of nowhere, all at the exact same time, all of them? "Yes, Sarah." I started to realize something highly unusual was happening. In all my years married to David, I had never heard of multiple major clients canceling their agendas on the exact same day. By noon, I received another call, this time from David. The moment he spoke, his voice sounded entirely different from his usual cocky tone. It was higher, faster, like someone frantically trying to suppress a panic attack. "Sarah, did your father contact you?" I stayed quiet for a second. "No. Are you sure?" David let out a long, shaky exhale. "Forget it." And he hung up again. I was getting more and more confused. It was the first time David had mentioned my father since yesterday's blowout. By mid-afternoon, I was just about to go pick Matthew up when my phone buzzed again. This time, it was a short text. David was just asking me to come down to his office. When I arrived, the atmosphere was entirely off. Normally, the corporate lobby was bustling, with clients and employees coming and going. Today it looked like a ghost town. A few employees were huddled up, whispering. As soon as they saw me walk in, they fell dead silent. I walked toward David's corner office. The glass door was cracked open. Inside, David was pacing back and forth with his cell phone glued to his hand. His face was ghostly pale. "You finally made it. What is going on?" I asked. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he handed me a heavy folder full of legal documents and certified FedEx letters. I read them one by one. The first was a breach of contract notice for the construction of an industrial park. The second came from a massive residential real estate developer. The contents were practically identical. They had decided to immediately suspend all negotiations. I looked up. How could this happen? That is what I'm trying to figure out. David took a ragged breath. All of this happened in a matter of hours. Before I could reply, a knock came at the door. The chief operating officer walked in, his face tight with stress. "David, it's getting worse. The Steel Supply Corporation just contacted us. They are refusing to send any materials until there is a guaranteed proof of funds." David jumped up. "We've never had a single problem with them in years. They say the mandate came directly from their corporate headquarters." "What's their reason?" The COO shook his head. They refused to give an explanation. They hadn't even finished speaking when the office phone rang. This time, it was the accounting department. The voice coming through the speakerphone brought absolute silence to the room. "Boss, the bank just requested updated financial documentation for everything. They've frozen the disbursement of the credit line that was supposed to clear this week." David's face tightened in disbelief. "That's impossible. We meet every single requirement." Their only response was verbatim. "There has been a change in the company's risk rating." The line clicked dead. The office was swallowed by a heavy, suffocating silence. For the very first time, I saw David truly genuinely disoriented. He immediately started dialing several high-powered contacts who had always been buddy-buddy with him. The first didn't pick up, the second went to voicemail, the third rang, but the call was actively rejected. With every call he made, the color drained further from his face. His usual bulletproof confidence was evaporating by the second. As the sun began to set that afternoon, the chief financial officer rushed into the room, carrying a dusty old-looking black binder, like it had been sitting in the archives for years. "David, there's a document you need to see right now." David looked completely fed up. "If it's not life or death, leave it for later." The CFO shook his head. "It is absolutely life or death, and why are you bringing this to me now?" "I just pulled it from the old contracts archive." David grabbed the binder without really looking at it, but before he could open it, his cell phone rang again. He opted to answer the call, tossing the binder onto his mahogany desk. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of the cover. In the bottom right corner, a small typed label read, "Confidential Strategic Investment Agreement." I don't know why, but from the second I saw that binder, I felt that every answer we were looking for was sitting right inside it. The office door closed again after David finished his phone call. His expression was utterly disastrous now. I had never seen him like this. Through all our years of marriage, David had always been so sure of himself. Even when facing problems, he always bragged that anything could be fixed with money and the right connections. But today was different. He was staring blankly at the wall, trying to process what the hell was happening. The CFO was still standing across the desk, pointing at the ignored black binder. "David, we cannot postpone this." David let out a heavy sigh. "What is in that document?" The CFO slowly slid the binder across the desk. "Please read the very last page." The room went dead silent. David flipped the binder open, looking annoyed. The first few pages contained records of capital injections from years ago. He turned the page. More technical investment details. Then he finally stopped at a page filled with signatures and corporate notary seals. I saw the light in his eyes completely alter. His forehead creased. He read it again. Then for a third time, his hands started shaking violently. David's voice sounded like a weak croak. "What contract is this?" The CFO replied in a low voice. "It is the corporate bailout agreement from 5 years ago." Even I was shocked. "Bailout?" The CFO turned to me. "You probably never knew this, Sarah. 5 years ago, this company was on the absolute brink of filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy." I looked at David. In all this time, he had never once mentioned that era to me. All I knew was that his business had gone through a rough patch. And then a few months later, it miraculously experienced explosive, massive growth. The CFO continued explaining, "At the time, every single bank denied our loan applications. Almost all our suppliers suspended their services. The company couldn't even make payroll. If an angel investor hadn't stepped in right then, this company would have been liquidated." I began to understand where this conversation was heading and who was the investor. The CFO didn't answer directly. He just pointed at the name of the LLC, printed on the final page. I read it slowly. The name of the holding company meant nothing to me. However, right beneath it was the name of the majority shareholder. When I read that name, my blood ran cold. My father, Robert. The office felt like a vacuum. David stared fixedly at that name, unblinking as if praying he was reading it wrong. That is impossible." The CFO nodded slowly. "We verified all the corporate and SEC filings. There is no mistake." I was struggling to believe it myself. My dad had never, not once, mentioned that he was the head of such a powerful private equity fund, and even more shockingly, that he had personally saved David's company. The CFO then flipped to other pages in the document. The first capital injection was for $2 million. He turned the page. 6 months later, another $1.5 million was added. Next page, another $2 million. And on the final page, $2 million more. A grand total of $7.5 million. I took a deep breath. For the first time, I finally understood why David's company had grown at such a staggering, seemingly impossible rate over the last few years. There was a hidden hand keeping him afloat in the shadows. David was frozen in his leather chair. His face grew paler by the minute. Why? Why did I never know? The CFO answered cautiously, because that was the investor's strict demand. He required absolute anonymity. All communications and wire transfers were handled through a shell matrix. I closed my eyes for a second. Memories of things that used to seem strange started flooding back. Every time David's company hit a roadblock, somehow a massive development project would just fall from the sky. Every time cash flow was in danger, fresh funds magically cleared. All this time, I believed it was strictly the fruit of David's brilliant hustle. Now the puzzle pieces fit perfectly. The CFO turned one more page. There is one more thing, David. David lifted his head at a glacial pace. What? There is a special morality clause in this contract. What clause? The CFO took a deep breath before answering. The investor retains the right to immediately withdraw all funding and call in all debts if he determines that the receiving entity has violated the agreed-upon core values. Core values. The CFO nodded. Integrity, honesty, and family moral responsibility. I saw David's hands curl into tight fists. For the very first time, his face showed true remorse, not for hitting Matthew, but because he had just realized that this entire apocalypse was directly tied to the argument from 2 days ago. With a hollow voice, he asked, and if the investor exercises that right, the CFO didn't use words to answer. He handed over a certified FedEx letter that had been delivered that very morning. David ripped it open. The document contained just a few brief, highly formal lines. The investing entity hereby provides official notice of the immediate and permanent suspension of all subsequent funding rounds. All linked credit lines are terminated. The company is required to liquidate and settle all financial obligations in accordance with the terms of the contract. There were no curse words, no wild threats. But the cold corporate reality of that letter was infinitely more terrifying than anyone screaming. I looked at David. He was still holding the paper with trembling hands. His lips moved in slow motion. Are you sure this is your father's doing? I didn't answer because deep down in my heart, I already knew the truth. A few seconds later, the CFO spoke up again. Actually, there is even worse news. David looked up with dead empty eyes. There's more. The CFO swallowed hard. If the primary investor officially withdraws all asset backing according to the commercial lending laws, the bank has the right to demand the immediate accelerated repayment of every single outstanding corporate loan. The room fell silent again, and in that exact moment, I saw true raw fear in the eyes of a man who had spent his whole life believing he was invincible. From that day on, our house turned into a strange place, not because the furniture had changed, but because the man living in it was no longer the same. David almost never came home before midnight, and when he did, he locked himself straight in his home office. His phone rang constantly. Sometimes he spoke in a begging, pleading tone. Other times he screamed in pure rage, and sometimes he just sat in silence for a long time before hanging up without a word. I chose not to ask questions. I knew any answer coming out of his mouth would only be loaded with misplaced anger. 2 days later, the news officially broke, not on the local TV stations, but in the employees' group chats. One of the admin girls texted me, "Sarah, is it true the company is going under?" I read the text several times. Before I could reply, she sent a photo of the company's main entrance. Dozens of construction workers were crowded out on the sidewalk. Several supply trucks were parked out front, blocking the gates. No one was allowed inside. I could only stare at my phone screen in silence. That evening, David came home looking physically withered. He didn't even change out of his suit. The tie he always kept perfectly knotted hung loose and crooked around his neck. He opened the stainless steel fridge, stared into it for a few seconds, and then closed it without grabbing a thing. I set a glass of ice water on the kitchen island. "Drink some water." David sat down slowly. His hands betrayed sheer absolute exhaustion. We sat in silence for a while. Then he spoke in a low voice. "They shut down 4 of our active job sites today." I didn't interrupt. He kept talking to himself. "If we don't get a cash injection by next week, I'll have to file for mass furloughs and lay off all the crews." I remained quiet, not out of a lack of empathy, but because I knew in that moment David was only talking to his own ego. The next day, the situation escalated drastically. The COO came to our house, holding a massive stack of folders. I overheard their conversation from the hallway. David, the heavy equipment leasing company, just showed up at the warehouses. They have a court order for repossession. For what machinery? All of it. Every caterpillar, every crane that was leveraged as collateral. The room went quiet. Then came the harsh screech of a chair being shoved back violently. David had shot to his feet. They can't do that. They have a judge's mandate, just like the contract stipulates. The COO sounded incredibly cautious. They say the payment grace periods have officially expired. I watched David walk out to the back patio. He stood there for a long time, staring out into the empty backyard, trying to swallow a razor-sharp reality. 2 days passed and more bad news arrived. This time from the bank. It wasn't a simple late payment notice. It was official documentation stating that every single corporate credit account had been frozen solid. I watched David hold that letter for an eternity. He read it over and over, perhaps hoping the ink on the page would magically change. But no, it was over. That night it rained heavily. As I was going to lock the front windows, I noticed a black sedan park right in front of our driveway. Several men in sharp suits stepped out holding clipboards. They identified themselves as bank-appointed appraisers. I was a bit confused until one of them politely said, "Ma'am, we are just following protocol. We are here to appraise and inventory all assets listed as collateral in the foreclosure filings." I watched the last drop of blood drain from David's face, leaving him as white as a sheet. He tried to argue with them, but the appraisers just strictly did their jobs. They took photos of our suburban estate, jotted down the VIN numbers of the luxury SUVs in the driveway, and documented every valuable asset. There was no screaming, no drama, and it was exactly that bureaucratic clinical coldness that made the whole ordeal feel so suffocating. The following morning, my mother-in-law, Barbara, rushed over. Her face was a mask of pure panic. "David, you have to fix this mess right now. What are the neighbors going to say if the bank forecloses on this house?" It was the first time I had ever heard my mother-in-law worry more about public embarrassment than her own son's well-being. She kept rambling. "If you need cash, sell the summer cabin at the lake. Sell the Porsches. The most important thing is that our family's name doesn't get dragged through the mud." David just kept his head down. There were no arrogant comebacks anymore. Hours later, my sister-in-law showed up, but she didn't come to offer emotional support. She came to grab the iPad that Hunter took everywhere. Her son had been whining because he was terrified the bank appraisers were going to repossess his tablet too. Without exchanging more than a few words, they bolted. I watched David from a distance as he stared at his sister's car disappearing down the street. The very people who used to show up daily to bask in the fruits of his success were now drawing hard boundaries. No one offered to help. No one told him they had his back. They came when there was a feast, and they scattered like roaches the second the bill arrived. Late that night, David sat alone in the dark living room. He hadn't turned on the lamps. The only light came from the streetlights filtering through the large windows. I was about to head up to bed when he suddenly called out to me. "Sarah." I stopped. "Do you think if I go see your dad, I can still fix all this?" I stared at him for a long time. The question felt surreal. For years, David had been absolutely convinced he was the master of his own universe. Now, for the first time, he was placing all his hope on the very man he had publicly humiliated just a week ago. I didn't answer because I didn't know if the door to forgiveness was still open. But deep down, I felt David had realized way too late who the person silently holding up his entire life really was. The next morning, David woke up much earlier than usual. For the first time in days, he put on a crisp white dress shirt, the kind he used to wear for his most vital board meetings. But this time, he wasn't carrying blueprints or project pitches. There was no leather briefcase or black car waiting for him outside. He just held a small manila folder. Before leaving the house, he stopped in front of Matthew's bedroom. The door was cracked open. Matthew was still dead asleep, hugging his favorite stuffed bear. David stood there for a very long time. Who knows what was going through his head in that moment? Then he sighed softly and pulled the door shut without waking his son. "I'm stepping out for a bit," was all he said to me. I nodded without asking questions. I already knew exactly where he was going. My father's house sat at the end of a very quiet road out in the country in the Hudson Valley. It wasn't flashy like the mansions the tech bros or real estate tycoons parade around in magazines. It was a traditional rustic stone house, very humble. The front yard was bursting with hydrangeas and geraniums that my dad tended to himself. He had never cared for excessive luxury. When David arrived, the front gate was already open. My father was watering the flower beds with a garden hose. He saw David pull up, but he didn't stop what he was doing. There was no greeting, no smile. David walked up slowly. "Mr. Robert," my father kept watering the plants. The tension became unbearably thick. Seconds ticked by without a single word being spoken. Finally, David spoke again. "I came to ask for just a few minutes of your time, please." Only then did my father shut off the brass valve, dropping the hose next to a large clay pot. "You have 5 minutes." His voice was entirely flat. David nodded quickly. "That's enough." They sat across from each other on the stone porch. I had pulled up a few minutes behind him, worried the conversation would devolve into a screaming match. From a distance, I watched the backs of these two men, a father trying to protect his grandson, and another father who had just realized the magnitude of his own sins. David pulled out the manila folder. "Mr. Robert, I know I've made a lot of mistakes." My father didn't reply. "I also know you are deeply disappointed." Silence. "I didn't come here to make excuses. I came to ask for a second chance." My father finally looked up. "A second chance. Yes, a chance to fix things." My father studied David closely. "Did you come here today as Matthew's father or as the owner of a bankrupt company?" The question paralyzed David. A few seconds later, he answered in a whisper. "I came as both." My father slowly shook his head. "That is exactly your problem. You still don't get it." David looked at him in total confusion. My father continued, "If your company was thriving and pulling in millions, would you be sitting on my porch today?" There was no answer. "If they hadn't shut down your high-rises in Miami, would you be here right now crying about how you treated Matthew?" David lowered his head again. My father exhaled slowly. "You aren't sorry for the slap. You are sorry for the consequences that slap brought upon you." Those words completely shattered David's composure. I knew my dad had just said to his face what no one else had the courage to say. A moment later, David stood up, and then, very slowly, he dropped to his knees right on the hard stone porch. I froze in my tracks. In all our years of marriage, I had never seen David degrade himself like this. "I'm begging you, Robert. Please give me one last chance. I'll fix it all. I will be a good father. I will apologize to Matthew 1,000 times. I will do whatever you ask." David's voice started cracking. "If this company goes under, hundreds of construction workers are going to lose their ability to feed their families." My father listened without interrupting. When David finally stopped talking, my dad slowly stood up. He walked inside the house without uttering a single syllable. David stayed on his knees. His eyes tracked my father's footsteps until he vanished behind the heavy oak door. For a second, I actually thought maybe my dad's heart was softening, that maybe he was reconsidering the whole thing. A few minutes later, the door swung open again. My father stepped out holding a white cardboard box tied with a blue ribbon. It wasn't very big, roughly the size of a standard bakery box. He held it with both hands. David scrambled to his feet instantly. His face was flooded with a sudden rush of hope. He probably believed that box held the notarized contracts that would save his firm, or a cashier's check that would halt the foreclosures. My father walked up to David and placed the box right into his hands. "Open it, please." With shaking hands, David untied the blue ribbon. As he slowly lifted the lid, his face turned to stone. His eyes stopped blinking. His entire body went rigid, unable to make a single sound. I was standing a few yards back, so I couldn't see what was inside the box yet. However, based on the absolute devastation on David's face, I knew whatever was in there was infinitely more painful than losing his entire net worth. With excruciating slowness, David pulled the contents out of the box. It wasn't a stack of legal documents. It wasn't a stack of promissory notes, nor a contract to pull him out of ruin. Inside, there was only a small, incredibly simple birthday cake. Stuck into the frosting were 7 unlit candles, and sitting next to the cake was a small brown envelope. My hands began to shake. I recognized that bakery box instantly. A few days before Matthew's birthday, my dad had called me in secret. He told me he had ordered a special cake for his grandson because he wanted to surprise him. But since he had to travel out of state for business, he had the bakery deliver it to his house first. I never could have imagined that very same cake would end up in David's hands today. My father stared at him, his expression utterly unwavering. 2 weeks before Matthew's birthday, I had everything ready. His voice possessed a devastating calmness. I also bought him the one gift he wanted more than anything in the world, a navy blue bicycle with a matching helmet, and I did it because my greatest joy in life is seeing my grandson laugh. David kept staring down at the cake. His hands were trembling uncontrollably, my father went on. But when I walked through your front door, the only thing I saw was the red print of your hand on his face. The porch fell into absolute deafening silence. The morning breeze rustled the hydrangeas. Nobody spoke a word. I kept this cake on purpose, not because I expected some miraculous change in you, but so that one day you would realize just how damn cheap a child's happiness actually is. My dad pulled one of the candles out of the cake and held it right up to David's eyes. My grandson didn't ask you for a sports car. He didn't ask you for a mansion in the hills. He didn't ask for a trust fund. All he wanted was the chance to blow out 7 damn candles with his father, and you couldn't even give him that. David's tears finally spilled over. For the first time since the day I met him, he sobbed uncontrollably, making no effort to hide it. With a voice that was barely a thread, he managed to choke out. I failed completely. My father nodded slowly. You didn't fail the day your company went bankrupt, David. You failed the exact day your son lost hope in his own father. That final sentence was the kill shot. David buried his face in his hands and wept bitterly, but there was no turning back. Nothing could be undone. Several weeks later, the liquidation and foreclosure processes for the company's assets were finalized. The downtown office building changed hands. The heavy machinery was auctioned off. The luxurious suburban McMansion, which for so long had been the family's crown jewel, was sold at a sheriff's auction. The high-end cars that used to decorate the driveway were towed away one by the repo men. What surprised me the most wasn't the loss of material wealth, but seeing how all those people who used to swarm around David daily vanished into thin air like magic. My mother-in-law, Barbara, decided to move into her daughter's condo. She claimed that at her age, she couldn't bear the humiliation and hardship. The nephew they had spoiled rotten never once came to visit him. Not a single person stayed when the money and the luxury evaporated. In the end, David was left completely and utterly alone. As for me, I finally made the decision I had been putting off for far too long. I filed for divorce, not because David was broke, but because I absolutely refused to let Matthew grow up in an environment that made him feel utterly worthless. The legal process was quick and quiet. David didn't contest a single thing. He just sat in the attorney's office with his head down and signed the papers. Before we parted ways for good, he asked me for one single thing. Can I have visitation rights? Just to see Matt every now and then. I didn't answer right away. I looked down. Matthew was standing right beside me, holding my hand tightly. With his soft, sweet voice, it was Matthew who answered, "Yes, Dad, you can come see me, but only on the condition that you don't get mad anymore." That response, so painfully innocent, made David break down in tears all over again. He nodded over and over, completely unable to speak. But Matthew didn't run to hug him. My son simply waved goodbye to him with a polite, formal little wave and a tight smile. It was in that exact moment that I understood. The wounds in a child's heart can eventually heal, but things will never ever go back to the way they were before. A few months later, my father invited us to spend Sunday at his house in the Hudson Valley. There, sitting right in the middle of the garden, waiting for us, was a brand new navy blue bicycle, the very same one that until now had only existed in the story he told exactly as he had prepared it. Matthew's eyes went wide as saucers. "Is that for me?" My father gave him a warm smile overflowing with love. "You bet, champ, it's your birthday present." Matthew launched himself at his grandfather, hugging him with all his might. His crystal clearer laughter flooded the garden, a sound I hadn't heard in what felt like a lifetime. That day we finally lit the 7 candles that hadn't been allowed to shine before. There was no massive party, no expensive catering, no flashy gifts. It was just the 3 of us. Yet, that atmosphere radiated far more warmth than all the wealth I had ever lived around. Right before Matthew blew out the candles, my dad leaned in and whispered to him, "Always remember this, buddy. A person's true worth is never measured by the expensive gifts they receive, but by the unconditional love they feel from the people around them." Matthew nodded, smiling with bright, shining eyes. He took a deep breath with her to her tangs. I looked up at the orange sunset painting the country sky. For the first time in a very long time, I felt truly, completely free. And watching Matthew laughing hysterically as he pedaled his new bike across the grass, I finally understood it all. The best revenge isn't watching someone lose their fortune. It is making absolutely sure that the person they hurt ends up living a beautiful, happy life, feeling deeply loved and fulfilled. Meanwhile, the one who threw that happiness away will have to spend the rest of their days carrying a heavy, incurable regret, one that no amount of millions could ever buy. My husband slapped our own son just because Matthew asked for a simple birthday cake. I thought that would be the most painful wound of my entire life. But the very next day, right before my eyes, my husband gifted a luxurious iPad to his nephew with a smile of pure pride. It was then that my father arrived and saw the red mark of the slap on his grandson's cheek. I had never seen my father so angry. In front of everyone, he uttered a single sentence that made my husband laugh with sheer contempt. No one could have ever imagined that this one sentence would be the beginning of the absolute destruction of my husband's entire life. Before we get to the core of today's story, for those of you who have already subscribed and hit the like button, I wish you great health and hope life showers you with abundance. Comment down below which state or city in the US you're watching us from. I hope you find this video helpful and that we can all take away a valuable lesson. Please watch until the end. My name is Sarah. If anyone were to ask me when my life began to change, the answer wouldn't be when I got divorced, nor when my husband filed for bankruptcy, not even when he was left without a single dollar to his name. Everything started with a slap that landed across the cheek of my own son. That day, Matthew was turning 7 years old. From the moment he woke up, his face was lit up with a bright smile. He hugged me several times, asking if he would really get to blow out birthday candles that night, just like his classmates at elementary school did. I just smiled and nodded my head. Deep down, however, I was agonizing over how to make that simple wish come true. I wasn't a rich mother. Ever since I married David, he had single-handedly controlled all of our income. He only gave me just enough cash for groceries at the supermarket, strictly limiting even what I could buy for Matthew's basic needs. I often had to scrape together my daily budget, penny by penny. For almost 3 weeks, I had been secretly taking in small clothing alteration and sewing jobs from the neighbors in our subdivision. At night, after Matthew went to sleep, I would sit and sew until my eyes stung. The pay wasn't much, but it was just enough to buy a small birthday cake from the local bakery. It wasn't a tired cake or anything expensive, just a simple cake with 7 candles. I just wanted to see Matthew smile. That was all. That morning, while I was counting the few dollar bills and quarters I had earned from sewing, David suddenly walked into the bedroom. "What is that?" he asked. Instinctively, I covered the money with my hand. "Nothing." David grabbed my arm roughly. A few dollar bills slipped into plain sight. "Why are you hiding that?" I tried to smile. "Today is Matthew's birthday. I want to buy him a small cake." I hadn't even finished speaking when David's expression changed completely. Without a word, he snatched all the money right out of my hand. As a reflex, I tried to stop him. I earned that funny sewing and it's for Matthew. David shoved the bills into his leather wallet. You spoil the kid too much. But he only wants I couldn't finish before David cut me off. Having a birthday doesn't make anyone special. Besides, blowing out candles is a waste of money. I could only lower my head, not out of fear, but because I didn't want Matthew to hear us fighting. As he walked out of the room, David still found the time to add, "Don't ever teach the boy to ask for stupid things." I closed my eyes. The weight crushing my chest wasn't about the money he had taken, but the heartbreaking reality that my own husband had never once tried to understand his son's feelings. By mid-afternoon, the house started filling up with people. My mother-in-law, Barbara, arrived along with my sister-in-law and her family for our typical Sunday cookout. It was a tradition for them to gather at our suburban McMansion on the weekends. But oddly enough, every time they came over, David's attention was always entirely focused on his nephew, Hunter. The boy was barely 11 years old, yet almost anything he asked for was handed to him on a silver platter. Sometimes it was a pair of expensive Air Jordans. Other times, an Apple Watch or a pricey new video game. Meanwhile, Matthew was always told to yield. If they fought over a toy, Matthew was the one forced to apologize. If there was one last piece of food, Matthew had to share it. If there were gifts, Matthew was always the last to get anything. At first, I thought it was all in my head. But over time, the blatant favoritism became undeniable. That afternoon, everyone was eating together in the family room. My mother-in-law praised her grandson, Hunter, several times because he had just made the honor roll at his middle school. David smiled with beaming pride. "It's only right that your uncle gives you a reward," he said. Everyone laughed. In a corner of the room, Matthew sat quietly, playing with a plastic spoon. Every now and then he would look over at me. His eyes seemed to ask, "Mommy, where is my cake?" I felt my heart being wrung out like a wet towel. All I could do was gently stroke his hair. "Forgive me, sweetie. Mommy couldn't make your wish come true today." A few minutes later, while everyone was still chatting around the coffee table, Matthew slowly stood up. He walked over to his father. His tiny hands gripped the hem of his own t-shirt out of sheer nervousness. His voice came out as a tiny whisper, "Dad." David was glued to the screen of his iPhone. "What is it, Matt?" Matthew took a deep breath. Can I ask for a small birthday cake?" The room fell into a dead silence, all eyes locked onto Matthew. I saw a faint smile form on my son's face. Maybe he thought his father would soften. Maybe he believed that every kid has the right to ask for a present on their birthday. But the very next second, smack. The sound of a heavy slap shattered the silence. Matthew's little body was thrown backward until he hit the hardwood floor. His hand was still clutching the plastic spoon, which went skittering under the table. "Mommy." His voice was a choked, breathless whisper. I immediately ran to scoop him into my arms. His left cheek was bright red. Tears streamed down his face without a sound. Trembling all over, I turned to David. "David?" He just asked for a cake. Instead of calming down, David stood up and pointed a finger right in Matthew's face. If he's taught to beg from a young age, he'll grow up to be a spoiled, useless brat. My mother-in-law, Barbara, nodded in smug agreement. "Good for you, David. Children need to be raised with a firm hand." My sister-in-law let out a soft chuckle. I looked at their faces one by one. Not a single person stepped forward to check on Matthew. Nobody asked if his cheek hurt. Nobody thought that violent slap was an overreaction. All they did was validate David. I hugged Matthew tighter against my chest, but I couldn't have imagined that the very next day David would do something to deepen the wound in my son's heart 1,000 times over. That night, Matthew went to sleep without saying a single word. He didn't even cry anymore. That was exactly what terrified me the most. Normally, after a crying fit, he would come hug me and tell me whatever was on his mind. But this time, he just hugged his favorite stuffed animal and closed his eyes much faster than usual. Right before drifting off completely, his little lips whispered, "Mommy, tomorrow, I won't ask for anything else." I held my tears so they wouldn't fall. That sentence echoed in my head until morning. The next day, the house was filled with noise again. It turned out my mother-in-law had come over. specifically because my nephew was dropping by after school. According to her, David had prepared a little surprise for him. I had absolutely zero interest in knowing what it was. My thoughts were entirely focused on Matthew, who had been dead silent since he woke up. Normally, he'd run out to the backyard to play with his Hot Wheels. Not today. He sat alone on the porch, drawing something in an old notebook. I walked up to him. "What are you drawing, buddy?" Matthew snapped the notebook shut. "Nothing, Mom." I forced a smile. "If you don't want to show me, that's okay." Eventually, he slowly flipped the page open. He had drawn a little boy standing in front of a birthday cake with 7 candles. Next to him was a mother. There was no father figure drawn. My chest tightened again. I rubbed his back, entirely unable to speak. Around noon, the honk of a car echoed in the driveway. David had just come home from the office, but this time his face looked far more cheerful than usual. In his hand, he carried a crisp white bag with that unmistakable bitten apple logo that everyone recognizes. My nephew immediately ran up to him. "Uncle Dave, who is that for?" David grinned from ear to ear. "You'll see right now." Everyone gathered in the foyer. I stayed standing in the back, holding Matthew by the hand. A tiny sliver of hope sparked in my heart. Maybe David felt guilty. Maybe this gift was actually for Matthew. Maybe last night he just let his anger get the best of him. I squeezed Matthew's hand a little tighter. I saw my son's eyes begin to sparkle. He stared unblinking at the white bag. His hand absent-mindedly gripped the bottom of my shirt. David pulled a sleek, flat box out of the bag. It was still wrapped in its original plastic. My mother-in-law gasped in admiration. "Oh my goodness, that is incredibly expensive." My nephew started jumping for joy, though he still didn't dare grab it. Maybe he too thought the gift wasn't for him. David stood there smiling with sheer satisfaction. Then he handed the box over. "For you?" My nephew's eyes went wide. "Seriously, Uncle Dave?" "Yep. For getting such great grades and making the honor roll." The foyer erupted in applause. My mother-in-law hugged her grandson, praising David as the most thoughtful uncle in all of Texas. Everyone was smiling happily. Everyone except for one little boy standing right next to me. Slowly, Matthew let go of my hand. His gaze was no longer glued to the iPad. He was staring at the floor. His face was entirely void of expression. He wasn't angry, he wasn't crying. He was just silent. A silence that hurt so much more. I knelt down in front of him. "Matthew." He instantly forced a tiny smile. "That's so cool, Mom. I hope Hunter likes it." I barely had the strength to smile back. A boy so young still found it in him to wish for someone else's happiness, even while his own heart was breaking into pieces. Shortly after, my nephew started setting up his new iPad. Everyone crowded around him on the living room sofa. They laughed as the screen lit up, busy praising the camera's technology. No one noticed that Matthew was slowly walking out to the backyard. I followed him. I saw him sit on the back porch steps playing with a single birthday candle I had stashed in my apron pocket the night before. I had actually bought that candle long before David confiscated my money. The wick had never been lit. Matthew rolled it softly between his little fingers. "Mommy, tell me, sweetie, if next year..." He paused for a moment. "If I don't celebrate my birthday, it's okay, Mommy." That sentence finally made my tears spill over. I pulled him into a fierce hug. "Don't say that." "Why?" "Because the day you were born was the happiest day of Mommy's entire life." Matthew offered a small smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. A few minutes later, the sound of an SUV pulling up to the front gate caught our attention. I wiped my tears away as fast as I could. A man in his 60s stepped out of the vehicle carrying a rather large gift box. It was my father, Robert. A few days prior, he had called to tell me he wanted to surprise Matthew for his birthday, because he'd been caught up with business out of state. He hadn't been able to make it until this afternoon. As soon as he recognized his grandpa's car, Matthew jumped to his feet. His face, which had been gloomy since dawn, finally lit up just a bit. "Grandpa." He ran toward him, but suddenly his footsteps slowed. My father stopped a few feet away from Matthew, his gaze locked instantly onto his grandson's left cheek. There was still a reddish, bruised mark that hadn't entirely faded. My father's expression shifted. His warm smile vanished instantly. He set the large gift box down on the hood of the SUV without taking his eyes off Matthew's face. With a very soft voice, my father asked, "Matthew, what happened to your face?" Instinctively, Matthew lowered his head and his hands started fiddling with his shirt hem. He didn't answer. I could see my father's breathing grow heavier. He slowly turned his head toward the large living room window. Inside, David was still laughing with his family while watching his nephew play with the brand new iPad. My father's gaze shifted from David's face to the iPad in the nephew's hands, and then back to the mark of the slap on Matthew's cheek. I had known my father my whole life. He was not a man prone to quick anger, but for the first time ever, I saw the gleam in his eyes turn absolutely ice cold. And when he started walking toward the front door, I knew something massive was about to go down. My father walked in, unhurried. The atmosphere in the living room, which had been full of laughter seconds before, gradually grew incredibly awkward. No one knew why he had walked in looking so furious. I followed right behind him, holding Matthew's hand. I don't know why, but I felt that something eyes had been suppressing for years was finally going to explode today. My father stopped right in front of the coffee table. He didn't look directly at David. Instead, he stared at the iPad still in Hunter's hands. Then he slowly lifted his head. "David." His voice sounded completely calm, but it was exactly that eerie calmness that plunged the entire room into absolute silence. David glanced up at him. "Well, look who it is. Robert, you're here." There was no warm greeting, no respect. He went back to paying attention to his nephew, as if my father's arrival was completely insignificant. My father took a deep breath, put that device down for a second. Everyone exchanged confused glances. The nephew looked bewildered and eventually handed the iPad over to David. My father then asked in a low voice, "Who bought that?" "I did." "For who? For my nephew?" My father nodded slowly. "And my grandson." David shrugged indifferently. "What about Matt? He is your son, too. He has a heart, too." My father's tone began to shift, and I saw him look David dead in the eye. "The one you choose to make happy is someone else's kid." David smirked with arrogant disdain. "Don't push my buttons, Robert. He deserved this gift." My father asked again, "Then what does Matthew deserve?" The room fell silent again. No one dared to answer. A few seconds later, David said in a flat tone, "A lesson?" I clenched my fists. My father was still trying to contain his rage. What kind of lesson? So he learns that life isn't just about demanding whatever whim pops into his head. Upon hearing this, my mother-in-law nodded in immediate approval. "Exactly. Kids these days are way too spoiled. We are very proud that David has the guts to discipline his son firmly." My father slowly turned his head toward my mother-in-law. "I am not speaking to you, ma'am." That single sentence shut her up instantly. For the first time, no one dared to interrupt my dad. He turned back to David. "I just want one answer. Do you regret it or not?" David didn't answer. Instead, he leaned back into the leather sofa and crossed his arms. "I don't feel like I did anything wrong." My chest felt tight. I knew my father had just given him an out, a chance, but that chance had just been thrown right into the garbage. My father lowered his head for a few seconds and then bang. He slammed his palm against the glass coffee table with so much force that the coffee mugs violently rattled. My nephew even ran to hug his grandmother out of pure shock. "I didn't come here to listen to your excuses." My father's voice was booming now. "I came to check on exactly one thing. Do you still have a shred of a heart left, or have you lost it completely to your own arrogance?" David stood up, getting defensive. "Look, don't exaggerate. I am Matthew's father. I have the right to raise my son however the hell I please." My father took a step toward him. "It's true you are his father, but since when does being a father mean you have the right to trample on your own son's dignity?" David was losing his patience. "If you don't like how I raise my kid, that's your problem. This is my house, my family, and I don't need any outsiders coming in here giving me orders." Those words poured gasoline on the fire. My mother-in-law scrambled to her feet. "David is right. In-laws have no business meddling in their children's marriages." I looked at my mother-in-law in absolute disbelief. Even after seeing everything that happened, she was still choosing to blindly defend her son. My father let out a faint smile, but there wasn't a drop of warmth in it. "I am not meddling," he said, pointing back at Matthew, who was still hiding behind me. "I am defending my grandson." Silence suffocated the room. Then my father stared at David unblinking. "Listen to me very carefully. From this exact moment forward, do not ever refer to me as your father-in-law or your family ever again." Everyone's eyes went wide. David looked taken aback for a second, but it only lasted a moment. Then he let out a scoffing laugh. "All this drama over some nonsense." "Nonsense?" My father's tone turned glacial. "To you, it might be nonsense, but to a little boy, a slap from his own father can be a wound he drags with him for the rest of his life." Nobody spoke. Even the sound of people breathing could be heard clearly. David spoke again, dripping with defiance. "So what are you going to do? You going to sue me? Expose me? You going to ruin my life?" My father gently shook his head. "No." Then he looked him dead in the eye. "I am just going to take back what all this time was never really yours to begin with." That sentence made everyone exchange confused looks. My mother-in-law frowned. My sister-in-law looked completely lost. Even I didn't understand what my father was referring to. Only David still looked relaxed. He even gave a mocking smile. "Are you threatening me? Is that a warning?" David laughed even harder. "What exactly are you going to take from me? This house is in my name. My sports cars are paid off. My real estate development company is expanding rapidly. I built all of this by myself." My father didn't argue with him. He just stared at David for a long moment. It was a strange look. It wasn't a look of rage, but the look of a man who had just finalized a massive decision. He then picked up the gift box he had left near the front door. Before walking out, my dad stopped for a split second. Without looking back, he said in a low voice, "David, you are very proud of everything you have today. Hold on to it tightly because starting tomorrow morning, you are going to lose every last bit of it." He walked out. The heavy front door clicked shut. Shortly after, the sound of his SUV engine faded down the street. For a few seconds, silence reigned. Then David let out a booming theatrical laugh. "Your dad is a joke. Just because he's mad, he starts throwing around stupid threats." My mother-in-law smiled too. "Let it go. You know how older folks get. He'll get over it." I just stared at the door my father had just walked through. I didn't know why, but I felt deep in my gut that this threat was not just an emotional outburst. I had known my dad my whole life. He never said anything without a solid reason. And for the very first time, I began to fear what would happen when the sun came up the next morning. That morning, I woke up earlier than usual. The house was dead quiet. David had already left for his corporate office downtown, before the sun was even fully up. He said he had a critical meeting with investors and major developers for some multi-million-dollar high-rise projects down in Miami. I didn't think much of it. My mind was still occupied by the image of Matthew, who, since yesterday, spent more time silent than speaking. I made a simple breakfast and walked him to the yellow school bus stop. Before stepping onto the bus, Matthew turned to me. "Mommy, tell me, sweetie. Later, when I get back, can I give you a really long hug?" I smiled while brushing his hair back. "You can hug me for as long as you want." Matthew nodded softly and walked onto the bus. I watched him until his tiny silhouette disappeared among the other kids. Around 9 a.m., my cell phone rang. David's name flashed on the screen. I picked up, but before I could say a word, I heard David yelling at someone on his end. "What do you mean they canceled the meeting out of nowhere?" I only heard muffled voices on the other end of the line. A few seconds later, the call dropped. I figured he lost his signal. But 15 minutes later, my phone rang again. This time, it wasn't David. It was Ashley, his executive assistant. "Sarah, has Mr. David contacted you?" "Yes, just a moment ago. If he calls back, please tell him we are desperately looking for him." "Looking for him? What's going on?" The woman's voice was trembling with panic. "Several of our biggest clients just canceled their meetings for today." "Out of nowhere, all at the exact same time, all of them?" "Yes, Sarah." I started to realize something highly unusual was happening. In all my years married to David, I had never heard of multiple major clients canceling their agendas on the exact same day. By noon, I received another call, this time from David. The moment he spoke, his voice sounded entirely different from his usual cocky tone. It was higher, faster, like someone frantically trying to suppress a panic attack. "Sarah, did your father contact you?" I stayed quiet for a second. "No. Are you sure?" David let out a long, shaky exhale. "Forget it." And he hung up again. I was getting more and more confused. It was the first time David had mentioned my father since yesterday's blowout. By mid-afternoon, I was just about to go pick Matthew up when my phone buzzed again. This time, it was a short text. David was just asking me to come down to his office. When I arrived, the atmosphere was entirely off. Normally, the corporate lobby was bustling, with clients and employees coming and going. Today it looked like a ghost town. A few employees were huddled up, whispering. As soon as they saw me walk in, they fell dead silent. I walked toward David's corner office. The glass door was cracked open. Inside, David was pacing back and forth with his cell phone glued to his hand. His face was ghostly pale. "You finally made it. What is going on?" I asked. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he handed me a heavy folder full of legal documents and certified FedEx letters. I read them one by one. The first was a breach of contract notice for the construction of an industrial park. The second came from a massive residential real estate developer. The contents were practically identical. They had decided to immediately suspend all negotiations. I looked up. How could this happen? That is what I'm trying to figure out. David took a ragged breath. All of this happened in a matter of hours. Before I could reply, a knock came at the door. The chief operating officer walked in, his face tight with stress. "David, it's getting worse. The Steel Supply Corporation just contacted us. They are refusing to send any materials until there is a guaranteed proof of funds." David jumped up. "We've never had a single problem with them in years. They say the mandate came directly from their corporate headquarters." "What's their reason?" The COO shook his head. They refused to give an explanation. They hadn't even finished speaking when the office phone rang. This time, it was the accounting department. The voice coming through the speakerphone brought absolute silence to the room. "Boss, the bank just requested updated financial documentation for everything. They've frozen the disbursement of the credit line that was supposed to clear this week." David's face tightened in disbelief. "That's impossible. We meet every single requirement." Their only response was verbatim. "There has been a change in the company's risk rating." The line clicked dead. The office was swallowed by a heavy, suffocating silence. For the very first time, I saw David truly, genuinely disoriented. He immediately started dialing several high-powered contacts who had always been buddy-buddy with him. The first didn't pick up. The second went to voicemail. The third rang, but the call was actively rejected. With every call he made, the color drained further from his face. His usual bulletproof confidence was evaporating by the second. As the sun began to set that afternoon, the chief financial officer rushed into the room, carrying a dusty, old-looking black binder, like it had been sitting in the archives for years. "David, there's a document you need to see right now." David looked completely fed up. "If it's not life or death, leave it for later." The CFO shook his head. "It is absolutely life or death, and why are you bringing this to me now?" "I just pulled it from the old contracts archive." David grabbed the binder without really looking at it, but before he could open it, his cell phone rang again. He opted to answer the call, tossing the binder onto his mahogany desk. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of the cover. In the bottom right corner, a small typed label read, "Confidential Strategic Investment Agreement." I don't know why, but from the second I saw that binder, I felt that every answer we were looking for was sitting right inside it. The office door closed again after David finished his phone call. His expression was utterly disastrous now. I had never seen him like this. Through all our years of marriage, David had always been so sure of himself. Even when facing problems, he always bragged that anything could be fixed with money and the right connections. But today was different. He was staring blankly at the wall, trying to process what the hell was happening. The CFO was still standing across the desk, pointing at the ignored black binder. David, we cannot postpone this. David let out a heavy sigh. What is in that document? The CFO slowly slid the binder across the desk. Please read the very last page. The room went dead silent. David flipped the binder open, looking annoyed. The first few pages contained records of capital injections from years ago. He turned the page. More technical investment details. Then he finally stopped at a page filled with signatures and corporate notary seals. I saw the light in his eyes completely alter. His forehead creased. He read it again. Then, for a third time, his hands started shaking violently. This David's voice sounded like a weak croak. What contract is this? The CFO replied in a low voice. It is the corporate bailout agreement from 5 years ago. Even I was shocked. Bailout? The CFO turned to me. You probably never knew this, Sarah. 5 years ago, this company was on the absolute brink of filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. I looked at David. In all this time, he had never once mentioned that era to me. All I knew was that his business had gone through a rough patch, and then a few months later, it miraculously experienced explosive, massive growth. The CFO continued explaining, at the time, every single bank denied our loan applications. Almost all our suppliers suspended their services. The company couldn't even make payroll. If an angel investor hadn't stepped in right then, this company would have been liquidated. I began to understand where this conversation was heading and who was the investor. The CFO didn't answer directly. He just pointed at the name of the LLC, printed on the final page. I read it slowly. The name of the holding company meant nothing to me. However, right beneath it was the name of the majority shareholder. When I read that name, my blood ran cold. My father, Robert. The office felt like a vacuum. David stared fixedly at that name, unblinking as if praying he was reading it wrong. That is impossible. The CFO nodded slowly. We verified all the corporate and SEC filings. There is no mistake. I was struggling to believe it myself. My dad had never, not once, mentioned that he was the head of such a powerful private equity fund, and even more shockingly, that he had personally saved David's company. The CFO then flipped to other pages in the document. The first capital injection was for $2 million. He turned the page. 6 months later, another $1.5 million was added. Next page, another $2 million. And on the final page, $2 million more. A grand total of $7.5 million. I took a deep breath. For the first time, I finally understood why David's company had grown at such a staggering, seemingly impossible rate over the last few years. There was a hidden hand keeping him afloat in the shadows. David was frozen in his leather chair. His face grew paler by the minute. Why? Why did I never know? The CFO answered cautiously, because that was the investor's strict demand. He required absolute anonymity. All communications and wire transfers were handled through a shell matrix. I closed my eyes for a second. Memories of things that used to seem strange started flooding back. Every time David's company hit a roadblock, somehow a massive development project would just fall from the sky. Every time cash flow was in danger, fresh funds magically cleared. All this time, I believed it was strictly the fruit of David's brilliant hustle. Now the puzzle pieces fit perfectly. The CFO turned one more page. There is one more thing, David. David lifted his head at a glacial pace. What? There is a special morality clause in this contract. What clause? The CFO took a deep breath before answering. The investor retains the right to immediately withdraw all funding and call in all debts if he determines that the receiving entity has violated the agreed-upon core values. Core values. The CFO nodded. Integrity, honesty, and family moral responsibility. I saw David's hands curl into tight fists. For the very first time, his face showed true remorse, not for hitting Matthew, but because he had just realized that this entire apocalypse was directly tied to the argument from 2 days ago. With a hollow voice, he asked, and if the investor exercises that right, the CFO didn't use words to answer. He handed over a certified FedEx letter that had been delivered that very morning. David ripped it open. The document contained just a few brief, highly formal lines. The investing entity hereby provides official notice of the immediate and permanent suspension of all subsequent funding rounds. All linked credit lines are terminated. The company is required to liquidate and settle all financial obligations in accordance with the terms of the contract. There were no curse words, no wild threats. But the cold corporate reality of that letter was infinitely more terrifying than anyone screaming. I looked at David. He was still holding the paper with trembling hands. His lips moved in slow motion. "Are you sure this is your father's doing?" I didn't answer because deep down in my heart, I already knew the truth. A few seconds later, the CFO spoke up again. "Actually, there is even worse news." David looked up with dead empty eyes. "There's more." The CFO swallowed hard. "If the primary investor officially withdraws all asset backing according to the commercial lending laws, the bank has the right to demand the immediate accelerated repayment of every single outstanding corporate loan." The room fell silent again, and in that exact moment, I saw true raw fear in the eyes of a man who had spent his whole life believing he was invincible. From that day on, our house turned into a strange place, not because the furniture had changed, but because the man living in it was no longer the same. David almost never came home before midnight, and when he did, he locked himself straight in his home office. His phone rang constantly. Sometimes he spoke in a begging, pleading tone. Other times he screamed in pure rage, and sometimes he just sat in silence for a long time before hanging up without a word. I chose not to ask questions. I knew any answer coming out of his mouth would only be loaded with misplaced anger. 2 days later, the news officially broke, not on the local TV stations, but in the employees' group chats. One of the admin girls texted me, "Sarah, is it true the company is going under?" I read the text several times. Before I could reply, she sent a photo of the company's main entrance. Dozens of construction workers were crowded out on the sidewalk. Several supply trucks were parked out front, blocking the gates. No one was allowed inside. I could only stare at my phone screen in silence. That evening, David came home looking physically withered. He didn't even change out of his suit. The tie he always kept perfectly knotted hung loose and crooked around his neck. He opened the stainless steel fridge, stared into it for a few seconds, and then closed it without grabbing a thing. I set a glass of ice water on the kitchen island. "Drink some water." David sat down slowly, his hands betrayed sheer absolute exhaustion. We sat in silence for a while. Then he spoke in a low voice. "They shut down 4 of our active job sites today." I didn't interrupt. He kept talking to himself. "If we don't get a cash injection by next week, I'll have to file for mass furloughs and lay off all the crews." I remained quiet, not out of a lack of empathy, but because I knew in that moment David was only talking to his own ego. The next day, the situation escalated drastically. The COO came to our house, holding a massive stack of folders. I overheard their conversation from the hallway. "David, the heavy equipment leasing company just showed up at the warehouses. They have a court order for repossession. For what machinery? All of it. Every caterpillar, every crane that was leveraged as collateral." The room went quiet. Then came the harsh screech of a chair being shoved back violently. David had shot to his feet. "They can't do that. They have a judge's mandate, just like the contract stipulates." The COO sounded incredibly cautious. "They say the payment grace periods have officially expired." I watched David walk out to the back patio. He stood there for a long time, staring out into the empty backyard, trying to swallow a razor-sharp reality. 2 days passed and more bad news arrived. This time from the bank. It wasn't a simple late payment notice. It was official documentation stating that every single corporate credit account had been frozen solid. I watched David hold that letter for an eternity. He read it over and over, perhaps hoping the ink on the page would magically change. But no, it was over. That night, it rained heavily. As I was going to lock the front windows, I noticed a black sedan park right in front of our driveway. Several men in sharp suits stepped out holding clipboards. They identified themselves as bank-appointed appraisers. I was a bit confused until one of them politely said, "Ma'am, we are just following protocol. We are here to appraise and inventory all assets listed as collateral in the foreclosure filings." I watched the last drop of blood drain from David's face, leaving him as white as a sheet. He tried to argue with them, but the appraisers just strictly did their jobs. They took photos of our suburban estate, jotted down the VIN numbers of the luxury SUVs in the driveway, and documented every valuable asset. There was no screaming, no drama, and it was exactly that bureaucratic clinical coldness that made the whole ordeal feel so suffocating. The following morning, my mother-in-law, Barbara, rushed over. Her face was a mask of pure panic. "David, you have to fix this mess right now. What are the neighbors going to say if the bank forecloses on this house?" It was the first time I had ever heard my mother-in-law worry more about public embarrassment than her own son's well-being. She kept rambling. "If you need cash, sell the summer cabin at the lake. Sell the Porsches. The most important thing is that our family's name doesn't get dragged through the mud." David just kept his head down. There were no arrogant comebacks anymore. Hours later, my sister-in-law showed up, but she didn't come to offer emotional support. She came to grab the iPad that Hunter took everywhere. Her son had been whining because he was terrified the bank appraisers were going to repossess his tablet too. Without exchanging more than a few words, they bolted. I watched David from a distance as he stared at his sister's car disappearing down the street. The very people who used to show up daily to bask in the fruits of his success were now drawing hard boundaries. No one offered to help. No one told him they had his back. They came when there was a feast, and they scattered like roaches the second the bill arrived. Late that night, David sat alone in the dark living room. He hadn't turned on the lamps. The only light came from the streetlights filtering through the large windows. I was about to head up to bed when he suddenly called out to me. "Sarah." I stopped. "Do you think if I go see your dad, I can still fix all this?" I stared at him for a long time. The question felt surreal. For years, David had been absolutely convinced he was the master of his own universe. Now, for the first time, he was placing all his hope on the very man he had publicly humiliated just a week ago. I didn't answer because I didn't know if the door to forgiveness was still open. But deep down, I felt David had realized way too late who the person silently holding up his entire life really was. The next morning, David woke up much earlier than usual. For the first time in days, he put on a crisp white dress shirt, the kind he used to wear for his most vital board meetings. But this time, he wasn't carrying blueprints or project pitches. There was no leather briefcase or black car waiting for him outside. He just held a small manila folder. Before leaving the house, he stopped in front of Matthew's bedroom. The door was cracked open. Matthew was still dead asleep, hugging his favorite stuffed bear. David stood there for a very long time. Who knows what was going through his head in that moment? Then he sighed softly and pulled the door shut without waking his son. "I'm stepping out for a bit," was all he said to me. I nodded without asking questions. I already knew exactly where he was going. My father's house sat at the end of a very quiet road out in the country in the Hudson Valley. It wasn't flashy like the mansions the tech bros or real estate tycoons parade around in magazines. It was a traditional rustic stone house, very humble. The front yard was bursting with hydrangeas and geraniums that my dad tended to himself. He had never cared for excessive luxury. When David arrived, the front gate was already open. My father was watering the flower beds with a garden hose. He saw David pull up, but he didn't stop what he was doing. There was no greeting, no smile. David walked up slowly. "Mr. Robert," my father kept watering the plants. The tension became unbearably thick. Seconds ticked by without a single word being spoken. Finally, David spoke again. "I came to ask for just a few minutes of your time, please." Only then did my father shut off the brass valve, dropping the hose next to a large clay pot. "You have 5 minutes." His voice was entirely flat. David nodded quickly. "That's enough." They sat across from each other on the stone porch. I had pulled up a few minutes behind him, worried the conversation would devolve into a screaming match. From a distance, I watched the backs of these two men, a father trying to protect his grandson, and another father who had just realized the magnitude of his own sins. David pulled out the manila folder. "Mr. Robert, I know I've made a lot of mistakes." My father didn't reply. "I also know you are deeply disappointed. Silence. I didn't come here to make excuses. I came to ask for a second chance. My father finally looked up. A second chance. Yes, a chance to fix things. My father studied David closely. Did you come here today as Matthew's father or as the owner of a bankrupt company? The question paralyzed David. A few seconds later, he answered in a whisper. I came as both. My father slowly shook his head. That is exactly your problem. You still don't get it. David looked at him in total confusion. My father continued, if your company was thriving and pulling in millions, would you be sitting on my porch today? There was no answer. If they hadn't shut down your high-rises in Miami, would you be here right now crying about how you treated Matthew? David lowered his head again. My father exhaled slowly. You aren't sorry for the slap. You are sorry for the consequences that slap brought upon you. Those words completely shattered David's composure. I knew my dad had just said to his face what no one else had the courage to say. A moment later, David stood up, and then, very slowly, he dropped to his knees right on the hard stone porch. I froze in my tracks. In all our years of marriage, I had never seen David degrade himself like this. I'm begging you, Robert, please give me one last chance. I'll fix it all. I will be a good father. I will apologize to Matthew 1,000 times. I will do whatever you ask. David's voice started cracking. If this company goes under, hundreds of construction workers are going to lose their ability to feed their families. My father listened without interrupting. When David finally stopped talking, my dad slowly stood up. He walked inside the house without uttering a single syllable. David stayed on his knees. His eyes tracked my father's footsteps until he vanished behind the heavy oak door. For a second, I actually thought maybe my dad's heart was softening, that maybe he was reconsidering the whole thing. A few minutes later, the door swung open again. My father stepped out holding a white cardboard box tied with a blue ribbon. It wasn't very big, roughly the size of a standard bakery box. He held it with both hands. David scrambled to his feet instantly. His face was flooded with a sudden rush of hope. He probably believed that box held the notarized contracts that would save his firm, or a cashier's check that would halt the foreclosures. My father walked up to David and placed the box right into his hands. Open it, please. With shaking hands, David untied the blue ribbon. As he slowly lifted the lid, his face turned to stone. His eyes stopped blinking. His entire body went rigid, unable to make a single sound. I was standing a few yards back, so I couldn't see what was inside the box yet. However, based on the absolute devastation on David's face, I knew whatever was in there was infinitely more painful than losing his entire net worth. With excruciating slowness, David pulled the contents out of the box. It wasn't a stack of legal documents. It wasn't a stack of promissory notes, nor a contract to pull him out of ruin. Inside, there was only a small, incredibly simple birthday cake. Stuck into the frosting were 7 unlit candles, and sitting next to the cake was a small brown envelope. My hands began to shake. I recognized that bakery box instantly. A few days before Matthew's birthday, my dad had called me in secret. He told me he had ordered a special cake for his grandson because he wanted to surprise him. But since he had to travel out of state for business, he had the bakery deliver it to his house first. I never could have imagined that very same cake would end up in David's hands today. My father stared at him, his expression utterly unwavering. 2 weeks before Matthew's birthday, I had everything ready. His voice possessed a devastating calmness. I also bought him the one gift he wanted more than anything in the world. A navy blue bicycle with a matching helmet, and I did it because my greatest joy in life is seeing my grandson laugh. David kept staring down at the cake. His hands were trembling uncontrollably. My father went on. But when I walked through your front door, the only thing I saw was the red print of your hand on his face. The porch fell into absolute deafening silence. The morning breeze rustled the hydrangeas. Nobody spoke a word. I kept this cake on purpose, not because I expected some miraculous change in you, but so that one day you would realize just how damn cheap a child's happiness actually is. My dad pulled one of the candles out of the cake and held it right up to David's eyes. My grandson didn't ask you for a sports car. He didn't ask you for a mansion in the hills. He didn't ask for a trust fund. All he wanted was the chance to blow out 7 damn candles with his father, and you couldn't even give him that. David's tears finally spilled over. For the first time since the day I met him, he sobbed uncontrollably, making no effort to hide it. With a voice that was barely a thread, he managed to choke out, "I failed completely." My father nodded slowly. "You didn't fail the day your company went bankrupt, David. You failed the exact day your son lost hope in his own father." That final sentence was the kill shot. David buried his face in his hands and wept bitterly, but there was no turning back. Nothing could be undone. Several weeks later, the liquidation and foreclosure processes for the company's assets were finalized. The downtown office building changed hands. The heavy machinery was auctioned off. The luxurious suburban McMansion, which for so long had been the family's crown jewel, was sold at a sheriff's auction. The high-end cars that used to decorate the driveway were towed away one by the repo men. What surprised me the most wasn't the loss of material wealth, but seeing how all those people who used to swarm around David daily vanished into thin air like magic. My mother-in-law, Barbara, decided to move into her daughter's condo. She claimed that at her age, she couldn't bear the humiliation and hardship. The nephew they had spoiled rotten never once came to visit him. Not a single person stayed when the money and the luxury evaporated. In the end, David was left completely and utterly alone. As for me, I finally made the decision I had been putting off for far too long. I filed for divorce, not because David was broke, but because I absolutely refused to let Matthew grow up in an environment that made him feel utterly worthless. The legal process was quick and quiet. David didn't contest a single thing. He just sat in the attorney's office with his head down and signed the papers. Before we parted ways for good, he asked me for one single thing. "Can I have visitation rights? Just to see Matt every now and then." I didn't answer right away. I looked down. Matthew was standing right beside me, holding my hand tightly. With his soft, sweet voice, it was Matthew who answered, "Yes, Dad, you can come see me, but only on the condition that you don't get mad anymore." That response, so painfully innocent, made David break down in tears all over again. He nodded over and over, completely unable to speak. But Matthew didn't run to hug him. My son simply waved goodbye to him with a polite, formal little wave and a tight smile. It was in that exact moment that I understood. The wounds in a child's heart can eventually heal, but things will never ever go back to the way they were before. A few months later, my father invited us to spend Sunday at his house in the Hudson Valley. There, sitting right in the middle of the garden, waiting for us, was a brand new navy blue bicycle, the very same one that until now had only existed in the story he told exactly as he had prepared it. Matthew's eyes went wide as saucers. "Is that for me?" My father gave him a warm smile overflowing with love. "You bet, champ, it's your birthday present." Matthew launched himself at his grandfather, hugging him with all his might. His crystal clearer laughter flooded the garden, a sound I hadn't heard in what felt like a lifetime. That day we finally lit the 7 candles that hadn't been allowed to shine before. There was no massive party, no expensive catering, no flashy gifts. It was just the 3 of us. Yet, that atmosphere radiated far more warmth than all the wealth I had ever lived around. Right before Matthew blew out the candles, my dad leaned in and whispered to him, "Always remember this, buddy. A person's true worth is never measured by the expensive gifts they receive, but by the unconditional love they feel from the people around them." Matthew nodded, smiling with bright, shining eyes. He took a deep breath with her to her tangs. I looked up at the orange sunset painting the country sky. For the first time in a very long time, I felt truly, completely free. And watching Matthew laughing hysterically as he pedaled his new bike across the grass, I finally understood it all. The best revenge isn't watching someone lose their fortune. It is making absolutely sure that the person they hurt ends up living a beautiful, happy life, feeling deeply loved and fulfilled. Meanwhile, the one who threw that happiness away will have to spend the rest of their days carrying a heavy, incurable regret, one that no amount of millions could ever buy.